At 18 years old, his life was going nowhere. But while playing an adult-rated game, he accidentally triggered a legendary system. In that instant, Yunmu's wretched life was about to be turned completely upside down. Natural talent? Innate aptitude? He had none of it. Yunmu was born with absolutely nothing special, but he had his shadow. And it could do it all. Leveling up, gaining EXP, and mastering combat skills. His shadow handled everything. With such an overpowered system at his command, what heights would Yunmu ultimately reach? When cosmic shockwaves struck the Earth, humanity was plunged into its first year of darkness. A new world emerged, overrun by giant mutated beasts that invaded human territories. But in this era, fate favored the strong. Those who awakened Xuan power gained immense strength and the admiration of millions. They could control Origin Chi or become elite Xuan power gunners. Even those with potential were scouted by powerful factions. But those destined to be normal were simply fated to live an ordinary life. In this world, everyone had their own status window. And right now, one particular game had caught his eye. On screen, a girl in red lingerie was ensnared by tentacles, her slender legs trapped in their grasp. Staring at the screen, he muttered, "A new game? I haven't seen this one before." The girl's playful cries for help only fueled his excitement. "I'm coming." Suddenly, someone slammed right into him, shouting, "Out of the way!" Lord Xuan's motorcade was approaching. Everyone had to clear a path for the massive procession. A big shot with mystic power arrived. Someone cheered from a car. "I see him." Standing behind them, he watched in disgust. "Mystic power is nothing," he muttered. "My game's better." Yunmu blushed, focused on the screen. "My lady, come to me." The shy game character pointed to a symbol. "Player. To begin, please place your hand on the glowing area." He reached out hesitantly. "Right here?" The moment he touched it, an immense power surged from the screen. He felt his hand sinking in, shocked. "It's pulling me in." The girl's image blurred, as a voice announced, "Synchronization successful. The shadow system is now online." As the light exploded, Yunmu thought, "The shadow system?" When the light faded, he struggled to open his eyes. What's going on? He was kneeling, but something was stirring in his shadow. "Something's moving in my shadow," he thought, watching in disbelief as a humanoid figure began to rise from the darkness. Just what is this thing? It looked up, its face a complete blank. Yunmu was terrified. Did this thing just crawl out of my shadow? At that moment, a system window appeared. Shadow materialization complete. Congratulations on inheriting the system. Complete quests to earn experience points, and exchange them for rewards. Taking it all in, he faced his shadow. So this is the system from the novels. I'm going to be rich. Of course, it seemed only the user could actually see the shadow. The goal: use the shadow to fight and complete quests. When Yunmu waved his hand, his shadow mirrored him perfectly. He grinned, realizing, so it's my own shadow, and I can control it. He playfully picked his nose, and the shadow followed suit. A thought then struck him. This system came from that dating sim. So the rewards could be... His mind filled with images of beautiful girls of every type. Full of hope, Yunmu eagerly checked the system. Let's see what quests are available. The system showed his first mission: eliminate an ant in the grass. The reward: 1 experience point. Well, this quest is easy enough, he chuckled. Guess I'll accept. He then turned and commanded dramatically, "Go forth, my shadow." It shot toward the grass, shrinking its massive form. He watched, stunned. It can shrink? The tiny shadow then delivered a powerful punch to the ant's face. The ant went flying. The shadow moved with blinding speed, unleashing a relentless flurry of attacks inside the bush. Yunmu sat and watched, completely amazed. So, this is how my shadow fights. A new notification appeared. Quest complete. Claim reward? The words were like a beacon of hope. Elated, he yelled. Yes, claim reward now. A stream of pure power descended and flowed right into him. Staring at the sparks in his hand, Yunmu was bewildered. This is mystic power. I can actually feel it. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down his face. A dream he never thought possible was finally within his grasp. Gazing at the power in his hands, Yunmu cried with joy and immediately bolted straight for home. He shouted as he ran, "Mom, I can feel mystic power. I have a chance to awaken." People turned as he raced past. People whispered, "That kid. He still doesn't know, does he? No way. Or he wouldn't have dared to come back." Police and military vehicles surrounded his house, but he didn't notice, blinded by his own good news. Someone sighed as he ran inside, completely oblivious. Van Mook burst through the door, shouting, "Mom, I finally made it." Seeing him, his mother, held by menacing figures, cried out in panic, "Little Mook, run!" The scene stunned him. His eyes widened. These must be mystic hunters. But all he could say was, "Mom." She looked at him, screaming with fear. "Little Muck, run!" As everything sank in, he was utterly bewildered. What's going on? Before he could react, a hand seized his chin. Run? Then, a man in dark glasses slammed him to the floor. The man warned, "Just be a good boy." Van Mook's eyes blazed with fury as he roared, "By what right do you invade my home?" The man's face hardened as he pressed a gun to Van Mook's head. "Your father deserted his post on the front lines. His cowardice got his entire squad wiped out. Now, we're opening an official investigation." The words struck Van Mook like a physical blow. He looked up, defiant. "Impossible. My father always risked his life for others. He would never run away." But the agent's reply was cold. "Don't get emotional. It's still under investigation." He added, "You can tell us your story downtown." But there was no way he would comply. Gritting his teeth, Van Mook blurred past the man in a flash. His speed shocked everyone. In that instant, the agent realized the gun in his hand had vanished. Immediately, Van Mook aimed the weapon at them, roaring. "My father would never desert his post." Van Mook gripped the firearm tightly. "Let my mother go," one of the agents sneered. "Listen, kid. Only a mystic can use a mystic gun. What good is that thing in your hands?" Then, in a patronizing tone, he said, "Be good now. Don't play with Uncle's toys." His words only fueled Van Mook's rage. Mystic power surged into the gun. "You forced my hand." Seeing the unnatural glow, the agents panicked. "The orb is lighting up. He's a mystic. Stop him." Just like that, a sphere of condensed mystic power formed. A bullet carrying immense energy tore through the air. It zeroed in on the agent, seemingly destined to pierce his chest. Van Mook was stunned. But the agent caught the bullet with ease. Van Mook's face darkened. "The power of a true mystic?" The man studied him. "I didn't expect you to sense mystic power. We no longer have the authority to arrest you. But I am required to take your mother with us." Van Mook refused. "I won't let you take my mother. My father is innocent." Just then, his mother spoke gently. "Little Mook, just do as they say." He cried out, unwilling. "Mom." She continued, "I never knew you had already awakened your mystic power. It's a shame your father and I won't get to see you grow up. I hope you have a bright future ahead. From now on, you have to take good care of yourself." Her words broke him, and tears streamed down his face. "Take her away." Before leaving, the agent said, "I believe your father is innocent, but everything has a proper process." Van Mook turned, his face bruised and swollen. The agent continued as he stepped into the light. "If you want to save them, then you had better fully awaken your mystic powers. Fast." Later, Van Mook pulled a book from a shelf. "I only have 1 week." He picked up the book and opened his system window. "Next Friday is the annual Mystic Awakening test. If I miss it, it will be too late." System: "How much EXP to awaken my mystic power?" The system immediately displayed the cost: 100,000 points. Even an ant's mystic sense can be converted into experience points. But my own mystic sense is only at 2 out of 1,000. Seeing this, Van Mook despaired. "Does this mean I have to kill 100,000 ants this week just to awaken?" Just then, the system offered a solution. Away from keyboard mode. No manual input required. Automatic leveling. He accepted immediately. It could even send his shadow to hunt monsters automatically. The system initiated away from keyboard mode. Instantly, his shadow detached itself and went to work. As he looked at the book on his desk, his expression grew serious. But just relying on the shadow won't be enough. For these 7 days, I must train non-stop. The more mystic power I sense, the better my chance of awakening. He gently traced the words on the cover, 100 ways to sense mystic power. He remembered his father, lovingly placing him on his shoulders as a boy. He'd been sad but determined even then, saying, "Dad, I'll protect you." The memory faded. Tears had already fallen onto the book. A steely resolve filled Van Mook's eyes. He shot to his feet, mystic power flaring around him as he vowed, "This time, let your son protect you." 7 days later, under the clear skies of Jingfeng City, at 16th High, outside Class 12, a teacher's voice rang out. "Students, today, you will face the most important day of your lives, the Mystic Power Examination." Inside, the teacher went from desk to desk, explaining, "If you haven't awakened, you can still enter society, work hard, and be useful citizens. But if you can sense mystic power, you will be eligible to join the Defense Corps and fight these dimensional beasts and become the Noble Guard." The teacher stressed the ratio. Awakening mystic power makes you a respected hero. A 1 in 10,000 chance. Whether you succeed or not, I am proud of you all. You are the hope of the Zhongzhou continent. Just then, the door burst open. A disheveled Yunmu rushed in, panting. Report! Sorry, I am late. In the testing room, everyone lined up. When Wang Jue failed to awaken, the crowd murmured. So intense. Yunmu slumped in a back row seat, relieved. I barely made it to the final exam. Scanning the room, he fell silent. The crowd had thinned. It seemed many had already given up. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Well, if it isn't Li Yunmu? Startled, he quickly turned around. He approached with a sneer. I thought you'd given up on the assessment. You really don't know your own limits. Behind him were his lackeys. This was Qian Fei of Class 12, A3, son of a Gefeng city tycoon. Others chimed in mockingly. Everyone knows about your father. Who are you trying to impress? You think becoming a Flux disciple is easy? They all ganged up on Yunmu. His father was a deserter. I almost befriended him when I heard his dad was in the army. Suddenly, someone yelled, Qian Fei, you're just jealous that Yunmu is close with the school beauty. Now, get lost. Enraged, he cracked his knuckles. What are you shouting about? This was Zhang Kai, Li Yunmu's sworn brother. He pointed at the crowd angrily. And you all. Sucking up to him before, now you mock him in his time of need? Have you no shame? Cornered, Qian Fei sneered. He just lost his backing. Let's see how long he lasts. As they left, Zhang Kai sighed. That felt good. Yunmu felt a bit better. Thanks, Zhang Kai beamed, pointing to himself. Don't mention it. How is your dad? Is he all right? He calmly replied. It's under investigation. Let's get in line. Then a purple-haired girl called out. Yunmu, she asked shyly. Did you come here just to see my test? This was Lin Li, the school goddess and Yunmu's childhood friend. Zhang Kai quickly fled. I will not be a third wheel. I'm lining up. Facing her, he said he was also testing. She began awkwardly. I know about your father. This may not be the time, but I have to tell you something. She continued. A few days ago, I awakened my flux energy. At this, realization dawned on him. Yunmu's voice was low. So what? Amidst the crowd, Lin Li explained. I want to enter that higher world people dream of. Even if it's the slightest chance, I want to try. Tears welled in her eyes as she pleaded. So, I am sorry. He scoffed internally as his expression darkened. He finally understood. Their flattery was only for his father's fame. So much for childhood friends and a perfect match. He fumed. It was all a lie from the start. Seeing his silence, Lin Li called, Yunmu. Emotionless, he turned away. I get it. Good luck on your test. Then he pushed through the crowd, stepping forward. Zhang Kai saw him from the line and waved. Over here? I saved you a spot. But Yunmu ignored him, walking straight ahead. Just then, the teacher announced, Next, Qian Fei. He grinned. Finally, my turn. Impatiently, Yunmu shoved him right off the platform. Seeing him at the testing panel, Qian Fei roared. Li Yunmu, who let you cut in line? Know your place. Glancing at him on the floor, Yunmu said, On what grounds? He reached out his hand. On the grounds that I'm a Flux disciple. As his hand touched the panel, a brilliant light erupted, followed by a powerful surge of Flux energy. Everyone was stunned. Lin Li stammered in disbelief. Could this be? Even Qian Fei was terrified. He? Actually awakened? Surrounded by a Flux aura, Yunmu looked down on him with utter contempt. So this is a Flux disciple. Suddenly, Zhang Kai ran up, grabbing his shoulders and shouting, You awakened! This is incredible! Now no one will dare look down on you. Then, a man entered. Only 16. Fine seed. To awaken naturally, without external stimulus. The man calmly offered a box. This is your Flux Disciple badge. You will now receive all the privileges granted to Flux Disciples. We expect you to report to Yunbao headquarters within a month. On behalf of the Gefeng City Flux Disciple Guild, we welcome you. Zhang Kai took the box, pinching his cheek. Who is this guy? Yunmu gritted his teeth. All right, just let me go. Lin Li approached, calling out, Yunmu. At her voice, they both turned as she stammered, About that. Seeing her expression, he fell silent, understanding. He patted her head. Let me think about it. Then walked past her. Your words. Maybe I'm selfish, but I desperately want to enter the high dimension everyone dreams of. So, I'm sorry. His eyes turned sharp and unreadable. Hearing this, Lin Li had to turn and look back. Not long after, through a screen, his mother announced, Son, I've seen the light. Your father won't be held responsible anymore. He's even getting the best treatment. Yunmu sat on his bed and answered her call. Mom, don't worry about me. Just take good care of Dad. Tell him I'll visit when I have time. He then swiped, ending the call. Staring at the emblem on his chest, he pondered. Was this the badge so many people craved? This Fluxer emblem could verify and activate the dimensional void and the dimensional storage space. Yunmu excitedly opened his system panel. Right. With the Fluxer emblem, I can enter the void now, can't I? Activate dimensional void. The system announced, dimensional void initializing. Verifying Fluxer emblem. After a quick scan, lines appeared. Verification successful. Fluxer number 93,664, Li Yunmu. Access to the dimensional void granted. Now logging in. A powerful aura radiated from the system as a dreamscape appeared. Yunmu stepped in, observing his surroundings. Sensing someone behind him, he spun around startled. Who's there? Seeing two robots, he blurted out, What is this? Putting them here scared the life out of me. At his reaction, a crisp laugh echoed. He glanced over, shocked to see a giant rabbit making strange noises as it ran over. Yunmu broke into a cold sweat, thinking, what kind of toy is this? The rabbit stopped just as it reached him. Then, it bowed respectfully. Greetings. I am your guide. You can call me Besso. Here, you can obtain all sorts of cultivation methods and combat skills. The dimension is vital for Fluxers to grow stronger. It then motioned to the two mannequins behind him. Next, please set up the appearance for your dimensional void avatars. Yunmu asked doubtfully. Two of you? But I'm alone. Besso pointed at his shadow. But there are clearly two of you. Are you trying to trick a rabbit who can't count? He asked disbelievingly. Did you say, you? Yunmu examined the two mannequins, thinking, it seems this dimensional void considers my shadow a separate entity. Looks like my shadow might bypass the rules in the previous space. He grinned. All right, let's create the avatars. This will do nicely. He configured a new look with a sharp, brand new outfit. Perfect. His shadow was also given a form. Once done, Besso announced, if you're both ready, I will now guide you into the dimensional void. It felt a bit fast for him. Right now, suddenly, a jolt ran through his body, and all three of them began to fall. But Yunmu couldn't control his speed, screaming in terror. His eyes widened at a flash of light ahead. He thought to himself, I see the light. All three shot through the clouds, plummeting toward the illuminated city below. They landed safely on the ground. Looking around, Yunmu couldn't help but marvel at the magnificent scenery before him. He shouted, This is top tier. Besso raised 3 fingers, explaining, Time here is 3 times faster than the real world. Therefore, people who stay here often have twice as much time to train as ordinary people. Hearing that, he understood. No wonder all the big shots tried so hard to get into the dimensional void. Suddenly, someone pointed at a large screen. Look! Someone from the Hong clan is challenging the great Gu Geli. This caught his attention. Yunmu stared, watching the person on screen desperately attack their opponent. Besso explained, That's the dimensional battlefield, the virtual combat system of this place. It can perfectly replicate your strength for battles. Many people train their combat skills there. Intrigued, he said, I want to go. Besso asked, surprised. You want to go? It clapped its hands. Okay. Dimensional battlefield PK. Starting immediately, shards of space appeared around him. Yunmu was flustered, watching in confusion as the scene changed. Square panels appeared on his hand, and something else materialized in the other. He stood under a dark night sky with a bright moon. He looked at the 2 weapons in his hands, confused. Why did it suddenly give me these? He sensed something behind him. Yunmu glanced back. An arrow whizzed by. His eyes widened as he quickly tilted his head to dodge. He instantly spun away, letting the arrow hit the ground. His face grew serious, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Yunmu aimed his gun at the opponent. The man looked down and laughed heartily. Looks like my luck is good today. Looking at him, the man sneered. I've run into a total newbie who's here for the first time. His words didn't faze him at all. The man frowned and drew his bow. Drawing his bow, he taunted, To face me in your first match. I guess you're just unlucky. Yunmu dodged each shot with a series of tumbles as arrows embedded themselves in the ground. Watching him dive into the brush, he scowled. Hiding, Yunmu hid behind a large tree, peering out. The archer leaped down, shouting, Hey, kid. You think you'll be safe just by hiding? He knocked another arrow, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Instead of cowering, come out here and let me end this game for you. He calmly drew the bow, stalking forward. I've said all that, and you're still not coming out? Suddenly, Yunmu's voice echoed, Are you looking for me? Hearing the sound from behind, his eyes widened in shock. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he realized his fatal mistake. Then, Yunmu calmly raised his gun and put a bullet through his head. As the system began to remove the body, Yunmu offered some advice. Never pursue a cornered enemy. Haven't you heard that before? You let your guard down just because I was a newbie. He then added sternly, you got cocky before the prey was even in your mouth. Even the ants at my house are stronger than you. As the archer vanished, Yunmu felt something flash past him. What was that just now? Suddenly, several orbs of light shot up from below, rushing directly into his body. He screamed in agony, losing all his strength. Gasping in horror, he collapsed. What is this? He panicked, clutching his chest. Something had entered his body. While Yunmu was lost in confusion, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, host, on absorbing dimensional essence for the first time. Reward: A-rank technique. Golden Bell armor. He asked, puzzled. Dimensional essence? The system immediately explained. In the void dimension, defeating someone with mystic power allows you to obtain dimensional essence. Dimensional essence can be exchanged for techniques in the dimensional shop. He calmly looked up and asked, are you talking about the techniques humans used for ancient martial arts before the Dark Era? The system provided more information. The Golden Bell armor is an ancient defensive skill that reduces incoming damage by 30%. Each upgrade can block an additional instance of damage. Just then, a brilliant golden light enveloped Yunmu's body. Seeing this, he exclaimed with excitement, amazing, I need to test its power right away. With that settled, he called out for Beto. The creature stood up from the bushes, responding, right here. Bathed in moonlight, he stated coolly, I want one more match. Hearing this, it was surprised. Another match? All right then. It immediately initiated the player versus player sequence. The surrounding space began to transform. Looking at the new scenery, Yunmu grumbled. The location has to change every single time. He found it incredibly annoying. Suddenly sensing something was wrong, he turned to see a beautiful red-haired girl holding two blades. It was Chu Qingyu. Realizing it was a girl, Yunmu rubbed his head in frustration. You're my opponent? I don't fight women. But as his hand dropped, a gun appeared in it. His expression turned serious as he fired a shot. But, to win, I have no other choice. She swung her blade, deflecting the bullet. Her eyes blazed with fury. A sneak attack? Have you no shame as a man? Instantly, Yunmu closed the distance. He spoke into Chu Qingyu's startled eyes. Listen here, I came to win, not to protect my pride. As he finished speaking, a razor-sharp glint appeared in his eyes. He decisively swung his sword. Qingyu nimbly dodged, probing with her own blades. Are you a standard mystic? She asked. Confused, Yunmu repeated. A standard what? After that, Qingyu attacked with a powerful slash. Her voice filled with judgment. You don't even know what a standard mystic is. You really must be one. But he had already blocked her blade with his sword. He angrily pushed her back, demanding, what are you talking about? The force sent her flipping backward, and she somersaulted again to land smoothly. Deciding to end the argument, she took a deep breath. Forget it. Let's finish this quickly. She absorbed all the surrounding power into her body. When Qingyu opened her eyes, they burned with fighting spirit as she lunged forward. Taking advantage of his surprise, she landed several slashes in an instant. By the time he realized it, Yunmu's eyes widened in agony. He trembled, screaming in agony. On the other side, she had completed the heavenly severing 36 forms. Yunmu's body was covered in wounds. The intense pain made his eyes roll back as he howled. She remained unmoved, her gaze stern. At that moment, he stood frozen and let out a final cry, only to receive a cold explanation from Qingyu. This heavenly severing 36 forms is a supreme-grade combat technique. No one can. Before she could finish, his scarred face appeared right beside her. Sensing his presence, Qingyu whipped her head around, but Yunmu had already struck her down with his sword. Only then did his sharp gaze return. What was that you were saying? I didn't quite hear you. Before disappearing, she stared in disbelief, her last thought being, could he be? Watching her figure fade away, he let out a sigh of relief. For a moment, defeat seemed certain. Then, Yunmu calmly realized, the Heaven's End 36 forms must be an Emperor-level technique. Luckily, his Golden Bell robe absorbed most of the damage. Suddenly, a system alert rang. Congratulations, you've earned 76 spatial coins. He also unlocked the basic combat skill, Raging Blade. He froze, surprised. It seemed defeating, stronger foes yielded greater rewards. He stretched his aching muscles, then made a decision. If that's the case, then I'm suddenly bursting with energy. Bring on the next match. Meanwhile, outside, the bulletin board celebrated his post-battle victory. Someone remarked, Xiao Yu must be absolutely furious, the white-haired girl added calmly. Losing to a common mystic user is her greatest humiliation. As she shifted, the bear charm on her belt swayed. To think this Yun Mu actually withstood the Heaven's End 36 forms. Observing closely, she made an assessment. He possessed an incredibly rare defensive art, one unseen in the mortal realm. 3 days passed in the sprawling Yun Tian city. Yun Mu sighed, carrying a basket overflowing with fruit. Big cities are such a pain. Even a rundown hospital took half the day to find. Yun Mu walked on, completely drained. He rubbed his head. Dad comes to the big city and ends up in a place like this? He muttered, his doubts growing. This address is so remote. Can the medical care even be decent here? Suddenly, he heard a desperate plea from nearby. Please, don't do this. Peeking into an alley, he saw a girl cornered by thugs. Hey, one sneered. We just want to talk for a bit. It'd be even better if you'd share a few drinks with us. Liu Ruyan's voice was small, trembling with fear. I'm sorry, I'm in a huge hurry. But the thug just smirked. I know you're desperate for cash right now, and I won't make you work for free. I can give you plenty of money. Suddenly, a fruit basket slammed right into the thug's head. As he collapsed before the girl's stunned eyes, his lackeys cried out, Boss. Just then, Yun Mu calmly stepped forward. He warned them, if you want to cause trouble, pick another spot. Startled, the white-haired punk yelled, Who are you? Ignoring him, Yun Mu bent down to inspect the mess. It's all ruined. This was for my father, and it's all your fault. Ruyan stared in disbelief. It was him. But he just stated coldly, So, for this. He pointed at the thug and yelled, You're going to pay me back, she stammered. Yun Mu, why are you? Before she could finish, he cut her off sharply. Just stay right there. You're a grown woman, but you still attract trouble. Hearing this, Ruyan fell silent, watching as their leader was taken down. Enraged, a goon drew his weapon. Do you have any idea who I am? Unimpressed, Yun Mu kicked the weapon right out of his hand. You talk too much. The thug stared, stunned, as his weapon vanished. A flicker of fear crossed his face. Without a moment's hesitation, a foot connected squarely with his jaw. Soon, the alley was filled with pathetic screams. Their curses and threats quickly turned to pleas for mercy. Stop, don't hit us anymore. They lay on the ground, bruised and swollen. Yun Mu sat on one of them, inspecting his wallet. You call yourself a boss carrying this little cash? Pathetic. I'm just taking what you owe for the fruit. The thug looked up wearily. You've beaten us, and we've paid you back. Can you let us go now? Playing the hero once is enough. You can't protect her forever, can you? Ruyan stood silently behind him. Yun Mu's face hardened at the thug's words. What nonsense are you spouting? This girl. He glared down at the thug, his voice laced with steel. Is my sister. The man then held up President Liu Xiaoguang's business card. Yun Mu sighed in exasperation. Every time we meet, it's trouble. Are you some kind of thug magnet? Hearing that, Ruyan's voice was small and hurt. I'm sorry. He glanced at the card, then said nonchalantly, Just forget it. Besides, if I hadn't found you, I never would have found this hospital. He recalled the thug's terrified face, cautiously offering the card. So you're a mystic, sir. No wonder you're so powerful. Here's my card. If you ever need anything, just give me a call. I'll be there in a flash, I guarantee it. At this, a grim expression crossed Yun Mu's face as he tossed the card into a nearby trash can. Remembering what the gangster said, he asked his sister suspiciously, That guy mentioned you needed money urgently? What for? You've always had a part-time job in Yuntian City. Why isn't that enough? Are Dad's hospital bills really that high? She looked away, unable to answer. This was Liu Ruyan, Yun Mu's older sister. After a moment, she finally spoke. Dad's injuries were worse than we thought. The money I've saved these past few years is almost gone. But don't you worry, she added quickly. I'm working hard to save up. I won't let them kick Dad out of the hospital. Hearing this, he was speechless. Regaining his composure, he rubbed her head, his tone softening. Why the guilty look? I'm not blaming you. He started walking ahead. You've been through a lot during this time. You've worked hard. His words left Ruyan stunned. Before long, they arrived in front of a massive building. He looked it over. Is this the place? Then he told her, Go on up to the room first. I'm going to pay the hospital fees. She simply nodded. Someone asked if he knew his father's room number. I know it, he replied, arriving just moments later. Ruyan opened the door to the room. I'm back. Their mother smiled gently. You're back, Ruyan. You must be tired. The man on the hospital bed spoke up. Thank you, little Yan. You're so busy, yet you still run here for this old man. She looked up at him. Dad, Don't say things like that. Then, she remembered the problem of the hospital bills. Oh, right. You don't have to worry about the money anymore. It has all been taken care of. Hearing this, color returned to his weary face. See? I told you to ask my friends. I knew they would help. But before he could finish, Yunmu strode in with a grin. I don't recall having any friends as old as you, Dad. At the familiar voice, his parents turned in surprise. Little Moo, his mother said. He walked over, asking, feeling any better? His father grumbled. I'd feel a lot better if you weren't always here to annoy me, you brat. But seeing his father's state, Yunmu's eyes widened in shock. Zhongmin just lay there calmly. Why the long face? I'm lying here just fine, aren't I? He paused, touching the blanket. It's just, my legs are gone. He then added, why do you look like your world is ending? I survived a massive accident. Losing just my legs is considered lucky. But Yunmu's expression darkened as he stared at the bed. Suddenly, his father sat up, breaking the heavy silence. That's right. You paid the bill. Where did you get that kind of money? Seeing his father try to move, he rushed over. Dad, don't strain yourself. Trung Dan settled back down as his son continued. I already told you, didn't I? I've awakened. I'm a mystic now, and I'm earning a salary. His father looked at him, confused. A mystic? He suddenly burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. You? Awakened? He chuckled. Don't I know your limits? Forget awakening. You barely have enough power for perception. And you call yourself a mystic? You must be delusional. Hearing that, Van Muck's face darkened. Fuming, he turned to leave. I'm heading back. He just let the old man be. But as he neared the door, Trung Dan spoke up. How can you be a mystic with such a hot head? Those words stopped him in his tracks. His father then turned to Nu Yen. Xiao Yen. Bring me that box over there. She immediately brought over a large case. Her father touched it, a nostalgic look in his eyes. This is for you. Van Mook lifted the high-tech case, his eyes widening in surprise. Wasn't this his father's favorite warrior armament? His dad replied. This suit enhances an armament user's power. He looked at his father skeptically. This is priceless. Are you really giving it to me? His father stated frankly, I can't use it anymore. It would just collect dust. He then added, but it's not something just anyone can wear. The internal bioregulators exceed a normal person's limits. At these words, a determined glint appeared in Van Muck's eyes. Trung Dan looked him straight in the eye, warning him sternly. But for the perceptive and the awakened, it is a great boon. In other words, you don't choose the armor. The armor chooses if you are worthy. After hearing his father's words, Van Mook calmly replied, I'm not trying to take what's yours. I'm just borrowing it. Don't worry, Dad. You'll wear this again. I swear I'll find a way to get you back on your feet. Then, he placed his hand on the case and issued the command. Warrior armament, activate. The case whirred to life, unfolding to reveal complex machinery. Van Muck reached out his hand decisively. Come to your new master. The armor began to separate, bonding to his body piece by piece. Everyone in the room watched, breathless. Nu Yen was stunned. Father, is this? Her father answered in awe. I see it. Noticing the faint energy around his son's leg, Trung Dan realized, it seems that kid really has awakened. The armor now fully encased his body, crackling with an intimidating aura. Later, back at his house, Van Mook finished packing. Drenched in sweat, he sat panting on his bed. He leaned back on his hands, letting out a heavy sigh. Finally, all packed. He fell back onto the bed, letting the sunlight wash over him. Tomorrow, he was heading to Phong Van Citadel. He wouldn't be back for a while, and a part of him felt reluctant to leave. His gaze fell on the case beside him. Time passed quickly. The next day, at the Cat Phong City Mystic Guild, in the heart of the magnificent city, people bustled about. Someone suddenly exclaimed, Isn't that the second young master of the Wang family? Heirs of powerful clans arrived, flanked by servants carrying cases. Someone else chimed in. With your blessing, the young master will surely awaken. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the chatter. Get out of the way. Recognizing the speaker, a person whispered, Isn't that Cat Phong City's #1 rookie? The newcomer, a blonde-haired young man with a look of disdain, was LaFoe. The crowd began to murmur about the young master. I heard his father broke through to the highest mystic realm. He's a super mystic. Suddenly, another man's voice boomed. This place is a dump. Is this Thien Van Citadel even legitimate? Son, maybe we should just go home. Startled, the young man turned. A blue-haired boy strode forward confidently. It's fine, Dad. It's just a little rustic. He radiated confidence, smiling as he spoke. Let's just call it experiencing the commoner's life. Besides, I brought the money you gave me. It'll be fine. This was Trong Dai Hung, son of the richest man in Cat Phong City. A sudden noise made him turn his head sharply. The day has finally come. A girl with soft blue hair clutched her bag tightly. This was Liu Nok Tiep, the guild president's granddaughter. She walked forward with a joyful smile. Once I'm at Tianvan Citadel, I'll get to see grandfather. The two boys watched them, impressed. Katfong City is full of talent this year. The top 8 from the Academy's Mystic Power exam are all here. Just then, someone else strode over, scoffing. You guys are so short-sighted. This year, our 16th high produced an actual awakened one. Truong Kai announced with a triumphant grin. Now, let's welcome our awakened one, Li Van Mook. Just then, our main character was carried in on a shabby palanquin, his face dark. He even had a red ribbon pinned to his chest. All that was missing were gongs and firecrackers. Seeing this spectacle, the crowd began to whisper, "What's with this guy? Is this some kind of show?" "No idea," someone else replied. Seeing this, Zhang Dahong pointed, roaring with laughter. "Dad, look, is that guy some kind of idiot?" Luo Pu stood by helplessly. Hearing the crowd's gossip and his loud laughter, Yunmu wished the ground would swallow him whole. This was the most humiliating moment of his entire life. The air around him felt suffocatingly strange. He wondered, what was with this bizarre atmosphere? From behind, he was led away by 2 people. Nuo Jie smiled, her eyes filled with determination. "So, Li Yunmu also awakened this year." A purple-haired girl raised her hand, her voice booming. "Gather up, it's almost time. All newcomers, over here." He and the others listened intently to her words. "We'll split you into teams of 2 for transport to Tianyun Fortress. Step forward when your name is called." Then, they channeled their profound energy, activating the transport gate. A blue light erupted from the ground. The brilliant light forced Yunmu to squint. Just then, she began calling out the teams. "First group, Luo Pu, step forward." He complied with a cold expression. She continued, "You and Zhang Dahong are a team. You may now enter the transport gate." Her words sent a jolt of excitement through him. "I'm the second one," he kept asking excitedly. "You're Luo Pu, right? Have you ever teleported before? Will anything go wrong?" Luo Pu, finding him too noisy, simply stepped into the portal and vanished. Then she spoke again. "Next group, Li Yunmu," and, hearing his name, he looked over in surprise. She read on, "Lu Nuoje." Instantly, a soft hand gripped his wrist. Before the stunned Yunmu could react, she pulled him away. She smiled, introducing herself. "I'm Nuo Jie. It's a pleasure to meet you." Seeing her like this, he blushed and replied shyly, "It's a pleasure to meet you too." Inside, his mind was screaming, "This girl's voice is so beautiful." After arriving on Tianyun Island, he gasped at the sight. So this is Tianyun Island? It was truly on another level from the cities on the surface. Lu Nuoji looked at him, utterly bewildered. She asked, "Are you going to wear that flower the whole time?" "I heard from my grandfather that Tianyun Island is constantly moving through the sky." He was completely shocked by her words. "So, it's still moving now?" Someone approached to explain. "Yes, constant movement is the best way to avoid spatial beasts. After all, in this world, we are the unwelcome ones." The man introduced himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Tang An. I represent the citizens of Gufeng City. Please come with me. I will personally guide you there. Barring any incidents, Gufeng City will be your home for the next few years." "All right, our bus has arrived. Everyone, please follow me and board." He then began to explain. "As you know, there are 7 floating islands in the continent's center. Tianyun Island is one of them. And we, the Awakened, use these islands as our base of operations." He elaborated, "The 7 islands each manage their own territories. For instance, our Tianyun Island has 136 subordinate cities. Each year, all newly awakened individuals are sent to their respective high-level cities. In turn, these cities are responsible for providing you with systematic theoretical knowledge and practical training. We will forge you into capable and reliable individuals." At the same time, he added a warning, "But, even if you made it in, don't celebrate too soon. In 6 months, we hold our annual event, the Continental Center's Power Ranking Tournament. Based on the results, the center adjusts the resources allocated to each city under its jurisdiction, so I expect your full dedication. Our city's resources are in your hands. Good luck." Seeing the bus arrive, he said, "All right, we're here. Flux users from Guskfeng City live here. If you have questions, you can find me anytime." Suddenly, Li Yunmu called out to him, Senior, I have a question." He voiced his confusion. "I defeated a girl in the dimensional battlefield before. Her flux energy felt different. It pulsed from within her. A searing heat linked to her heart." The man's voice cracked with disbelief. "You mean you defeated a user of dark flux energy?" Luo Pu was stunned when he heard this. He defeated a dark flux user? Someone stepped forward to challenge him. Hey, let me tell you. There's a limit to your boasting. You think you can beat someone like that? Just stop. Besides, you're a newcomer. Why would the dimensional battlefield match you with a dark flux user? Even Luo Pu doesn't brag about beating a dark flux user like you. He just scratched his head, confused. Is this dark flux really that powerful? Tang and explained. Dark flux isn't just powerful. This energy is fundamentally different from what we awaken. It has a huge difference in quality. Liu Nuoji stepped forward to explain. Dark flux has immense destructive force. The energy you felt, was it a type of dark flux containing the power of fire? However, only 1 in thousands can awaken dark flux naturally. The fact you defeated such a person means you are incredibly skilled. He was surprised to hear her praise. He asked, You believe what I said? You don't think I'm bragging? She answered coolly, I believe you. How can anyone judge another's power without seeing their true strength? Just because one is unknown doesn't mean they are weak. She then called to him, Let's go. Our house is just ahead. He watched her back, his face turning red. Tang An announced, This is where all you new students will be living. Someone exclaimed, This place is so luxurious. It's like a resort. Tang An continued, You can choose any room you like and settle in. Someone said, Luo Pu, you're the top student. You should choose first. Others chimed in, That's right, brother Luo Pu. Based on family or strength, you should pick first. Li Yunmu asked, Huh? You guys haven't picked a room yet? I've already chosen. His words left the others completely stunned. He thought to himself, My choice is a bit different, but it's perfect for practicing with my shadow. Ho Yu approached him. Hey, I'm talking to you. Aren't you getting a little ahead of yourself? How dare you choose a room before brother Luo Pu? Do you even understand the rules here? Suddenly, Zhang Dehong's voice startled the guy. All right, I've made my choice. I want the one in the front. He yelled at them both. Do you two have no sense at all? Someone else reported. Newcomers, Luo Pu has already chosen a good room. Li Yunmu then opened his door, looking inside with awe. This room is huge and luxurious. Way better than my house. He was thrilled. Now I can finally train in peace. The shadow system appeared. He was surprised by what he saw. A system notification read, System updating due to world server change. Please wait patiently. He yelled in a panic. What? The system needs an update now? The scene shifts to an academy campus. A sleepy Yunmu dreamily pushed open the classroom door. Good morning, everyone. He was surprised to see only Nuoji there. She waved cheerfully. Good morning. He walked in, confused. Why are you the only one? Where is everyone else? Are they all skipping on the first day? She gently explained. The first lessons are theory, covering flux methods, systems, and monsters. New students can sense flux from a young age, so everyone finished their theory studies before coming to Heavenly Cloud Fort. The theory class here is for those who awakened their powers suddenly. Yunmu put his hands in his pockets. Looks like we're the only two idiots. Good thing you're here. It would have been embarrassing if it was just me. A teacher suddenly walked up to the podium. It's rare to have students in class this year. I'm your teacher. Please return to your seats. He casually dropped a stack of papers on the desk, then noticed her. Nuoji, what are you doing here? The speaker was the Guzfeng University teacher, Li Bowen. She ran up cheerfully. Of course I'm here to see you, teacher. It's been a long time. The teacher calmly asked, How has he been lately? Witnessing this, Yunmu was baffled. His eyes widened in disbelief at their conversation. Luo Tie replied happily, My grandfather is very well. By the way, a new student needs to advance this year, so teach him well. He's a promising talent, you know. She then walked out, waving back at him. I'm off. Study hard. His mood immediately plummeted. He pouted, thinking, So I'm the only idiot in this class. Left alone, a dejected Yunmu slumped onto his desk. Li Bowen observed him carefully, thinking, The first student in my class in 3 years. His foundation isn't ordinary at all. He glanced at his watch and muttered, This year, there are no natural awakeners, only those who rely on blood and absorbing dimension crystals. And he's close with my granddaughter. This kid. There's something special about him. Noticing his gloom, Li Bowen offered, Want a change of scenery? Hearing this, Yunmu looked up, dazed. Later on the rooftop, the teacher sat on the ground. You really know nothing? Not even the mystic power system? Sitting on the roof, he coldly replied, It's none of your business. Li Bowen ignored him and continued. The mystic user ranks, from lowest to highest, start with common crystal, then black, silver, gold, and rainbow crystal. Beyond that, you surpass the mystic user level and become a super mystic user. Those words startled him. Realizing the real lesson was beginning, Yunmu leaped down. Teacher, tell me how to raise my rank. The teacher continued to explain. First, you must activate your mystic acupoints. There are 12 that can be opened. They're scattered across the body. The ones in your chest and abdomen enhance defense. The points on your soles and calves boost agility. Li Bowen looked at him, adding, those in your palms and arms are for strengthening attacks, and the mystic acupoints on the skull sharpen your mind, nerve responses, the 5 senses, and more. Activating these 12 acupoints lets you reach the black crystal rank. Bathed in sunlight, Yunmu asked seriously, how do I activate them? Hearing this, the teacher pushed himself up from the wall. Activating the points isn't difficult. You just need to kill enough dimension beasts using mystic power. Then, he continued, absorb their mystic crystals. His words left Yunmu stunned. Kill dimension beasts? 3 days later, all the students gathered in the schoolyard. Standing uncomfortably in the crowd, he complained, why call everyone here so early? What is he even planning? Suddenly, a taunting voice cut in. Isn't this the little brother who's stuck studying theory? That got his attention. Ho Yu continued to jeer. To think someone still needs the basic theory class. Just how pathetic are you? He didn't let up. We've been watching the seniors train and learned a ton. Yunmu scowled in disgust. Why does this guy always have to pick a fight with me? Just then, the teacher arrived, smacking Hu Yu on the head with a paper roll. No trouble in my class. Get in line. He then introduced himself confidently. Eyes here. I may be devastatingly handsome, but I am your teacher. Li Bowen calmly crossed his arms. Today is the practical class you've all been desperately waiting for. His words made Yunmu wary. A practical class? The other students listened, completely bewildered. You will form teams of 2 and be sent to different locations to complete the practical lesson. Today's objective is to hunt down 10 dimension beasts. As he spoke, a profound look filled Li Bowen's eyes. Hearing that, he clenched his fist with a grin. This is exactly what I need. The teacher didn't notice and kept talking. If you face a life-threatening danger, I will intervene. Otherwise, trust in your own strength and your teammate. Now, begin forming your teams. At that moment, someone approached her. Student Luo Ta. Luo Pu, with a cold expression, extended his hand. I would like to invite you to form a team with me. At his words, her eyes widened at his outstretched hand. An urge to refuse rose up inside her. What do I do? I don't want to team up with him. Trapped, Luo Ti could only stammer a reply. Luo Pu, you're very strong, but... Before she could finish, Yunmu reached out his hand. Hey, with a sincere look, he made his offer. Luo Ta, will you team up with me? She agreed, and their team was formed. The class was teleported to ruin number 7. They arrived in a desolate wasteland, and she immediately scanned the area. Ruin number 7. This was once a human base established in the 5th dimension, but they underestimated the ferocity of the dimensional beasts. He then finally asked, why didn't you want to team up with Luo Pu? He's incredibly strong. Teaming with him would have made this lesson easy, Luo Ta answered. She said nonchalantly, La Fo is cold and arrogant. Not my type. Thanks for helping me out. Her words didn't faze him. Yunmu replied coldly. There was just no one else available for the team. As they walked outside, he explained his situation. None of the other students will talk to me. You're the only one. Nearby, a horde of monsters began to stir. Hearing the noise, Yunmu and Nuo Jae instantly sensed the threat and turned. He shouted, defense mode, now! They're here! Instantly, grotesque monsters swarmed out from the wreckage. Seeing them, he announced, low-level space beasts. Careful, they hunt in packs and have a leader. Yunmu muttered thoughtfully, I wonder where it's hiding. He had no idea it was already right behind him. Sensing danger, she spun around. She saw it and froze. Nuoji had no time to scream a warning. It struck him with a single, powerful blow, slamming him into a wall. She screamed his name in horror. Yunmu! It all happened in an instant. She stammered in shock. Such immense power. Could that be the leader of the pack? It gave her no time to think, swinging its massive iron arm right at her. But Nuoji was faster, leaping high to evade the attack. A mindless brute like you has practically zero defense. Then, she entered her combat stance, charging straight at it. You are no match for me. But it moved with blinding speed, shattering her confidence. Nuojie was stunned, thinking, what? A horrifying thought struck her. Could this be a mid-level space beast? Then, it viciously hurled a large crate at her. Then it opened its massive maw and roared. She panicked as the red glow in her eyes faded, bracing for impact. But Nuoji felt no pain, only hearing the sound of ripping cloth. Yunmu stood before her, blocking the beast's attack. He said, you're still one of the top students in our class. He summoned his mystic power, his eyes blazing crimson. He calmly asked her, "Are you this scared over a single mid-level space beast?" Seeing it wouldn't let go, he glared and sneered. "How long do you plan on holding on?" Yunmu then ripped his arm free and planted a hand on its head. He launched himself into the air. This uniform was expensive. Then, raising his foot, he said sternly, "You're going to pay for it." He drove his foot into its head, sending it crashing to the ground and shattering the concrete. Yunmu landed softly, brushing the dust off. He remarked casually, "Mid-level space beasts aren't so tough." The moment he landed, Nuo-jae just stared at him intently. Her stare made him jump. Suddenly, Yunmu remembered his bitten hand and theatrically cried out, "Ah, my hand, the pain," but he was only acting. It didn't hurt at all. Seeing his terrible performance, she said flatly, "You can stop pretending to be in pain." Then, Nuo-jae pointed at him seriously, "I know about you. You possess an incredibly powerful defensive art." Her words shook him, and his guard went up instantly. He asked, stunned, "How could you possibly know that?" She nonchalantly explained, "The girl you defeated in the match. She's a friend of mine. Everyone who saw that fight thought you won because Xiao Yu was weak." Recalling the match, Nuo-jae added, "But I knew better. Xiao Yu's 36 strikes are devastating. The fact that you withstood her storm of attacks proves you're anything but simple." She continued, "I get why you hide your strength. After all, this world isn't kind to those with hidden potential. The thing is, even he didn't realize his own strength." Yunmu could only rub his head, thinking to himself, "I didn't want anyone to know about my defensive art. A normal kid with a technique like this would draw unwanted attention." Since she already knew everything, he made a decision. "I was just planning on being normal friends with you, but there's no need to pretend. I'll lay my cards on the table." Yunmu then turned to the monsters. "In that case," he then shouted out, "Hey, you space beasts over there!" At his voice, every single one of them flinched. His eyes gleamed with killing intent. With a villainous smirk, he said excitedly, "Let's cut loose and have a little fun." Hearing this, the red beast broke into a cold sweat. They charged, scrambling in terror and screaming for their lives. "I want to go home." Sunlight streamed down onto the wreckage below. Yunmu swiftly delivered a powerful kick to the red beast, sending it flying for meters, skidding across the pavement. With the fight over, the red glow in his eyes faded. He let out a sigh. That was the last of them. Looking at the wreckage, he asked a question. "Nuo-ji, is there any way for a normal awakened to obtain dark mystic power like yours?" She replied calmly, "You want dark mystic power? That's a high-level secret." Then she smiled at him. "But then, I know your secret, so I'll trade you for it." Nuo-ji turned back, smiling brightly. "Besides, this information will be useful to you. To obtain the power of dark mystic energy, besides inheriting it, there is one other way. You must kill a king-level space beast." The image of a grotesque monster appeared, its body covered in long, writhing tentacles. She added, "Absorbing its crystal offers a chance to awaken dark profound power, because king-class spatial beasts are incredibly strong, not to mention the countless beasts under its command. They are always ready to obey." Nuo-jie said, not noticing the color drain from his face. The higher-ups feared that inept practitioners would just get themselves killed, so this secret was sealed away to prevent losses. She put her hands on her hips, warning him sternly, "You will die. You can't take that risk, so be good, okay?" Faced with her attitude, Yunmu had to agree. "Yes, I understand." Meanwhile, outside, Lee Bowen sighed in boredom. "What's taking so long? Is everything all right in there?" Suddenly, a sound echoed from the transport gate. His curiosity piqued. He turned to look. Which team is back first? Two figures emerged, still deep in conversation. Nuo-ji was giving a stern lecture. "Remember what I said. You are not to go." Facing her determined gaze, Yunmu replied helplessly, "I get it. Why do you sound just like my mother? I already said I wouldn't go." Suddenly, the instructor's teasing voice cut in. "I didn't expect you two to be the first team to finish." Hearing this, Yunmu froze, his eyes widening as he stared forward. Lee Bowen smirked, asking casually, "Did you have fun in the seventh ruin?" But his answer was Yunmu's boot on his face, leaving him stunned. Yunmu furiously pressed his foot down, demanding, "Weren't there supposed to be only low-level spatial beasts in there? Then explain the mid-level space monster inside." Nuo-jae was nearly killed. Lee Bowen was completely stunned. He quickly denied it. "A mid-tier space beast? I know nothing." Unsatisfied with that answer, he stormed off. "What are this school's instructors even doing?" he grumbled. Seeing his state, the teacher offered a wild suggestion. It seems a mid-tier space beast wasn't nearly enough for him. Just then, two figures emerged from the portal, a fawning voice calling out, "It's an honor to be on your team, Luo Pu." I took down 10 low-tier space beasts in a flash. It was none other than Luo Pu and Ho Yu, he added smugly. At this rate, we're sure to be first. But before he could finish, Nuo Jie and Yun Mu appeared right before him. Yun Mu called out with a playful smirk, "Well, hello there." He then shot a provoking look at Ho Yu. "How did you manage to hold back the great Luo Pu? You made him come out late." Without a second glance, he waved casually and turned to leave. He tossed a final warning over his shoulder. "Lord Luo Pu, you should choose your followers more carefully. Don't just pick up any piece of trash." The insult infuriated Hu Yu. Who does that bastard think he is? But Luo Pu held him back. Just then, Luo Pu slowly approached. "Pardon me." But seeing him step forward, Yun Mu shot back. "Pardon you for cutting in?" Knowing exactly what he intended, Yun Mu just whistled and walked off. Luo Pu approached her, voicing his suspicion. "Nuo Jie, tell me, how did you clear the stage so quickly? Could Yun Mu's power actually be?" Just then, Da Xiong stepped through the gate, overhearing everything. Nuo Jie looked flustered, thinking, "Why is he asking?" Nuo Jie glanced at Yun Mu's nonchalant posture, and a thought crossed her mind. Knowing Luo Pu's personality, he'd never believe it was all Yun Mu's doing. So, she forced an excuse. "The beast's attributes were just a perfect match for my abilities." But his eyes narrowed. He wasn't buying it. Was it really just an elemental advantage? Nearby, Da Xiong's partner looked on in awe. "Yun Mu is so lucky, teaming up with the powerful Nuo Jie. He got top marks without lifting a finger." Da Xiong scoffed at the remark. "Lucky?" He glanced at Yun Mu's relaxed form. "I don't believe in luck," he added with a knowing smile. "That's just a convenient lie for the masses." Time flew by, and 6 months passed. In a desolate ruin, a wounded beast let out one final, desperate cry. Surveying the field of monster corpses, Yun Mu sighed, completely bored. "This is getting stale. There's no point in fighting beasts in ruin number 7 anymore." He strolled away, hands in his pockets. The training days are almost over. The next tournament should be interesting. A flicker of excitement lit up his eyes. The Zhangzhou Continent City Ranking Tournament. Back on campus, Yun Mu sighed. 6 months flew by. Still, he thought, this growth is nothing compared to using the shadow system. He thought of the system, which had been updating for half a year, and his eye began to twitch. The sheer absurdity of it made him grind his teeth. "This trash system is completely useless," Yun Mu groaned, still half asleep. "Why does this school always call assemblies so early? I was up all night, training, and I'm exhausted." Seeing the students assembled, he stepped forward. "Is everyone here?" He calmly began his announcement. "There is a reason I've summoned you. I've gathered you all today because in 1 week, the city ranking battle will finally begin." His words captured everyone's attention. He continued. "Next week, Tianyun Hall will descend upon the Jiam River area." The students stared, completely captivated. Tong An explained. "Newcomers from each city will form teams of 5 to 7 to hunt space beasts. Your total points will determine your city's score, which will then be ranked against all the others." With a calm flick of his wrist, dozens of camera orbs materialized. "These space eyes will follow you 24/7. Your every move will be broadcast live, so cheating is impossible." One of the space eyes zipped right up to Yun Mu's face, startling him. Tong An added a final reminder. "Don't forget to pick up the survival armor prepared for you by the Illusionist Guild. You are free to form your own teams. Now, I wish you all the best of luck." Carrying a large case, he made up his mind. "I'll use the battle armor Dad left me, and find Nuo Jie to team up." But he was in for a disappointment. She pressed her hands together apologetically. "I'm so sorry. I've already joined another team." Yun Mu was stunned. "Already?" She could only explain. "The guild arranged it. I have to team up with Luo Pu and Ho Yu. They believe splitting up the city's top awakeners would be bad for our overall ranking." Hearing this, he gently patted her head. "Then just follow the guild's orders. It's fine." And with that, Yun Mu turned and walked away. But she asked, her voice laced with worry, "What about you?" He waved it off. "I have my ways. Don't worry about me." His eyes turned grim as he thought. Even so, no one wants to team up with me. Suddenly, Da Xiong called out to him. "Hello, brother," looking down on his luck. He turned, observing him with a half-lidded pensive stare. Grabbing his shoulder with a cheerful smile, he asked, "Do you want to join my team?" Yun Mu was confused, instantly suspicious of Zhang Daxiang. "We've never spoken, so why the sudden offer?" He just sighed. "Fine. I don't care who I team up with," Da Xiang said excitedly. "Great, I'll take you to meet the other members of our group." When they arrived, Ling An, the city's second richest son, was surprised. "Li Yun Mu is willing to join us?" Lu Gang, the third richest son, simply stared at him blankly. Looking at them, he scowled, thinking, is this a support group for dumb landlord's sons? Da Xiong happily set off a party popper to welcome him. With an eager look still on his face, he announced, all right, I hereby declare the Da Xiong team officially formed. We'll register with the teacher after a head count. Seeing only 4 people, Ling An said doubtfully, there are only 4 of us. We need at least 5 to form a team. It finally dawned on him. Huh? A terrible feeling washed over Yun Mu. Is it too late to quit now? Everyone in this group is a complete idiot. The next day, after selling the survival armor, the man gave him a small pouch. Sir, here is your 7,500 space coins. Staring at the money pouch, Yun Mu was stunned. This armor only sold for 7,500. This amount buys practically nothing. He couldn't even afford a better tent, let alone the 3 essential pieces of equipment he needed. Witnessing the rich kids throwing money around, he felt a wave of helplessness. He truly envied these fools. Just then, Lu Gang pointed at the display case. I don't need this cheap stuff. Give me one of everything else. At the same time, Da Xiong walked over. Aren't you buying anything? Seeing a massive cart piled high with goods behind him, Yun Mu retorted, you think everyone is like you? Hearing that, Da Xiong's face fell into a pitiful expression. You don't have any money? What about necessities like a vehicle and a tent? Yun Mu answered flatly. No vehicle, I can run. I'll just sleep on the ground. That answer made Da Xiong burst into tears, grabbing his hand. I never knew you were so pitiful. Da Xiong will never allow this to happen. Seeing this, Yun Mu was shocked. What the hell are you crying for? Then he grabbed Yun Mu's hand and started dragging him. Come with me! Yun Mu struggled, shouting, what are you doing? Let me go! But Da Xiong just pulled out a card and slammed it on the table, declaring loudly, Boss, pack up all the gear here. Your big spender has arrived. The shopkeeper quickly replied, Sir, your total this time is 143,000 space coins. Da Xiong said casually, charge it. Yun Mu could only stare at him, dumbfounded. Next, Da Xiong bought him a vehicle. I want that car. And put it under this gentleman's name. By the way, get me your best tank. I need to pick it up next week. Yun Mu stood beside the car, his arms full of bags. It's amazing what money can do, the owner beamed. Thank you for the 12.7 million space coins for that last transaction. Then, Da Xiong pointed at a high-tech tent. I want the most expensive one you have. The owner was stunned, then quickly agreed. Thank you, sir. That's a total of 6 million space coins. Da Xiong said generously, charge it. The scent of money filled the air. Van Mook, sweating, was stunned. Was he being sponsored? Still, he had to admit, having money felt incredible. Later, outside the massive Mystics Guild, Hu Yu smirked. Luo Pu, think Van Mook will even make the qualifiers? Luo Pu's cold reply. I don't know. Walking behind him, Ho Yu sneered. Ni Ta is with us now. He's got no one left to partner with. Luo Pu seemed confused by this. Why are you so obsessed with him? Ho Yu was blunt. I hate that a low-born nobody like him can act so proud. It's disgusting. Just then, a sports car came screeching toward them. He panicked, barely dodging out of the way. Furious, Ho Yu yelled, Are you crazy? Watch where you're going. From inside the car, Van Mook calmly spoke. Luo Pu. Hu Yu. It's been a while. Hu Yu stared in shock. What are you doing here? He stepped out coolly. Here for some missions, of course. The ranking battles are about to start. Figured I'd knock out a few quests while I'm at it. Ho Yu laughed mockingly. And you found a team how? Before he could finish his taunt, a voice rang out. Little Mook, over here. Both Luo Pu and Ho Yu whipped their heads around. Their jaws dropped at the sight of several supercars. Da Xiong was perched on the hood, radiating wealth. How's the car? If you don't like it, we'll get another. Seeing this team of bottom-ranked players, Hu Yu was baffled. You call this a team? How can rich kids like you even fight? Throw money at the monsters? You're still short one person. Van Mook noticed too, turning to Da Xiong. Before he could finish, Da Xiong answered calmly. I've already handled our 5th member. He checked his watch. She should be here any second. Right on cue, the roar of a motorcycle echoed nearby. Van Mook turned, intrigued. Suddenly, a girl on a bike pulled a spectacular drift, leaving a trail of smoke and burning rubber. As the girl dismounted, Hu Yu scoffed. This is your 5th member? Luo Pu recognized her, shocked. She's from Fenghua City, 2nd High. That cool-as-ice beauty is Ling Shui. Seeing her, Da Xiong waved happily. Sister Shui, long time. Van Mook was suddenly filled with questions. Sister Shui? But then, Ling An cut in. What are you doing here? Van Mook was completely baffled. He pointed from her to Ling An. There's no way you two share the same genes. Ling An snapped back. What's that supposed to mean? Luo Pu stepped in, trying to reason with her. Miss Ling Shui, you're from another city. Teaming up with us from City C will be seen as cheating. It could drag down Gufeng City's entire score, but she already had a solution. I've already transferred to Gufeng Academy. Ho Yu leaned in to ask Luo Pu. Is she really that strong? He explained. Ling Shui is a second-rank black grade. His voice grew serious. Years ago, a powerful mystic took her in as a disciple. Her combat skills are legendary among our generation. Meanwhile, Da Xiong was being modest. We don't expect you to do much, Sister Shui. We just needed you to form a 5-person team. She just smiled calmly. Da Xiong. Xiao Qiang. It's been a while. You've both grown. Suddenly, Ling An spoke up again. Why are you here? Go back to Fenghua City. She pinched his cheek, scolding him angrily. Mom and Dad heard you're ranked last. I'm here to whip you into shape. While she was lecturing her brother, Da Xiong cut in. Now that Sister Shui's here, let's go register the team. Just then, her attention fell on Van Mook. She observed him closely, thinking, there's something different about this boy. 1 week later, a convoy arrived at the location. An announcement boomed. Tianyun Fortress has landed. The gate is opening soon. We hope the students of Gufeng City achieve outstanding results this year. The gate opened, and the vehicles poured in. As they passed through, a final message was sent. Good luck, students. Meanwhile, in the city center, crowds watched everything unfold on a massive screen. Cheers erupted from the onlookers. It's starting. Go for it. Vantian's hopes are riding on you. Even Zhongmin, watching from his hospital bed, rallied. Little Yan, help me up. Ru Yan rushed to his side. Father, be careful. He thought with grim determination. Kid, go forge your own destiny. Back in the battle, Hu Yu was at the wheel. He confidently told his teammate, with my driving, no one's faster than us. All the space monsters will be ours. After checking the map, Luo Pu pointed ahead. There's a safe zone by the river. Stop there. The team geared up in their armor, preparing for battle. In the back seat, Ni Tie worried silently. I hope Van Mook is all right. I wonder if he ever managed to find a team. What an unnerving sight. A vehicle was barreling towards them from behind. The approaching roar put LeFou on alert. Hearing that sound, he wondered, a space monster? Already? Through the window, they saw an off-road vehicle speeding over. Hu Yu watched in astonishment. He couldn't believe it was gaining on them. He'd modified this car. Nothing should be faster. No one in Tianyun Fortress was a better driver. Suddenly, the off-roader hit a small mound of dirt. The vehicle launched into the air, soaring over LeFou's car against the sun. Hu Yu leaned out the window, shocked. It's them again. Yunmu's team was in that car. With Ling Shui's masterful driving, the car spun beautifully before landing safely. Da Xiong cheered wildly, but Ling An and Lu Qiang were scared stiff. Soon, Yunmu's group reached a riverbank. Someone asked, have we decided yet? He looked at the map. Where are we going next? We're racing ahead without even a destination. Ling Shui casually replied, anywhere is fine. The space monsters here aren't a challenge for me. Ling An leaned forward, urging, let's find a safe place. LeFou will get plenty of points anyway. Our score is nothing compared to his. Just then, Da Xiong called down to Yunmu. With an expert like Sister Ling Shui and our snow god war chariot, we can move fast. How about, he said, pointing to a region on the map. First stop, let's pick this place. Hearing this, Lu Qiang lost his cool and yelled out, isn't that the territory of the dwarf witch monsters? He stared blankly. Dwarf witch monsters? Ling An frantically explained. They're the toughest space monsters in the Jian River area. He looked to Ling Shui. Are they that strong? She replied calmly. A single dwarf monster isn't strong. You could even say it's weak. She then turned and revealed, but dwarf witches are social creatures with some intelligence, and they despise humans. Imagining their ferocious appearance, she added, they always attack in swarms. If we get surrounded by them, we're done for. Hearing this, he nervously swallowed his spit. Da Xiong added from the roof, that's why no one goes there. If we go, all the points will be ours, and we'll have zero competition. This terrified the two cowards, and Lu Qiang looked up. Are you insane? We could actually die if we go there. Ling An added, are points worth more than our lives? Da Xiong's voice was calm. Don't worry, isn't your sister still here? At that moment, Yunmu asked her, what do you think? Ling Shui took out a lollipop and answered coolly, you guys decide. He hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Then I'm in favor too. Da Xiong declared, 3 against 2, it's settled. Let's move out. The other two members immediately protested. No, Let me out of this car. Sister, please let me out. But it was useless, silenced by a single line from Leng Shui. Be quiet. You'll die sooner if I leave you out here alone. After arriving, one of them spoke. The dwarf monster's territory is ahead. Let's get out and gear up for battle. Da Xiong, wearing the Silver Seat Destroyer Xuan Force Pulse robe, asked, Is everyone ready? Ling An, now in the Silver Seat Fatefall Cross Samsara/armor, hesitantly replied, We're ready. Lu Qiang wore the Silver Seat Hunter Deadly Blade armor and gave his friend a helpless look. You're terrified, buying armor with such high defense. Leng Shui stood behind them, casually holding her lollipop, equipped in the twin battle garment of the Battle Master. I'm ready too. Seeing everyone was set, Da Xiong turned and asked, Where's Xiao Mu? Yun Mu called out, I'm ready as well. He saw the warrior's battle armor on him, and his eyes widened in shock. How do you have that? He explained. That's a warrior's battle armor from the War God's temple. You can't buy that with money. Da Xiong rushed over to inspect it. Let me touch it. Wow, this texture. Yun Mu was baffled by his actions. He wondered to himself, Is this armor really that incredible? Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. Leng Shui noticed first and signaled everyone, Shh, something's coming. Find cover, now. The group quickly scattered. Hiding behind trees and bushes, she found a spot and spoke into her comms. Da Xiong, report the situation. He raised his weapon, aiming carefully as he reported, Target acquired. Through his scope, he saw two dwarf witches approaching. They seemed to be on patrol, Leng Shui reminded him. Check for any other space beasts nearby. After scanning, he replied, There are no other space beasts around. Receiving the report, she gave the order, Good. Da Xiong, Yun Mu, prepare for action. Hiding behind a tree, he said coldly, Roger. A dwarf witch suddenly stopped, spotting something. It was a lone lollipop on the ground, which it picked up. Seeing it fall for the trap, Dai Hung smirked. Congrats, you've won a headshot. He unleashed a shockwave, instantly blowing its head apart. Van Mook then dashed in, finishing the last one with a mad blade slash. With a cold gaze, he reported the successful kill to the Hunters Guild. Before massive screens, observers gasped. Black Emperor City had already broken into the top 4. How are White Snow City's seeded players so powerful this year? From rank 49 to the top 10. Van Muck's team was now on the screen. Someone noted, Ancient Wind City jumped from the top 130 to the top 70. Another added, Isn't that because of their new super rookie, LaFo? The commander scoffed. LaFo? Don't be ridiculous. Li Bak Van frowned, watching intently. How could he earn so many points alone? Inside the arena, Ling An fled for his life, screaming. A mob of dwarf wizards was hot on his trail. He sprinted frantically. Van Muck, you're up. Leaping from the trees, Van Muck appeared. Ling An yelled, I brought the dwarf monsters, the rest is on you. He brought his leg down hard, stomping a dwarf wizard flat into the ground. As Ling An bolted, Van Mook faced the horde. All of you, at once. I'm in a hurry. He took his stance, his blade instantly igniting with fire as he spoke. Let's see you block my fire sword. At first, they advanced slowly, then charged with terrifying speed. He moved like lightning, cutting them down one by one in a shower of blood. Van Mook's eyes narrowed coldly. Mad blade. He continued his assault, his sharp blade striking every part of their bodies. He sighed as it ended, but two had slipped through the net. Roaring, they charged him from behind. Van Mook turned, as two shockwaves instantly shot past, claiming their heads. It was Ling Shui and Dai Hung, covering him from the trees. Van Muck, just focus on what's ahead. We've got your back, she said sternly. Suddenly, one dwarf wizard staggered back to its feet. He flinched. On the comms, she warned, Don't let it escape. It will alert the tribe. He frowned. Lu Kuang stepped forward. Leave it to me. He spun his blade, unleashing his life-chasing slash, and hurling it at the fleeing dwarf. It hit its mark, and the dwarf let out a final, agonizing cry. Seeing this, he cheered. Bullseye. The rest of the team then emerged from hiding. Ling Shui praised them. Everyone did a great job. She casually opened some candy. We've earned a lot of points from these 4 waves. Hearing this, Dai Hung pointed at Ling An. All right, Unzi. Go lure the next wave of dwarfs. We're going again. This made Ling An explode, yelling, The 5th time is bait? I quit! Dai Hung walked over, patting his shoulder with a friendly smile. Then we'll have little Mook be the bait, and you can be the main attacker. Ling An froze. Huh? Then, he simply turned and left. He fell for the trick. Wait, he cried. I'll be the bait, not the front lines. Later, Dai Hung found Ling Shui sitting under a tree. Sister Shui, what are you thinking about? She answered calmly. You said Van Muk awakened less than a year ago? He froze before sitting, glancing at Van Muk and Lu Kuang. Yes, he replied. He only awakened a few days before the exam. Ling Shui was shocked. To have this power after half a year? That's not normal. Dai Hung understood, replying, Of course I know. A calculating glint appeared in his eyes. That's exactly why I invited him to join the team. Just then, having lured the dwarfs, Ling An came running and screaming. Dai Hung looked over, only to see a massive horde. Including their chief, he sprinted past them, terrified. We have to run! Lu Kuang and Van Mook froze, their faces darkening. He gritted his teeth, stuttering. This is. A panicked cry went out. It's the dwarf chief's unit! All members, retreat! Night had fallen, and a small campfire flickered. Li Van Mook's entire group sat on the ground, utterly exhausted. Zhang Daihung then opened the quest window, smiling. Today was a truly great haul. He glanced at the board and read the stats. Little Muck killed 230 spatial beasts, making up 43% of the team's contribution. Lu Kuang's jaw dropped in awe. Van Mook and Ling Xue listened intently. Sister Xue killed 92, making up 35%. Killing that many just from support. That's our sister Xue, Van Mook said, looking up at her. Ling Xue covered me with admirable skill. Without her, she could have easily left me behind, and I couldn't have fought so freely. In contrast, Ling Xue remained expressionless at the praise, her suspicion of him only growing. He was just trying to give her the credit, she thought. His actions proved it. He was deliberately hiding his true strength. Nearby, Da Xiong noticed the silent, dejected figure and asked, What's wrong, Nzi? Why do you look so down? Ling An's voice cracked with disappointment. After fighting all day, I only managed to get 5 points. Seeing him about to cry, Da Xiong tried to cheer him up. Hey, don't worry. I only got a few points myself. Ling Shui stepped forward with a serious expression. Stop crying. You can have my points. Yun Mu's eyes widened, as if this was a revelation. Wait, you can give points to other people? He immediately jumped in. Then I'll give my 15 points to Xiao Qiang. Lu Qiang, suddenly gifted, could only ask, Huh? Are you sure? You worked so hard to earn those points. Li Yunmu just grinned it off. It's nothing. We're a team. So we rise and fall together. In the moonlit forest, Lu Qiang shouted with pure joy. Li Yunmu, you're such a great guy. If I were a girl, I would totally fall for you. He just laughed it off. All right. It's getting late. Let's divide the loot quickly and get some rest. Later, back in his tent, he examined an item from their hunt, wondering, is this a power crystal? He held it up high, inspecting it closely. It's still glowing. It's quite beautiful, Yunmu thought. But then, he remembered Ling Shui's warning about the crystals. Remember, crystals from dimensional beasts are only active for 12 hours, so use them quickly. He frowned, looking at the power crystal and calculating his options. I wanted to wait to open my acupoints, but I guess I have to do it now. Making his decision, he opened his system window. He sighed. I'm a little nervous. Opening an acupoint for the first time. The system displayed countless acupoints, making him hesitate. So many. Which one should I pick? Then, he recalled Teacher Li Bowen's advice. The first choice is naturally the Tianren acupoint, the only profound point on the head. It can significantly improve cognitive response. Holding the crystal, Li Yunmu grinned. The Tianren acupoint it is. The moment he spoke, he crushed the power crystal in his hand. He closed his eyes to focus, clasping his hands together as a dazzling blue light erupted. As he slowly parted his hands, a glowing orb appeared. It shot directly into his forehead, followed by a surging torrent of energy. A system notification popped up. He staggered, his body swaying limply as if he were boneless. He groaned in pain, looking up and gasping for air. Yunmu muttered through his teeth, This feeling is awful. Raising an eyebrow, he checked the system window and grumbled in frustration. Are you serious? 5 crystals only activated 70% of the Tianren acupoint? Weren't people with low aptitude supposed to need only 1 or 2? Does that mean my aptitude is really that terrible? Just then, a new notification appeared. Congratulations. The shadow system has successfully updated. Still dazed, Yunmu mumbled the words, Update successful. Then it hit him, and he screamed with joy. My precious system finally updated. Activate shadow system. Now. Instantly, shadow number 1 materialized before him. Yunmu scanned it from head to toe, surprised. You can wear warrior armor now? In response, the system explained, in the current dimension, the shadow's power is equal to the host's and will not be reduced. Because the host's Tianren acupoint has been opened, the shadow's cognitive functions have improved. The host can now sync their consciousness with the shadow to directly control its actions. After hearing everything, he grinned at the new possibility and immediately wanted to try it. Control the shadow's body? I have to test this. But the moment he made up his mind, his body froze, and his vision went blurry. Lee Yunmu's body swayed unsteadily, finally collapsing unconscious at the feet of shadow number 1. As he fell, the shadow's eyes slowly opened. It revealed glowing crimson pupils, glanced at the body on the floor, and then raised its own hand in confusion. Yunmu had successfully entered the shadow's consciousness. Dazed, he whispered, "This is me?" Overcome with excitement, he examined his new shadowy form and laughed out loud. "I'm really inside the shadow's body. This skill is incredible. My 6-month wait wasn't in vain." Full of excitement, he opened the door, deciding to test it tonight. Yunmu nervously hyped himself up. To only sleep at night would be a waste of life. He left the tent brimming with excitement, muttering, "The fun midnight hour is about to begin." Despite his joy, a cautious thought surfaced. I can't let Dajiong's group discover this. After a long night, the sun began to rise. Exhausted, Li Yunmu sank into the sofa with a satisfied sigh. Finally, it's all absorbed. He rubbed his brow, murmuring wearily, "I've been fighting monsters all night." Absorbing the crystals had overloaded his body. Still, the gems from last night's hunt were a huge score. To fully penetrate the Tianren acupoint, he took out a tattered cloth with strange symbols, feeling suspicious. But what in the world is this? The dwarf shamans from last night seemed to be escorting this very object. While he was lost in thought, a voice called out, "Hey, little Moo, did you sleep well last night? It's time to wake up and move out." He recognized Daxiong's voice, urging everyone to get going. He quickly stashed his things in his virtual space and glanced out, wondering what was up. Outside, everyone was already waiting by the car. Lu Gang curiously asked the person ahead of him, "How did last night's absorption session go?" And Z replied coolly, "It was average. 4 crystals ignited 80% of my Chengzi acupoint." As Yunmu stepped out, he saw Lu Gang lamenting with a pained expression. "Too strong. My 5 crystals only ignited 75% of the high acupoint. My aptitude is even lower than yours." He turned to Yunmu, asking with loud curiosity, "Hey, Li Yunmu, how much of the Xuan acupoint did you ignite last night? With your talent, it must be impressive." Yunmu didn't bother hiding it. "Honestly, I only ignited 70% of the Tianren acupoint." And Z popped his head out in shock. 70? Xiao Qiang also sounded bewildered. "Lower than us?" Then, as if comforted by this, they both burst out laughing. Xiao Qiang said playfully, "Could it be that we're actually at a super high level?" And Z couldn't help but laugh along. "Seriously? My deepest apologies." A moment later, Daxiong urged everyone to get moving. "Come on, you two, get in the car. It's time to go." A questioning voice rose up. "So where are we headed today?" Another person quickly replied, "Is that even a question? We're going back to get revenge on those dwarf shaman leaders." After some quick chatter, they all moved out towards the battleground. In a flash, 3 to 4 days passed. After days of continuous battle, everyone had improved immensely. They coordinated to hunt monsters and claim the spoils. The teamwork within the squad grew even stronger. They could now coordinate their attacks on some high-level dimensional beasts. As for Yunmu, every night he secretly slipped away, using his shadow clone to train. He defeated all the forest chieftains to collect items, activating 4 Xuan acupoints, and doubling his strength as a result. While everyone was focused on the monster battle, a hidden lens was observing and recording Yunmu's fight. The camera, planted to monitor the situation, captured everything Yunmu's group did. Elsewhere, wrinkled hands rubbed together thoughtfully. A man sat hidden in the shadows, intently focused on the screen before him. Just then, someone entered, speaking respectfully. "Sir, you sent for me?" He watched the camera feed with interest, remarking, "This year, Gu Fengcheng is quite the dark horse." The other person noticed the screen showed Li Yunmu and added, "Li Yunmu, a minor figure from a common family. And yet, he's capable of this." The old man mused, pointing to the screen as he continued his assessment. However, his team has scored an incredible number of points this year, even surpassing Luo Pu's team, Gu Fengcheng's big hope. Looking at both Yunmu's and Luo Pu's achievements, the old man praised them with a hidden meaning. Li Yunmu and Luo Pu are truly promising prospects. But it's a pity that such talent from Gu Fengcheng is not mine to command. Talent that cannot be used by me will inevitably become a threat in the future. Hearing this, the other man asked in shock, "Sir, what you mean is?" The old man adjusted his glasses, his expression turning sly. He spoke with a casual, scheming tone. Isn't it normal for a few contestants to die during the Central Guild preliminary tournament? The other man understood and quickly departed. I understand. At the same time, Yunmu's party had just cleared a wave of monsters. Yunmu asked again, still unconvinced. Are you sure we should go to the next tribe? That place could have more than 10 spellcasting dwarf shamans and a dwarf elder who's an expert beast tamer. Dasyong immediately reassured him. Don't worry, I've already investigated everything. Their elders aren't in the tribe. Seeing Yunmu's hesitation, he pushed. Dwarf shamans are worth more than these grunts. This is a prime opportunity. Ling Shui then stepped forward, siding with Daxiong's proposal. I'm with Daxiong on this. Yunmu was caught off guard. Even Anzi looked back, questioning, Sister? As if asking why she would agree. She explained, You've all grown stronger. It's time to hunt tougher beasts for black crystals. Her words stunned Yunmu. He thought to himself, she's right. Ling Shui has been boosting us, sharing all her spoils. After a moment, Yunmu finally agreed. He took charge, assigning roles. Let's move. Daxiong, you'll face a real challenge this time. NZ, you're on lure duty again. NZ, still reeling, asked, Are we really going? As they traveled, darkness fell. They settled in the woods, waiting for Anzi to draw the monsters out. Yunmu grew anxious. Why is Anzi taking so long? Could something have happened? Daxiong calmly reassured him. Don't worry, Anzi's fine. He unlocked his right hand's acupoint. His power rivals my own. He doesn't even realize how much stronger he's gotten. At that moment, with Anzi, he was sprinting for his life. A furious dwarf shaman monster roaring right behind him. The creature's claws slashed at Anzi. He reacted instantly, dodging the fatal blow. Then he launched himself into the air, severing the monster's outstretched arm. Seeing its shock, he bolted away, taunting over his shoulder. Didn't see that coming, did you? My training wasn't for nothing. He ran straight towards his team, yelling for them to get ready. Yunmu stood, regrouping with the others. You're finally back, he said with relief. Time to get to work. As they moved to engage, the monster chasing Anzi was suddenly struck down. Both the beast and Anzi stared blankly toward a contemptuous voice. Huh, so this is the team everyone's talking about? You don't look like much. Two figures approached Yunmu's group. They sized them up with arrogant, dismissive glances. Then, they lunged forward to steal the kill. Sorry, but we'll be taking these points. They blurred past Li Yunmu, rushing the monsters Anzi had just kited. The newcomers went straight for the dwarf shaman. Li Yunmu and Ling Shui watched their every move, on high alert. They stopped before Anzi, smirking. Thanks for the hard work. These points are ours now. Stunned, Anzi froze as one sped past his left, and the other shot past his right. The dwarf shaman ghouls snarled, baring their fangs at the intruders. A blade materialized in midair. The weapon glided through the monster's body, severing all its limbs in a single, fluid motion. Riding their momentum, the two flaunted their power, cutting down the remaining enraged monsters. Yunmu watched, utterly astonished, and wondered aloud, they can one-shot a dwarf shaman? Just who are these two? Ling Shui frowned, her eyes fixed on them. They're point poachers from other legions. Our score must be high enough to be tracked. After snatching the points from Yunmu's group, one of them spoke. I didn't expect you all to be so lucky. That guy over there worked pretty hard to lure them all here. Daxiong paid them no mind. He turned to leave, telling his team, Let's go. Lu Qiang stared, frustrated by his silence. What? We're just leaving like this? Daxiong's reply was pragmatic. They took the points. What else can we do but leave? But Xiao Qiang pushed back. You're not going to teach them a lesson? Daxiong's answer was blunt. Fighting them is pointless. Seeing Li Yunmu's group about to leave, the two poachers couldn't resist running their mouths. They jeered from behind. Hey, look at that. They're completely ignoring us. His partner shouted for Yunmu's team to hear. Humph. To get your points stolen and just run away. Just as I expected from a bunch of cowards who only hide to farm points. Daxiong's face remained a mask, not giving them a second glance. Just then, one of them dashed behind Daxiong, launching a vicious sneak attack from the rear. I know you're not convinced. If you have a problem, be a man and come back to teach us a lesson. Let's see if you have what it takes. Daxiong sensed his intent and pivoted lightly, launching a kick straight at the man's neck. Unable to react, the man took the full blow, his body slumping as his eyes rolled back and blood sprayed from his mouth. In the end, his sneak attack failed, and he was beaten helplessly, falling flat on his face. The other man saw his partner get taken down and yelled in disbelief. What? Daxiong coldly eyed the arrogant man before him. He finally spoke up. You two got your points. Now get lost. Lowering his ice-cold gaze, he warned in a low voice, Don't bother me again. Just then, a red flare shot high into the air, startling everyone. It exploded across the night sky, its crackling echo filling the forest. Yunmu and Ling Shui looked up cautiously. The other guy also turned his head, staring at the flare that lit up the sky. Lu Gang asked with a mix of suspicion and fear, "What is that?" Da Xiang recognized the flare's signal. He began to sweat, muttering, "This is a signal." Understanding its meaning, he immediately turned and warned everyone, "Run." But Yunmu and Ling Shui were frozen, staring at him in what seemed like horror. From the sound and the immense pressure, Da Xiang instantly realized what had just appeared behind him. He spun around, taking a few wary steps back. A massive monster now stood with its back to Da Xiang. It licked its lips greedily, staring at the man he had just defeated. The man stared in sheer terror at the monster, so petrified he couldn't even run. The Mangnao had no patience. It let out a deafening roar, a final warning. His eyes widened in utter disbelief before he simply froze, stunned into silence. With just a single swipe of its claws, the Manggao shredded his armor to pieces. A large patch of blood soaked through his armor. His legs gave out, and he collapsed, motionless. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, stunned, unable to believe his armor was broken so easily. Yunmu's group watched, jaws agape. The Mangao's power was beyond their imagination. Even from afar, a cold sweat broke out on them. What is that thing? The Mangao seemed to be enjoying this. It snarled, baring its sharp fangs. Then, its claws sliced clean through the kneeling man's arm. His comrades yelled in a frantic panic. "Get in there, now!" Without a second thought, he shot past Da Xiang, rushing toward his friend and the monster. Seeing the reckless charge, Da Xiang yelled, "You idiot, get back here, don't go!" But his warning fell on deaf ears. Gritting his teeth, he sped toward the Mangao. He hadn't even gotten close when the beast noticed him, reaching out a hand larger than a man's body. A moment later, Da Xiang watched in helpless horror as the Mangao slammed the man's head into the ground, sending blood and dust flying. Da Xiang swallowed hard, his eyes wide as he stared in terror at the brutal spectacle. He dodged another of the Mangao's attacks and then yelled to the others, "Everyone, run!" Ling Shui started to run, but hesitated. Remembering the others, she turned back. What about them? In this crisis, there was no time. Yunmu grimaced and yelled, "Forget them, they're already gone." Da Xiang was closest to the Mangao. He drew his weapon, his heart sinking. The silver-armored soldier scrambled after his team, firing his gun non-stop at the pursuing Mangao. Yunmu ordered sternly, "Back to the vehicle." But as he sprinted, a dwarf witch appeared before him. Riding a Mangao, it blocked their path, grinning maliciously like a hunter. "Got you." The Mangao instantly swiped at Yunmu. He dodged, hissing through his teeth. "There's another one here." Da Xiang glanced back and recognized it. "It's the Elder. Don't stop. Head for the vehicles." Yunmu's group scattered, running for their lives. He yelled in confusion, "Why are there so many Mangao all of a sudden?" While fending off a Mangangao, Da Xiang yelled back, "It's obvious. We walked into the dwarf witch elder's trap." Yunmu repeated in shock. "A trap?" Da Xiang quickly began to explain. "The fireworks were the signal that we were surrounded." Ling Shui listened, her expression filled with disbelief. She scowled, cursing, "That damned dwarf elder is cunning. He set an ambush for us outside the tribe. We thought the tribe was empty. They just waited for us to walk into their trap, then surrounded us for the kill. But their escape was cut short. Another Mangao blocked their path." Yunmu said with dread, "They've blocked this way too." It wasn't just one. 3 or 4 ferocious Mangao stood before them, growling. Yunmu's group cried out in terror. "There are so many." They were completely surrounded with no path for escape. Huddled together, he gritted out, "We've completely fallen for their trap." And Z asked fearfully, "What should we do now?" That's when the dwarf witch elder spoke. "You've killed many of our kinsmen." It opened its mouth, tongue lolling out, and addressed Yunmu's group. "Today, all of you will die here." Hearing this, Li Yunmu scanned it and sneered. "So, this ugly thing can actually talk. It's my first time seeing a talking dimensional beast," the dwarf witch elder repeated blankly. "Ugly?" Its long face froze as Da Xiang shot back. "Yunmu, you idiot. That's the elder of the dwarf witch monsters. An intelligent dimensional beast." Unfazed, Yunmu just muttered, "A damn annoying elder." A moment later, the elder's voice boomed. "Enough, you insolent brats." It lunged with its whip, screaming, "You dare look down on me?" It then cracked its whip hard against the Mangao. It commanded them, "Go, my Mangao, attack." Li Yunmu looked up. After being whipped, the Mangao went berserk, growling as saliva dripped from their massive jaws. Their razor-sharp teeth were bared, dripping with vile saliva. The elder shrieked out one final command. Tear them all to shreds. The corpse puppets advanced, their hungry eyes locked on Yunmu's team. Like crazed beasts, the corpse puppets charged with claws outstretched for Li Yunmu's group. Opening the mission screen, he told Ling Xue, "You're the only one who can break through. You need to get to the car and come back for us. We'll hold them off until you return." She frowned, unconvinced by his strategy. "Are you sure you can last until I get back?" Yunmu wasn't entirely sure himself, but he just offered a slight smile. "Honestly, there's no guarantee." Reaching into his newly opened system space, he swiftly drew a crimson blade. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, saber in hand. His voice rang with confidence. "Just get back here fast." Having no other choice, she agreed to his plan. Their coordination was flawless. Yunmu carved a path through the horde, letting Ling Xue vault over them to escape. With an emotionless face, Yunmu became a whirlwind of steel, cutting down any dwarf ghoul that stood in his way. A monster let out a single growl before Yunmu's blade instantly sliced it into 4 pieces. With the path cleared, Ling Xue quickly escaped the encirclement without a single scratch. She sprinted with all her might, glancing back at her team and praying silently, "Please, I'm begging you. You have to hold out until I get back." But just then, a corpse puppet appeared from behind, lunging to grab her. Focused entirely on reaching the vehicle, Ling Xue failed to notice the creature closing in. By the time she realized, it was already on her. Her eyes widened in terror as battle armor suddenly shattered before her. The corpse puppet had destroyed Anzi's armor in one blow as he leaped in front of Ling Xue to shield her. She stared in shock at her protector, her voice trembling with worry as she cried out his name, "Anzi." Anzi gritted his teeth, blood streaming down his face as he urged her, "Don't look back, keep running. If you can't bring that armored vehicle back, none of us will survive." Pulling another weapon from his inventory, he roared at the beast, "Come on, you mutt! Your fight is with me." With that, he charged, meeting the monster head-on. Enraged, the puppet swiped its massive claws toward him, and Z reacted instantly, blocking with his dual weapons. He combined them, unleashing his skill, crosswheel slash, right at the monster. Blood trickled down the side of his face as Anzi kept his eyes wide, warily scanning ahead. Elsewhere, the battle was just as intense. A shrieking horde of dwarf ghouls charged forward hungrily. Lu Gang watched their approach with cold indifference. Then, with a single, effortless slash, he cut them all in 2. He had only a moment to catch his breath before another ghoul crept up to attack from behind. But as he turned, the dwarf ghoul exploded into pieces. Lu Gang stared, stunned, at the person who had just saved his life. After taking down the creature, Da Xiong shouted a warning, "Hey, watch your 6." On Yunmu's side, things seemed easier as he severed another ghoul's arm. Any monster that appeared before Yunmu was instantly cut down by his fluid, sharp blade, but an endless, suicidal wave of ghouls kept appearing. Yunmu cut them down, only to press forward into more. Their numbers never seemed to dwindle. He would cut one wave down, and another would immediately take its place. They swarmed him relentlessly. Yunmu frowned, feeling a knot of dread. The ghoul reinforcements were endless. At this rate, we won't last until Ling Xue returns. Just then, a comrade's scream echoed from behind him. Startled, he whipped around, his eyes widening in absolute horror at the sight before him. A corpse puppet held Anzi by one leg, hoisting him upside down into the air, while Da Xiong and Lu Gang laid down suppressive fire. They tried to distract it, but Anzi groaned in agony. His face went pale, screaming as he could no longer bear the pain. The corpse puppet dangled Anzi for a moment, then hurled him violently into the distance, as Da Xiong and Lu Gang watched in horror. They screamed his name, Anzi. Li Yunmu gritted his teeth as the situation turned desperate. He had to find a way out. This is bad. They can't hold out any longer. A solution was needed. Now, the real threat were those corpse puppets, and whoever controlled them. He finally spotted the puppet master. He turned, advancing slowly on the dwarf ghoul elder. Facing the ghouls protecting their leader, Yunmu knew without a doubt. This was the target he had to destroy. The dwarf ghoul elder finally made its move. In response, Yunmu launched himself high into the air, his blade poised to strike. He thought to himself grimly, "To catch the thief, you must first catch the king." The time for holding back was over. A murderous aura flared in his eyes. His gleaming blade flashed as he focused all his strength into a single, decisive strike. He lunged straight for the dwarf sorcerer elder, his blade arcing down. The creature never expected to be the target. It stared in shock, hissing, "What?" Yunmu dropped low, his blade slicing down. but the Sorcerer Elder reacted instantly, dodging away to escape. Yunmu's attack sliced through empty air. The demonic mastiffs fighting Da Xiong's group heard their master's panicked screams as it fled. "Useless beasts, come and save me!" After its cry, the Sorcerer Elder came to a halt. It glanced back to where Yunmu stood. Da Xiong's group watched, confused, as the beasts suddenly froze. They wondered amongst themselves. Why did they stop? Receiving their orders, the demonic mastiffs changed course. They charged toward Yunmu. He frowned warily, leaping back a few steps with perfect timing. Evading their sharp claws, he saw them forming a guard around the Sorcerer Elder. Yunmu was so close to finishing it. He grunted in anger. Just a little more. The situation was turning against him. Yunmu had no other choice. He would risk it all, fighting 1 against 3 with all his spirit power. With that thought, he charged forward again. His eyes blazed with killing intent as he let out a furious roar. A massive force surged through his body like an electric shock. The pain was agonizing as Yunmu swung his blade wildly. The chaotic dance blade technique. Da Xiong watched in disbelief at this explosion of power. One man taking on 3 beasts. Just as he shot down a nearby mastiff, he heard Lu Qiang call out, "Hey, are you seeing this?" Lu Qiang stared at Li Yunmu's berserk state and said, "His condition right now, could it be like the old legends say, a divine trance?" Da Xiong looked closer, noticing his unnatural expression. His entire body pulsed with immense spirit power. He frowned. "You mean, he's entered a divine trance? A legendary war god?" The more he considered it, the more unbelievable this power seemed. He muttered, "Li Yunmu, what kind of secrets are you hiding?" But they weren't the only ones in shock. Even the Sorcerer Elder was terrified. What is happening to this human? He single-handedly took down 3 mastiffs. Yunmu, seemingly unconscious, grinned menacingly as he charged, while the Elder dealt with the berserk Yunmu. A painful growl echoed from behind. The sound of its monsters made it jump. It whirled around, shrieking, "What now?" Ling Shui had finally returned. She smirked wickedly and shouted, "You bastards, have a taste of this." The vehicle's cannons unleashed a barrage. The monsters shrieked as they fell. A few reckless ones that charged forward were blown to pieces. Lu Qiang happily yelled to Da Xiong, "Da Xiong, look, it's Sister Shui, she's back." From the cockpit, Ling Shui called out cheerfully, "Everyone, your ride is here." Da Xiong was overjoyed. He quickly turned to call Li Yunmu, "Little Mumu, get on." But Yunmu seemed completely out of his own control. He was still wildly slashing at the mastiffs. Da Xiong watched his extremely sinister expression with caution. And his killing aura, he spoke, "Hey, I'm telling you." His condition seemed abnormal. In the mock guild, a monitor displayed the trial team's positions. A shocked staffer called the guild master. A rookie had just entered the war god realm. The man called captain watched intently. "Has he blocked the video feed yet?" Li Yunmu's face appeared on screen, twisted with a sinister fury in his trance-like state. The staffer reported, "All visual data has been intercepted and locked." The captain replied with a satisfied smirk. "Excellent. Report this to the Saint at once." Meanwhile, outside the forest, the near-fatal battle for Li Yunmu's team had finally concluded. He let out a huge, tired yawn, slumping against a large rock. Li Yunmu began to complain. "Glad we made it out. My body is aching after that ordeal." Lu Qiang, standing nearby, saw he was back to normal and finally spoke up. "You've calmed down? You have no idea how ruthless you were." But Li Yunmu had no memory of entering that state. He looked up with an innocent expression. "I don't know what happened, but suddenly, I felt this incredible power flood my body." He flexed his hands, which had just sliced through monsters, and muttered, "An uncontrollable desire to fight." As he was lost in self-doubt, Da Xiong put a hand on his shoulder, cutting in. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore." He opened his system window and checked the items they'd gained from their life or death struggle. Though everyone's lives had been hanging by a thread, the haul was pretty good. Besides 10 ordinary flux crystals, there were 2 black ones. He thought seriously for a moment. He rechecked the rewards, then suggested, "We can say that Little Mew saved all our lives this time. I think we should give everything from this run to Little Moo." Hearing this, Li Yunmu looked up at him in shock. He frowned, asking, "Give it all to me?" The bandaged Anzi happily agreed. "Just take it. If it wasn't for you, we would have all been goners." Lu Qiang had no objections to Da Xiong's proposal either. "That's right, you deserve it." Li Yunmu suddenly stood up and protested, "I don't want it." To everyone's surprise, Li Yunmu's usual playful attitude was gone, replaced by a serious one. Everyone worked hard on this mission, so the loot should be split according to the usual rules. Honestly, I didn't do more than anyone else. I did what anyone would do. He smiled softly, adding firmly, I was just trying my best to save my friends. In the dense forest, lit only by the moon, their voices echoed through the night. Da Xiang accepted his decision and told everyone to get some rest. All right, since you put it that way, we'll split it by the rules. After escaping death's grasp, everyone's exhausted. Let's find a place to make camp and rest. Sometime later, in a shower, water swirled down the drain. After a long day of fighting, Li Yunmu felt at ease. Showering feels so much better. Just then, the system appeared with a notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. Li Yunmu looked up, confused, as the system continued. Due to the host's excellent performance, the system will issue a reward. He repeated the system's words with a hint of doubt. A reward? Instantly, a strange box materialized before him. The system explained, the host's reward, a dimensional box, has been distributed. Please confirm receipt. He held the item in his hands, examining the dimensional box, still confused. Before he could even ask, the system explained, the dimensional box functions like a lottery, with a chance to draw various equipment and combat skills. Unimpressed, Li Yunmu slammed his drink on the table and grumbled. After all that, it's just a random prize box? Still, the mysterious box was intriguing, so he quickly decided to test it out. Alright, let's see how lucky I am. As he finished speaking, the dial on the dimensional box began to turn counterclockwise on its own. Then, the box separated into smaller pieces that hovered in mid-air. As Li Yunmu watched intently, he suddenly froze. A strange power was surging around, trying to enter his body. But a moment after he felt it, everything vanished and returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Even the dimensional box had disappeared without a trace. He stood stunned, muttering, Wait a minute, I feel like I've been scammed. Li Yunmu cursed angrily, having received no reward. Damn it, are you messing with me? There's nothing here. Is it possible to get an empty box? The system quickly sent a notification. Ding. Congratulations, host, on winning a grand prize. This only infuriated Li Yunmu more. A grand prize, my foot. There is nothing here. Just then, the system finally displayed the reward info. A-grade equipment part, aerial combat legs. Li Yunmu was dumbfounded, having no idea what he had received. He mumbled the words that appeared on the system window. A part? An A-rank technique, the system announced. Congratulations on acquiring the A-rank combat maneuver. Consume flux energy to learn it? Yunmu smirked devilishly. Was that even a question? Of course he would learn it. The moment he confirmed, the system began the transfer. The combat skill initiation began. A soft blue light suddenly materialized around Yunmu's position. The light coiled like silk ribbons, enveloping his body before rapidly seeping into his very being. A new notification appeared. Air leg combat skill successfully learned. Li Yunmu's lips curled into an excited smile as he muttered, I can't wait to test this new technique's power. By now, it was the middle of the night. The streets were dark and deserted, save for a dwarf mage patrolling with a torch. In his Shadow 1 form, Yunmu descended from above like a phantom. He sent the monster flying with a single kick, then immediately lunged forward again. Thrilled, Yunmu proceeded to obliterate every single dwarf mage monster that appeared on his path. With his newly learned air leg skill, he sent monster after monster flying with a single, devastating blow. Satisfied with its power, he laughed. Amazing. This technique is incredible. Truly exhilarating. Meanwhile, back at their camp, an intruder crept silently into the tent, where Yunmu's real body lay sleeping. Comparing a photo to the sleeping figure, the man whispered, a perfect match to the picture. The mysterious figure approached the bed. Seeing Yunmu fast asleep, he said, My apologies, little friend. He carelessly tossed the photograph aside. A sinister smile formed on his face. Your talent just gets in other people's way. In your next life, remember, the tallest nail gets hammered down. Naturally, no matter what the man did, Li Yunmu showed no signs of waking up. Elsewhere, Yunmu, as Shadow 1, was still absorbed in testing his new combat skill on the monsters. His enemies were utterly powerless. But as he reveled in his new strength, the system suddenly blared. Warning. The urgent alert startled Yunmu. The system's voice was frantic. The host body is under threat. Return to the host immediately. Warning. Warning. The host body is in mortal danger. Return at once. The system screamed its dire warnings. Panicked, Yunmu yelled for an immediate return to his body. At that same instant, the intruder in the tent drew back his fist, preparing for a powerful, lethal strike. Luckily, Yunmu returned just in time. His eyes snapped open, glaring at the threat. The fist descended as a massive explosion rocked the small tent. Yunmu reacted instantly, dodging the direct blow and leaping through the hot smoke. He landed gracefully on the tent floor. Wary, he looked up at the stranger. The man emerged from the smoke, sounding surprised. "You actually dodged my attack." He gave a slight, almost complimentary smirk. "This kid is surprisingly vigilant." Yunmu pushed himself up, asking, "Who are you?" The man arrogantly ignored the question. "Who I am doesn't matter." Lee Yunmu could sense the man's malicious intent. He backed away, his guard raised high. The stranger's voice continued. "What matters is that tonight," he clenched his fist again, power glowing as he sneered, "you will die." Yunmu felt the overwhelming killing intent from his opponent. Realizing the danger, he reached into his virtual space for a weapon. But before he could get a firm grip, the man attacked. Forced to dodge the incoming blow, Yunmu lost his grip on the weapon, and it clattered away. He spun, planting a hand on the floor to stop his momentum. Gritting his teeth, he looked up, sweat pouring down his face. He cursed internally. "Damn it, he's too fast. I don't even have a chance to grab my weapon." Just then, he noticed a golden light radiating from the man's body. Yunmu was stunned. Golden light? This man is a half-step golden crystal fluxer. Why would such a high-level expert be targeting me? The light intensified, forming a powerful aura around the man as his energy surged violently. The assassin spoke. "Your reflexes are impressive. Let's see if you can dodge this one." In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance. He drove a knee straight into Yunmu's midsection, too fast to counter. The blow connected instantly. The force was immense. Yunmu choked, spitting up a mouthful of fresh blood. Before he could even recover, a powerful kick sent his body flying into the air with even greater force. Yunmu was sent flying through the roof of his own tent. Blood and bruises covered his face as he cursed under his breath. Without a weapon, he was completely outmatched. His body hung in the air for a moment before plummeting down. The whites of Yunmu's eyes showed as blood streamed down endlessly. Unarmed, he was utterly powerless against his foe. "This is it for me," he thought grimly. Below, his attacker peered through the massive hole, surprised to see him alive. "Still hanging on? Then let me put you out of your misery." With that, the man vanished from the tent below. In a flash, he reappeared before the airborne Yunmu. Power began to concentrate in his clenched fist. He uttered a single word before striking. "Farewell." Just then, urgent footsteps approached. It was Ling Xue, weapon in hand. She had rushed over, alerted by the commotion. "Li Yunmu!" She screamed out in panic. His eyes darted towards her as the blade left its sheath. With all her might, Ling Xue hurled the sword upward. "Catch!" Li Yunmu seized the chance, grabbing the sword from the air. "Thanks," he yelled. Then, he glared with fury at the man who had nearly killed him. His foe could only stare, stunned by their teamwork. With a weapon in hand, Yunmu's confidence surged. He activated his skill, Raging Blade, to parry the blow. From below, Ling Xue watched intently. She could only see blinding flashes of light and hear the violent clash of steel. Seeing Yunmu's sudden, fierce resistance, the man smirked. "With a weapon, you're a completely different person." Yunmu ignored his taunt, panting heavily. He took a moment to recover his breath before speaking. "Are you done yet? Now it's my turn." The man attacked with a flurry of bizarre, unpredictable hand strikes. Li Yunmu swiftly blocked every strike with his sword. But he was completely outmatched in terms of raw power. On top of that, his prior injuries made blocking the blows agonizing. He winced with effort at every parry. He had no time to breathe. The man pressed his relentless assault with those strange, unpredictable attacks. Exhausted and in pain, Yunmu struggled to dodge. He countered with chain slash, but his foe calmly tracked his blade. Then, as if he'd deciphered the pattern, he effortlessly dodged every slash. Yet, he spoke with a hint of surprise. "Your swordsmanship is truly exquisite, so multi-layered." Yunmu remained vigilant, pouring all his strength into each attack. Suddenly, the man caught his blade mid-air with a bare hand. He continued to ramble, mixing praise with critique of the technique. "But your explosive force is lacking. It's useless against me." As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the blade, and sent Li Yunmu flying. He somersaulted through the air several times before finally landing. Bracing himself, he looked up at his opponent. The man, having enjoyed the game, approached with a mocking tone. "All right, playtime is over." Though he was about to deliver the final blow, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. "For a talent like you, I have to admit, you're a promising seed. It's a real shame I have to eliminate you. But business is business, nothing personal." Yunmu frowned, listening to the man's long, drawn-out speech. His monologue finished, his expression turned serious. He prepared to end it with the 8 Extremes Flame Dragon Claw. A vortex of scorching flames erupted around him. His gaze fell on Yunmu like that of a reaper. His voice was devoid of all emotion. "Die!" The inferno roared to life, like a furious, sentient beast. It charged straight for Lee Yun-mu. But instead of dodging, he simply tilted his head, standing perfectly still. Then, a smirk played across his lips. His attacker froze, baffled. Why would a dead man be smiling? He continued to unleash his technique, but a question echoed in his mind. What is this brat smiling about? Instantly, a bone-chilling aura radiated outwards. A system notification appeared with a crisp ding. Raging Blade has reached its 4th stage, skill upgraded. In that instant, all of Yun-mu's techniques evolved. He raised an eyebrow, his confidence restored, just in time. With his skills newly upgraded, Yun-mu gathered his full power. He unleashed the Netherworld Origin Slash, ready for a direct clash. His opponent stared in disbelief, his mind racing. Does this kid intend to meet my Flame Dragon Claw head-on? Just as he suspected. Holding Ling Shui's sword, Yun-mu charged directly into the heart of the Flame Dragon Claw. He spun through the air, twisting his body for a powerful swing. Then, he unleashed a mighty slash, radiating a frigid, icy aura. Ice and fire collided mid-air, locked in a brutal stalemate. The clash culminated in a massive explosion that rocked the midnight forest. As the smoke cleared, the attacker emerged from the haze. His eyes were wide with disbelief, before shifting to pure horror as he looked down. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. His severed right arm now lay on the ground, drenched in blood. Lee Yun-mu raised his sword, his warning sharp. Hey, that was just your hand. Next, you die. The fierce battle's silence was broken by his scream, as Lee Yun-mu's punishment took his right hand. Agony! The man's face twisted with pure hatred, as blood streamed down past his eyes. He clutched his arm and roared, "You bastard! Unforgivable!" Yun-mu calmly aimed the blade right at his terrified face. With a voice like steel, he asked, "So, you still want to continue?" His posture showed no compromise. Yun-mu's voice rang out, a cold reminder. "If you don't treat that, you'll bleed to death." In the chilling silence, sweat poured down the man's fearful face. To avoid being found, he quickly promised they would meet again. "Kid, remember this." Yun-mu watched him fly away into the dark night, under a full moon. The bright moonlight made everything around them crystal clear. From behind, Ling Shui ran towards him, calling out, "Lee Yun-mu." She watched as a spray of crimson erupted from his lips before he collapsed to the ground. Ling Shui screamed immediately, "Lee Yun-mu," and rushed to him. With a worried face, Ling Shui managed to catch him just in time. His face was exhausted, his body cold and soulless. "Hey, are you all right?" he answered, trying not to worry her. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Lee Yun-mu looked down, his gaze fixed on the palm of his hand. It was now covered in fresh blood. He spoke softly to Ling Shui. "Thanks, I owe you one." Lucky for him, he didn't see I was bluffing. I would have died if I continued. Ling Shui held out a cloth. "Here," Yun-mu whispered back. "Thanks." Da Xiang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Enzi and Xiaoqiang were on patrol, but the mysterious man only stunned them. He didn't kill them. From the back, Enzi glared at him, annoyed at being woken up for no reason. Looking at Yun-mu, Da Xiang hesitated. The enemy's target wasn't our whole team. It was Yun-mu. His expression darkened. Hearing Da Xiang's words, Ling Shui and Yun-mu's faces both became grim. Based on his analysis, it seems we angered some powerful people, so they sent an assassin to take out our core member. Enzi glanced at Ling Shui, confused. But if that's true, why only target Lee Yun-mu? Your power is also formidable. She crossed her arms and answered seriously. My family is considered quite well known. After all, not even the higher-ups would dare to attack me so easily. Ling Shui paused a moment, then added, My master is a sage. No matter who it is, they must show the old man some respect. Hearing this, Yun-mu pouted in annoyance. They're bullying me because I have no background. An easy target. He scowled, thinking, I will definitely repay this debt. Under the moonlit sky, Da Xiang glanced at Yun-mu and instructed, We won't be making any moves for a few days. We'll rest here. We can talk more once Yun-mu's injuries have healed. Hearing this, Yun-mu replied with a start. Huh? I'm fine. We're highly ranked. If we rest now, our position will fall. Before he could finish, Da Xiang put a comforting hand on him. What is this fool saying? He then turned to leave, leaving only one sentence behind. Your life is more important than our rank in this competition. Yun-mu's eyes widened in shock. He removed the cloth from his head and pushed himself up. All right, everyone go rest. I'll take the night watch. Wiping a smear of blood from the ground, Yun-mu thought, This isn't over. Don't think you can just run away. His gaze sharpened on the blood on his fingertip as he ordered the system. System, scan the information in this blood. His finger touched the system panel. A prompt appeared instantly. Scanning, please wait. Moments later, it updated. Scan complete. Target's information has been identified. Saved to database. Suddenly, Da Xiong spoke up. What did you just say about a system? Yunmu's face turned pale at his words. A single thought crashed through his mind. I've been discovered. The sky began to lighten, with clouds drifting over the trees. Yunmu gasped for air. He summoned his own power, creating a blue light that swirled all around him. He then clenched his hand into a fist, gripping the source of power with a look of pure pride. He thought to himself, now, it will penetrate all my pressure points. Looking at the first shadow beside him, Yunmu's arrogance grew. For the past 2 days, it's been thanks to my shadow continuously grinding monsters and bringing me loot. If I want to advance further, I have to forge the profound stone armor set. But he suddenly recalled his conversation with Da Xiong. Back then, Yunmu was covered in cold sweat. As he explained, I meant it's time to update my computer's system. The man had quickly replied, now that you mention it, I think mine needs an update too. Stroking his hair, he hesitated. Still, I must be more careful when using the shadow system. I was almost discovered last time. As Yunmu fell onto the sofa, the system interface appeared. Ping. The host has accumulated 10,000 experience points. Do you wish to consume 10,000 experience points? Van Muck's eyes flew open at the system's message. A second shadow was condensing. He shot up, shouting at the system in shock. A second shadow? His first shadow simply stood there, watching him. Van Mook sat down, stroking his chin in thought. With a second shadow, wouldn't his monster-slaying experience double? Without hesitating, he snapped his fingers and commanded the system. This is perfect. Condense it. Hearing his words, the system replied, you have consumed 10,000 experience points. The new shadow began to materialize. Pure black light emerged from Van Mook's palm, growing larger by the second. It quickly enveloped his entire body. Then, appearing on the ground behind him, it looked up at Van Mook with a smirk. This is my new shadow, Van Mook thought, staring at shadow number 2. Just then, the system made an announcement. Condensation successful. He walked toward the shadow, whispering, but since there are 2 of you, I'll need to name you, to tell you apart. Otherwise, no one will know who is who. He then took out a black marker, quickly writing the number 2 on the new shadow. Van Mook wrote with a smug look, this should solve the problem. The 2 shadows beside him seemed absolutely overjoyed. He grinned from ear to ear. From now on, you 2 are number 1 and number 2. Spoken like a true master of terrible names, the loud ringing of the doorbell shattered his moment of triumph. He ordered his shadows, shh, number 1, number 2, get back quickly. Annoyed, Van Mook walked to the door. I'm coming, what's the rush? But seeing who it was, he froze. Whoa, Sister Shui. She stood with her arms crossed and announced, I just received a report. Many of the seated players have been attacked by assassins, including Lapu's team. Hearing this, Van Mook clenched his fists. Lu Nuoje. Is she all right? Ling Shui replied calmly. Don't worry, Lapu's injuries are the most severe. The others only sustained minor wounds. Van Mook's expression turned to disbelief at her next words. The Mystic Guild has already launched a full investigation into this incident. Ling Shui continued. The guild is taking this matter very seriously. The masterminds and the city they belong to will be severely punished. Before she could finish, Van Mook cut in with a question. About that, Sister Shui? He pointed at Ling Shui, asking nonchalantly, why are you at the camp today? Aren't you supposed to be training with Da Xiong's group? Startled, she stammered. Huh? Well, a blush crept onto Ling Shui's face. She frowned, scratching her head. Actually, after observing you these past few days, I think you're a really great guy. Hearing this, Van Mook was completely stunned. With her cheeks flushed, she continued. So, I stayed behind today because there was something. I wanted to tell you in private. Van Mook's eyes lit up and his cheeks flushed as he thought. Could it be? Sister Shui? Ling Shui lowered her head, looking flustered. I've thought about these words for a long time and finally worked up the courage to say it. Suddenly, she stepped forward and grabbed his hand. So you have to agree with me. Startled, Van Mook instinctively took a step back. His face turned bright red as he thought in a panic. It's happening. But then Ling Shui looked up, her eyes shining as she smiled. I want to test your sword skills. Fight me. Van Mook stared back in utter disbelief, his expression completely blank. She gripped her sword's hilt, drawing it into a fighting stance. Are you ready? I'm attacking. Van Mook snapped back to his senses. Scratching his head, he drew his sword defensively. All right, I'm ready. Inside, he felt completely exasperated. This woman is a total martial arts maniac. What was I even expecting? I feel like an idiot. Ling Shui then gave the signal. Here I come. She immediately charged forward, relentlessly slashing her sword at Van Muk. He was forced to constantly block her attacks, all while retreating. Watching her sharp swordplay, Van Muk thought, as expected of Sister Shui, every single slash is incredibly fast and precise, with almost no openings. Pushing off his heels, he leaped forward with resolve. Even so, I refused to lose. Van Muk's blade thrust toward Ling Shui. She turned her sword sideways to block, gritting her teeth. Her eyes widened in surprise as she thought, so fast. Van Muk flicked his blade upward, a smile on his lips as he uttered two words. Frenzy blade. Van Muk immediately slashed, forcing Ling Shui to retreat. She dug her heels into the ground, a serious look on her face. She commented, "Ah, such immense power." Ling Shui saw the light forming around Van Muk and asked, "Absolute return slash? You're using your ultimate skill this early?" Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock as Van Muk spoke again. "Then try this on for size." He unleashed an attack that shot towards Ling Shui like a torrent of water. First, stance. She was sent flying backward. Ling Shu landed on the ground and looked up. I really can't let my guard down around you." Van Muk just smiled and swung his sword again. Clang! Look over here! Ling Shui was caught completely by surprise. Sparks flew as their blades clashed. He reminded her, that was the second stance. Ling Shui was incredulous. 2 stances? The skills from this art can be stacked. My time is running out. Suddenly, she turned and fled, leaving Van Muk behind. He watched her go, completely bewildered. Realizing her predicament, Ling Shui made a quick decision. This is bad. I have to escape first model. Fighting her means falling for her tricks. I have to find a way to break her sword style, but he wouldn't let her escape so easily. He instantly caught up to Ling Shui, who looked on in shock. His red blade slashed towards her. Ling Shui was forced to block the attack. He calmly uttered 2 words, third level. Yunmu grabbed her shoulder, smiling faintly as he angled his sword to strike down. Yunmu's gaze sharpened, 4th level. But suddenly, a bare hand seized his blade. The sharp edge cut into the palm, dripping fresh blood. Yunmu was stunned. What? Ling Shui panted, her bleeding hand gripping the blade. Your sword techniques, each one gets stronger. She suddenly looked up, staring right into his eyes. Then I'll finish you in a single blow. Ling Shui's blade swept across in an arc. Yunmu froze, his eyes wide with shock as the attack flew at him. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ear. The match is set. Ling Shui smiled, her blade resting on his neck. Yunmu stared at the cold steel against his throat, still gasping for air. They remained frozen in place. Blood from Ling Shui's hand began to pool on the ground below. She smirked and concluded, I win. Hearing that, he couldn't help but smile. You're one crazy woman. One of Ling Shui's hands still gripped the blade. In the setting sun, her blood was redder than the sword itself. The sky bled orange as the others returned. We're back. Da Xiong immediately noticed the bandage on Ling Shui's right hand. He asked with concern, Hey, what happened to your hand, Sister Shui? She glanced down, replying casually, It's nothing, just a scratch. The group gathered as Da Xiong began his report. Today, the 3 of us scouted the territory of the dwarf wizards. He continued. After last time, the dwarf wizard tribe is on high alert. Yunmu listened in silence as he spoke. So even with Xiaomu's injuries healed, our old methods of attack are useless now. Then, Da Xiong broke into a grin. However, I just got some great intel that gave me a new battle strategy. He glanced at Ling Shui with a knowing smile. But, it's going to be tough on Sister Shui. She flinched at the mention of her name. Ling Shui could only stare back at him, completely bewildered. The next morning, the sun was high. With blue skies and white clouds, the weather was perfect. Everyone woke up to prepare. Ling An turned to Da Xiong, calling out his name. Everything you need has been loaded onto the vehicle. He replied, Good. We can leave as soon as Sister Shui is ready. Just then, the click of high heels sounded on the ground. Ling Shui stepped out, embarrassed by her current appearance. Wearing this short skirt. Did it really have to be this? Da Xiong offered an encouraging smile. Of course. This outfit is crucial to the strategy. Behind them, even Yunmu couldn't help but blush. She puffed her cheeks, her brow furrowed in frustration. Flashing back to yesterday, when Da Xiong proposed his idea, Ling Shui had furiously rejected it. Stop joking. I'm not going to seduce the dwarf chieftain. He scratched his head, trying to persuade her. All right. I know this makes you uncomfortable, but this is for the team. Leaning against a tree, Yunmu also disagreed. He spoke up. What kind of twisted strategy is this? Must Sister Shui sacrifice her own dignity? Lu Qiang turned to explain. While we were investigating this morning, we ran into an elderly wizard. She was ordering some dwarf wizards around. He added, telling them to capture a beautiful woman as an offering for their elder. Yunmu's expression darkened. Daxiong stepped forward, continuing, hearing that, I immediately had an idea. This time, we go big. Since the dwarf chieftain is a pervert, we'll use it against him. He smiled wickedly, making a slitting motion at his throat. To catch the bandits, you first catch the king. We'll kill the chieftain directly. Back in the present, the group hid, observing the dwarf wizards. Two of them approached. Daxiong whispered, Hey, you see them? Those are the two. Ling Shui and Daxiong hid behind some nearby trees. She asked in a low voice, Are you sure there won't be any problems? He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, just stick to the plan. Daxiong eyed the two wizards not far away, outlining his plan. I'll pretend to chase you out, so the wizards see you. When they see a beautiful woman, they'll take you away and offer you to their chieftain. We'll follow you and find the dwarf wizard's lair without any trouble. From a tree branch above the two wizards, Yunmu watched them in silence. Daxiong continued detailing the plan. When the time is right, we'll assassinate the chieftain and wipe them all out in one go. He posed dramatically. This is the beauty trap. Ling Shui gave him a deadpan look. Daxiong signaled, Okay, get ready. He yelled to draw attention. Sis, stop running. The dwarf wizard heard him and turned his head. Humph. Just as Ling Shui ran past with Daxiong in pursuit, he let out a sinister laugh. His face contorted grotesquely. Both of them had the same thought. These lines are making me sick. While Daxiong was enjoying the chase, his foot suddenly hit a rock, and he face-planted on the ground. Ouch. The two wizards watched as Daxiong pushed himself up, his hair tie snapping. He sat there, cursing under his breath. Damn it, to fall at a moment like this. One of the wizards had already crept up behind him. Daxiong suddenly turned his head, tears welling in his eyes. It hurt so much. To the wizards, he was a beauty crying from the pain. The dwarf wizard monster stared at him intently. Daxiong faced it, stunned, before both monsters lifted him off the ground. He started to panic and yell, Put me down! Ling Shui, who was running ahead, turned back to see this scene unfold. She began to doubt herself. Did my charm just lose to a man? The others watching from the side were speechless at this unbelievable twist. What in the world is happening? Ling Shui wore a complicated expression as Daxiong's yells echoed. Hey, let me go. What are you lunatics doing? She whispered. This plot development feels like a fever dream. 3 beams of light shot out from nowhere. Lu Qiang appeared, flustered. What do we do now? Great. The plan's a failure. And Daxiong got captured. Yunmu's voice cut through the panic. Don't worry. Things aren't as bad as you think. All eyes turned to him. He commanded, Sister Shui, access Daxiong's network, track his position. Ling Shui immediately brought up the panel. She tapped the screen, pointing to several colored dots and reported. Location confirmed, Yunmu said. The only change to the plan is the bait. It's now Daxiong, not Miss Shui, he reassured them. There's no need to panic. Yunmu calmly calculated their next move. We'll proceed with the original plan. We will work with Daxiong to kill the dwarf witch king. Beneath the clear sky, his voice echoed. Let's move out. A single candle flickered, its light dancing on the stone walls. Beside it, 2 tightly bound hands were held high. Daxiong was in a different outfit, his face hidden by a veil. Tied up there, he sneered. Shh. These are really tight. A voice echoed from outside. My king, the beauty you wanted is inside. A voice replied, Excellent, you may leave. From this point on, do not disturb me, no matter what happens. You hear that? Daxiong grew alert as a pair of feet slowly approached him. The Witch King appeared, holding a bouquet of roses and a bottle of wine. He smiled. Well, hello, my little beauty. He narrowed his eyes, asking, Have you been waiting long? Outside, Yunmu swung his sword with heroic grace. Around his feet lay the corpses of several witches. He announced, The guards at the entrance have been dealt with. We can go now. Ling Shui appeared from behind him, reporting, The coordinates show Daxiong is in this cave. It seems to be the dwarf witch's nest, but we must be quick. Daxiong's coordinates haven't moved in a while. I think he's already been taken to the dwarf witch king. Yunmu warned. Anzai, Xiaoqiang, you two stay close. Being left behind here is no laughing matter. Lu Qiang immediately nodded. Yeah, got it. Yunmu commanded, Move out. The group began to enter the cave. At that moment, Daxiong kicked the Witch King squarely. Stay away from me. Daxiong cursed nonchalantly. You disgusting thing. The roses in the Witch King's hand fell to the floor as he stumbled back. He then approached, lifting Daxiong's chin. With a look of amusement, he said, Ha, my love, you're so feisty. Let this king cherish you. The Witch King's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. Since you have so much energy, why don't we play a little game? Da Xiong frowned silently. The king continued. What do you say? Meanwhile, the others were rushing deeper inside. Around a candlelit corner, Yunmu peeked ahead. His expression changed instantly as he stopped them. Wait a minute. Ling Shui, right behind him, paused, asking confusedly, what's wrong? Yunmu spotted two dwarf witches chatting on the other side. He pressed himself against the wall and explained, there are guards. We can't take this path. He turned to tell them, it's not a good idea to fight them in their lair. Miss Shui, find a new route. Ling Shui quickly retorted, but this is the last path to the Dwarf Witch King's chambers. The other two grew worried. What? What do we do now? You don't really plan to fight them here, do you? But Yunmu noticed an air duct right above them. An idea struck him, and he smiled slyly. Da Xiong, wait for me. I'm coming. The cuffs were broken. Now, the Witch King would play a game with Da Xiong. In this game, Da Xiong would run first, and he would chase. If caught, Da Xiong would belong to him, right? Because resistance would only make the Witch King more excited. Da Xiong was openly disgusted. What a horrible game. The Witch King shot forward to start the game. He swung his hideous claws at Da Xiong, saying, run, little beauty, run. Who said Da Xiong would run? He truly was a disgusting monster. He jumped to dodge Zhuot's hand, pressing down on his head and using it as a pivot for a mid-air spin. Landing on his hands, he delivered a scorpion kick that dislocated the king's jaw, sending blood flying. Da Xiong fluidly reversed into another spin, knocking him far away. The Witch King's hands were wrapped and locked in iron chains. Their little game was over. The monster lay at Da Xiong's feet, his hands bound. At this moment, Da Xiong was like a buff maiden, capturing a bandit. But he was the Witch King. How could he be captured so easily? The game wasn't over yet. Somehow, Zhuot broke free of the chains, spinning to attack Da Xiong and forcing him far back. Caught off guard, Da Xiong had to use his hands and feet to slow down. Just as he stabilized, the king attacked, weapon in hand. Their eyes met, the king's hooked nose right in front of Da Xiong. His weapon clashed with the chains on his hands. The dwarf pinned Da Xiong's arms and attacked with his knee. He thought he had finally caught his beauty. Just then, the vent cover burst open. Li Yunmu appeared just in time to stop the ugly creature. Get away from Da Xiong, he yelled, dropping from the ceiling and delivering a thunderous kick to the Witch King's head. He made it just in time. What a relief. A second later, and Da Xiong would have been defiled by that hideous monster. But now, the real problem stood before them, the Witch King. Feeling utterly humiliated, he staggered up, laughing maniacally. You damned humans, using such a beauty to trick me. His face twisted in rage. They had truly provoked him now. Too bad for him, Da Xiong was a man. What beautiful woman. Was the king going to make him prove it? The taunt drove the Witch King insane. He'd let them laugh. For just a moment longer. Energy surged around Zhuot, pulling everything towards him like a vortex. The entire cave began to compress towards Zhuot's body. The pressure was immense, nearly forcing them to their knees. The process was agonizing. He roared as if his body was about to detonate. A massive vortex formed, tearing the ground apart. When it vanished, the cave was nothing but rubble and dust. Li Yunmu barely withstood the blast. Kneeling, he forced himself back to his feet amid the ruin. The flux energy was overwhelming, destroying the entire cave. High above the collapse, the Witch King appeared in a new form. He looked down on the tiny human. Was he ready to accept the gift of death? Alarms blared through the base. The system detected a massive crimson energy source. The monitor stared in horror. A crimson energy source? I must report this to the chairman, now. Zhuot unleashed the dimensional Great Curse, evolving into a king-class monster. Panic filled the monitoring room. The chairman understood the gravity of the situation. The dimensional Great Curse. This was a catastrophe. A fifth-dimensional curse would annihilate every participant in the trial zone. His hands flew across the console as he barked orders to his subordinates. Why did those brats provoke the Witch King? Abort the trial and recall all teams, and dispatch a Golden Stone Flux Disciple to aid the evacuation. Meanwhile, the newly crowned King Zhuot landed casually before Li Yunmu. He raised a hand, using his flux energy to summon his weapon from the rubble. Li Yunmu saw it all. In the blink of an eye, the weapon was back in the Witch King's grasp. Li Yunmu could only watch, stunned. The king's aura was immense. They were completely outmatched now. The sheer pressure radiating from him was terrifying. Li Yunmu felt a fear he had never known. He raised his flaming weapon, pointing it straight towards the heavens. From that stance, Zhuot swung his blade down, aiming to cleave Li Yunmu's head in two. but he was frozen, paralyzed by sheer terror. Suddenly, a hand yanked Li Yunmu away from the monster's deadly blade. It was Ling Shui. "You idiot, what are you staring at?" she yelled, shoving him aside. "Snap out of it, there's no time." She summoned her own blade, drawing the monster's attention to herself. She charged, buying time for Li Yunmu to recover. But he was still trembling, unable to even lift his hand. His two comrades, Anzi and Xiao Qiang, lay nearby. Though unharmed, they were out cold, offering no support. Then Ling Shui was overpowered, thrown back right next to Li Yunmu. He froze, completely stunned by the sight. She fought so fiercely, even the Witch King had to praise her. A truly remarkable woman. Too bad he couldn't keep her. They were all about to die here. Li Yunmu punched his own leg, urging, "Move, damn it," but his leg wouldn't respond. Thieu raised his sword to finish Ling Shui, and panic seized him. "My leg, just move already." As the blade descended, he desperately pleaded, "Please, just move." The blade was getting dangerously close to Ling Shui. Luckily, at that critical moment, Yunmu's legs finally responded. He leaped behind the creature, slamming his foot into its head. The monster cried out, crashing headfirst into the dirt. Yunmu quickly turned to Ling Shui, asking if she could stand. But she was worried about him. "Your legs. Are you scared?" There was no time for Yunmu to be scared. He'd die if he hesitated. This time, he had to force himself to move. Turns out, Yunmu managed to stand, not by overcoming fear, but by stabbing his own leg with a dagger. A drastic but effective method. No time to worry about the small wound. Now, they had to escape. Suddenly, an off-road vehicle appeared, drifting to a perfect stop right beside them. It was the pretty boy, Da Xiong. Who knows where he got the car, but their carelessness meant retreat was the only option. Ling Shui searched for her brother and Xiao Qiang. She couldn't see them, and with little time, they had to be found fast. Li Yunmu was about to point them out to her, but before he could speak, the pile of dirt began to stir. A monstrous hand clawed its way out. It rose to its feet, burning with absolute hatred for Yunmu. Every time Thieu was about to finish someone off, Yunmu would show up and kick him in the head. Not once, but twice. And so, the Witch King was determined to take his life. His entire body glowed with crimson energy as he began to levitate. If he fully recovered, their escape would be impossible. Thieu raised a hand. It seemed they had underestimated him. Lightning crackled in his palm like a miniature storm. Li Yunmu knew this was bad. That was pure lightning. Once it struck, no one could stop it. He shoved Ling Shui back, yelling at her to get in the car. Startled by Yunmu's actions, Ling Shui had no time to question it, because in the next instant, the Witch King's attack descended. The blast sent her flying. Luckily, Da Xiong was there to catch her. "No more time," he urged. "Get in the car now." Ling Shui couldn't leave yet. Her brother was still in there. As she spoke, it seemed Yunmu had already anticipated it. He threw the two unconscious youths towards them with a loud shout, "Take them and go!" And Zi and Xiao Qiang were still completely out. Da Xiong quickly grabbed them. "We can't stay, let's go." After getting everyone settled, he was about to drive off when Ling Shui stopped him. "Aren't you waiting for Li Yunmu?" But they had to go. If they didn't escape right now, they would lose their only chance. To beat a king-class spatial monster, you'd need a miracle. Ling Shui knew that, but Li Yunmu was still back there. Was leaving like this abandoning their comrade? Da Xiong comforted Ling Shui. "Don't worry. If a miracle exists in this world, I believe it can only be Li Yunmu." Just then, a voice from behind shouted for them to stop. Ling Shui whipped her head around, confused who else could be there. It was Li Yunmu, running for his dear life. He chased them with all his strength, a dazed look on his face. "Wait for me!" Da Xiong, still oblivious, kept driving, until Ling Shui screamed, "It's Li Yunmu! Stop the car! He can't keep up! Slow down!" Da Xiong finally slammed on the brakes, the car slowing to a stop. When Yunmu finally got in, he was drenched in sweat. Da Xiong never thought he'd escape so soon. "I was just starting to write your heroic saga," he joked. Ling Shui asked curiously, "How did you get away from that thing? Did you actually defeat the Witch King?" He quickly waved his hands. "What are you thinking? Of course not. How could I possibly do that alone? I noticed it gets stronger in a limited space, so I just focused on getting out of its range, and that was it." Da Xiong had to praise his cleverness. "Pretty lucky we all escaped." Yunmu leaned his head back. "Yeah, extremely lucky." Remembering the lightning, he had been completely overwhelmed. Even Thieu was surprised that Yunmu was still alive. A direct hit from his lightning should have been a death sentence. The monster had already pierced his golden bell defense. How annoying. He grabbed Yunmu by the hair. "I must commend you for staying behind so your friends could escape. Such a touching friendship." With that, Thu kicked him like a ball, sending Lee Yunmu crashing into a wall once more. Ground. A brutal impact. For a normal person, it would have shattered their ribs. Thu sneered. This pathetic level of strength dared to challenge him? Now he was flat as a roach. So much for Van Mook. His friends had been gone a while. They should be far enough away now. Unaware of what's happening here, they wouldn't see what he did next. Van Mook pointed at the ugly monster, with its long, Pinocchio-like nose. Today, I'll show him something special. He'd better thank me properly for it. Shadow system. Activate. At his feet, 2 plumes of smoke swirled. 1 azure, 1 violet. Number 1 and number 2. Enter the arena. Thu was stunned. He'd never seen anything like this. The smoke then formed 2 monsters, guarding Van Mook. The Sorcerer King worried, wondering what these things were. Wiping blood from his lip, he smirked. Did he really think I stayed behind just to sacrifice myself? The truth was, Van Mook just didn't want them to witness his slaughter. After all, not everything can be shared. He was treating him like a mere trophy. Enough talk. Number 1 and number 2 should just kill him now. Number 2 attacked first, lunging forward with a powerful punch, but it narrowly missed. But for a mere shadow, its attack was incredibly powerful. Thu dodged, launching into the air to observe with suspicion. Number 1 and number 2 were creatures from another dimension. Seeing him just staring, Van Mook offered a kind reminder. The ugly freak Thu seemed to forget. Where there's a number 2, there's also a number 1. While he was distracted, number 1 had already appeared right behind him. Its arm pierced through Thu's shoulder before he could even react. A direct hit. He cried out in agony as green blood erupted. The blow sent Thu plummeting from the sky, crashing hard to the ground. That didn't look painful. It looked excruciating. Van Mook had rested enough. He dusted himself off, ready to head back. As Van Mook turned to leave, Thu clutched his bleeding shoulder and stopped him. Where do you think you're going? We're not finished. Are you running away again? The Sorcerer King was furious. How could he just walk away so calmly? Doesn't he want to kill me? Stay and fight. But his 2 opponents were still here. Number 1 landed a punch, a reminder not to get distracted. Van Mook was confused. Why would he fight the Sorcerer King? He never challenged him. That was just Thu's own delusion. He muttered, "Look at him," making up his own drama. Thu's eyes screamed murder, wanting to tear Van Mook apart. With number 1 on guard, he turned and left. This was a battlefield, and winning was all that mattered. They say your enemy is contemptible, but Van Mook knew this one wasn't an idiot. He stuck his tongue out, giving him a mental dislike. Anyway, it was time for him to go. He would leave this to number 1 and number 2. Back in the car, Lang Tuyet was coughing violently. Van Mook asked with concern, "Sister Tuyet, are you okay?" He felt guilty for dragging her into this. Lang Tuyet didn't blame him. This was her first time seeing a king-level space monster. A normal person would have given up long ago, simply losing their will to fight. Dai Hung and the beauty both agreed, looking at the 2 sleeping in the back. This was the normal reaction to seeing a king-level monster. On the contrary, was Van Mook's willpower too strong? Seeing them still unconscious, was that the normal reaction to a king class? A new system notification appeared. He thought the Sorcerer King Thu was dead, but Van Mook was wrong. He had used immense strength, clutching his sword as the fight ended. Van Mook's shadow had been defeated. What happened? Van Mook was shocked his shadow had been killed so quickly. Another system alert snapped him to attention. The host's shadow has perished. Revive directly, or revive with consciousness? He didn't understand. Revive with consciousness? What did that mean? The system explained. Reviving with consciousness upgrades the shadow into a shadow soul, giving it simple emotions and intelligence. It will also master combat skills more effectively. The upgrade requires 2,000 points. So expensive. Without a word, Van Mook chose to revive with consciousness. The chaos outside made Dai Hung wonder why the surrounding space beasts were going berserk. Van Mook had successfully revived and upgraded the shadow soul. An alert went out to everyone. Attention all trial teams. A king-level monster has appeared in the trial grounds. The Mystic Association has decided to end the competition. All teams must evacuate quickly. Dai Hung felt a little regret. They had so many points. With the competition cancelled, was it all for nothing? Oh well. Their lives were more important. He wanted to get Yunmu's opinion, but the man appeared to be asleep. Lee Yunmu leaned back in his seat, looking completely exhausted. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Witch King was gasping for breath. He found a good spot to rest for a moment. Although he had dealt with those 2, the human had managed to escape. If they met again, Thu would ensure he had no way home. Suddenly, number 1's arm rose. Wasn't he already dead? Thu immediately sensed that something was wrong. An immense power erupted. throwing Thew backward. Thanks to the surging energy, number 1 was miraculously revived. A change was slowly appearing in his eyes, and Thew had no idea what happened. A familiar voice rang out, "Hey, you ugly thing." The Witch King startled, recognizing the man. Number 1 was alive, with a taunting look just like Lee Yunmu. They met again so soon. Number 1's consciousness now contained Yunmu. "Thew, do you remember me?" He never expected him to be inside that body. How could he have not noticed? "Why explain?" Yunmu charged ahead. "Let's talk with our fists." Thew's eyes widened in terror. He was too fast, and Thew was sent flying far away, tumbling over and over like a cheap toy. The Space Curse's power over the Witch King grew weaker. It seemed he had to borrow a bit of power, something like the curse's strength. He raised his hand to the sky. The kid actually dared to come back. This time, he would see how he kills him. Yunmu glanced around. It looked like Thew wanted to use lightning again. His actions were just like before. Yunmu's pupils suddenly widened. This wasn't right. This was a curse formation. Before his eyes, he could see it clearly. Was it always there? Yunmu hadn't realized it sooner. Could it be that the shadow's eyes could see energy clusters invisible to the human eye? Thew's small magic circle in the sky began to crackle with small bolts of lightning. An enormous power poured down on him. Yunmu could only guess that this man's power was restored, and this cursed seal circle was his source of strength. If that was the case, he had to find a way to erase the magic circle. Thew stretched his arms and legs. He was nearly ready to fight. It was the Witch King's turn to attack. Now he could send him to heaven to enjoy himself. Thew firmly gripped his sword. Leaping high into the air, the sword in his hand seemed to ignite, slashing down towards Yunmu. The enormous power created a massive explosion. Once the smoke cleared, only he was left standing. That damn kid was quite fast. He had hidden somewhere, causing his slash to miss. Suddenly, a pair of shoes approached the Witch King's ear, but he was lucky to react in time. He used his hand to push Yunmu's leg far away. He smoothly did a beautiful somersault, landing lightly with his hands. Using that as a pivot, he launched himself up for another kick. This time, Thew would not let Yunmu's insolent leg go. It had been caught. He froze for a moment. Grasping his ankle, he was annoyed that he kept jumping around like a flea. So, he threw Yunmu far away. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile. That's the right way to throw. Thew suddenly realized something. His eyes lit up as if awakened. Perhaps only now did he realize Yunmu's true purpose. Could it be that he wanted to destroy the magic circle? Yunmu was aiming for the Witch King's formation. That was his goal. But how could that be? How could this human see his cursed seal circle? His hand had reached the formation, and then he flashed a winner's smile. "I've found you." He pierced his hands through the center of the formation, ripping a line, little by little, then tore it apart like a thin piece of paper. His goal was achieved. The Witch King had lost his support. That a brat like him actually did this was something he couldn't forgive. For Yunmu's arrogant behavior, Thew instantly went mad, launching himself high, passing in front of him like a rocket. Flying into the sky, he landed a decisive blow on Yunmu's shadow body. This guy hits way too hard. Yunmu felt internally wounded. His head was spinning. Although he couldn't absorb any more power, he was still much stronger than him. If that was the case, then he shouldn't be given a chance to attack. Recruiting the enemy wasn't a bad idea. This trick could be used here. That cunning smile appeared on his lips again. Yunmu flew high, proactively approaching Thew. This kick was a complete success. Every time they fought, the destruction was never light. He was kicked a long way off. Yunmu was an interesting person, always sparking Thew's interest. Yunmu had been ruthless just now, so next in line to take the stage was him. There was no way that was happening here. There was a next contestant, but it definitely wasn't the Witch King. He had forgotten that his opponent wasn't just him alone. Number 2 had appeared behind his back at some point and began to attack. By the time Thew realized and turned his head to look, it was already too late. A kick to the snout sent him flying like a ball. He was then hit by Yunmu's wind-breaking kick. He and Number 2 took turns kicking the Witch King back and forth like a soccer ball. Again and again. He had no time to react. Damn it. This attack from Yunmu was like a downpour. Thew couldn't escape. He knew that a direct attack couldn't defeat him, so he had to continue attacking like this. To be spun to death like this. The Witch King couldn't believe it. To be killed so shamefully by this despicable fiend. He refused to be their plaything. He grabbed Lee Yunmu's ankle again. What is this lunatic doing now? He held on tight, clinging to Lee Yunmu like a leech, his hand clamped firmly around his head. What the hell is he doing? His eyes were bloodshot. If he was going down, he was taking Lee Yunmu with him. At least he'd have company in the afterlife. His body swelled rapidly, his tattered clothes straining as he held on. Lee Yunmu couldn't break free. He never imagined the king would self-destruct. The king's eyes bulged, his face about to explode. If he went off, number 1 wouldn't escape unscathed. Damn it, there was no time. Number 1 hastily activated his warrior armor for protection. The next second, the Witch King's body detonated in a massive explosion. Just after the suicidal blast, another team arrived. What happened here? They were the Heavenly Cloud Temple's elite squad. From the looks of it, someone had already dealt with the Witch King. They were too late. Just then, they spotted a flash of blue light. To their shock, a figure emerged from the dense smoke. But what truly stunned them was the armor he wore. He's from the War God Temple. The moment that thought entered his dream, Lee Yunmu cried out in alarm. Da Xiong, who was driving, glanced over at his shout. Having a nightmare? He asked. Yunmu mumbled, "Oh, right." His gaze drifted past the window. That was a close call. Good thing I severed the Shadow Soul link. Any later and I'd be finished. Just then, a system notification rang out. Ding! You have slain the Dwarf Sorcerer King, the region's strongest space beast. A faint smile touched his lips, knowing what the system's words implied. It meant Zhang Xiaoshu and number 1 were still alive, protected by their war gear and the golden heavy armor. But the notifications didn't stop. Ding! You have gained 10,000 experience and internal energy points. You have also earned 1,000 points and 12 crystals of the Radiant King. You have obtained the Dwarf King's Wrath. As a first kill bonus for a king-level space beast, you receive a special dimensional box. Overwhelmed by the rewards, Yunmu couldn't hide his excitement, shouting, "Yes, I've struck gold." Da Xiong, sitting beside him, was completely baffled by this outburst. What the hell? He nearly jumped out of his skin. A little further down the road, they spotted trouble. Yunmu pointed, yelling to Da Xiong, "Look over there! Looks like someone surrounded by space beasts." Da Xiong glanced over, and his eyes widened in recognition. "Isn't that Li Si from our academy? Why is she all alone? Did she get separated from her team?" Hearing that, Yunmu decided instantly he would save her. Da Xiong was still processing his friend's intention. What? Save her? Before he knew it, Yunmu was climbing on top of the vehicle with a grin. "We're all from the same academy, so helping each other is the right thing to do." Yunmu's actions made Da Xiong panic. "That's way too dangerous. Use the door." But before he could finish, Yunmu was gone. Da Xiong could only sigh. Why is he so fired up all of a sudden? But Ling Xue, in the back, had a different idea. It's probably because Yunmu has his eyes on that girl. If she was right, this was a shocking development. Meanwhile, Li Si was fighting for her life, desperately holding off a horde of space beasts. The situation was dire. The beasts had gone into a frenzy, and she was completely separated from her team. She had no choice but to face them alone. A monster's whip-like tentacle shot towards her, and she froze in panic. The blow sent her flying, knocking the weapon from her grasp. The frenzied beast snarled, slowly closing in on Li Si. In that moment, she was sure it was the end. She squeezed her eyes shut. It's over. But then, a voice cut through the chaos. "Hey!" At the sound, her eyes snapped open. Before her stood a young man, effortlessly holding a beast by the neck. "You're not hurt, are you?" he asked gently. His calm voice and heroic rescue made her face flush red. I'm okay," she stammered. Yunmu then casually kicked the monster, sending it crashing into a nearby tree. A fight that was impossible for her was nothing more than a warm-up for him. He dispatched the rest, in moments. That's the last of them. Watching him, Li Si felt a wave of pure admiration wash over her. So, he's Yunmu. He's so strong. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a sound. A voice made them turn curiously. It was Da Xiong, waiting impatiently in the car. "Had enough fun? We need to head back." Li Si spotted him. The pervert in women's clothes. Stung by her label, Da Xiong quickly denied it. He was no such thing. Seeing she was alone, Yunmu offered her a ride back. Hearing this, Li Si's eyes lit up as she eagerly agreed. "Huh? Is that okay? Thank you." And with that, they all returned to Gufeng Academy. Ling An, still unconscious from the battle, was carelessly tossed onto the ground. Yunmu, watching from the side, was not pleased. He urged them to be gentler, as he was a wounded man. "Do you even know how to use a stretcher?" Just then, a group from another squad passed by and recognized him. "Is that him?" the red-haired guy asked, excited. "You haven't heard? Their team did an amazing job." He then rattled off Yunmu's achievements, which boosted Gufeng City's rank by over 30 spots. In the future, the city's status and its allocated resources would be vastly improved. For 10,000 years, the people of Gufeng City were at the bottom. But now, they could finally hold their heads high. From out of nowhere, Tangan appeared and slapped him hard on the back. It was his signature greeting, "My dear little brother." Hit without warning, Yunmu spun around and yelled, "Hey, what are you doing?" You scared me, but Tang An just grinned, ruffling his hair. Oh my. Did I frighten you? Now, deep breaths, don't be scared. If you keep touching Yunmu, I will beat you down. But he only pushed further, telling Yunmu to get over it. It made him want to flee. Never mind, I'm fine. Just go. And don't touch me. Yunmu carefully scanned the area, making sure he was gone. What's wrong with that guy? He's like some kind of pervert. Speaking of which, hey, why isn't Lu Nuoji back yet? As he was looking for her, a voice called from behind. Hello, little Mumu. He turned to see it was Li Si. She was clearly not pleased with his tone. What's with the, it's you? So cold. In that case, why are you calling me little Mumu? Li Si skipped over to him, explaining, isn't that what the cross-dressing pervert calls you? So what? He can call you that, but I can't? Not wanting to argue, Yunmu simply started to leave. Forget it. Call me whatever you want. Seeing him agree, Li Si beamed and quickly made an offer. By the way, tonight let's. But before she could finish, he turned to the blue-haired guy with a question. Classmate, have you seen Lu Nuoji? The guy figured she was probably back. I saw their chariot parked over there. Noticing Yunmu's concern, Li Si couldn't help but ask, are you that worried about Lu Nuoji? Are you two dating? But his expression was flat as he shot back. Why would I tell you? His blunt response left her speechless, but she didn't dwell on it, telling him that her injuries weren't serious, just minor. Hearing that, he cautiously asked again, are you sure? Li Si didn't answer him. Let's have dinner together. The invitation was completely sudden. She replied naturally. That's right. To repay you for saving my life, come to my dorm and try my cooking. Unfortunately, Yunmu refused. Sorry, I have plans tonight. I really don't have time. I'll treat you another day. Rejected twice in a row. Even she had to pause. Without waiting for a reply, Yunmu turned and walked away. All right then, bye-bye. He'd only gone a few steps when she called out again. Little Mumu. Yunmu politely turned back to ask, what is it? Li Si's familiar crinkly-eyed smile returned. Which other day did you mean? Yunmu hadn't actually considered it. He'd only said it to be polite. While the two of them were talking, a pair of eyes was watching them intently from a distance. It was Dashang, hiding nearby. Our little Mumu is finally growing up. Tang An, however, found his behavior disgraceful. That pervert is crying and spying on him. A short while later, Yunmu returned home. He was excited to finally see the rewards from the Witch King's self-destruction. I can't wait any longer. The items he'd collected were incredible. Crystals, equipment, scrolls, and a spatial box. Just then, Yunmu's eyes flew open. Wait a minute. He stared at the object in his hand with suspicion. Could this thing possibly be? A feeling of strange familiarity washed over him. Isn't this a legendary item? He guessed it was the spatial origin stone. That's right. I remember now. It's recorded in a book. With that thought, he rushed off to find the tome that held the information. After a frantic search, he found it. He compared the space ore in his hand to the book's illustration. A perfect match. This is it. According to the text, the space ore was a legendary treasure, capable of creating its own independent world. Once refined, its owner would become the master of that private dimension. A satisfied smirk spread across Yunmu's face. Looks like I've really found a treasure. The dwarf sorcerer king's sacrifice hadn't been for nothing. He couldn't wait and immediately called out, System, I want to refine the space ore. The system's response was swift. Refining requires 30,000 points. What? That's highway robbery. Are you trying to rip off your own master? I own the ore. How can the refining fee be so high? But Yunmu was ready to go big, so he agreed. Fine, 30,000 it is. There was no other choice. Then get on with it. Ding! Refinement successful. He was shocked. That was incredibly fast. In the very next instant, Yunmu's surroundings completely shifted. He gazed around in awe. So this is the world inside the ore. A look of pure joy spread across his face as he beheld the vast, starry expanse. Yunmu couldn't help but whisper in amazement, this might be the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Still, it had a glaring flaw. This dimension was vast, but the ground under my feet was pathetic. He figured tossing anything into a space this small would fill it up instantly. So, Yunmu tested it with a space specimen. Immediately, it dissolved into the dimension. Even more shocking, the ground beneath him expanded proportionally. After that test, he guessed that the land grew by absorbing space crystals. A bold, almost reckless idea then sparked in Yunmu's mind. What if he hurled his entire stash of crystals into the void? Bigger and bigger. After a moment, it was done, and Yunmu sighed in relief. Tossing over 100 crystals at once was exhausting, but this kind of effort was definitely worth it. And it was true. The initially tiny patch of land had expanded immensely. As he admired the results, he wondered, now that this place is so big, how will it help me? That single thought stopped Yunmu cold. His satisfaction turned to regret and self-blame. Damn it. I was so impulsive. I wasted so many crystals without even knowing what this is for. Just then, a system notification arrived. This is the star realm within your world, which made Yunmu curious. A star realm? According to the explanation, it was a force generated within the host. Yunmu's expression soured. It could be used for defense too? So now the golden armor and warrior armament had the world force added to them. He equipped the fleshpad armor, but the system mocked him, stating, "Your star realm is too small. The damage absorption is negligible." Huh? This is small? Look at this thing. It's at least 7 or 8 square meters. Yunmu realized the system had been particularly harsh lately. Looking back, he really had been impulsive. He'd spent 30,000 points and over 100 crystals, only to get something useless. But then again, his actions weren't entirely pointless. Theoretically, with enough crystals, this star realm could become invincible. He almost considered tossing in more crystals, but luckily, he snapped out of it in time. He couldn't help but feel agitated. So dangerous. I almost fell for the system's trap. This is a bottomless pit. It just wants to bankrupt me. While the idea of absorbing damage is tempting. At this thought, Yunmu paused for a second. He stared at the crystals on the screen, feeling an urge to just toss in one more. Just one. The hesitation was real. It's nothing. Yunmu fought with himself. Should I do it? Just one. Only one. As he struggled with the thought, a call from Da Xiong appeared on the system screen. Mumu, get changed and come to the square. Now. Hearing his urgency, Yunmu wondered what could have happened to cause such a rush. He should really explain things better. After the call, Yunmu quickly headed to the Gufeng compound's square. He thought it was something important, but after all that, it was just a general assembly. He thought Da Xiong's group had gotten into trouble, making him sprint over here. Li Si saw him and waved happily. Mumu, over here. Yunmu walked over to them and asked her, "Why are you here?" Caught off guard by his question, Li Si was confused. What do you mean? He meant she should be with her own team. Why is she always around his team? Her heart ached. Was Yunmu really this cruel? Da Xiong watched them, thinking how great youth is. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around his neck from behind with a cheerful greeting. Li Yunmu, I'm so glad you're okay. The tight embrace nearly choked him. He thought it was a stranger, but it was Nuo Jie. Long time no see, but all he wanted to say was, "Damn it, girl, you scared me. Now get off. You're heavy." Nuo Jie finally let go of Yunmu. She'd heard he was targeted just like Luo Pu, and had been worried sick. She was relieved to see Yunmu was safe. But seeing them so close, Li Si felt a sting of annoyance. Just then, a taunting voice cut through the air. Well, if it isn't Li Yunmu and his team of rich kids. He turned to see Hu Yu and his lackeys. What a surprise. I honestly thought you'd be dead by now. How's things? Is it comfortable being a rich family's dog? The words made Yunmu's blood boil. He didn't want to give him the time of day. Why is it always this mad dog? Such a hassle. Before Yunmu could even retort, Da Xiong stepped up to defend him. Hey, I'm talking to you. He shot back without mercy. Long time no see. Your strength is the same, but your foul mouth has really improved. That instantly set him off. You stinking rich kid, are you looking for a fight? Say that again if you dare. Too bad he was threatening the wrong guy. Da Xiong wasn't the least bit scared. Of course, he didn't really want to fight, but if you're saying you want to fight. The words were spoken softly, but sent a chill down the spine. Then so be it. Just as a duel was about to erupt, Teacher Li appeared, giving them a sharp glare. He remarked, "Young people are so hot-headed these days." His deep voice called to Ling Xue, telling her to put away her friend's illusion gun. Hearing this, Ling Xue reluctantly complied. The teacher had already spotted it, but she still shot a warning at Hu Yu. You should thank the teacher. If you had attacked, you'd be dead. Her icy glare and cold voice were enough to overwhelm his presence. Seeing everyone defend him, Yunmu felt incredibly moved. Not bad at all. Even if we're a bit clumsy, we finally feel like a real team. At that moment, Teacher Wen announced loudly to the students, "All right, all students, gather around." The rankings for the Zhangzhou Guild competition have just been released. Everyone listened with rapt attention. For the first time, our Gufeng city has entered the top 50, achieving an excellent rank of 48. This is all thanks to your hard work, and I'm very pleased. Now for the main event. The Gufeng city leaders have decided to reward everyone, and this grand prize is access to the treasure vault, with rewards for all contributors. Everyone gets a share. His words sent a shockwave of surprise and excitement through the crowd. The next moment, everyone cheered. This is amazing. After his announcement, Teacher Wen handed the task over. All right, Tang An will take you all to the treasure vault to select an item. He turned to his classmates with a smile. All right, students, please follow me. Everyone quickly followed Tang An to the Gufeng vault. Yunmu's first impression upon seeing it was, "This is the treasury? It's pretty big." Da Xiang, however, scoffed in disdain. "Big? This is just average. It looks like my servant's quarters." The words of a truly spoiled rich kid. Tang An then began to explain the rules. Entry into the vault will be determined by contribution ranking, so we will now announce the point rankings for each team. A screen immediately materialized behind him. The team in first place was Da Xiang's team. The moment they saw the ranking, everyone was stunned. No way, Da Xiang's team is number 1? How could they possibly rank higher than Luopu's team and the others? Hu Yu had the most aggressive reaction of them all. What? No, that's impossible. Meanwhile, Da Xiang was already dragging him to claim their prize. Let's go choose our treasure. Even he was shocked by this result. First place? This is definitely going to attract unwanted attention. What a pain. They had only taken a few steps before a loud shout came from behind. Wait! They turned back curiously. Hu Yu was storming toward them in protest. Li Yunmu. How could you possibly win first place? I don't accept it. Someone awakened for less than a year can't score that many points. Just then, Li Si appeared out of nowhere. Hu Yu, what are you doing? I've seen Yunmu's skills. So what if he only awakened half a year ago? He's a combat genius, but Hu Yu shoved her aside. Get out of my way, this isn't your business. Li Yunmu, if you're a man, stop hiding behind women. Ho Yu continued to provoke Yunmu relentlessly. You relied on Ling Xue in the match, and now you want Li Si to protect you? Some combat genius you are, model. Talk is cheap. I challenge you. But his words were met with cold silence. This only infuriated him more. Hey, are you deaf? Van Muke watched grimly as Li Si was shoved aside for his sake. Ow, that hurts. Finally, he accepted Hu Yu's challenge. Fine, I've tolerated you long enough. Van Mook's expression instantly changed. His eyes turned ice cold. I'll fight you. If Hu Yu was this persistent, then Van Mook would gladly oblige him. Huh? What? You want to throw down? He spoke while shrugging off his jacket. Hang Ling Xue, watching from the side, could only sigh at the fool's ignorance. He just kicked a hornet's nest. That kid, Hu Yu, is so unlucky. He's only got himself to blame for showing off. Of all the people to provoke, he just had to pick Li Van Mook. Yeah! Ling An and Lu Qiang roared with excitement. Go get him, Li Van Mook. He's always looked down on us, so don't go easy. Across from him, Hu Yu lunged, charging straight toward Van Mook. He shouted furiously as he ran. I've put up with you long enough, punk. Prepare to get wrecked. As Hu Yu attacked, Van Mook didn't even need to raise a hand, effortlessly dodging every single clumsy blow. Van Mook's casual movements felt like a deep insult, and Hu Yu's face twisted with humiliation. No matter how wildly he swung, every frantic punch was gracefully avoided. The only one wasting any energy here was Hu Yu. None of his moves had any effect on him. It seemed Van Mook had provoked him to his breaking point. He roared in frustration. Stop hiding like a turtle. Come on and fight me. Van Mook was just waiting for those words. Well, if you insist, then I won't hold back. Before he could even process that response, the shadow of a fist was already cast over his face. The next instant, a perfectly aimed punch sent him flying backward, coughing up blood. The other students watching this exchange couldn't hide their shock at what they had just witnessed. Hey, did you see what just happened? Hu Yu was sent flying in a single instant. Ling An, Li Si, and Lu Qiang were ecstatic, cheering at the top of their lungs. Awesome. You're the best, Xiao Muk Muk. The most humiliated person here was Hu Yu. He struggled to speak, his body trembling as he tried to stand. I haven't lost yet. He then drew a line on the ground, gathering all his strength for a final, powerful blow to get his revenge. Van Mook remained perfectly calm, curious to see what this loudmouth was actually capable of. As Hu Yu drew closer, Van Mook delivered a devastating punch straight to his left cheek, distorting his entire face. Instantly silenced, he was sent flying once more, completely unable to fight back. The impact sent him skidding across the ground, his back scraping a long, painful line in the dirt. The other students had to admit it. Whoa, that was total domination. Yeah, I never knew Li Van Mook was that strong. Praises for Van Mook echoed through the crowd, along with murmurs about Hu Yu's true lack of skill. I thought Hu Yu was amazing. He's the team's ace. Hearing this, he could only remain silent, drowning in shame. Tang An, wanting to end this, stepped forward. All right, this childish fight has been decided. You can go to the warehouse to claim your reward now, right? Van Mook felt that was for the best. That's right. He'd wasted too much time on this foolishness. Suddenly, Tang An's eyes widened in horror at something he saw. It turned out that while Van Mook was calling to his friend, Da Xiong, let's go to the treasury, Hu Yu was creeping up from behind with a dagger. He was actually trying to kill him. Seeing this, Tang An let out a desperate warning shout. Look out! Hearing the shout, he curiously glanced back, only to see Hu Yu. His eyes burned with hatred as he charged, his voice filled with venom. Li Van Mook, I'll never lose to you. Now die! In his hand was a gleaming dagger. Fortunately, Van Mook managed to evade the deadly strike just in time. The next second, he grabbed Hu Yu's arm without hesitation, and in a brief, brutal moment, snapped it, making him grimace in agony. His arm was now horribly deformed. The sight made the other students turn pale. Oh my God, did he just cripple Hu Yu's arm? That was truly ruthless. Never provoke Li Van Mook again. Meanwhile, Hu Yu just screamed endlessly in pain. Ugh, my arm! Li Van Mook, I'll kill your entire family. I'm going to kill you. He even tried to play the victim. Tang An, he deliberately destroyed my right arm. I'll report this to the guild. I'll have him charged. But Tang An's stern voice cut him off. You just tried to murder him. He was lenient by only taking one of your arms. Your arm is crippled, and now you'll be punished. For your attempted murder, I will be reporting you to the guild. Model. That guild is an absolute joke. With the matter settled, Ho Huaying quickly excused himself. Senior, am I cleared to go claim the treasure now? Tang An simply waved a hand and said, Go on. You've wasted enough time. With that, he led his own team inside. All right, we'll head in first. But as they passed Li Si, she suddenly voiced her concern. I know Hu Huaying was infuriating, but did you have to cripple his arm? Wasn't that too extreme? He didn't see it that way. It was simple. If you don't teach a hard lesson, he'll just keep causing trouble. He also used the moment to warn her. The second he showed killing intent, I could no longer spare him. Remember this rule. Never give your enemy a single chance to strike back. Yunmu was buzzing with excitement, urging his friend on. Da Xiong, faster. I can't wait any longer. Behind this door lay the prize that would soon be theirs. This must be the A-rank vault. Should we open it? The heavy door finally swung open, revealing a trove of priceless items. Ling An's eyes lit up the moment he stepped inside. He was dazzled by the glittering hoard. Whoa, this place is incredible, isn't it? He rushed forward to see the A-rank treasury. Every single item was a masterpiece, money couldn't buy. Xiao Qiang soon spotted something that seemed perfect for him. Just then, Ling Shui called out to him. Hey, Li Yunmu, I found something amazing over here. Intrigued, Yunmu went to see. Sister Shui, what is it? She had her eye on a peculiar item and wanted his opinion. Look, this is far more interesting than any of those swords or blades. Yunmu instantly recognized it. It was a skill transmission orb. Without a second thought, she tossed it right at him. Here, catch! A cold sweat broke out on his brow. Hey, don't just throw that. If he failed to catch it, he'd be in for a disaster. The orb pulsed with a powerful aurora-killing intent. Ling Shui emphasized the point. It's an incredibly potent sword art, she explained, and it perfectly suits your combat style. Her words began to sway him. This technique felt like it was made just for him. Should I choose it? But just then, a signal from the system appeared. Scanning. A valuable item detected nearby. Host is advised not to miss this opportunity. Hearing that, Yunmu's curiosity was piqued as he turned to look. Is the system talking about that crossbow on the wall? The moment he laid eyes on it, he was completely captivated. Forgetting the orb, Yunmu set it aside. He walked towards the crossbow. Let me just take a look. Seeing this, Ling Shui tried to persuade him. Hey, just trust me. Nothing will suit you better than that skill orb. But Yunmu had already lifted the crossbow from its mount. As she scoffed, Ugh, it's just a dusty old crossbow. His intuition screamed that this was something extraordinary. After a moment's thought, Yunmu made his choice over the skill orb. I've made up my mind. I want this one. His decision left Ling Shui utterly stunned. Are you serious? You'd give up the aurora-killing intent for that old thing? But that was her opinion. For him, it was different. I don't know why, but the second I saw it, I knew it was meant for me. Ignoring all of Ling Shui's doubts, he turned to leave with the crossbow. Hey, you're really not going to reconsider? Such a waste. She was helpless. The kid simply wouldn't listen to reason. Just then, Ling An walked over. Sister, you still haven't picked anything? He asked. Huh? This aurora-killing intent seems perfect for Li Yunmu. Ling Shui, a woman of few words, simply replied, I'll take the aurora-killing intent. It's yours now. Do as you please. This left him baffled. But it's useless to me, too. Meanwhile, Yunmu hadn't gotten far when someone called out to him. Hey, Yunmu. He turned to see Da Xiong and the others approaching. What's the hurry? Grab your loot and ditch us? Of course, that wasn't his intention. Ah, my bad. I was just eager to go study this crossbow and I guess I forgot. Suddenly, Ling An held the skill transmission orb out to him. Here, he said. Take it. Yunmu was confused. What is this? The aurora killing intent? Ling An explained. Yeah, my sister gave it to me since she has no use for it. It doesn't really suit me either, so I'm giving it to you. Then, leaning in, he lowered his voice to a whisper. I think my sister actually picked it out for you. She's just too embarrassed to say so. Yunmu knew exactly how powerful this item was. He hesitated, saying, but this is incredibly valuable. If I take it, what will Sister Shui have? Xiaoqiang chimed in. I think you should take it. He then added a warning. The Ho family is powerful. They will definitely come after you for revenge. You need to arm yourself. I'm sure Sister Shui was thinking the same thing. Da Xiong also pushed him to accept the offer. Exactly. Just accept it, Ling An insisted. Don't forget that we're friends. My sister and I will help you too. With everyone insisting like this, he had no other choice but to take it. All right, I accept. He was genuinely moved by their support, unable to say more than a simple, thank you, everyone. Back in his room, Yunmu examined his prize. He tossed his coat aside and collapsed onto the bed. Phew, what a hectic day. He could finally take a breath. The Aurora Killing Intent system requires 1,000 experience to learn instantly. Do you wish to proceed? Wenmu cut it off with a tired voice. All right. This isn't the first time your shady shop has scammed me. Just then, the power sphere in Wenmu's hand flew from his grasp and soared high into the air. To his surprise, it flew higher and higher, stopping just before the ceiling as it pulsed with a deep blue energy. Suddenly, the power sphere zipped through the air, leaving trails of blue light in its path. The sudden movement made Wenmu's heart jump. Moments later, the system announced, Aurora Killing Intent learned. Everything happened so fast, it was beyond Wenmu's control. He'd never get used to being forced into things. Hey, is this the valuable item you mentioned? Clutching the weapon, he felt like it was welcoming him. Just then, the system chimed in again. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the 7th Dimension Combat Bow. His eyes widened and he stammered, S7th Dimension? The system revealed the origin of the Mingya bow. The system shared a crucial piece of information. This bow seals the weapon soul of Destruction King Mingya. Does that mean the strange pull I felt was the weapon soul calling out to me? He had to ask, but even if it's a powerful weapon soul, it's useless if it's sealed, right? Right on cue, a new message appeared. You can upgrade the system. After upgrading, the seal can be broken. If he managed this, it would be a massive leap in power. He'd be unsealing the Destruction King Mingya himself. Hearing that, Wenmu didn't hesitate. Upgrade system. He confirmed his choice. The system acted immediately. He was surprised how quickly the upgrade completed this time. I thought that would take another 6 months. Just as the system upgraded, Wenmu was pulled into a different space. His vision twisted upon entering the new dimension, and the space closed behind him. When Wenmu's vision cleared, he stared blankly at his surroundings. Where am I? Before him were colossal iron bars. Looking closer, Wenmu realized with a shock that it was a prison cell. Suddenly, the prisoner inside spoke up. Hey kid, how did you get in here? Wenmu instantly knew who he was. Your Destruction King Mingya? I'm here to unlock your seal, but I need your power in exchange. You must lend me your strength. The king's eyes snapped open in disbelief, his voice laced with doubt. To him, Wenmu's words sounded like empty boasting. You claim you can save me? What a joke. To prove his credibility, he commanded, System, break the seal. Unfortunately, the system replied, breaking the seal requires immense internal energy. Your current amount is nowhere near enough, Wenmu said firmly. Then use all of my internal energy. Break as much as you can. His action caught the Destruction King's attention. If you're so determined, then get on with it. Understood. Absorbing your internal energy. The result was in. Absorption complete. Your current internal energy is 0. Using all his power was only enough to break a tiny chain link, barely affecting the overall seal. The Destruction King was unfazed. All that big talk, and you only managed to open that little bit? He saw him as just a boastful kid. Being called that, Wenmu naturally couldn't accept it. Huh? Is the power gap between us really that big? The king revealed a critical piece of information. Did you think an ordinary seal could hold me? I have 3 ultimate seals. You've only scratched the surface of the first. But, fine. For your bold attempt, I'll lend you a little power. As soon as he finished speaking, a streak of light shot out from within the prison. Wenmu watched it intently. It looked like a small bird. What is this? Unable to leave the prison, this was the king's way of boosting his power. These 3 dark swallows will obey your command for now. Don't forget, if you break my seal, I'll give you more power. It was a deal. Wenmu's face lit up. Hey, don't worry about it. I'll definitely help you. This was also a way to help himself. After he spoke, the king returned to his solitary state. All right, that's enough for today. I'm tired. You can get lost now. As he spoke, the space itself began to pull Wenmu away. Being dragged away like that caught Wenmu completely off guard. Huh? He felt a sense of panic from this new experience. He woke with a scream. Once Van Muck escaped the nightmare, his body was utterly exhausted, lying motionless on the bed. I'm back. His gaze fell to the bow in his right hand, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. That was too close. The next morning, Van Mook followed the note he'd been left to find the Wangwen Pavilion. His first impression upon seeing it was disbelief that such a building could exist in this era, but it really was a pawnshop. As he stood there doubting, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Hey, young man. He turned to see a smiling elder, who asked, What brings you to our shop today? The man introduced his services. We have everything in our store, and we also provide appraisals. I guarantee your satisfaction. Van Mook answered him honestly. I'm not here to buy anything. How should I put this? He began. The reason I came here today is because I heard you accept illicit goods. The old man's expression changed instantly. I see. You've come to talk business. Let's go inside and speak privately. Van Muck's next destination was an item trading post. The owner poured him tea politely. Drink. Then we'll get down to business. So, what treasure has our young friend brought to sell? It's not exactly a high-end item. Here, make me an offer. As he spoke, he placed the object on the table. The owner recognized it at once as the Eye King's crown. After identifying the item he brought, the man's entire perception of Van Muck shifted completely. This young man seemed so ordinary, yet he possessed an item of this level. Unbelievable. He needed to make a worthy offer for the crown. He then raised his hand, signaling the price to him. At first, he thought the offer was only 150,000, and scoffed that it was too low, knowing it was worth far more. But that wasn't the shopkeeper's intention. Young friend, you've misunderstood. I said 1.5 million. Van Mook's eyes widened in shock. The owner was so pleased he even offered a gesture of goodwill. Heroes have always emerged from the youth. You have great potential. I'm willing to take a small loss to befriend you. Van Mook was pleased. All right, it seems you're not trying to cheat me. Then take a look at these. The shopkeeper leaned in, curious about what else Van Mook had to offer. The next items shocked him even more. This is the battle armor of the dwarf witch elder. The ring, the staff. This is a complete set. Say no more. I want it. I'll give you 12 million. Just when he thought it was over, Van Muck brought out something even more terrifying. And how much is this rune fragment worth? The young man was truly an eye-opener. This is a 5 Dynasties rune fragment. At this, the shop owner didn't dare to buy it. Young man, put that away. I truly cannot accept this item. But let me give you a piece of advice. He wanted to give him a single warning. From now on, do not show that to anyone else so easily. Van Mook suddenly felt a sense of dread. Realizing this rune fragment was an incredibly important mystery, the tension made him swallow hard. Elsewhere, after wearing a heavy bear costume for some time, a girl finally got to take it off. Lu Ruyan collapsed onto a seat, exhausted, so tired. I can't believe how hot that thing was. She had to grind this hard because Xiao Mu's money was nearly gone, and her father's medical bills couldn't fall on him alone. I have to work harder. As she brooded, a notification sound chimed from her bank account. Ding, you have a new transfer receipt. Please check. She opened her phone, and her eyes shot wide open in astonishment. It was because of the amount that had just been deposited. 3 million. It was an overwhelming sum. Ruyan had never seen so much money before, and her heart was in turmoil. Why is there so much? Could it be Xiao Mu? After gathering her things, she hurried to the hospital as usual. Opening the door, she called out, Dad, Mom, I'm back. But this time, there were strangers in the hospital room. She curiously asked her mother, Who are these people? But her mother was just as confused. We don't know either. They arrived after you left and have been setting things up since. One of the men approached her for confirmation. Are you Miss Liu Ruyan? Someone ordered a space helmet for you. Please sign here. Ruyan could only do as he said, her mind reeling. The only thing she knew for sure was that space helmets were incredibly expensive. Before leaving, the man instructed them, "We've already finished the adjustments. You just need to put it on and start it up. We'll be on our way then." "Okay. Thank you," she replied politely. This must have been Zhao Mu's doing. "Mom, Dad, just put them on." Her mother, however, was a bit worried. "Yan, is this thing really okay? It looks a little creepy." Ruyan carefully put the space helmet on first to guide her parents. This is a high-end model Zhao Mu bought, so it should be fine. She carefully felt for a button on the back. The switch should be right here. Right? Just turn it on. The feeling it gave off was truly novel. A bright light hit Ruyan's eyes, forcing her to squint from the glare. The scene before her was a shock. Where? Where is this place? In front of her was a vast, open space. This definitely wasn't the hospital room from before. Just then, Zhongmin appeared from behind, saying, "Wow, this place is truly magnificent." Ruyan was utterly horrified when she realized, "Father, your leg." Hearing this, he finally looked down. He was stunned himself. "My leg. It's really healed. I can even jump." His wife quickly tried to calm him. "All right, slow down a bit." Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind, "Mom, Dad." Zhongmin immediately turned around and saw Yunmu approaching with a smile. It's been a while. The moment she saw him, his mother rushed over and hugged him tightly. "My dear son, I've missed you to death. Let me hug you." "You little brat, you seem taller." Yunmu smiled. "Mom, I'm all grown up now. This is embarrassing." "And what about you, old man? Feels good to have your leg back, huh? If you get arrogant again, I'll delete your leg's code." His father shot back. "Who do you think you're threatening, kid?" Yunmu then turned to Ruyan. "Thank you for taking care of my parents all this time. You must have been exhausted." She quickly replied, "It's nothing. You're the one earning the money. You've worked much harder." After chatting for a bit, his mother had a question. "Son, where should we go now?" Yunmu's next answer truly surprised her. "Go where? We don't have to go anywhere at all." Stepping forward, Yunmu boldly declared, "As of today, this is our new home." His voice rang through their new building. "All right, Mom, Dad, I'm heading out." His mother quickly called after him, "Just be back in time for dinner." Feeling bored, Yunmu wandered through the crowds. "I want to hit the dimensional arena, but that place is live-streamed, and getting exposed would be a problem." Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Yunmu logged into the system under the alias Li Yun. The virtual space generated an avatar completely different from him. "This way, no one will know it's me." He then commanded Beidou to enter the dimensional battlefield. First match, a one-hit knockout. Second match, another single punch sent his opponent flying. Third match, victory with a leg sweep. Fourth match, a direct kick to his opponent's face. After 10 consecutive victories, Yunmu gazed at his status window, pleased with his results. Beidou didn't miss the chance to praise him. "Master, your performance was excellent." Scrolling through the screen, he sighed to Beidou. "Fighting these random matches is starting to get a little boring." Suddenly, a new prompt caught his eye. Yunmu clicked on the option that had just appeared. He muttered in disbelief, "No way." Elsewhere, a silver-haired young man rested his chin on his hand. Not a single decent challenger all day. That young man was none other than Tong Ruo Chen, one of the top 10 contenders in Skycloud City. Tapping the screen, he scoffed, "What a waste of time." As Ruo Chen fumed over the matches, a few girls behind him suddenly recognized him. They whispered excitedly, "Hey, isn't that Tang Ruo Chen? He's the #1 of Skycloud's younger generation. Oh my gosh. I'm his biggest fan." With faces full of excitement, the two girls approached. "Excuse me, could you sign an autograph? We're huge fans." His annoyed expression instantly vanished. "Of course, the pleasure is all mine. Thank you for the support." Just then, another paper was thrust before him. "Could you sign this for me too?" "Sure, thanks for your support." He then realized he'd signed something held by a strange rabbit. "What is this?" Beidou answered calmly. "A letter of challenge." Ruo Chen immediately spun around. "Hey, whose lost pet rabbit is this?" "I'm not lost. I came here myself," it replied. Ruo Chen stared at the letter, speechless. "Unbelievable. Couldn't you have just emailed me? My master said you wouldn't read it, so I delivered it personally and was told to make sure you signed it." Beidou then casually ate a spoonful of ice cream. "I didn't expect you to be so cooperative." Ruo Chen's temper flared at the remark. "You tricked me into signing this." Meanwhile, in the dimensional arena, Yunmu sat on the ground, bored out of his mind. He glanced up, muttering impatiently, "What's taking so long? Is Beto not as reliable as I thought? Just then, a digital form materialized before his eyes. Yunmu tensed slightly. He's here. As the data blocks dissipated, Ruo Chen appeared in the dimensional space. He slowly opened his eyes. A few stray data cubes still hovered around his form. Ru Chen finally spoke. Is that little beast yours? Yunmu saw his opponent and replied, Yes. Cute, isn't he? Cute? It ate my coin cake. That was 36.5. You owe me. In the real world, a large screen live-streamed the duel between Ruo Chen and Yunmu. Look, someone is challenging Tung Ruo Chen. 3 girls had their arms around each other. That's our Chen Chen. Another girl sized up Yunmu for a moment, then made a comment. Is the challenger a newbie? Isn't the power gap too wide? Maybe he's just a fan of Chen Chen. But after seeing Li Yun's handsome face, the girl wavered. But this kid is so handsome. I want to be his fan. You fickle woman. You said you'd only support Chen Chen. Meanwhile, Ruo Chen also seemed to realize Li Yun's rookie status. You seem to be just a common mystic. Do you know I'm already a silver star? He answered calmly. I know. He gave an arrogant sneer. Then you truly are brave. With that, he waved his hand. If you think I'll show mercy, he smirked, his eyes filled with confidence, then you're dead wrong. Yunmu instantly materialized his own weapon. That's perfect. I was afraid you wouldn't fight. Ruo Chen's figure vanished. A blade of force instantly grazed past Yunmu's face. Yunmu quickly leaped back, using one hand as a pivot to create distance with several flips. As soon as he landed, Yunmu's brow furrowed with caution. So powerful. Before him, Ruo Chen had already returned to a defensive stance, his fighting spirit radiating, truly worthy of being the top young talent in Tianyun City. Yunmu slid to regain his balance. He looked up at Ruo Chen and praised him. No flattery. You really are strong. Ruo Chen glanced at his hand in disbelief. There was no mistake. This Li Yun is no simple foe, he thought to himself. A normal mystic can't possibly match my combat rhythm. Outwardly, he confirmed with Yunmu. Hey kid, let me ask you. Are you really just a common stone? He answered dishonestly. What are you talking about? Isn't it all written in the battle data? He smiled as sparks crackled around him. That's right. Common stone. Insect step. Ruo Chen quickly dodged the electricity at his feet, but soon, lightning from Yunmu's hands shot out, surrounding him. Ruo Chen was on high alert. Yunmu appeared before him, swinging his blade. Heavenly Demon's 18 steps. Ruo Chen executed the move, using incredible speed to battle Yunmu. He looked at him and snorted. To think you'd force me to use the Heavenly Demon's 18 steps. The two moved at blinding speed, their forms blurring, leaving only after-images in streaks of light. Though your phantom technique is strong, he appeared before Yunmu. But the gap between us is absolute. If I were just one rank higher, maybe you'd have a chance to win. Without giving him a chance, he yelled, Try this. Yunmu refused to back down, unleashing his frenzy blade. On the stage, 2 beams of red and blue light clashed, creating a massive explosion of rock and debris. After the dust settled, Ruo Chen stomped down to steady himself. On the other side, Yunmu also retreated from the close-quarters clash. Ruo Chen was sweating, breathing heavily. Hey, thanks for that combo. You don't have to pay the 36.5. Yunmu was also out of breath, but he still smirked proudly. I told you. He's cute. Outside, the crowd watching the screen was in awe. Hey, did you guys see that clearly? It was so fast, you could only see 2 beams of light clashing. The girl from Ruo Chen's fan club stared at the screen and declared, This Li Yun is incredibly strong. Her friend behind her asked, Huh? Why? The girl frowned slightly. I'm Chen Chen's #1 fan. The Heavenly Demon's 18 steps is the Tang family's unique, powerful skill, and this Li Yun can actually match it. Thinking of his unknown status, she wondered, who is this nameless Li Yun? Inside the arena, Yunmu had just been struck by Ruo Chen's punch. The force of the blow sent him skidding back. Seeing his attack land, Ruo Chen's confidence returned. Like I said, talent is useless against absolute power. He stood up straight, calmly refuting Ruo Chen. Hey, not necessarily. Yunmu stomped, launching himself high into the air, mentally calculating the power needed. A top candidate, indeed. He can withstand my layered frenzy blade. 3 stacks aren't enough. I'll need 4. No. 6. Yunmu's slash descended upon Ruo Chen. Ruo Chen leaped back to dodge the blow. Though he avoided it, he was stunned. Wait, this kid's attack is stronger than before. Yunmu looked up, instantly tracking Ruo Chen's line of attack. He launched himself upward to intercept, and the two clashed relentlessly in midair. Yunmu continued to raise his power. 5th layer, he kicked at his face, gritting his teeth. This guy's tough. Yunmu slid across the ground, taking a new stance. Ruo Chen instantly realized his intent. The sixth layer, Yunmu roared, unleashing a powerful slash. Ruo Chen dodged it at the last second, landing perfectly. He couldn't help but wonder, what did he say? Sixth layer? But one look at Yunmu left him stunned. An overwhelming aura of immense pressure began radiating from Yunmu's body, making Ruo Chen break out in a sweat. He thought to himself, this pressure, it's terrifying. He stared, unable to believe what was happening. Impossible! That level of pressure. He shouldn't be able to wield it. Across the field, Yunmu unleashed a brilliant arc of light. And what is this sixth layer? How did he get this strong so quickly? The force of Yunmu's unreleased attack sent a gale toward Ruo Chen. Wait, is he stacking his attack power? Were all my attacks just building up his power? Just as he figured it out, Yunmu's cold gaze met his. Ruo Chen's eyes widened in alarm as a cold voice uttered a single, chilling word. Ground zero. Yunmu unleashed his attack, the Gui Yuan slash. Countless beams of light shot from his sword toward Ruo Chen. He watched the light beams converge into a massive energy orb hurtling toward him. This single attack would decide everything. He braced himself, pouring all his strength into blocking the incoming sphere. This is my final attack, at 100% power, Ruo Chen roared, Heavenly Demon Dragon Tyrant Fist. He met Yunmu's energy orb head-on, channeling all his might into his fist. But the attack's force was overwhelming, quickly shattering Ruo Chen's guard as his defense crumbled. A grim smile crossed his lips. So, I couldn't block it, huh? Yunmu's entire attack engulfed Ruo Chen's body. On the massive screen outside, the crowd watched Yunmu's energy wave completely disintegrate Ruo Chen's avatar. A stunned silence fell over the spectators, quickly followed by murmurs of utter disbelief. No way! Is that for real? The winner is Li Yun. Cheers erupted as the crowd began chanting his name. The screen officially confirmed Li Yun's victory. A young man who had watched the fight was still in shock. He shouted, "Unbelievable! The great Ruo Chen lost to a total newbie. This Li Yun is my new idol. I'm going to be his biggest fan." In a dark room, lit only by the glow from a large television screen, a young man sat on the sofa watching the match. Li Yun, Guang Dao, Jue Di, Gui Yuan. A smirk played on his lips. This is getting more interesting. Back in the arena, Yunmu retracted his attack's aura. He tipped his hat down with a satisfied smile. Victory. Instantly, the system displayed his reward notification. The reward was 9,800 Kong Yuan. He was impressed. Worthy of a master. That's a lot of Kong Yuan. Beito, continue the challenge. The spectators were shocked once again. Is he serious? Li Yun is challenging Boss Young now? In the next moment, the second match had already reached its conclusion. Yunmu finished his opponent with a single Guang Dao strike. A final cry signaled the end of the match, leaving the audience outside completely speechless once again. Holy cow, he won again, a young man shouted, breaking out in a nervous sweat, unable to believe the result. First, he beat the great Ruo Chen, and now he defeated Ba Xiong, one of Tianyun City's top 10 players. This couldn't be a coincidence. Across the dazzling, vibrant city of Tianyun, one question was on everyone's mind. Who in the world is this Li Yun? He was oblivious to the storm he was stirring up in the real world. In the dimensional world, Yunmu was sprawled on the ground. Phew. I'm completely wiped out. Fighting two top players back-to-back was exhausting. He then noticed some unfamiliar funds in his account. Why do I have 30,000 dimensional coins in my account? At his question, Beto instantly appeared. It promptly explained, that's from the paid viewership mode. Yunmu was confused. The what now? Beto launched into an explanation. Simply put, when your fan count hits 10,000, the system enables pay-per-view. Once it's active, spectators have to pay dimensional coins if they want to watch your battles live. A smug grin spread across Yunmu's face as he chuckled. Looks like I've accidentally become a celebrity. That's enough for today. Log out. He reappeared in the real world. It's late. I have to go home. Mom is waiting for dinner. Suddenly, his status window lit up with an incoming call. Yunmu was startled to see it was a video call from Liu Naijie. The moment he answered, an excited shriek from the other side nearly burst his eardrum. Li Yunmu, did you see that recent battle with the guy named Li Yun? Yunmu stared at Naijie's image on the screen. I saw it. That guy is incredible. I know, right? All of Tianyun is buzzing about this Li Yun. But then her eyes narrowed. Wait, this Li Yun isn't you, is it? You both use Guang Dao, and your names are almost identical. His face went pale as he frantically waved his hands. No way, how could I possibly be that strong? Naiji nodded. I thought so too, but the rumors are spreading like crazy. Yunmu's face grew even paler. Rumors are just rumors, he stammered. Everyone is just gossiping. It seems we have to find a solution. As Yunmu scrambled for an excuse, Naiji's eyes lit up, and she raised a finger. Are you a disciple of some ancient, hidden sect? And Li Yun is actually your brother. And Kuang Dao is your family's unique secret art, isn't it? Yunmu was taken aback by her words. If that's the case, then you're both equally powerful, she exclaimed. After all, those reclusive sects are always the most terrifying. Hearing that, an idea struck Yunmu like a bolt of lightning. I don't have a backer, but I can make everyone think I'm a disciple of a powerful, hidden sect. This would solve so many problems. With a bright smile, Yunmu made his move. That's right. He is my brother. So the truth is finally out. She realized her guess was spot on. I knew it. Nady smiled at Yunmu's image on the screen. This secret is just between us. You cannot tell another soul. She quickly promised, don't worry, your secret is safe with me. She hit the end call button while saying goodbye. Hanging up now? Goodbye. The other side replied, goodbye. As the window vanished, Nady sat on her bed, hugging her knees. He only told me? She looked up, a happy smile spreading across her face. For some reason, she was overjoyed. Her words sparked an idea in Li Yunmu. He would invent a powerful, hidden sect. It was the perfect cover for his own incredible power. It would also give him some serious backing. To build the hype, Li Yunmu used his second avatar to dominate the virtual world. He named this avatar Li Feng. Then he, along with his avatars Li Yun and Li Feng, entered the virtual world together. In the heat of battle, Li Yun struck from above with his saber, while Li Feng swiftly fell back. With all three on the battlefield at once, the rumors that Li Yun was Li Yunmu were finally crushed. At the same time, bombshell news hit the arena. A legendary hidden sect had finally reappeared. Meanwhile, Yunmu was calmly walking down the street. Hello, Leonidi. What is up? Everyone is talking about you and your brothers. Are you not worried at all? Yunmu could not hide his smugness. Inside, he was thinking, yes, tell the whole world. But he put on a helpless act for her. Well, there is nothing I can do. The secret is out. Worrying will not help. Nady did not press him further. By the way, Tang Ruochen has not issued a challenge since Li Yun defeated him, but he has been online all morning without a break. He might be looking for your brother. Tell him to be careful. Yunmu paused, thinking of the man Nady mentioned. He has been challenging Li Yun for days, but I have been refusing. Has he finally given up? He remembered to answer her warning. Okay, I will tell him. Just then, Yunmu saw a huge crowd outside Li Ziwei's stone gambling shop. Huh? What is going on? Liu Nidi, I have to go. He struggled to push through the dense crowd. Excuse me, coming through. Sweating, he finally reached the front, and the scene inside immediately gave him a headache. Miss Liu, I have some black crystals to sell. Miss Ruyan, it is getting late. May I invite you to dinner? Yunmu's voice cut through the noise. Sorry everyone, the shop is closing early today. If you want to do business, come back tomorrow. He walked to the counter, facing the flustered suitors. But why? Miss Ruyan almost agreed to my date. Another man shot back. In your dreams, she was going to say yes to me. I left the shop to you because I trusted you could handle these things. Instead, I find this mess. Liu Ruyan quickly bowed her head. I am sorry. He immediately softened. It is not your fault. I do not blame you. He casually picked up a crystal one of the men left behind. I never knew you were so famous in the virtual world. And black crystal too. They must all be rich young masters. Maybe you'll marry into a rich family and live like a princess. But Ruyan lowered her head, softly disagreeing. I don't want a princess's life. I just want to live with my parents and Xiao Mu. As she spoke, her gentle expression was filled with determination. That was her one true desire. Yunmu glanced at Ruyan, saying nothing. Instead, he quickly changed the subject to redirect her attention. By the way, are the crystals I need ready? At his question, Ruyan wheeled out a large suitcase. They're all ready. But why do you need so many crystals? Yunmu stepped forward to inspect the case. Indeed, this was a huge fortune. In the Star Realm, a few square meters cost more than a house. Just then, a status window appeared beside him with an incoming call. Yunmu glanced at the caller's ID. NZ. What is it? The moment it connected, a voice screamed, Li Yunmu, get over here now. We're getting destroyed. Stunned by the plea, he couldn't even process it. NZ just yelled, get to the dimensional arena, now. Then the call ended. Irritated, Yunmu grabbed the status window, yelling, wait, explain yourself first. Yunmu grabbed the chest of crystals and rushed out. I'm leaving. Tell Mom I won't be back for dinner tonight. Inside the dimensional space, Li Si was enraged, trading insults with their rivals. What did you just say? Say it again if you've got the guts. I'll smash you to bits next time we meet. And Z beside him flipped his middle finger, repeating, "We'll smash you." Their captain, Damie, just smirked with contempt. So, what if I say it again? Don't think a few new combat skills make you any stronger. Even with a full set of A-rank skills, you amateurs couldn't use them properly. As Li Si, Anzi, and Xiao Qiang fumed silently, he delivered the final blow. Ling Shui isn't here. Team Daxiong is nothing but trash. All the while, Daxiong simply stood aside with an odd smile. Li Si finally snapped, rolling up his sleeves. "Don't get too arrogant. Our ace will be here any second." A familiar voice came from behind, startling them. "Hey, what kind of trouble did you cause while I was gone?" Yunmu materialized from the real world, frowning slightly at his disaster-prone teammates. "Ling Shui is gone for just a few days, and you guys already can't stay out of trouble." Seeing his backup had arrived, Li Si immediately started whining. "Xiao Mu, you're finally here. They're bullying us." Xiao Qiang pointed proudly at Yunmu. "Our team Daxiong's strongest ace is here. Now prepare to lose." But he calmly crushed their excitement. "I never said I was going to fight." At those words, Inzi's eyes welled with tears. "Huh? You're not fighting? You're really not going to fight? You won't help us get revenge?" Yunmu whispered back to Enzi. "I was just observing for a moment. Those guys aren't that high level. Logically, Daxiong should have handled them. You shouldn't have lost this badly." Enzi glanced at Daxiong, who stood distractedly nearby, and whispered, "Honestly, Daxiong has been acting strange today. He seems bored, like he's losing on purpose." Yunmu caught the key point, his expression turning serious. Losing on purpose. Damia waited a while, seeing no movement. "So, are you guys going to fight, or not? If not, we're leaving. We don't have time to waste on a bunch of scrubs like you. If you add one player, then we can add one too." Yunmu's arrival had clearly boosted Xiao Qiang's confidence. "Add whoever you want. As long as Li Yunmu is here, we aren't afraid of anyone." Seeing his plan succeed, Damie smirked. "All right, you can come out now, brother." They took the bait. At his words, footsteps approached. The newcomer praised Damie's group. "You've all worked very hard, playing the villain and putting in the effort." Damie replied humbly, "Don't mention it. We're all friends here." The moment they saw the newcomer, Yunmu's team stared, their jaws dropping. "Wait a minute. Isn't that Damie?" confirmed with a smug grin. "That's right. It's him." Nearby, Daxiong smiled faintly. He had already figured out their scheme. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Tang Ruochen. Just betting 100,000 crystals is so boring. Meeting Yunmu's wary gaze, he just smiled softly. "Want to raise the stakes, Li Yunmu?" Yunmu's face darkened as he watched Ruochen casually roll up his sleeves. Tang Ruochen. That bastard. He acted as if nothing had happened. "My apologies, everyone. My friends were rude, but it was all just to bait you." Van Muke frowned at Nuoc Tran's blatant admission, but he refused to back down. He scoffed and waved a dismissive hand. "So what if you lured me here? I have no intention of fighting you." Nuoc Tran remained calm and presented his terms. "Don't be so sure. You're still missing a proper blade, aren't you? It will be yours." Li Tu immediately recognized the blade's identity. "That's the Tuyet Hoan Handao." Dai Heng, however, was clueless. "What's the Tuyet Hoan Handao?" She recalled the origins of the sharp blade, its icy blue aura, and began to explain. It was forged from a 1,000-year-old black blood crystal from the Tian Sun Mountains. Though it's a B-rank sword, its potential is limitless. Dai Heng took in the blade's incredible history. "The Tuyet Hoan Handao is tempting, but we lack an item of equal value to wager. My apologies, young Master Duong." Nuoc Tran heard the hidden meaning in his words and made a generous offer directly to Van Mook. "Win or lose, the blade is yours. But if we win," Van Muck instantly understood his true motive and finished the thought. "You want to see Lai Van, right?" Duong Nuoc Tran seemed pleased that he didn't have to spell it out. He praised Van Muck. "It's so much easier talking with intelligent people." But Van Muck didn't answer right away. This Duong Nuoc Tran was clever. He'd made an offer that was impossible to refuse. Who knew his obsession with Lai Van ran so deep? Finally, he scratched his head in defeat. "All right, I agree." Seeing Van Mook agree, Nuoc Tran beamed and said loudly, "Then it's settled." The system screen instantly updated with the match details, sending shockwaves through the crowd of fans outside. The Duong family is seriously loaded. They actually bet the Tuyet Hoan Handao. Isn't that blade worth $1 billion? Elsewhere, someone questioned. Duong Nuoc Tran was already defeated by Li Van, so why is he challenging Van Muck? Li Van probably won't give him the time of day. A defeated foe just trying to feel relevant. Meanwhile, in the dimensional space, the battle countdown began. 10, 9, 8. Van Mook gazed at the dense forest ahead. The team arena was massive. It was the size of an entire tropical island. Dai Hung also scanned the area. So, what do you think? Are you nervous about your first team battle? Van Mook just smirked in reply. I'm thrilled. Don't even think about taking Duong Nuoc Tran from me. Dai Hung readily agreed. I won't get in your way. Besides, we couldn't beat him anyway. The final seconds of the countdown echoed through the arena. 3, 2, 1, battle start. The moment the system gave the signal, Van Mook's team charged into the forest. He leaped to a high branch, a golden bow materializing in his hand as he silently called, Come forth, Min Ya, show me your power. Standing nearby, Dai Hung couldn't help but stare, completely bewildered by the bow in Van Mook's hands. Xiao Mook, since when did you learn to use a bow? His words were a sudden jolt. That's right, I don't know how to use this. I don't even know any skills for it. System, what bow techniques can I learn right now? Hurry, there's no time. The system window instantly appeared. Skill available for learning. Thien Kao Thuk Ngyet. 0 element value required? Whatever, just teach it to me, quickly. Outside, Dai Hung and Li Tu saw Van Mook suddenly freeze. Did he disconnect? Dai Hung wondered, breaking into a sweat. Just then, a dark figure darted through the treetops ahead. Without a second thought, Dai Hung shouted, Someone's coming, prepare for battle, while Van Mook was frozen, absorbing the new skill. Dai Hung's voice cut through his concentration. Li Tu, protect Xiao Mook. He must have disconnected. Don't let him. Before he could finish, Van Mook snapped back. His eyes shot open, instantly alert. He launched himself into the air, an arrow glowing with a blue aura materializing in his hand. While still mid-air, he drew the bowstring, all under the astonished gaze of Dai Hung below. At the same time, the spectators outside erupted the moment they witnessed Van Mook's stunning move. Hey, isn't his skill Frenzied Blade? Wait, he's attacking an enemy from thousands of meters away, and he's already fired. The crowd watched in awe as Van Mook's lightning-fast attack streamed across the main screen. That speed is insane, 7 arrows in an instant. As expected from a descendant of the Lai family, back inside the dimensional space, Huyen Tu suddenly froze, his eyes darting toward the sky. Before him, 7 streaks of light tore through the sky, trailing brilliant blue tails as they hurtled toward him. He cried out in panic, instinctively trying to dodge. But to his shock, the arrows only whistled right past him. Huyen Tu was still in shock, patting himself down in disbelief. I'm fine? Not a single scratch. The audience watched as the attack landed, but left no mark. What's happening? Use Frenzied Blade. Everyone's waiting on you. You're nothing compared to Li Yun. But inside the arena, Yun Mu just smiled calmly. Heavenly Dog devours the moon. The words triggered a change in Xuanzi as lightning crackled behind him. From a tree behind Xuanzi, a magic circle materialized, pulsing with electrical energy. A colossal wolf silhouette, formed from pure energy, lunged out from within the magic circle, charging straight for Xuanzi. He froze, unable to react, and could only slowly look up in horror. In the desolate mountains, a blood-curdling scream announced Xuanzi's grim fate. Outside, the jeering crowd was stunned silent. My God, what kind of vicious technique was that? It literally tore him to shreds. Hiding behind a tree, Da Yi saw everything. Hey Ruo Chen, Xuanzi is finished. His bow has such incredible range. As he spoke, an arrow grazed the arm of their teammate, A Liang. Ruo Chen anxiously called out to a Liang who was hiding behind another tree. Are you all right? A Liang turned to reassure him. I'm fine. It's just a scratch. Everyone, be careful. He spoke, completely unaware of the danger that was now locked onto him. The words barely left his lips before a monstrous bird snatched him into the air. Ruo Chen screamed, Liang! He thrashed in a panic, unable to see his attacker. He was terrified. What is this? Let me go. But as the beast released him, a beam of light shot from the distance, piercing him through. Yun Mu, his bow still raised, uttered with satisfaction. Perfect. His eyes scanned forward as he spoke coldly. 3 left. A black crow circled above, its crimson eyes staring down. The men below looked up nervously. Is that a Ming Ya? I've only seen this 5-dimensional creature in books. An image flashed in his mind. A young man drawing a black bow. But didn't the book say the Destruction King Ming Ya was sealed away? How can this be? Elsewhere, Li Chang was running for his life. He cursed as he ran. Damn it, his attack range is just too far. I have to get closer. Just then, an arrow pierced his leg, making him scream out. Ugh, the pain. He looked back, sweat pouring down, as the next volley came. It's no use. I can't get anywhere near him. The area within his range is simply. Before he could finish, he was taken out his head, arm, and leg severed. His last words escaped him, a killing field. In another area, Ruo Chen and Da Yi were also on the run. Ruo Chen warned, Li Chang is out. It's just us now. Don't get hit, the blood will attract the Ming Ya. Da Yi gritted his teeth. Of course I know that, but not getting hit is easier said than done. In the sky, countless black arrow trails appeared. They shouted in terror. Damn, here they come again. Da Yi clenched his jaw. Tch, this brat. Summoning his weapon, he leaped to slash at the arrows, and as he unleashed his attack, he roared, Don't you dare underestimate me. With that done, Da Yi turned to Ruo Chen. Ruo Chen, I'm not running anymore. We can't escape, so we might as well face him. Ruo Chen frowned, tense. All right. You take the front and cover me. We'll approach him slowly. As long as. But Ruo Chen's voice suddenly cut off. An arrow had just flown straight through Da Yi's head. It was horrifying. Da Yi collapsed as Ruo Chen cried out. Da Yi! Ruo Chen glared in the arrow's direction, cursing, You bastard! Yunmu stood atop a tree, bow in hand, another one down. His gaze was fixed straight ahead. And so, only Tang Ruo Chen remains. But his triumphant expression faded as he glanced behind him. His teammates were squatting, forcing smiles. Xiao Qiang, I'm so bored. Isn't this a team battle? Why does it feel like we're not even here? He doesn't need our help at all. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted nearby. A beam of light shot up the tree right next to Yunmu, startling him. The light was blinding. Yunmu was surprised. This pressure. Is it goldstone? Below, a glowing fist appeared. It was Ruo Chen, his hands ablaze, looking up. I've finally found you. Yunmu scoffed. Hey, did you use those guardians to break through your cultivation limit? Below, Ruo Chen waved a hand nonchalantly. That's right. I was saving this to deal with Li Yun's frenzied blade. He then lunged forward, punching the tree where Yunmu stood. Looks like I have no choice but to use it now. The tree toppled, and Yunmu tilted with it. Humph. He drew his bowstring taut as he leaped from the falling tree. Yunmu fired a volley of arrows down at Ruo Chen below. Glancing up, Ruo Chen crossed his arms. His gaze hardened, manifesting a protective shield. The arrow shattered against the barrier. Yunmu smirked as a red-eyed crow was blocked mid-flight. Then I'll rely on you. Go. My nether crows. Ruo Chen shut his eyes. These damned crows were a nuisance. High above, Yunmu leaped to another branch. Ruo Chen yelled, Just you wait. I'll grind your little birds to dust. With that, he unleashed his power, veins bulging. He roared, Come forth, berserk beast. A blinding flash stunned Yunmu. A powerful shockwave rolled out. What is that thing? If I'm not mistaken. That must be. A giant boar materialized before Ruo Chen. A spirit armament, Yunmu remarked warily. Now that's a handsome spirit. Ruo Chen glanced back as a dark shape shot toward him. His fist tightened. You dare approach me? I told you. The boar spirit charged, its maw wide open. Ruo Chen threw a punch, crow feathers scattering. With a mighty roar, he yelled, I'll crush you. The boar's hand snatched a crow, forcing a shriek. Mimicking Ruo Chen, the spirit crushed the bird. Blood splattered from its massive palm. Ruo Chen's gaze was sharp. 2 down. Yunmu landed, casually leaning against a tree. Well now, I can't even get close. Only 1 left. Meanwhile, Yunmu reached out with his consciousness. Hey, King of Destruction, can you hear me? What is it you want? That guy down there. Can you defeat him? The King of Destruction scoffed. Huh? A mere berserk beast isn't even worthy of my pinky toe. Seeing the battle, Yunmu pressed on. But the nether crows you lent me are nearly all gone. Watching the boar snatch another crow, the king replied, Pathetic. How much of my strength have you truly unlocked? Yunmu answered. Then grant me more of your power. The King of Destruction presented his terms. That is impossible. To get more power, you must make a trade. Those were your own terms. Yunmu's expression hardened. Fine. System. Use all my internal energy to unseal the King of Nether Destruction. The system responded instantly. Confirmed. The king remarked, Well, you've gathered a fair bit of this internal energy. Yunmu smirked. So the seal is broken. But his eyes widened as the king revealed. Not even close. But I can lend you a taste of my power. A formidable energy surged through Yunmu. Now, receive my grace. Below, a sweating Ruo Chen fought off the crows, feathers flying everywhere as he gathered his strength. So, all 3 have been dealt with. Ruo Chen stopped mid-sentence. I told you that. He turned to face Yunmu. Hu had already landed. A new swarm of crows launched from behind him as Yunmu gestured, replying to Ruo Chen. Was that only 3? With a mocking sneer, Yunmu's eyes narrowed. Now, tear him to shreds. The swarm descended on Ruo Chen. Their piercing cries startled him as he threw a flurry of punches. His boar spirit mirrored his movements, smashing into the attacking crows. Ruo Chen looked exhausted, blood staining the ground. Yunmu watched on with a look of cool disdain. All my crows have been annihilated. Now what? The King of Destruction answered. Now. Leave it to me. A massive crow appeared, glowing with a golden light. A startled voice cried out. What's going on? Golden light swirled in the sky, pulsing with immense power. Ruo Chen watched in horror as the crow carcasses merged. This golden radiance. What is it? He wondered. The golden rock mystic power. A pair of blazing eyes snapped open. Then, a pair of golden wings unfurled. A colossal, winged figure took form, stunning the onlookers. Whoa! What is that thing? It's massive. They stared up, murmuring, what level of fight is this? Could the Li family's strongest disciple truly be Li Yunmu? Meanwhile, Yunmu looked up with a triumphant grin. It's absolutely enormous. Though my King of Destruction is more handsome. The golden being slowly raised one finger. Its voice boomed. A mere berserk beast dares stand before me? The boar spirit trembled, letting out a defiant snort. The golden being shielded Yunmu with its wings. Little one, it murmured. Watch very closely. Its hand closed around a golden orb of energy, a crow's silhouette within. It then made a grand declaration. Now witness how I grant you victory. The crowd watched in awe. Is this the end of the fight? The golden entity hurled the orb forward. A phoenix of fire erupted from it, vaporizing the boar spirit. Ah! Ruo Chen was frozen, staring blankly at the overwhelming light as it rushed toward him. He couldn't help but think, it seems this time. His pupils constricted as a bitter smile formed. I've lost completely. The screen declared Van Muck's team victorious. Outside, the crowd stared in disbelief. They won? Wasn't it a team battle? He beat 5 opponents by himself. Are the Li family all monsters? A system window appeared. Ding! You received 169 dimension coins. Van Muck pocketed his hands. Phew, a win is a win. Thanks, brothers King of Destruction and King of Ruin. Wait, call her Queen. The girl leaped onto Van Muck's back, hugging his neck. Little Muck, you were amazing. The other teammates approached. Is that the battle bow from the treasury? Looks like you really hit the jackpot. Van Muck turned his head. Just lucky. They began their return to the real world. His teammate continued. Master that power. It will take you to the next level. Van Muck pondered those words. Van Muck teleported back home, letting out a soft sigh. Phew, it's been a while since I was in reality. The system interface appeared. Ding. System notification. You have gained a certain amount of void essence from this battle. Void essence can be used to expand the star realm. He looked up at the system window, then couldn't help but grumble. Cut it out, trying to scam me again. This tiny bit of void essence won't do a single thing if I toss it in there. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Little Muck, open up. Van Muck went to open the door. Seeing the person outside, he was surprised. Xiaoqiang, what's up? Didn't we just see each other? Xiaoqiang pointed. I just passed the message room. The boss told me someone's looking for you. I think it's Tang Ruo Chen. Van Muck looked confused. Why him? Ruo Chen was leaning against a wall, waiting. Yo, there he is. Van Muck walked down the stairs. Waiting for me? You miss me that much? Can't even be away from me for an hour. Ruo Chen emotionlessly held something out. Take it. The Snowjoy, cold blade, as promised. Wow, you look terrible. Van Muck reached out and took the item. You really are a man of your word. Ruo Chen ignored Van Muck's comment. This jade box was forged from 1,000-year-old heavenly mountain jade. When not in use, you should keep the blade inside. Van Muck raised an eyebrow. You're saying you did all that just to fight Li Yun once? Was scheming against my friend and betting your blade worth it? Ruo Chen replied calmly. I apologize for what I did to your friend, but ever since fighting Li Yun, I haven't been able to calm down. I just want to experience his mad blade one more time. Van Muck watched him, thinking. It seems losing to the mad blade left a scar on his psyche. Ruo Chen turned to leave. But a loss is a loss. I won't bother you again. Van Muck watched his departing figure. He looked so lost. If he can't get over this mental block, he'll be stuck, unable to move forward, right? A glint appeared in Van Muck's eyes. This guy isn't so bad, actually. A voice called out. Hey, Tang Ruo Chen. Ruo Chen turned to see Van Muck smiling. He made an offer. I'll fight you, Van Muk asked. Using the Mad Blade? Ruo Chen was instantly captivated, his vibrant energy returning. Are you serious? You'll use the Mad Blade? The surrounding crowd saw this and began to murmur. Look, it's Li Van Mook and Tang Ruo Chen. Are they going to fight in the real world? Who's going to win this time? Will it be Li Van Mook again? Ruo Chen glanced around. There are too many people. You really want to fight here? If not, then, before Ruo Chen could finish, Van Mook cut him off. Don't worry. He tossed a black sphere in his hand. I have this. Ruo Chen looked at the object. A barrier cage? Van Mook threw it forcefully. Ha! A black dome appeared. Van Mook looked at Ruo Chen. Let's go. It'll just be the two of us. Ruo Chen entered first. The people in the crowd questioned each other. Huh, a barrier cage. Why? Don't go in, they shouted in frustration. We won't be able to see anything then, right? An hour later, the barrier remained quiet. A single footstep emerged from it. Someone's coming out. Who is it? Who won? The crowd was shocked by who they saw. Huh, they're both coming out together. The two of them, both significantly injured, walked out with their arms around each other's shoulders. Blood dripped from Van Mook's head, but he was still laughing. Ha, a real physical fight is way more satisfying. Ruo Chen was in a similar state. You're not wrong. The nosy crowd swarmed them. Hey, so who actually won? He paused at the question. Who won? Van Mook grinned slyly. Who knows? He tilted his head back, panting. The two supported each other as they walked. I fought with you for so long. Shouldn't you give me some talismans as payment? Ruo Chen grinned back. Cut it out. What do you mean with you? You obviously had a great time yourself. Van Mook smiled. Don't be so cheap. You know upgrading the Snowjoy Cold Blade is expensive, and your Tang family is loaded. Ruo Chen shot back. You little brat, don't try to pull that on me. Just because my family has money, why should I give it to you? Ruo Chen leaned back on a bench. I think you should try the Tower of Honor. Van Mook was startled. The Tower of Honor? Ruo Chen explained. The Tower of Honor channels the power of the Mystic Guild Alliance. It's been under construction. It has 108 floors. Challengers must beat a guardian on each floor to advance. The higher the floor, the stronger the beast. Hearing this, Yunmu's eyes lit up. Oh, so it is just like a video game. Succeed, and you will earn tower medals for all sorts of rewards. Ruokan stood up. I have shown you how to get rich. The rest is on you. Yunmu considered this seriously. When I have time, I will definitely check out the Tower of Honor. Someone passing by recognized him. Li Yunmu, why are you sitting here alone? Did you fight someone? Yunmu looked up. Senior? Tang An stood, looking down at Yunmu. In a few days, Tianyun Castle will open the Mangniu Valley battlefield. It is open for a month. You can train or gather resources there. You are a promising talent. It would be a waste to miss out. Yunmu stared up blankly at Tang An. Okay, thank you, Senior. 3 days later, Yunmu was researching in the library. He leaned back with lifeless eyes. Damn it, this stuff is impossible. I do not get any of it. But Yunmu quickly composed himself with a sigh. If I do not get it, I just have to try harder. Suddenly, Tang Ruochen appeared. Take this. Huh? What is this? Ruochen handed him the paper. It is a map to a secret domain. Ruochen explained. The entrance is in the dark domain of Mara Mountain, inside Mangniu Valley. I heard you are heading there soon, so this is for you. Yunmu frowned in confusion. What the hell is this map? I cannot read a single character. Ruochen was at a loss for words. It is written in an ancient language. You will have to decipher it yourself. Whether you succeed is up to you. Yunmu whispered. The Mara Mountain Witch Field. 13,864 kilometers from the Mangniu battlefield. A person appeared before Yunmu, warning, the Mara Mountain Witch Field. That's a danger zone, a dark domain. Liu Naji, holding a book, asked, Why aren't you looking for news on the Mangniu battlefield? Why research this place? Yunmu quickly answered, It's nothing. I just heard about it before and got curious. Liu Naji crossed her arms, pouting. I don't believe you, she shouted. Do you even know how dangerous that place is? Yunmu cautiously reminded her. Lower your voice. This is a library. But she was still worried to the point of tears. So what if you have powerful defenses, or you're a disciple of some hidden sect? Her outburst made Yunmu smile wryly. You can't just go there whenever you want. He patted Naji's head. All right, I get it. He caressed her cheek, wiping her tears away. Making you worry about a risk-loving idiot like me. He smiled softly. I'm truly sorry. The scene was incredibly romantic. Yunmu stroked Naji's cheek, saying gently, That place must be extremely dangerous. That's why you're so worked up. But this is how the world is. He held out his pinky finger. No matter the danger, what must be done, must be done. So, Yunmu said with a comforting smile, I promise you, no matter what, even if it's just for you, I will come back alive. Pinky promise. Naji's eyes lit up. She wiped her tears, linked pinkies with Yunmu, then turned away pouting, her face blushing. Why should I care if you return? For me indeed. Yunmu laughed heartily, teasing her. You're finally smiling. You're prettiest when you smile. The two then said their farewells. As Naji walked off, she glanced back, her tone cold. I'm done with a blockhead like you, but if anything happens, you better tell me. Yunmu agreed. Okay. Behind this romantic scene were his goofy teammates. Our little Moo is quite the ladies' man. That kid, Lee Yunmu, really knows his stuff. Did Lee Yunmu make Liu Naji cry? That bastard. Yunmu returned to the library. He stared at the map in the book, thinking, the Mara Mountain Witch Field. His expression grew grim. This trip is going to be seriously dangerous. A form was filled out. Is this everything? The receptionist replied, yes, leave the registration here and go pay the teleportation fee. Yunmu shoved his hands in his pockets, walking away dejectedly. A 500,000 fee for the Tower of Honor. So expensive. He was completely drained of energy, clicking his tongue. If I didn't need ancient ice to maintain the runes for my blade, I wouldn't even be here. A voice called from behind him. Little Yu, there are so many silver crystal scholars here. Chu Qingyu and Lin Li, two beautiful women, had appeared. Qingyu replied, of course. Only the elite dare to come here. Lin Li glanced toward the fool Yunmu, who was haggling over the price. Hello, I'm here to pay the fee. Can you make it a bit cheaper? She commented. Little Yu, look, that person seems to be just an ordinary crystal scholar. Qingyu replied, that's not strange. Even an ordinary crystal here has far greater combat power. As she spoke, she turned her head, her eyes widening in shock when she saw Yunmu clearly. Seeing his wild gestures, Qingyu felt puzzled. Why does this person seem so familiar? Just the sight of his back makes me want to hit him. She approached Yunmu to speak with him. Excuse me, sir. Yunmu turned around cluelessly. Huh? He suddenly jolted, covering his mouth and backing away with a desperate look. Why is this woman here? And with Lin Li, no less? He squatted down, hugging his legs. I'm doomed. The two women in this world who hate me most are both here. Qingyu asked again. Sir? Yunmu steeled himself and turned around. This is the only way. He then said, oh, I thought someone else was calling me. Yunmu squashed his face with both hands, twisting it into a grotesque mask. Well, what do we have here? Two beauties? Lin Li flinched in surprise. Whoa. This guy's unique. Qingyu bowed her head slightly. My apologies. I mistook you for someone else. Yunmu's distorted face began to tremble with effort. Yunmu pushed his luck, taunting the beautiful girl. Didn't your mother ever warn you? Approaching a man like this is a good way to get snatched. Qingyu's face flushed crimson as she pointed a finger at him. How dare you speak to me that way? Do you have any idea who I am? With that same bizarre expression, Yunmu reached a hand toward her. Who are you? Frankly, I don't care. Just stop bothering me. Or what? I'll tear your clothes right off. He then started hopping around like a madman. And then I'll sell you to some mountain hick for a wife. Lin Li grabbed Qingyu's arm. Come on, Xiao Yu. He's not worth it. Let's just go. Qingyu seethed inwardly. That jerk, Yunmu. He's like a foul-mouthed monkey, treating me like I'm an idiot. Once they were gone, Yunmu slapped his own cheek. His jaw ached as he rubbed it. Finally, they left. My face was starting to cramp up. I almost couldn't keep that up. Staring like that for so long nearly made me sick. But this can't go on forever. Just then, a flyer distributor caught his eye. Hello, sir. Care to see our guild's commemorative merchandise? The girl's voice was bright. Thank you for purchasing our commemorative mask. We hope to see you again soon. He took a step, and an entire, magnificent city at night materialized before him. Whoa. Through the mask's eyes, he saw a whole new world. Just how many mystic crystals did this take? Wearing a goofy fish mask, Yunmu couldn't help but marvel at the scene. To create a spirit realm this massive, a sharp chop landed on Yunmu's head. Hey, ugly, what are you doing here? Stunned by the mystic ancestor's spirit realm. Are you? Yunmu repeated. Mystic ancestor? Qingyu started, then pouted. Huh? Why are you a fish now? Qingyu began to explain. The mystic ancestor founded the guild. He was the very first to awaken mystic power during the Dark Ages. You could say he gave humanity its first ray of hope. Yunmu was puzzled. That old-timer? He was alive 200 years ago? Qingyu snapped. Don't be ridiculous, he's doing just fine. Even Yunmu's fish mask looked shocked at that revelation. This is your first time at the tower, isn't it? Don't underestimate the Tower of Honor. It was built by the Guild, a concentration of all mystic power. Otherwise, you won't even know what killed you, Qing Yu continued. The Tower of Honor isn't just 108 floors tall. It also has another 108 floors plunging deep underground. People call it the Fallen Tower. Only those who've been to the Dark Domain and possess a fallen past can enter. Hearing that, Yunmu immediately thought of his map of the Dark Domain. The place I need to go is also in the Dark Domain. So this is how the pieces fit together. Stepping inside, Yunmu gazed at the alien surroundings. So this is the Tower of Honor. What strange architecture. Qing Yu turned to leave. Nothing in this world is stranger than your face. I'm heading in. Good luck on your own. Yunmu called after her. Leaving so soon, beautiful? Let's exchange contacts. Don't call me beautiful, you creep. Yunmu thought. The Tower of Honor, huh? A confident smirk spread across his face. Let's see what this place is all about. Yunmu stepped forward, and a gate slid open automatically. Before him stood 3 doors, leaving him stunned. Moving deeper inside, Yunmu grew more curious. The Mystic's Gate, the Transcendent Mystic's Gate, and the Saint Mystic's Gate. What are these? The system immediately responded. A Transcendent Mystic is a realm beyond the mystic level. A Saint Mystic is an existence that surpasses even the transcendent. After processing the information, Yunmu asked in surprise, "So you're saying I can only enter the Mystic's Gate right now?" But as he took a closer look, Yunmu noticed something else on each door. Leaderboards. Yunmu pulled off his mask. His eyes locked onto the top score, and his jaw dropped. Holy cow, that martial fanatic is on the board again. But that sight only ignited his resolve. Well then, I can't afford to lose to him. Just then, a red alert blared from the system. Warning. You are in a malevolent space. System is now scanning the Tower of Honor. Please wait. Yunmu was taken aback. A malevolent space? He sat down, trying to appear calm as he wondered, isn't this the spirit realm founded by the mystic ancestor? Before he could ponder further, another notification popped up. Scan of the Tower of Honor is complete. Item added to system map. Report. This tower is divided into 3,333 independent dimensions. Yunmu scoffed. I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's just that. But immediately, another red alert blared. Warning. It has been detected that upon death, this tower will absorb the entirety of your spatial essence. His eyes shot wide open in shock. Yunmu leaped to his feet, shouting, What did you just say? The system replied instantly. Any challenger who perishes within the tower will have their spatial essence absorbed by the master of this dimension. The revelation sent a chill down Yunmu's spine. It was supposed to be a simple trial tower. He never imagined it could actually be lethal. Something is wrong here. Could someone be using the reward system to lure the continent's elites into a trap, just to absorb their spatial essence and expand this spiritual world? Yunmu gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. But the mystic ancestor, isn't he the legendary hero who first awakened humanity's power? How could this be happening? After thinking it through, Yunmu commanded his system. System, deep scan the entire Tower of Honor. Find the Xuan ancestor's location. Command received. Deep scan complete. Traces of the Xuan ancestor found. Hearing the report, Yunmu shouted, Where is he right now? After its analysis, the system immediately reported, the tower is projected to be an incarnation of the Mother Stone, Tide, and the World Master. He immediately asked, An incarnation in the tower? Is he watching my every move right now? The system replied, The Xuan ancestor is condensing 12 spirits to become a true god. His consciousness nearly void. Of the 12 spirits, he has already condensed 7 of them. With 5 more, he will become a true god. A person considered a true god by all of humanity, who knew he'd sacrifice the lives of others without a second thought to become a god. The spit on the floor reflected Yunmu's feelings toward the Xuan ancestor. Disgusting. He spoke as he walked. If you're going to use others like that, then I'll use you as well. He opened the door and froze, staring forward. Yunmu was stunned, in complete disbelief. On the walls to his left and right were 3 massive rats. Even the current Yunmu hadn't sensed this dangerous presence, until one of them could no longer wait and lunged to attack. Its mouth gaped wide, emitting a horrifying shriek as it rushed toward him. Sensing the imminent danger, he quickly turned. But it was too late. The giant rat's claws slashed his arm, spilling blood. Though he was thrown back, Yunmu instantly stabilized himself. his feet and hands digging firmly into the ground to halt his momentum. It was the only way he could stop himself. He looked at his arm, blood streamed down his hand as the sharp pain grew more intense. He sharpened his senses. That was almost the end. The pain was a grim reminder of his enemy's threat. 3 massive rats stood before him. The hell-clawed underworld rats. Their power could rival a common star ranker, a mystic. They truly couldn't be underestimated. And to think this was only the first floor, who knew they'd unleash 9 at once? Grasping the situation, Yunmu realized the Xuan ancestors' cruel design. This is just floor 1. How badly does that bastard want us dead? The hell rat shrieked, its blood-red eyes glaring, fixed on Yunmu, radiating bloodlust. Without hesitation, the entire pack leaped high, targeting only him. He was stunned by their coordinated assault. They're attacking all at once? A glowing circle formed at his feet. Fine, I don't have time for this. With a smirk, he called out, "Shadow system." The shadow system activated instantly. A flash of blue light sent one hell rat flying as gold coins scattered from its body. Number 1 stood proudly, sword in hand, under the falling coins. Yunmu watched, a smirk playing on his lips. He was amused. So, tower coins drop here. Just then, from behind number 1, 3 more hell rats lunged, pouncing in a synchronized attack. A horde of rats charged, but number 1 remained perfectly still, until a huge blast erupted from above, followed by the rats' horrific screams. Then, silence. One after another, the remaining hell rats exploded. The one responsible was number 2. Yunmu let out a relaxed smile. All that training in the dimensional battlefield taught them teamwork, huh? Beneath Yunmu's feet, a glowing circle appeared. It seems the first floor is clear. Return, number 1, number 2. From the ground, another blue panel slowly rose. Yunmu was surprised. Huh? What's this? He approached and tapped the screen. It was an exchange list. The list held various items with different prices. Buying just one of these would cost $1 million out there. Reading the details, Yunmu frowned. Sacred artifact, underworld mystic power, max level red star, 6th dimension, wind, dragon's blood. You can even get high-level items like these. No wonder mystics risk their lives to challenge this tower. He kept scrolling through the info when something finally caught his eye. Wait, this is. Pointing at the screen, Yunmu froze, whispering, "The blood of the Shadow Saintess. 2,500 tower coins." It reminded him of something. It can't be. Just then, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the secret treasure, Shadow Seed." His face was filled with doubt. He questioned the system. "This seed is a secret treasure?" The system replied firmly, "This seed requires the blood of a Shadow Saintess to bloom and bear fruit, creating a legendary treasure." Yunmu had scoffed back then. Seriously? The Shadow Saintess? They're a humanoid race from the 7th dimension. They live deep within the Shadow Realm, impossible to find. There's no way I could ever find her blood. Yunmu stared intently at the screen. To think something so rare could be exchanged here. I have to find a way to get this. But I only have 10 measly tower coins right now. As soon as he thought it, the system issued a warning. Host's greed levels are rising. Please be aware of your own limits. Yunmu shot at a look. Fine. Fine. I get it. So noisy. I'll be careful. A glowing platform formed at his feet, slowly rising. Yunmu thought, this is just floor 1. A few more should be easy. He arrived at the Tower of Honor's 2nd floor. He faced Hellrats with 19 times the power. Yunmu cleared the Tower of Honor's 3rd floor just as easily. Hellrats, with 29 times the power, were no match. The 4th floor was no exception, facing rats 39 times stronger. Finally reaching the 5th floor of the Tower of Honor, it seemed this level would require much more effort. Exhaling, Yunmu muttered. Got to the 5th floor without even noticing. Staring at the 3 massive rats, he knew this floor's guardian was on another level. These hell rats were 49 times stronger. I guess I have to get a little more serious. With him were his 2 shadows, number 1 and number 2. Assessing the situation from the rear, Yunmu gave the order. Number 1, strike its left flank. Number 1 instantly leaped, bringing his sword down from above. Sensing the danger, its eyes glowed menacingly. It retreated and threw a punch so powerful the ground shattered. Yunmu dodged the flying debris. Damn, I can't even get close, he commanded. Number 2, feint an attack on the big one. Draw its fire. The floor erupted in flames. Dodging another attack, he glanced over at number 1. Hey, number 1, how long are you going to nap? Get up and deal with these small fry. Yunmu quickly fell back. planting one foot, he launched into the air, clenching his fists. In that instant, he devised a plan to deal with them. If close combat won't work, then it's your turn. The one he summoned was the King of Destruction himself. Yunmu fell back, tightening his grip on his bow. He took aim straight at the hell rat before him. A blinding light erupted from his bow, Yunmu's eyes blazing with resolve. The dark rat general finally sensed the lethal threat from behind. It whirled around, but it was too late. Yunmu's arrow had become a ferocious, emerald hound lunging forward. Before the general could even process the attack, the heavenly dog devours the moon clamped down hard on its arm. Just as planned, he formed a quick hand seal and gave the command, "Explode." Instantly, the ground where the general stood erupted. Coins scattered in every direction. Through the smoke, the rewards for defeating the dark rat rained from the sky. Yunmu landed, sighing in relief. Whew. It's over. The sheer amount of falling coins took him by surprise. He wondered, why so many tower coins? Was this boss really that loaded? As Yunmu defeated the leader, number 1 finished its own foe with a clean slash. It looked like the minions were cleared out. Sitting down, Yunmu began to mumble, counting the coins he'd earned. Let's see. Floor 1 was 10 coins, floor 2 was 20. So how many tower coins should I have now? The math became too confusing. Yunmu gave up, stepping into the portal to challenge the next floor. His resolve hardened. I just have to keep fighting like this. Meanwhile, on the system, Lee Yunmu's status showed as offline. Hey, our Lee Yunmu has been offline for days. Did something happen? Hearing this, a girl at another table scoffed loudly. He must have lost to Tang Ruochen in the barrier. Now he's too scared to even show his face. Look, even Li Feng hasn't dared to appear on the dimensional battlefield. Her words were clearly meant to provoke them. The fan fired back instantly. You witch! Our guy can win in reality too. Just then, a system-wide announcement blared. It echoed not just in the cafe but across the city, as Lee Yunmu's face appeared on every public screen. Congratulations to Lee Yunmu of the Central Continent. As a Crystal Core practitioner, he has cleared the 10th floor of the Tower of Honor. The announcement repeated, and the hecklers who had been mocking him suddenly fell completely silent. The 10th floor. At the Crystal Core level. In the Central Continent's royal city, a man stared intently at his screen. His blonde subordinate reported, "Sir, the file you requested is here. It contained all the information on Lee Yunmu. This is the brat who reached floor 10 as a mere crystal core." The subordinate added, "The War God Temple has named him a trial candidate." Hearing this, the man scoffed. "Those old men move fast. Release our own announcement immediately. Bestow upon Lee Yunmu the title of Junior Star General. He and his family are granted residence in the royal city, and grant him a general's mansion." The subordinate nodded. On the streets, competing announcements from both factions began to blare. The War God Temple declared, Lee Yunmu has been chosen as a trial candidate. At the same time, the royal city appointed him Junior Star General, granting him a mansion and his own personal guard. The declarations stunned the public into a frenzy. The War God Temple and the Guild are already fighting over him. So fast. In a quiet home, an old man heard the news. His face etched with pure astonishment. To receive such a title as a mere Crystal Core practitioner. In all my years, I have never seen it. An exceptional young man, indeed. Meanwhile, on the 11th floor of the Tower of Honor, a dark rat with blood-red eyes let out a furious roar. On floor 11, number 1 and number 2 had successfully restrained the dark rat emperor. Yunmu praised their flawless work. Excellent, a direct hit. The final blow was a powerful arrow from Gong Yu. For a gold-rank beast, you must face my full power. Yunmu released his bow and commanded, Heavenly Dog devours the moon. Explode. A huge blast erupted from the Emperor Nether Rat. Coins rained down as white smoke billowed out. Exhausted, Yunmu collapsed onto the ground. After so many battles, his body was covered in wounds. Yunmu knew that despite his victory, he was at his limit. Yunmu thought to himself, it's been too long since I've fought with everything I have. This gave me a good sense of my own power. It seems that if my number 1 and 2 fight together, they can take on a gold rank practitioner. Thinking this, he went to the panel to check the tower coins he had just earned. Staring at the number, he exclaimed in shock, "So the king was worth this much? A whole 300 coins. That means I should have 2,730 coins now." On the screen, the Shadow Saintess's blood appeared. Yunmu stared at the numbers. With his current coins, he could finally buy it. Looking at his total tower coins, Yunmu was stunned. I've saved this much by floor 11? Earning coins isn't so hard. The system immediately explained. The host is a common rank practitioner, so the difficulty is high. Therefore, your rewards are increased. Common rank practitioners get bonus tower coins on every floor. Hearing this, Yunmu tapped the screen and sighed. It was the right call not to rush my upgrade to black rank. As he pressed it, the screen burst with golden light. Yunmu quickly shielded his eyes, surprised by the sudden flash. When the light faded, a golden scale stood before him, a colossal, glimmering balance. At that moment, a voice echoed, "Please offer your tower coins." Yunmu was amazed. It even has a voice guide. Looking back at the scale, he guessed the voice came from it. He approached one side, his hand starting to glow. Tower coins flowed into the scale, and the other side lit up. "It's here." Yunmu held the purple vial. It contained the Shadow Saintess's blood, perfect for watering the Shadow Seed. He closed his eyes, entering his spiritual realm. Just then, his eyes went blank. Inside his spiritual realm, everything was a complete mess. Seeing the scene, he cried out, "When did it get so chaotic? I can't just throw things in here anymore." With a shovel, Yunmu dug through the junk pile, muttering, "I'm sure I left it around here somewhere." When he found the seed, he cheered, "Perfect, I found it." Squatting in a corner, he dug a hole, counting, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, my land, my spot. His hands were dirty, but the seed was finally buried. He knelt over the mound and opened the vial. "Now, I just need to water it." The Shadow Saintess's blood soaked in, and a stalk began to sprout, growing into a flower. A secret treasure. Seeing it, Yunmu was astonished. "I can't believe it bloomed so quickly." The petals slowly opened. A brilliant light shone from it, so intense that Yunmu couldn't stand it and fell to the ground. When the light faded, he was a good distance from the flower. He was still afraid. That short flash had stunned him twice. "I'll be stunned, blind at this rate." The flower had bloomed and was still. Yunmu crawled closer, whispering, "What on earth did I grow?" When he arrived, his eyes widened in shock. Inside the flower, a tiny baby girl was sound asleep. At the same time, the system announced, "Congratulations to the host for successfully incubating the Shadow Queen." The child stirred, her small hand touching her cheek. Her sleeping smile took Yunmu by surprise. Her adorable appearance was simply irresistible. He shouted with joy, "So small, so cute. She's unbelievably adorable." The more he looked, the more he wanted to poke her cheek. Just then, she slowly opened her eyes, and the first person she saw was Yunmu. He saw she was awake and smiled. "She's awake." The baby quickly sat up, rubbing her eyes and making small noises. He leaned down, touching her with his fingertip and greeting her. She blinked at Yunmu, so he introduced himself. "My name is Lee Yunmu. It's a pleasure to meet you." He smiled, quietly watching her reaction. Then she held out her hands, trying to reach forward. She babbled a few sounds, and the last one was so loud it sent Yunmu flying back, tumbling several times through the air. The baby watched blankly, sucking her thumb, confused. Yunmu was thrown far away, groaning on the ground. His eyes were wide open as he exhaled, in disbelief about what just happened. "Totally worth it." The little girl sat neatly in Yunmu's palm. He looked at her and said, "I never thought a seed could grow into a child. Little one, you'll be with me from now on." Her eyes were squeezed shut as she babbled. Yunmu immediately understood that the little one must be hungry, but he didn't have any food on him right now. Hearing that, the baby's ears drooped, and her eyes filled with tears. Yunmu tried to comfort her. "Just wait a little, until we get out." Before he could finish, the baby burst into tears, making him panic. He pleaded hastily, "Don't cry, don't cry. Daddy will figure something out." At that moment, the system displayed a message. "The host can. Give her your blood." Yunmu asked immediately. "Just a little blood is okay?" He extended his hand to her. He smiled gently, telling her to take it. "Drink as much as you want." The child quickly grabbed his hand, drinking nonstop. Yunmu chuckled at the sight, thinking, for a daughter this cute, what's a little blood? Besides, she's so small, how much can she drink? But when he looked again, his face went pale. Something felt very wrong. The child kept drinking. Yunmu couldn't take it. "Seriously, why won't you stop?" The system explained. "It's because the host's blood quality is too poor. Therefore, the Shadow Queen needs to draw more of your tainted blood." Is this a scam? Half an hour later, she finally let go. Every last drop had been taken. Yunmu felt completely drained. "Are you full? You don't need a little more?" He thought he was seeing angels. Getting up, he chugged a glass of water. He never imagined he would nearly die for a little kid. On Yunmu's shoulder, a faint green light began to appear. The little one materialized at the same time. Full and happy, the Shadow Queen hugged his neck. He froze, stunned by her action. His hand unconsciously played with her hair. Just then, the system spoke. "As long as she remains hidden, no one can detect her." If the system was right, this was incredibly convenient. The system continued. Her strongest ability is cultivation replication. Hearing this, Yunmu was utterly astonished. The system added, "That's correct. She can copy the saint rank and the cultivation of any warrior below it." Yunmu immediately asked again, "Then, isn't she stronger than me?" The system replied, "Not exactly. Her copying ability depends on the power you've given her." After listening to the system, he glanced down. He saw the child running happily in circles and called out to her, "All right, little one, let's go." Yunmu pointed to himself with a smile. "Dad will teach you how to fight." With that, he returned to the Tower of Honor. Clinging to his shoulder, the child looked at this floor's opponent with surprise. He let out a soft "oh." This floor isn't filled with rats anymore. The 12th level of the Tower of Honor revealed 9 fearsome harpies. So, bird people this time. On his shoulder, the child's eyes lit up. She chirped with excitement, swinging her little fists, ready for battle. But as she dove in to attack, a harpy struck back, scaring her into a panicked retreat. She fled, crying her eyes out. Yunmu looked on helplessly. "What were you even trying to do?" Just then, a shard of ice shot from a harpy's mouth. The ice blast came suddenly, terrifying the little one. Wherever she ran, the ice followed. Yunmu shouted, "Get out of the way!" In an instant, a massive wall of ice erupted in front of him. Yunmu leaped back, narrowly dodging it. He opened his hand, revealing the trembling child inside. Seeing she was safe, he sighed in relief. "Good thing I saved you." Looking at the harpies, Yunmu's rage finally ignited. "You bastards! How dare you do this to my daughter?" A cut on his cheek dripped blood. His entire body radiated killing intent. Yunmu gently placed the child down. He instructed her, "Wait here for a moment. Dad will be right back." Then, Yunmu shot into the air, a blur past a blue harpy. He landed before it, his eyes like ice. Before the harpy could react, he seized its wings, holding on tight. It struggled, snarling relentlessly. This was payback for scaring his child. High above, Yunmu gripped the wings. From him, a powerful beam of light shot down toward the rubble. The other harpies watched with apprehension. Yunmu's grip remained firm as feathers rained down. His eyes were resolute. "Listen well, harpies. Never underestimate a father's love." The harpy was hit with an immense force, causing its body to be ripped in two. It shrieked from the incredible pain. That fatal blow came directly from Yunmu. Far in the background, the Shadow Queen was cheering him on, giving him the morale to fight. They were enraged, seeing their comrade so grievously wounded. After that attack, the harpies flew high, unleashing a sonic scream. Immense power blasted down where Yunmu stood. That sonic wave created countless cracks across the floor. At Yunmu's position, the terrifying pressure from the sonic wave caused him to endure an incredible force. His whole body buckled. It was that hateful sonic attack. His body was paralyzed. And so, the harpy seized the opportunity to dive. It plunged toward Yunmu. Not only that, the harpy's power created a massive explosion that echoed through the space. The Shadow Queen witnessed their barrage of attacks and screamed out, worried for him. From the billowing smoke of the explosion, Yunmu's body was sent flying, rolling several times across the floor. He angrily gritted his teeth from the harpy's vicious attack. "This sonic wave is a huge problem. If I can't break it, I'm dead for sure." Before he could even stand, they attacked him once more. They continued to create a terrifying sound wave. As the sonic wave descended, he screamed in agony, crushed by the immense pressure of the sound on his body. But the battle had taken its toll. Excruciating pain racked Xiaomu's deeply wounded body. Seeing him suffer, the Shadow Queen's heart broke. "Brother!" she cried, as a new power erupted from her tiny frame, fueled by her helplessness. The Shadow Queen's piercing cry instantly drew the enemy's attention, and they all turned to face her. She then began to inhale, pulling the very sound waves from the air into her mouth. Lying on the ground, he watched in utter shock. Is she inhaling sound and air itself? She greedily shoved the waves into her mouth, devouring them as if she were starving for a delicious meal. A moment later, Xiao Mu was able to stand again, wiping blood from his lips. "Just what is this power?" She sat down and let out a satisfied burp. He held out his hand, allowing her to climb back onto his shoulder. With a grave expression, Xiao Mu looked at the Shadow Queen and said, "All right, let's face them together." The scene shifts to the Void World, a glittering nighttime metropolis of towering, illuminated skyscrapers. Inside a packed bar, a sudden announcement boomed through the building, capturing everyone's attention. Congratulations to Li Yunmu of the Central Continent. As an ordinary crystal practitioner, he has cleared the 15th floor of the Tower of Honor. Someone in the crowd shouted, "No way! That ordinary crystal ranker is still climbing? What kind of monster is he?" Elsewhere, his sworn brother, Zhang Kai, heard the news and cheered loudly. That's my brother. Absolutely insane. I told you he had it in him. Now, in the Feng Courtyard's freshman hall, a lone figure leaned on the desk. He praised, Xiao Mu, you've shaken the entire globe. His eyes were filled with pride. The scene shifts to a wild, mystical realm. Floor 20 already? It seems someone was watching his fight. It was none other than Ling Xue. Fantastic. I can't wait to fight you again. Elsewhere, at the Tang family's Dragon Fortress, a young man watched a large screen and exclaimed, What? That kid already passed 15 floors so quickly? Father is definitely going to lecture me. The person watching was none other than Tang Ruochen. Just you wait. I won't accept defeat so easily. The scene shifts to the Yuntian Fortress, where a man's robotic gauntlets hung limp. My apologies, Chairman. He was silent with regret. I should not have failed. The man with his back turned spoke. I never expected this kid to have such potential. It seems he will become Feng Courtyard's ace and a future threat to us. Helpless, he asked. What do we do now? The guy's been promoted to Major General. With Li Yunmu's current strength, he might discover we tried to assassinate him, the man replied calmly. Passing 15 floors of the Tower of Glory as a commoner, isn't that a little surprising? But if he has the Battle Sage bloodline, it all makes sense. The man was shocked. Battle Sage bloodline? Go. Spread the word that Li Yunmu has the Battle Sage bloodline. Make sure everyone knows. Hearing his boss's order, he smirked wickedly. I understand. How sinister. You want him to die without a grave. A pair of feet stepped out from the scattered corpses. It was Xiao Mu. Exhausted, he leaned on the wall, panting after the brutal battle. So this is the 20th floor. He wiped the sweat from his handsome face as his expression hardened. Right. Passing floor 20 puts me on the rankings. Isn't that too conspicuous? Just then, a system notification appeared. You can choose to hide your cleared floor count, and your name will not appear on the rankings. He then walked towards the light. Then hide it. I don't want the attention. And so, Xiaomu pressed confirm on the system prompt. Good. This way, I can keep fighting without drawing attention. The scene changes again, where someone watching the rankings suddenly turned to the others. That Li Yunmu passed the 20th floor and made the Flux Expert rankings. Another gasped. A commoner has never made that board before. Someone nearby asked, where is that information? But when they looked back at the ranking board, he was gone, having vanished without a trace. The man turned back, exclaiming, could he be dead? The other shot back, how could he be dead? He must have hidden his ranking. The powerful always like to be mysterious. They continued talking about Xiao Mu. I heard a rumor that this Li Yunmu has the Battle Sage bloodline. The man who saw his ranking replied, Battle Sage bloodline? Is that why Li Yunmu's power is rising so fast? Hearing this, one figure's reaction hinted at a dark, unknown plot. Meanwhile, we cut to Yunmu's location. He finished the form, and a door opened. He strode inside with a confident smirk. He carried his pack in one hand. The fresh air outside was much better. He glanced at his bag, his heart soaring. This was a massive haul, enough for some incredible gear. But this door didn't lead to a new fight. It opened to the world outside, where a massive crowd was waiting. Gasps rippled through them when they saw him, and whispers erupted everywhere. A chill ran down Yunmu's spine as every eye locked onto him. He wondered if he was imagining it, but the intense stares were all too real. At the Visionary Guild in Farcloud City, someone sneered, that guy, Li Yunmu, is almost certainly dead by now. See? Even his ranking is gone. But they had no idea that Yunmu had intentionally hidden his status. The speaker was Chu Qingyang, the city lord's son. He scoffed. Even if he's not dead, making me personally wait is giving him too much credit. Beside him stood Chu Qingyu, the city lord's adopted daughter. She replied sternly, stop complaining. This is an important mission from father. We cannot afford to fail. Qingyang grumbled with a pout. Yeah. Just then, from the portal, Yunmu emerged with a nonchalant air. He scratched his face, muttering, this is killing me. 500,000 for that airship was a total rip-off. Suddenly, a sharp voice yelled his name. Li Yunmu. He jumped in surprise and quickly slapped on his frog mask. To avoid Qingyu's stare, he panicked and yelled, I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to be so clingy. His words made her blush furiously. Stop spewing nonsense, you jerk, she shot back. Stepping right up to Yunmu, she explained, you can drop the act. I know you're Li Yunmu. Relax. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm under orders from the city lord to escort you to his manor. Qingyang approached, scoffing, you've got to be kidding. This idiot is supposed to be Li Yunmu? The taunt set him off. You're the idiot. Your whole family is full of idiots. And just like that, they started trading barbs, neither one backing down. You rotten punk? Do you even know who I am? Say that again, I dare you, I'll kill you. Yunmu shot back instantly. You're just a coward. So come on, kill me. Qingyu stepped between them, stopping her brother. Li Yunmu, we're on a tight schedule. You need to come with us now. I'm not going, he retorted, clenching his fists. How do I know what you want? Just then, Yunmu received a call. He answered. It was Nuojie. The kid's face filled the screen, crying his eyes out as he spoke. Bro, you finally picked up. I thought you died in the tower. Feeling uneasy, Yunmu asked. There's no need to cry, is there? Besides, how did you know I was in the tower? Nuojie replied. It's not just me. The entire world is about to find out. Seeing him on the call, Qingyu greeted Nuojie. Nuojie asked, Sis, why are you with Yunmu? Qingyu explained. My father sent me to get him, but it seems he's a little on guard around me. The two got lost in conversation, ignoring Yunmu. He stepped in front of the screen, his expression screaming that he wasn't going, so Nuojie started begging. Li Yunmu, please go. Xiao Yu is my friend. She won't hurt you. When his words had no effect, Nuojie turned on the waterworks, pleading again. Faced with this, Yunmu's resolve began to crumble. All right, I'll go. He ended the call. Let's go, beautiful. Lead the way. Qingyu bristled at his words. I told you, don't call me beautiful. If my father didn't want to see you, I'd beat you to a pulp right now. Qingyang just watched Yunmu provoke his sister, thinking to himself, this guy is seriously annoying. After a short walk, he asked, This is the place? He glanced around, taking in the magnificent villa, as expected of the Farcloud City Lord's manor. She replied, If you like it, you can renovate your Azure Dragon manor the same way. Yunmu turned to her, his face a mask of pure confusion, with question marks practically floating above his head. Surprised by his reaction, she asked, Is it possible you have no idea what's been happening while you were in the tower? The royal city has recognized you, Qingyu continued, and inducted you into the Hall of War Gods. Meanwhile, Qingyang thought with a skeptical look, Is this Li Yunmu a complete moron? Yunmu suddenly panicked and yelled, Wait, does that mean I'm famous now? But I purposely hid my ranking. Then Qingyu dropped another bombshell. That's not even the worst of it. Her face grew grim. There's a rumor spreading that you possess the bloodline of a battle saint. Hearing this, Yunmu's face was a blank slate, completely lost by her words. No way, Qingyu shouted. You don't even know what the battle saint bloodline is? Then, she began to explain. The war saint is the apex of the Saint Xuan scholars, the strongest king of this era. Their descendants may inherit that immense bloodline. Refining this war saint bloodline allows one to become a Saint Xuan scholar. Qingyu explained that every Xuan scholar in the world is watching him for this power. The moment she finished, Yunmu yelled, My father is just a squad leader. What kind of war saint bloodline could I possibly have? They talked as they walked toward the room's entrance. Whether you have the bloodline, we'll be the judge of that. Her Tianyun City invited you for a reason. Qingyu pushed the door open. We want to make a deal. Inside, 5 figures sat waiting. The first, with pale violet hair and an earring, represented Jade City. The second woman had radiant golden hair. She was the delegate from Yu City. The third had milky purple hair and a matching earring, representing Tianlong City. The fourth was from Mo Chen City. His hair the same color as the woman's. The final man was the elder of the Qing Yun sect. He spoke, gesturing toward the boy. This must be Li Yunmu of the Li sect, correct? Ignoring the elder, he slammed his backpack on the table. Just get straight to the point. Yunmu jutted his chin out arrogantly. Let's not waste each other's time. I have things to do. One of the delegates laughed loudly. You're arrogant, kid, but I like it. The elder then praised him. Good. As expected of the Li sect. So direct. His voice turned calculating and thoughtful. Do you know that in Tianyun City, the guild president and the city lord are opposing forces? Both sides are equal, creating friction, but also a delicate balance. Yunmu hopped onto the table instead of taking a seat. The conflicts of mortals are truly pathetic, the elder continued, but that balance is about to shatter. That's why we invited you. He looked at Yunmu expectantly. We hope the Li sect behind you will join our city lord's faction, he continued. If the Li sect agrees to join, we will become your staunch protectors. The boy refused without hesitation. Sorry, I decline. The elder was stunned by his rejection, stammering. Decline? Do you have any idea what kind of situation you're in? Without us. Yunmu cut him off sharply. My apologies, but the Li family can protect me just fine. Joining you would imply the Li sect is powerless, wouldn't it? The golden-haired man made an offer. Fine. We'll add 10 secret manuals for the Lee sect. His face hardened as he replied, The one thing my Lee family doesn't lack is secret manuals. The elder shouted, We can gift a satellite city to the Lee sect. One of the others yelled in disbelief at his words. What? Must we concede this much? Qing Yu questioned. Furthermore, all tax revenue will belong to the Lee sect, with nothing owed to Tianyun. Her serious tone shocked Qing Yang beside her. You're a smart kid. You know exactly what this offer implies. The boy's silence was a clear acknowledgement. She's right. This means we'd have our own city and unlimited funds. But my entire family, plus Yingzi, is only 6 people. How could we manage a city? Wouldn't that expose the Lee sect as a fraud? Yunmu slammed the table. Sorry, your offer is very tempting. But before he could finish his sentence, he was silenced. Enough. Qingyang lunged toward him. You punk, I've had it with you. Do you know who you're speaking to right now? Give you an inch and you take a mile? He glared, his voice dripping with menace. Who do you think you are? Don't be a fool. Qingyang roared. Guards. Qingyu looked at her brother. Chu Qingyang. What are you doing? His face darkened. I'm going to teach him a lesson. If this brat doesn't know what's good for him and refuses to cooperate, then we'll be direct. Qingyang's face twisted with malice and killing intent. After we refine him, we'll gift him to a neutral sect to buy their loyalty. The men Qingyang summoned rushed Yunmu, only to be mercilessly beaten. They were utterly humiliated. Blood sprayed from one's nose, staining the boy's shirt. He launched a powerful punch, sending the man flying several meters. One of the men panicked. He's way too strong, another added. Weren't we told he was just some Pu Xing-level kid? This is definitely not the power of a Pu Xing. Watching Qingyang's pathetic display, someone sneered with contempt. A bunch of idiots. Judging his strength by his realm is completely meaningless. The one insulting them was Tong Ruo Chen. He's intentionally suppressing his rank. His combat power might have already surpassed the Xianzhe level. Qingyang roared in frustration. Useless fools. A whole group of you can't even handle him. Useless. A bunch of you, get him now. His taunt struck their pride, and one man lunged at Yunmu, who dodged the punch with ease. He then seized his attacker's wrist in a swift counter. In a flash, he flipped the man over, twisting his arm back until he screamed in pure agony. Sensing another attack from behind, Yunmu spun and drove his fist straight into the man's face. Blood sprayed like rain as the man flew backward, crashing into the group trying to get to Nuo-jae. Yunmu casually rubbed his wrist. His swift actions sent a chill of fear through Qingyang. He roared at Chu Qingyang, Tell your men to stop. Who gave you permission to do this? She scolded the representatives. Why are you just sitting there? Go stop them. An elder calmly replied. What's the hurry? If he's this dismissive of our conditions, he mused with cunning confidence. I want to see just how powerful he really is. Qingyu felt a shiver of fear at his arrogance, unsure how to even respond. Nearby, a furious Qingyang cursed his men. Useless trash. The weakest of you is a black star, yet you can't handle a mere common star? I see none of you want to work anymore. But as he spoke, his useless thugs all collapsed to the ground. Not a single one was left in a fighting state. All of them had fallen in agony. Yunmu's spirit soared. It's your turn. Terrified, Qingyang fell to the ground, screaming, Stay back. I said stay back. Do you hear me? He scrambled away, babbling incoherently. Don't come any closer. Do you know who I am? I'm the city lord's son. Qingyu watched in shock, thinking, is this the power of a mystic rank lightning attribute? At the training grounds, he was only at the common rank. Yunmu stomped and leaped, drawing his arm back as blue lightning crackled in his hand. Qingyang shrieked in terror. Don't come over here. Ignoring his pleas, he shot forward and slammed his fist into him, triggering a massive explosion in the room. Yunmu leaped from the blast, bracing his hand on the ground to steady his landing. The representative from Yu City was shaken, blurting out, Chu Qingyang was actually defeated by this kid. Just then, Yunmu spotted something in the smoke. As he suspected, he growled, A defensive barrier. It turned out the shield was cast by the city lord himself, saving Qingyang at the last second. Young friend, that worthless son of mine is far too arrogant. Don't stoop to his level. I'll deal with him. The others gasped. That voice. It's the city lord. The city lord has intervened. Yunmu's mood soured as a murderous aura radiated from him. The city lord, is it? Fine. Since you've spoken, I'll give you face. But you're mistaken. I never planned to kill him. He sneered at Qingyang. A pathetic weakling who relies on his father isn't worthy of being killed by me. The insult made Qingyang burn with shame. The city lord then ordered Qing Yu to take Yun Mu to the rear garden for a private conversation. As they walked, Yun Mu grumbled, "Hey, are we there yet? This place of yours is massive." Qing Yu glanced at him and replied, "It's just ahead." Yun Mu then whispered, "Kid, are you there?" A blue seal glowed on Yun Mu's neck as his little companion answered him. Yun Mu continued to whisper, "We're about to meet the old man. As soon as you see him, copy his cultivation." The child's reply was a bit too loud, startling him. "Quieter." They arrived, and she pushed the door open. Inside, an old man sat before a fountain. "Father, I've brought him." The man pulled his hand from the water, letting droplets fall to the floor. This aura is anything but ordinary. Seeing the old man, Yun Mu's eyes widened in shock. So this was the city lord. He greeted him. "Ah, Li Yun Mu. A pleasure to finally meet you." Seeing his gaunt body, Yun Mu thought, "What's with his physique? How is he even alive?" The city lord noticed his intense stare. He asked, "Surprising, isn't it? You didn't expect the legendary saint?" Before finishing, the city lord removed his robe, continuing, "To look so utterly pathetic." With his robe off, his emaciated frame was fully visible. A shadow of sadness crossed Qing Yu's face. "Father, this is all from the backlash of using a forbidden art to force your ascension to the saint level." Seeing his daughter's sadness, he teased, "You know, this kid isn't so bad. You're not a child anymore." She flushed bright red and yelled, "Father!" Her face was crimson as she snapped, "Father, don't say such things." Startled, he replied, "Seeing you without a suitor makes me anxious." Yun Mu watched, exasperated. "Hey old man, did you call me here to watch your family drama?" The city lord chuckled, explaining, "Just a joke. I called you here because I need your help. The Lee sect's power into Heavenly Cloud City." The old man explained why he needed Van Mook to help counter the Mystics Guild. "I believe you can already see. My time is running out. In my state, once I die, this city will fall into chaos. As its lord, I can't bear to see my people suffer. My apologies, but the Lee sect is merely a minor power. I doubt we can be of any help." He thought to himself, "This isn't my problem. I won't get dragged into this mess. Besides, the Lee sect is just me. How can I help you?" The city lord just smiled and waved him closer. Coughing weakly, he said, "Young man, come here." As Van Mook approached, the lord leaned in to whisper. His words sent a shockwave through Van Mook. "That Lee sect of yours. It doesn't actually exist, does it?" At that, Van Mook staggered back, reeling. Van Vu cried out, "Are you okay?" Panic flooded his mind. How does he know? What other secrets has he uncovered? Is he threatening me to make me work for him? The city lord coughed violently, then waved Thonvu away. "Vu Ni, leave us. I have a private matter to discuss with him." She worriedly pleaded, "Father, you must get some rest." After she left, the city lord beckoned him closer. "Don't be nervous, young man. I won't harm you. Please, sit." Van Mook sat, defiant. "Fine. Do whatever you want." Feeling defeated, Van Mook asked, "How did you know the Lee sect was fake?" The city lord chuckled. "I was merely bluffing. Did I surprise you? My subordinates found no trace of any Lee sect. It would be strange if I didn't grow suspicious." Van Mook could only mutter to himself, "You sly old fox." He then leaned back in his chair to hear the old man's proposal. "I also know you don't possess a special bloodline, so I can't use you to bargain with other sects." He smirked. "Sorry to disappoint you." The lord stated his terms. "So, you and your Lee sect should join me." Van Mook retorted, "Are you confused, old man? Don't you know for a fact the Lee sect is fake? My joining you adds no real strength to your forces." The old man crossed his legs, a hand on his chin. "Whether the Lee sect is real or fake is completely irrelevant." The city lord's eyes grew sharp. "The truth doesn't matter. What matters is the fear you inspire in others. That is what I truly need." Van Mook was silent, lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, the old man presented him with an item. "Right. You should take this." He coughed, then added, "My daughter is a good child." A jade pendant, Van Mook thought. The lord began to speak of Thon Vu. She was an orphan, as frail as I am now when I found her. After I adopted her, she always tried to repay me. Now I could die at any moment, leaving Vu Ni lost and alone. Vu Ni will struggle on her own. She needs a powerful ally. Young man, I have watched you for a long time, ever since the central tournament. You are capable. I want to entrust Vu Ni to you. With you by her side, I can finally rest easy." Van Mook was stunned by the old man's words. "What? Are you trying to marry me into your family?" He laughed, scratching his neck. "Well, old man, the bride price better be good." He was about to tease him more, but he saw the raw sincerity in the city lord's gaze. He stood and walked over to Thonvu. "Let's go," she asked. "Are you two finished talking?" "Yeah," he replied. Overjoyed, she turned to wave goodbye to her father. As they walked, she asked, "So, what did my father say to you?" He teased her. "Why should I tell you?" Meanwhile, the city lord sat with his head bowed, his heart heavy with hope and fear. She asked Van Mook, "So, did you agree to join us?" He replied, "Not yet. I still haven't decided." Before he could finish, Thonvu gasped loudly. "That jade pendant, where did you get that?" He had been casually twirling the pendant. "This? Your father gave it to me," Van Mook explained. He asked, "What's so special about it?" In response, she pulled out a matching jade pendant. "Look, you have one too?" he exclaimed. They brought the two pieces together, and they clicked into a perfect whole. "They're two halves of a whole," Thonvu said. Clutching the pendant, she began to explain its origin. "This is the talisman key to the seventh dimension. It guides its holder to a secret realm. No one can ever know you have it, or you'll be killed." Thonvu looked like she wanted to say more, but she hesitated and stopped. She suddenly blushed and puffed her cheeks adorably. There was clearly another, more embarrassing secret about the pendant. "It's nothing," she said, quickly turning away, leaving him completely confused. Just then, Van Mook's system chimed in. "Phantom Queen has successfully copied the target's cultivation and realm. A saint-level talent has been awakened. To use this power, he had to give the Shadow Empress a great deal of void essence. He didn't hesitate, immediately agreeing. "Fine. Give her all the void essence I have." Just as Qingyu opened the door, a voice said, "What took so long? I've been waiting here half the day." The man said, "Qingyu, why are you so late? The conference has already started." Yunmu eyed the complete stranger talking to her and asked who he was. She quickly explained his identity, an agent from a second-rate sect backing Chu Qingyang. "Anyway, you don't need to mind him," Wang Tianba himself spoke. "You're late. You made us all wait?" He sneered at Yunmu. "This is the Li clan's representative? Seriously? Some common kid? I think the city lord must be getting senile, letting anyone in here." Before he could finish, an elder cut him off. "Wang Tianba, I suggest you watch your mouth. Are you trying to cause dissent? Besides, Brother Li hasn't even agreed to join Skycloud City." Hearing these words, he began to jeer. "Qingyu, what? He hasn't joined yet? I swear, your work ethic is pathetic. You can't even handle this one simple task. I think you should give your consort position to Xiao Yang." Tianba continued to hurl bitter insults. As a woman, shouldn't charming a man into joining be an easy task? At this, Yunmu glanced over, noticing her mood. He said, "You have to learn to use your body, right?" At his insult, she was silent. Her lips pursed as her face flushed with rage. After speaking, he let out a smug laugh. A moment later, Yunmu propped his feet on the table. "Wang Tianba, was it? Your breath is just awful." "What, you forgot to brush your teeth this morning?" he mocked, kicking his feet up. "An old man like you, spewing that kind of garbage at a girl. You're a real piece of work." He shot back with equal venom. "Li clan or not, you're a guest. People from my Skycloud City are talking, and outsiders don't get to interrupt." Yunmu replied with a cool and detached voice. "I, Li Yunmu, am the representative of the Li clan from this day on." His face was serene as he looked up. "We're joining Skycloud City." His words left her speechless. He remained calm. "Oh, so you've agreed to join us?" Yunmu confirmed. "That's right. I already spoke with the old city lord. I think he's a decent man. We saw eye to eye." He stated his condition. "Since you're joining, if you're one of us, shouldn't you let us witness the Li clan's imperial destiny?" Yunmu gritted his teeth. "So annoying. What do you want then?" Tianba gave his terms. "Simple. Let us pay our respects to a senior from the Li clan. After all, joining Skycloud City is a clan-level matter." Ignoring him, he whispered, "Kid, are you there?" The kid chirped, "Here." He then gave an order. "Do this in a moment." Then, Yunmu quickly agreed to Tianba's request, stunning the others. "Fine. I'll grant your wish." The elder spoke up. "Then we have the honor of meeting a Li clan expert. Someone, prepare to welcome our guest." Yunmu stood, hands in his pockets, and scoffed. "Prepare what? What era is this?" A sly look crossed his face. "Just get me 3 incense sticks, thanks." Smoke began to curl up from the incense sticks. He shouted, "I summon the martial ant." Then he began a dance to call her forth. His actions left the elder completely dumbfounded. "What is this? A spirit dance?" Seeing Yunmu's strange moves, Tianba burst out laughing. "Seriously? In this day and age, you're pulling this shaman trick? Where's your martial ant? Bring her out!" Just then, A hand materialized from the void right behind him. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion erupted. Yunmu cheered. "Martial aunt, you're here." Yunmu introduced her to them. "This is our Li clan's little martial aunt, Li Longling." The Shadow Queen appeared before everyone as a grown woman. The others gasped, stunned by the sheer power radiating from her very presence. What level of cultivation is this? Even Tang Ruochen was terrified. Is this the true power of the Li clan? A mere little martial ant, is this formidable? It's unbelievable. Li Longling. Wang Tianba coughed up blood from the force of her sudden appearance alone. Startled, he looked up at Li Yunmu. The main character simply provoked him with a smirk. "My martial aunt doesn't strike without reason, but since you insisted, she used just a fraction of her power. So, are you satisfied?" Humbled, he wiped the blood from his mouth. "Thank you, senior, for sparing my life." Li Yunmu then clasped his hands in respect. "We respectfully see off the little martial aunt. My apologies for the trouble." Instantly, her body vanished. But inwardly, Yunmu was seething. All the primordial null I just saved was completely devoured by that Shadow Queen brat. Acting cool really comes at a price. The others also bowed respectfully. We bid the saint farewell. The elder's face, however, lit up with glee. "This is perfect. With the Li clan joining us, let's see how the Mystic Guild dares to mess with us now." Li Yunmu then eagerly approached them. "I say, everyone, since I've agreed to join, what about those things we talked about before? The city guard positions and all that." They immediately remembered, and the other party said enthusiastically, "Don't worry, Brother Li, we won't go back on our word." He also reminded them, "You promised me 10 secret manuals. Not one less. I'm leaving them in your care." The man laughed loudly. "Don't worry. You'll get every last one." Chu Qingyu could only stand by silently, watching the two of them talk. She said, "It's late today. Why don't you all stay at the city lord's mansion tonight?" She then ordered, "Someone, show our guests to their rooms." A servant led him to his room. "Sir, the young miss arranged for you to stay in this room." He looked at the room's name and sighed. Hongyu Pavilion. Such a delicate name in a grand mansion. The old city lord is strange indeed. "I'll be on my way, sir. Please rest." He opened the door and walked inside, when suddenly 2 figures rushed toward him, saying, "Greetings, young master-in-law." He was startled, almost jumping out of his skin. "Who are you two?" They cupped their hands and explained, "We are the Shuang'er, the most elite maids in the mansion." Seeing the two of them, he sighed. "Are you two filming some kind of historical drama?" They introduced themselves. "I'm Da Shuang'er, and I'm Xiao Shuang'er. The young miss specially sent us to serve the young master-in-law." He finally panicked. "Wait, what did you just call me?" In unison, they replied, "Young master-in-law." He yelled in horror, "Don't just call me that. I'm not your family's young master-in-law. Who told you to say that?" They both covered their mouths, unable to hide their giggles. "Don't pretend, young master-in-law. The miss put you in her own chambers, so who else could you be?" Together, the two of them started to pull off his clothes. He panicked, saying, "This can't be happening. Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing taking my clothes off?" They answered in unison, to help the young master bathe, of course. He was stunned. Huh? Speechless. He could only accept his fate. "This is insane," he thought. The two began scrubbing his body, and De Schwanger's chest pressed against his back, making him shout internally, "Heavens! Who could possibly withstand this?" Ladies, I can wash myself." Da Schwanger refused. "That won't do, young master. This was a special order from the young miss." She whispered in his ear. "She wants us to serve you well." Shocked, he whipped his head around. What? He couldn't believe the scene before him. Suddenly, Da Schwanger let her towel fall. He started to panic. "Hey, what are you two doing?" She replied calmly, following the young miss's orders. He was frantic now. Stop right there. You must have misunderstood." They replied, "Don't worry, our technique is excellent." Having no choice, he unleashed his lightning art. A blinding flash filled the entire room. After being hit by his lightning art, smoke rose from them both. They exclaimed, "Oh, that tingles." He sat on a chair, interrogating the two. "Tell me, where is your young miss?" His expression was dark. Just then, Chu Qingyu entered and commanded, "Da, Xiaoxuanger, you may leave." They responded in unison. "Young miss." She looked incredibly embarrassed herself. He interrogated her. "I knew you were hiding in this room. Now, what is your game?" She explained calmly. "There's no game, I just wanted to test you." He was skeptical. "Test me for what?" She elaborated. "I've said it before. The jade I gave you is the key to a true god-level secret realm, and this secret realm can help you open the 7th dimension and obtain the method to become a true god." Hearing this, he was completely astounded. She continued, now that you know, you must realize just how powerful this thing is. He questioned, so, what does that have to do with testing me? Besides, if it's that important, why use it to lure in an unknown like me? Blushing, she explained. That's because the method to open it requires two people with the jades to dual cultivate and level up to Xuan practitioners together. Hearing this condition made him blush as well. He probed, is it the kind of dual cultivation I'm thinking of? She shyly nodded. Mm-hmm. A wicked grin spread across his face. Then what are we waiting for? Don't hold back just because I'm a delicate flower. Startled, she waved her hands frantically. No. No way. Not yet. We barely know each other. No. She squeezed her eyes shut in fear, but after a moment, nothing happened. So, she slowly opened her eyes. He was holding the jade pendant out in front of her. Much to her surprise, he said nonchalantly, here, you can have it back. She couldn't believe her eyes. Chu Qingyu asked, dumbfounded, Give it back to me? Li Yunmu said plainly, that's right. The old city lord left it for you, so it's yours, she asked, bewildered. But why? Do you know what this jade signifies? He admitted, I do. The true god's secret realm is tempting, but I can't accept an arranged marriage. I believe you feel the same way. You must want to choose your own ideal husband, right? Suddenly, she called out to him, do you hate me? He let out a long, calm sigh. He replied, honestly, at first I thought you were very annoying, but I don't hate you. It's just that I'm not thinking about marriage right now. Besides, I hope the person I marry is someone I start by dating, slowly experiencing life's joys together, and of course, its hardships too, until one day our love makes us realize we're meant for each other. Only then would I get down on one knee and ask her to entrust her life to me, so we can grow old together, never apart. At that moment, his face seemed to glow. Hearing him speak such words, her face turned bright red. Then, he became playful again. All right, guard that jade well. I'll help you keep this a secret. Be sure to find yourself a good husband, okay? When you do, I'll come for the wedding toast. If you need anything, send me a message. And with that, he left. He picked up his bag to depart, but she suddenly grabbed his shirt from behind. She spun around and asked, where are you going? He replied, I'm heading to the wilderness camp at Sunset Town. She said, my family has a transport array. I can take you. Hearing that, his face lit up. Really? That would save me so much trouble. Thank you. From inside the villa, a beam of light shot toward the heavens. As soon as the transport finished and the light faded away, she collapsed onto the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. You fool. I'm such a fool. Meanwhile, at the Sunset Town Wilderness Camp, a voice called out, Captain Wu, there's activity at the transport array. He turned his head to look. Oh? A transport arrival? Go check it out, quickly. The light of the transport array materialized, and Li Yunmu's figure gradually appeared. The guards immediately raised their guns and aimed at him. They shouted a warning. Don't move! Hands up! You're surrounded. He looked surprised. 2 of you counts as surrounded? The other guard explained. This is a military transport array. We received no notification of an incoming transfer. Captain Wu holstered his weapon. He called out, young man, give me one good reason not to open fire. His eyes landed on the sign. He mused, Captain, the same rank my father once held. He presented his badge, stating, I am young General Li Yunmu of Heavenly Cloud City, Flux Disciple, insignia 93.664. This is my Flux Disciple badge. Please, prepare at least 1 month's worth of supplies for me. Uncle Wu ordered his men, prepare everything for the young general immediately. They responded, yes, sir. He approached to offer advice. Young general, it's already late. I think it would be safer to depart at dawn. He replied confidently, no need. The mission is urgent. And please, call me Li Yunmu. I'm younger than you. He then asked, how are the wastelands lately? The man replied, same as ever. 24-hour armed patrols, non-stop. We're always ready for a fight. Let your guard down for a moment, and you could lose your life. He wondered, is this what my father's days were like? A man approached. Captain, the supplies are ready. The captain saw him to the gate, asking, you have everything you need? This is my vitality medicine. Take it, just in case. He accepted it gratefully. Thank you, Uncle Wu. You all must be careful guarding the camp. He then tossed a flux energy crystal to the man. Uncle Wu, he said, take this as payment. Your brothers work hard every day. Use this to treat them to a good meal. Well, I'm heading out. The man frantically called, wait, this is 10,000. Take it back. He just waved goodbye. See you again. I'll be back to visit. The man could only marvel. What kind of young general is this? Deep in the forest, dimensional beasts roared. He sighed. I should have listened to Uncle Wu and left in the morning. He lamented. All the vicious dimensional beasts are out tonight. Suddenly, he remembered something. That's right. That item I got from the Tower of Glory. He tapped into his system. Item. Wings of the Wind. Wings of the sixth dimension. The Wind Child spirit appeared on his hand. He smiled. This will make things much easier. He activated it, looking around confused. Where is it? Suddenly, two wings erupted from his back. The wings shot out, thrusting him forward. He was in shock. I actually grew wings. Feathers materialized across Li Yunmu's wings. He gasped. They're bigger than I imagined. He wondered. But how do I use them? Is there a command? Something like, fly, wings of the wind. To his surprise, the wings began to flap powerfully. They launched him straight into the sky. He yelled out in a panic. The wings carried him dozens of meters higher. He struggled to control the wings and stop his ascent. Seeing himself in the air left him completely stunned. I'm flying, he roared with joy. This feeling is amazing. His voice echoed as feathers drifted down in his wake. He was thrilled. Though he hadn't mastered them yet, he could glide smoothly. To travel so far so fast, these wings were incredible. Suddenly, he collided with something, crying out in pain. My God, I've heard of car crashes, but a mid-air collision? He then realized he had flown into dimensional beasts. He remembered this specific creature from his lessons. The pseudo-dragon, a silver-level dimensional beast. Its sharp attacks and high-speed flight make it incredibly difficult to hunt. Therefore, its organs are extremely valuable. He grinned wildly, summoning his two shadows to begin the hunt. Kill them all. He laughed. Money's on the table, boys. Let's go. The wyvern panicked instantly. It began gathering energy in its jaws. He realized their danger. The beast fired a blast at all three of them. The trio swiftly dodged the blast, then charged straight for the beast. Li Yunmu reached it first, unleashing his frenzy blade technique. He sliced clean through the creature. The beast was stunned, feeling nothing at all. Then, its body split perfectly in two. Both halves fell from the sky. Li Yunmu fell silent, lost in thought. The other wyverns stared at him in terror. He turned his greedy gaze upon them. Their fear turned into terrified shrieks. He began taking them down one by one. Shadow 1 landed a devastating kick on a wyvern. Shadow 2's punch made another beast howl in pain. Far below, a man was sketching a wyvern on the ground. He wondered aloud, what's going on today? Not a single wyvern all night long. Suddenly, a wyvern corpse crashed down from the sky. The shock made him scream at the heavens. After calming down, he went to inspect the creature. What is this thing? It just fell? Ah, a wyvern? He thought. I've heard of it raining food. But wyverns? He put on his binocular glasses. Looking up, he saw terrified wyverns fleeing for their lives, and right behind them was Li Yunmu in hot pursuit. Hey, my little paychecks. Don't run away. The wyvern was practically crying as it fled. It let out a piercing shriek. Behind it, Li Yunmu's eyes held a demonic glint. He laughed aloud. Don't run, my little treasures. Do I really look that scary? I'm no demon. The hunter below offered a silent prayer for the beasts. After all my years hunting wyverns, this is the first time I've ever pitied them. At the Wangwen Pavilion in the virtual world, Li Yunmu burst through the doors. He called out, Hey old man, I'm back. He greeted the old man with a friendly grin. The man asked, Judging by your look, young friend, you've brought me something good? He plopped down into a chair. This haul is a big one. Think you can handle the inventory? The old man chuckled. You jest, young friend. If I'm in this business, I can certainly afford whatever you've brought. Li Yunmu pulled up an image from his system. With confidence, he said, A wyvern. Your price? The old man gave it a dismissive glance. A complete wyvern is rare, I'll give you that. 1,200,000. I expected more. Done, Li Yunmu said calmly. I have 23 more. Same rules as last time, only dimensional crystals. The old man nearly choked on his drink. How many did you say? The old man stammered. I also have 12 that. Got split in half. What's the price on those? The man's face turned pale. Powerlessly, he offered 1,050,000. Li Yunmu accepted the deal instantly. Then, he pulled out a leather box. He grinned, and now, for the main event. The old man's eyes widened with surprise. There's more? The old man gasped in shock. Inside was a living, breathing wyvern. Getting it in here alive was a real pain, he explained. The old man held the box in disbelief. 50 million. No, 60 million. This is a supreme-grade wyvern. Li Yunmu agreed to the price and bid farewell. Alright, the goods are all yours. I'll let you enjoy your new prize. Just remember to send the payment. Before leaving, he added one more thing. Hey, old man, you better hurry. I'll be back for more soon. Lee Yunmu materialized within his personal star realm. A wave of melancholy washed over him. All that hard-earned money just gets thrown in here. It feels like I'm just a slave to this star realm. He opened his case, revealing the dimensional crystals. This time, I've brought a full 1 billion. Let's see you stay unchanged after this. He threw the crystals onto the realm's floor. They immediately began to merge with the world. He roared, "More! And still more! Let's see if you'll finally grow." After a while, he was completely exhausted. "I'm dead tired," he panted. He couldn't believe his eyes. "You've got to be kidding me. 1 billion. For just this tiny increase?" It finally dawned on him. No wonder the ancestor built the Tower of Glory, to exploit those who want to become true gods. It's impossible to do it on your own. Exhausted, he lay down and asked the system, "How much of the realm's power can I use now?" The system replied, "You can now wield enough star realm power to absorb a full-powered blow from a silver crystal flux master." He was completely stunned by the system's answer. He sat up, breathing a sigh of relief. His spirits were instantly lifted. Then let's keep going. The next day, at the Blue Cloud City Lord's Manor, inside, a commotion erupted. Song twins, "Stop Chu Qingyang. Young master, you cannot enter the ladies' chambers. Get out of my way," he raged. "I am the young lord. If Li Yunmu can enter, why can't I?" The pair refused. "You cannot. The lady is unavailable." Suddenly, Chu Qingyu gave them a direct order. "Once it's clean, let him in." Chu Qingyang storms in. Furious, "Sister, you let that village brat stay here overnight? You can't possibly trust that boy. Our father is old and foolish. But are you becoming the same?" She was lounging on a chair, sipping wine. Blankly, she spoke. "Father, he's gone." He questioned. "Father is gone?" His next words were sharp. "Then where is the jade pendant?" His question shocked her to the core. She shot to her feet. "I can't believe your first question is about the pendant. Forget about the jade pendant," she said coolly. "Father gave it to Li Yunmu and me. Besides, it's useless to you. Your awakening was bought with resources. With your talent, you'll never reach the super profound realm. Just enjoy your comfortable life as a young master." He gritted his teeth, seething with rage. Chu Qingyu brushed past Qingyang. He could just live out his pampered days as a young master. But how could he accept that? Qingyang grabbed her arm, roaring, "I won't accept this." He was the young lord of the city lord's mansion, the next city lord. Why should he accept this fate? His eyes burned with pure hatred. He was the old man's only son, but no one acknowledged it. The whispers always followed that the city lord's son couldn't awaken. "Doesn't that make me useless?" He shoved Qingyu, sending her crashing to the cold floor. "The jade pendant must be mine. Only I deserve to have it." Hearing his words, Qingyu's eyes went wide in disbelief. She couldn't believe what her brother had become. In her memory, when she was brought here, they told her this was her new home. Qingyang was the little brother who always trailed behind her, calling out, "Sister." He'd begged her to forget Li Yunmu, saying they could cultivate together. Now, he was acting like a complete madman. He pinned her to the ground, saying he wanted her. Panicked, Qingyu cried out, "Don't you even recognize who I am?" Qingyang ignored her pleas. "Just stop struggling." She had drunk too much wine and had no strength left to resist. He laughed like a maniac. "Now, you're all mine, sister." Just then, a black boot flashed out, sending Chu Qingyang flying. Caught off guard, he flew like a rag doll. He crashed into the furniture. Xiao Shuanger appeared like a hero, warning, "Young master, show some dignity. A slave dog like you dares to strike me?" Qingyang was the young lord of the mansion, not someone to be touched. "You can't handle the consequences." Xiao Shuanger ignored him completely. "My lady, you must be terrified." She draped a shawl over Qingyu. With an icy expression, Qingyu covered herself and ordered, "Take the young master away. Lock him in the hidden chamber." Her words terrified him. Qingyang scrambled on the floor, screaming, "No, sister, you can't do this to me. I'm begging you." But Qingyu's gaze remained firm as steel. Meanwhile, Li Yunmu was in the star realm. Holding a large stone, he sighed. "This is the last one. Everything from the immortal melting beast and the sub-dragon went into this. I should keep one just in case," he thought to himself. But fate had other plans. Yunmu's hand slipped, and it fell. The moment it hit the ground, it was absorbed. Now he was completely and utterly broke. He couldn't even save one. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon began. An earthquake? Why was the ground shaking so violently? A beam of light shot down from above. The glare was too bright to see. What in the world is appearing in the sky? As the light stabilized, a sun-like orb emerged. Below Yunmu's feet, grass began to sprout across the planet. It grew with incredible speed. The grass has sprouted. This place finally has some life. A system notification appeared. Congratulations, host. Your star realm has formed a star core, becoming a small star realm. He wondered how much world power he could wield now. The system displayed. Current world power can absorb one full-strength blow from a gold star profound master. In that case, with my own combat strength, I might withstand a full-powered attack from a red star expert. A red dot on the screen piqued his curiosity. Why is this here? Tapping it revealed a call from Zhang Daxiong. Yunmu answered with a roguish grin. What's up, miss me already? But the face on screen wasn't Zhang Daxiong. The first question was, where are you? Yunmu was surprised to see Liu Teiji. Why are those two together? Daxiong, focused on driving, spoke urgently. Little Mumu, it doesn't matter where you are now. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Hide. Immediately. Go now. Don't go outside. And don't trust anyone. His expression was dead serious. He wasn't joking. What could have happened? A sense of dread filled Yunmu. Elsewhere, in a dark, disheveled room, Qingyang lurked in the shadows. Perhaps Qingyu never imagined her brother would act from the hidden chamber. He had become a demon. Chu Qingyu, you rotten woman. You look down on me. Fine. His eyes locked on Yunmu's image as he spat. Every last one of you will die. His sheer arrogance practically begged for a slap from Qingyu. Had Chu Qingyang lost his mind? She seethed with rage at his actions. He echoed her words. Lost my mind? Then laughed like a true madman. His gaunt face, already twisted by Qingyu's blow, was proof. Li Yunmu and that old man had driven him to this. But she was too late to stop Qingyang. He announced the old man's death and the Pisces jade pendant to the world. He revealed the pendant was with Qingyun and Li Yunmu, declaring, "You're all as good as dead." Qingyang was utterly consumed by hatred. To stoop so low, he let out a chilling, demonic laugh. Qingyu could only watch, powerless to stop him. Meanwhile, a bored Tang Ruo Chen looked for some entertainment. Xuanzi offered a suggestion. Then let's head to the dimensional battlefield. We might find something fun there. Suddenly, Ruo Chen's eyes shot wide open. At that moment, news of the jade pendant erupted across the world. Everyone who heard the news was electrified. The key to the ancient secret realm. Those words alone ignited the central continent's experts. Men and women alike were stirred. The death of Skycloud's city lord now seemed trivial. This treasure could shake the entire world. Powerful figures from every faction were drawn in. Clans and sects dispatched their best to hunt down Li Yunmu. All of them wanted the Pisces jade pendant. But Li Yunmu had vanished without a trace. Soon, a video surfaced online. A young man had accidentally filmed Li Yunmu in Sunset Town. He was clearly visible, soaring through the sky. Just like that, Li Yunmu's location was exposed to every sect in power. The order was given. Capture him. Back at the mansion, Qingyu was surrounded. A mob ganged up on a single girl. Qingyang was lying, Qingyu insisted. But it was obvious no one believed a word she said. Don't play dumb. You just want the ancient secret realm for yourself. One of them even grabbed her by the collar. A treasure like the Pisces jade pendant belongs to all the sects. Hand it over now. Just then, her eyes widened. A voice cut through the air. You filth! Get away from Our Lady! Da and Xiao Shuang'er appeared from nowhere, leaping over the men surrounding Qingyu. Back off! Xiao Shuang'er kicked the man, grabbing her collar. Get your filthy hands away. The two stood to protect Qingyu from the bullies. Are you all right, milady? They've made their move. The mob sneered. It was only 3 women, after all. Subdue them. Take the jade pendant. The situation was dire. If they all attacked at once, the 3 girls stood no chance. A door creaked open, casting a sliver of light inside. Someone had arrived. A bunch of grown men, threatening 3 girls. It seemed he was here to help Qingyu. From the steady stance, it had to be a man. I'm talking to you. But the man was drunk. Have you no shame, bullying children? Someone in the crowd recognized the uninvited guest. Isn't that him? Qingyu stared in confusion. The crowd's whispers echoing around her. What was he doing here? Finally, a fool who didn't value his life provoked the old man, despite others trying to stop him. Hey, old man, you fool, get lost. He jabbed a finger in the elder's face. The great sects are busy here. This is no place for you to talk. Growing bolder, he grabbed the old man's collar. Just who do you think you are? You want me to deal with you too? The old man smirked, completely unfazed. Quite the attitude, speaking to me that way. With your meager skills? Go on, make your move. The thug froze, stunned. His threats weren't working at all. The elder brushed his hand aside. It didn't move. It snapped right off. The man's eyes bulged in pure shock. Blood sprayed across the thug's stunned face. A pained scream ripped through the air as his allies cursed his stupidity. How could he dare touch such a figure? This drunken, burping man was the Grand Elder of the Blue Cloud Sect. That utter fool had no idea this drunkard was the Grand Elder of the Blue Cloud Sect. A legendary martial saint had come here himself. He sidled up to her, putting on a ridiculously affectionate, pouting face. "Little you, when will you clean my ears again? I want to use your lap as a pillow." Qing Yu could only surrender to his antics. "Grand Elder, is this really the time for that?" He glanced at the crowd before her. "A fair point. Listen up, you brats. I'll make one thing clear today. If anyone here dares to touch Chu Qing Yu, I will wipe out your entire clan." Such vicious words from such a gentle face. Both existed perfectly on the Grand Elder. The entire crowd's faces went pale. He was clearly protecting Chu Qing Yu. Since the Elder had spoken, they retreated without another word. No one was foolish enough to poke this hornet's nest. But some weren't satisfied. "We're really just leaving like this? A wise man knows when to yield. Chu Qing Yu is untouchable now. We're just wasting our time here. We have no other choice." With no other choice, they had to capture Li Yunmu for the Jade Pendant. The hunters moved out, their new target set. The news was deeply troubling. With a protector now, would he truly be safe? Da Xiong explained the grim situation to Yunmu. In short, he was in grave danger. But his family was safe, already moved by the Zhang clan. As Da Xiong tried to calm him, Yunmu's expression turned grim. Trouble had a way of finding him. He focused on driving, reminding Yunmu to hide, not run. Da Xiong and Lu Luzhe were on their way to meet him now. No matter the reason, Yunmu couldn't let them get involved. He told them to go back, which surprised Luoji. His answer was firm, but he was right. Yunmu was safest alone. Da Xiong squeezed his eyes shut, but he couldn't do that. Little Yunmu. The nickname was startling, but his position was clear. Yunmu knew he could trust them. After a moment, he gave Da Xiong the address. He was outside Sunset Town. Then he would have to impose. Da Xiong slammed the accelerator. "Just wait for me. Trust me." Back in the real world, Yunmu mumbled Da Xiong's words. "Find a place to hide." He glanced at the creature in his hand, perfect for a test. This little item from the Tower of Glory. He tossed it into the air. "Let's go, giant beetle, dig a hole." The beetle began its mission, but suddenly shot upwards. It sensed something wrong with the ground beneath him. It split in two and slammed shut, trying to crush him like a bug. He stared at the bizarre sight. This was no ordinary trap. How could this be? Luckily, Yunmu was agile. That was a close call. He almost met his end right there. Below, two figures appeared. "See? I told you your little trap wouldn't be very effective." More hunters gathered, their voices echoing. "No matter. If the trap failed, we'll just take him by force." So they came this fast. Yunmu faced a team of 4, 1 gold star and 3 silver stars. The leader, a gold star, commented that his wind wings weren't bad, but his eyes were filled with contempt. He scoffed, saying it was a waste for a mere commoner to have such wings. Besides the Jade Pendant, he wanted Yunmu's wings too. "Everyone, get him." He launched himself off the ground, rushing to attack. Sensing the killing intent, Yunmu dodged the first strike. More enemies appeared at his sides, forcing him to duck low. He evaded another attack. Yunmu's eyes flashed as his violent blade appeared. A sword swept before his face. Leaning back, he narrowly avoided the blow. He used his wind wings to create distance from the enemy. Another hunter ambushed him from behind. "Time to die," he roared, swinging his blade. In that instant, Yunmu's eyes gleamed. A cloud of smoke erupted, followed by a heavy thud on the ground. The hunters watched suspiciously. Is it over already? Did we get him? But something felt wrong. The person who fell wasn't Li Yunmu at all. It was one of their own. He had vanished from their sight in seconds. As the smoke began to fade, the leader saw it. Yunmu reappeared before them. They all understood at once his speed was terrifying. They had to find a way to lock him down. Yunmu's sword, the violent blade, manifested once again. Using his superior speed, he sent them to their graves before they could even speak. Their screams were cut short. 2 more were eliminated in the same instant. The last man could only roar, "You bastard! You killed my comrades. If that's how it is, you'll pay dearly for this." He gathered immense power between his palms, unleashing a powerful wave of gold origin energy. With a crazed laugh, the blast flew toward Yunmu's neck. His smile was twisted with confidence. This was his full power attack. A punk like Yunmu was as good as dead. The jade pendant would be his. But if the hero were this weak, the story would have ended. Yunmu raised a hand, forming a shield. He blocked it without a scratch. The attacker's face fell, filled with shock and terror. As for Yunmu now, he could easily take an attack from a gold crystal expert. While he was unimpressed, the hunter tried to flee. He knew when to retreat. This Yunmu was a demon. How could a full power attack not even injure him? What was there to fight? But did he really think he could just leave? He had to be dreaming. He sent the violent blade flying after him. Dozens of blade strikes shot toward the man's back. When he turned to look, tears streamed down his face. But what good was crying now? His body couldn't escape its grim fate. He was sliced into pieces, a whole person reduced to nothing. Then, a new system notification appeared. For killing a gold star expert, he'd earned an achievement. He would receive a latitude box. He looked at the screen, puzzled. A latitude box? He needed to find a place to hide and check it out. The beetle began digging a hole immediately. The dung beetle carved out a temporary shelter. He was grateful for its work. The creature raised a claw in a simple salute, a perfect hiding spot. Who would ever think to look for a cave underground? Yunmu opened the dimensional box. A blinding light forced him to squint. When he saw what was inside, his eyes shot wide open. What is this? A bone fragment. The system interface appeared. Congratulations. Acquired A-rank treasure. Demonic dragon spine. Fuse it with your body, and it will form an internal armor to protect your organs. So, another defensive item. It seems I'm destined to be a tank. Meanwhile, outside Sunset Town, things were getting chaotic. A group of hunters cornered an old man, showing him a picture of Yunmu. Have you seen this man around here? Leaning on his doorframe, he replied. Never seen him. I suggest you look elsewhere. You'll find nothing useful here. They moved on. More bounty hunters. What kind of trouble is he in? Before he could enter, 2 more people appeared. Excuse me, sir. Have you seen anyone with red hair? Red hair? These 2 seemed different from the last group. Back with Yunmu, the demonic dragon spine was ready for fusion. The initial contact alone sent waves of agony through him. This pain was slowly invading his body. As the demonic dragon spine fused with his body, Yunmu gritted his teeth against the unimaginable torment. The system warned, fusion process is extremely painful. Please endure. After an eternity, Yunmu collapsed, gasping for air. The fusion was complete. He struggled to sit up. That was a pain he never wanted to feel again. Something clattered to the ground. What's this? Suddenly, a world-shaking explosion ripped through the cave. Staring at the wreckage, the attacker smirked. Looks like we hit the jackpot. A one-eyed man among them sneered. He really made us work for it. Meanwhile, Yunmu emerged from the blast, battered and struggling. 2 thunder mystic crystals point blank, and he's still alive? That blast should have obliterated a Red Star practitioner. Ignoring his wounds, they spoke coldly. Apologies. But you have something we need. You're not leaving here alive today. He then drew his sword and charged. Blood trickled from Yunmu's eyes. He used the rubble to pivot, narrowly dodging the strike. Still reeling from the blast, his body was immediately forced into combat. Gaining the upper hand was impossible, forcing him to dodge and defend. Before he could react, another foe lunged, striking bare-handed. He caught the attack just in time, locking them in an uneven grapple. As they struggled, 2 more flanked him, swinging clubs. The cowards ganged up on him, sending Yunmu flying. They laughed. Just give up. You're finished, Yunmu. He glared up from the ground as they slowly closed in. Damn it. 3 gold stars and 1 red star. This isn't going to be easy. Worse, their teamwork was flawless. They controlled the fight, leaving him no opening to counterattack. They let their powerhouse deliver the final blow. Da Bao, finish him. The brute lifted a huge boulder, aiming to crush Yunmu. Debris rained down on his head. This time, it looked like the end. Just then, a voice echoed, and one of Da Bao's arms vanished. What fell on Yunmu wasn't dirt, but crimson drops. The one-eyed man spun around. What the hell was that? Behind them, perched on a dead tree, stood Da Xiong, rifle in hand. He called out to them, "What do you think you're doing to my friend? Especially you, the big gorilla." Yunmu crawled from the rubble. Da Xiong, the one-eyed man, tried to rally his men. Don't panic, only to be silenced by a kick from Liu Nuoje. You talk too much. The last 2 thugs saw another enemy appear and knew they had to act fast. Ganging up on a girl? How pathetic. But before they could utter a word, they were silenced forever. The 2 men were gone from this world. It was over in a flash. Yunmu was just caught off guard for a moment. Seeing he was okay, Nuoji cried out. You're safe! Thank goodness. The sole survivor's face turned pale. No longer controlled, Yunmu's true power emerged. A sword materialized in his hand, lightning crackling in his eyes. He added. They were nothing more than insects. The one-eyed man trembled as Yunmu and his sword drew near. You all took such good care of me. It's only fair I return the favor. He turned and fled for his life. The look in Yunmu's eyes. It wasn't human. If he stayed any longer, there wouldn't even be dust left of him. But escape wouldn't be that easy. Did you think we'd just stand here and watch? A single bullet tore through his calf, sending him to the ground. Up on the tree, Da Xiong lowered his rifle. Look away for a second, and he's already trying to flee. He tried to run. Shot down, one eye crawled desperately. A futile attempt to escape. Yunmu yanked his hair back, mocking him. A red star flux expert? Fleeing like a dog? What a disgrace. His eyes blazed red as he unleashed his lightning arts, a fitting punishment. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Looking at One Eye's fate, one had to admit Li Yunmu was truly merciless. The man was charred black. The two slapped hands, true brothers in arms. This time, it was all thanks to Da Xiong. Without him, Yunmu wouldn't have survived. There was no need for formalities between them. This wasn't the time to chat. Getting out of there was top priority. The sounds of battle could have attracted others. Nuo Jie was right. To stay here was to risk death. Suddenly, the sky flashed. A brilliant firework exploded. Yunmu knew it was a signal flare. But who fired it? Turns out, One Eye wasn't quite dead, using his last breath to send the signal. If he was going down, he was taking them with him. From the shadows, he leaned on a tree, opening a strange device. Now every pursuer in the area knew their exact location. They were sure to be torn to pieces. He held a vial, ready to drink it. Yunmu had forgotten the finishing blow. A careless mistake. This guy talks way too much. Time for some quiet. Yunmu's blade pierced through him and the tree behind. Da Xiong snatched the vial from the man's hand. Yunmu was curious what it could be. According to Da Xiong, this was priceless stuff. As long as you weren't truly dead, it could even heal crippling injuries. It was like some kind of holy water. Something this useful would definitely come in handy. So Da Xiong tossed it to Yunmu for safekeeping. He shouldn't have thrown it. What if he'd missed? It would have been a terrible waste. At that moment, an arrow whistled towards them. With his keen senses, Yunmu detected the approaching danger. He swiftly yanked Nuo Jie out of the arrow's path, which missed her by a mere inch. As Yunmu and Da Xiong looked up, a voice boomed. Surrender now, and hand over the key to the ancient secret realm. The three of them stood there, completely surrounded. An endless horde of enemies blotted out the night sky. There's no escape for you today, they threatened. Nuo Jie was shocked. The sheer number of foes was beyond imagination. But Da Xiong's words caught Nuo Jie's attention. A large crowd was one thing, but the people who made his face pale had also arrived. This was going to be difficult. These were figures who could not be underestimated. First, an elder from Earth Dragon Valley, Gu Changfeng. Second, a woman from the Illusory Sound Snow Palace, Qi Shui. The last one, with a ponytail, was from Giant Lion City's Lu clan, Lu Jing. This lineup was no joke. So many people releasing their flux pressure at once was terrifying. Even the sky itself seemed to scream. Suddenly, Yunmu raised his hand. If I hand over the key, you'll really spare my life, right? Nuo Jie was shocked. Was he really surrendering? If he compromised, maybe their enemies would be willing to talk. But Yunmu clearly had a trick up his sleeve. There are 3 clans here. So who do I give the key to? He even pretended to be conflicted. The impatient Lu Jing nearly took the bait, about to lure him to the Lu clan's side. But Qi Shui saw through Yunmu's scheme. You rotten brat. Don't think you can divide us with a few words. Damn, this woman saw right through my plan. If that was the case, he'd have to try another way. 3 cloaks were thrown out before them. Li Yunmu's clone jutsu left them completely baffled. Now, the 3 cloaked figures looked identical. It was impossible to tell who was real. This was the clone art he had prepared. The real test begins now. Go on, find me. Gu Changfeng was annoyed. How did he suddenly become 3 people? To make it worse, they all ran in different directions. By sight alone, it was impossible to tell them apart. Qi Shui looked on. The target was playing games. How could they know who was who? But she would trust her intuition. The one fleeing north is mine, Qi Shui declared as she took off. In that case, Gu Changfeng would take the one heading east. Their pursuers were on the move, so they had to use full speed to split up. In the eastern forest, Gu Changfeng was getting tired. He couldn't help but curse. This little demon is fast. He'd been chasing forever without finding a single trace. A moment ago, their target was leading them in circles. Then, in a flash, he vanished, leaving them gasping for breath. Suddenly, one of his men was shot in the arm, startling everyone. What's happening? He wasn't the only one. One by one, they were all struck. In an instant, several of Gu Changfeng's men were taken down. He feared the mysterious figure stalking them had finally appeared. But they were disappointed. It was Da Xiong, not Yun Mu. Guess again. Zhang Feng wasn't concerned. If his guess was wrong, he would just capture Da Xiong to force Li Yunmu out of hiding. Did Zhang Daxiong really think he could face them alone? How many of his Dragon Valley men could a single person fight? Perched on a high branch, rifle in hand, Da Xiong thought that Zhang Feng must be a complete fool. Did you really think I was just leading you around in circles for no reason? Explosives had long been planted beneath their feet. It seems I haven't made a proper introduction. I'm about to send you off. My name is Zhang Daxiong, of Heavenly Cloud City's Zhang family. A pleasure. But all parties must end. As his finger pressed the detonator, it was time to say farewell. In the northern forest, Qi Shui told her target to stop running. There's no escaping me, anyway. The person finally came to a halt. So, this woman finally caught up. You put up quite a struggle, didn't you? Qi Shui closed in. Just give up. Hand over the jade pendant, and this big sister will go easy on you. An old hag daring to call herself big sister? What's the #1 taboo for women? Mentioning their age, especially in a way that implies they're old. The little brat just made Qi Shui change her mind. She held a sharpened branch in her hand. What was she planning? Then, she hurled it straight toward her target. It tore a piece of clothing, pinning the target to a tree and startling Luo Ji. Under the body's weight, the disguise finally ripped, forcing her out. Appearing before Qi Shui was the target's true face. Not only was her guess wrong, she had been chasing a girl the whole time. Luo Ji couldn't help but blush. Her identity as a woman was clear. Only the southern part of the forest remained shrouded in mystery. Yunmu stood calmly, waiting for his pursuers. They'd finally caught up, and this time, there would be no escape. Look at the effort they spent just to track him down. But Yunmu never intended to flee in the first place. He pulled his hood down low. It seemed the grand prize winner had finally shown up. This had to be a swift victory. He was in a hurry, so they'd better attack all at once to save time. Before this, his team had a discussion. 3 factions, and none of them were weak. If they teamed up, his group would surely be sent to the afterlife. But against a single faction, with little Mumu's strength, he might stand a chance. So they decided to split up to ease his burden. Yunmu instantly shot down the idea. How could that work when his 2 allies were so much weaker than their enemies? Getting caught would be a death sentence. But Da Xiong reassured him. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Their primary target was Yunmu anyway. Besides, with Da Xiong's cunning mind, a clean escape wouldn't be difficult. As long as they didn't provoke a fight, they would be fine. And as for Luo Ji, had Yunmu forgotten about her background? She just had to reveal her sex name, and no one would dare to touch her. Da Xiong finalized it. Let's stick to the plan. Yunmu was speechless. Why would they willingly face danger for him? But just then, his enemies began to question him. All at once? Are you insane? There are 20 to 30 of us here. 1 man against a whole crowd. Wasn't that just suicide? I'm afraid you're mistaken, Lu Jing, because Yunmu was never truly alone. He called out their names. #1, #2, Ming Crow, Shorty Li Ming. It's time. Let's fight as one. Luo Jie unleashed a sweeping fist, instantly wounding one of them. She followed with a brutal elbow strike, then a powerful uppercut that sent her foe flying several meters. Qi Shui was stunned that such a cute girl had such lethal techniques. If that was Baji Quan, did that mean she was from Sky Cloud City? State your sect. I don't want any trouble, Qi Shui demanded. But Luo Jie was ready for a fight. Why should her identity matter? If she revealed her clan, her opponent would just leave and go straight for Yunmu. That would pit him against 2 enemies at once. She had to hold this woman back and buy Yunmu time, even for just 1 second. Even if she fell, she had to stall her. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from the east, shaking the entire forest. It caught the attention of both women. Gazing toward the blast, Qi Shui realized Gu Changfeng's group had begun their fight. Luo Ji stared in that direction, her heart filled with worry. So Da Xiong was that selfless. I hope nothing's happened to him. Yunmu whipped his head toward the explosion. What was that massive sound? A thick plume of smoke billowed up from the east. That idiot Da Xiong, what is he doing? I told him not to provoke them, and he would be fine. He wasn't stupid enough to fight them head on. So what was going on? That's when Lu Jing spoke up. Changfeng is in the east. With a blast that big, I'd say your companion has already been taken care of. Just as he finished his sentence, something blurred past his eyes. Lu Jing didn't even realize what it was until it was already too late. He whipped his head around, only to see his ally held high by the throat, completely helpless. This person's speed was terrifying. Lu Jing's face darkened. What the hell is that thing? How is it so fast? But Yunmu had already warned him, and he'd forgotten. Now, with number 1 back at his side, Yunmu repeated his offer. I'm in a hurry, so come at me all at once. Around him, number 1, number 2, and Ming Crow stood ready. Da Xiong fanned away the smoke. Luckily, he was completely unharmed by the blast. Who knew 50 thunder ice tubes packed such a punch? It cost a fortune, but wiping them out in one shot was worth it. He donned a new coat, looking suave as ever. With them handled, Da Xiong went to find his friends. But he never expected a survivor. It was Gu Changfeng. The man appeared right behind him, asking, "And where do you think you're going?" He slammed his palm into the ground. Da Xiong leaped high, narrowly dodging. Determined to end this, Da Xiong used the profound energy pressure claw, a massive energy projectile shot toward Changfeng. But the man didn't even flinch. To him, this attack was merely child's play. With just one hand, he effortlessly blocked the blast from Da Xiong. He blocked the profound energy pressure claw with one hand? Unbelievable. Then let's see how many of these you can take. Even after that massive blast, he was still incredibly agile. A heavy cannon like this would never hit its mark. After a moment, Changfeng went on the offensive. He charged, but Da Xiong used his massive cannon as a vault, flipping through the air. You have to admit, Da Xiong's posture was incredibly stylish every time he pulled off that move. Flipping backward, Da Xiong readied a new attack for Changfeng. A hail of bullets erupted, but he stayed calm, using Army Breaker to deflect them. His blade-proof hands blocked every shot, creating a solid wall with blinding speed. It was a seemingly impenetrable defense. Changfeng's absolute barrier. He leaped forward, closing the distance with Da Xiong. He used Army Breaker again, but Da Xiong managed to dodge. That move was too dangerous. Taking a direct hit from Army Breaker was not an option. Stay calm. Zhang Da Xiong knew every technique has a flaw. There is no absolute defense in this world. If I can find the opening, this will be over. It seems I have to use that technique. Window of the Soul. He blazed with golden light, activating the Eyes of Aura to launch a full counter against the absolute defense. Time to teach Changfeng a little lesson. The Eyes of Aura is a secret Zhang family art that lets them stay calm, analyze enemy attacks, find the opening, and finish them in one blow. Changfeng ignored his words, thinking it was just childish nonsense as he charged forward. An opening? Does he not understand what an absolute defense is? He attacked furiously, but Da Xiong kept dodging with a smug grin. The technique meant Da Xiong's attacks were useless against Changfeng, who truly had no openings at all. Under Changfeng's relentless and constant assault, Da Xiong maintained his calm state, controlling his breathing. It was merely a concentrated attack. Any attack, no matter how focused, must have a gap. Da Xiong had to watch carefully, taking in every single move. Unfortunately, because he was so focused on watching Changfeng, Da Xiong tripped on a small mound of dirt and fell flat on his face. The accident caught even him by surprise. Seeing this, Changfeng laughed with delight. It seems even the heavens won't help you. His fist rose once again, preparing to end his opponent. Just then, Da Xiong's eyes found the point of breakthrough. Army Breaker came crashing down again. Da Xiong let out a piercing scream. Changfeng's grin couldn't get any wider. Weren't you being dramatic? Go on and break my defense. Da Xiong endured the attack, still unable to counter. At that crucial moment, Da Xiong's pupils lit up. Changfeng was sent flying backward from a gunshot from Da Xiong. This single shot ended Gu Changfeng's life. Da Xiong had found it, his so-called opening. With his dying breath, he still thought it was a trick. How could this be possible? So Da Xiong explained it to him. Aren't you exhausted after throwing so many punches? Your 132nd strike was 0.37 seconds too slow. Do you believe me now? Meanwhile, in the northern forest, Nuo Jie was training intensely. An elbow behind the ear, followed by a cross, and finally, the Iron Mountain lean. This small girl had defeated countless people. Looking at the number of defeated opponents in her hands, even Qi Shui had to offer some praise. Tai Chi brings peace to the world, while Baji Quan establishes the heavens. A truly powerful style. You're losing strength, but you insist on continuing. After the Dark Era, this type of ancient martial art was exceedingly rare. But I've seen enough of this martial arts display. Let's play a different little game. Then Qi Shui vanished into thin air, making Nuo Jie panic. Where did she go? Suddenly, she was struck from behind by a painful blow. Nuo Jie fell to the ground. Qi Shui let out a huge laugh. What's wrong, little girl? Are you starting to have some regrets? She had planned to let her go, since fighting her was pointless. But then Nuojie charged forward like a madwoman, demanding to take out all her people. I really don't know what you're thinking. Now Nuojie's left arm was numb from the icy chill, unable to move at all. Even so, you still want to confront me? Qi Shui had greatly underestimated her. Cut the crap. Even with just one left arm, I, Nuojie, will stop you. Now bring it on. You, big-chested witch. This was the second time she had provoked her. Big-chested witch? That really hit a nerve, and she couldn't hold back her anger. You damned brat. You mock me again and again. Do you want to meet the king of hell that badly? A hand lying on the ground began to twitch. Yunmu, with his hands in his pockets, walked slowly from the distance. Before the crowd, Lu Jing frowned in confusion. What's this situation? Where did all these people pop out from? No, wait. Looking at the figures ahead, he wondered, should I even say these things are truly human? Yunmu dug his toes into the ground, leaping high to attack Lu Jing from behind. But unfortunately, he sensed it quickly. He not only dodged the blow, but also launched a timely counterattack. Still, that was a close call, he thought. So fast. Meanwhile, Yunmu grew more desperate. There's no time left, I have to finish this now. He was worried for everyone, Da Zhong, Liu Yuezhe. They have to hold on for me. Sharp lances of ice shot towards Lu Nuoji. She met them with a kick, igniting a flurry of red sparks. And just like that, Nuoji shattered every shard rocketing toward her. She thought, this one's tough. Watching Qi Shui frantically manipulating the ice, Nuoji analyzed the situation. This woman excels at ranged attacks. If I increase the distance, I'll be on the defensive. She then pivoted sharply on her right foot, startling Qi Shui. Like a flash, Nuoji launched herself forward. Arrow speed step. She seized the opening to get in close. I have to close the gap. Qi Shui was knocked back, bracing herself with one hand on the ground. With her feet firmly planted, she glared, assessing Nuoji. That footwork is incredibly fast. Nuoji could tell her approach was effective. Good, it seems this is working. Without giving Qi Shui a chance, she pressed the attack, charging straight at her. Again, she used arrow speed step. Nuoji threw a powerful punch at her face, solar flare punch, but her opponent narrowly dodged it. Enraged, Qi Shui began to scream. You're so damn loud. Nuoji completely ignored her words. Despite her injured arm, she fought on with her other hand. Using tiger stance, she knocked the ice blade from Qi Shui's grasp. Nuoji prepared for a decisive blow. Try this on for size. A palm strike slammed into her stomach. Her extreme tiger mountain breaker sent her foe flying. Qi Shui was seething with rage, grinding her teeth. You annoying little pest. Then she launched a counterattack on Nuoji. A sharp ice dart pierced straight through her shin. Nuoji collapsed to her knees as Qi Shui let out a triumphant laugh. I've sealed your left leg. Let's see you try to move now. But suddenly, she stared in shock at the scene before her. Nuoji was crawling towards her like an insect. She yelled, She's using that crawling move again. Damn it, you still want to fight? She couldn't stand any longer either, and finally collapsed. A bit curious, she asked, why be so reckless? What is that boy to you, anyway? Still not giving up? Nuoji gritted her teeth against the pain. I must stop you here. I have to buy time for Li Yunmu to escape. She struggled to get the words out, stammering, because. Then, with a burst of emotion, Nuoji screamed, I love Li Yunmu. The answer left Qi Shui completely stunned. Huh? Though embarrassed, Nuoji felt a huge sense of relief. Having finally confessed what she'd held inside for so long, she let out a breath. Did I really say it? It's good that I did. Qi Shui stood up, sneering. Such a childish reason. Then she leaped down to strike. If you love Li Yunmu that much, then you can die for him. Meanwhile, Nuoji was lost in her own world of thoughts. If I don't say it now, I might never get another chance. Her enemy dove down, aiming for her head and screaming, Die! So close to death, yet Nuoji was still thinking of Yunmu. She forced herself to focus. No, that's wrong. How can I think such weak thoughts? I made a resolution to be a source of strength for Li Yunmu. An image of his back flashed in her mind. I don't want to just watch his back anymore, do I? What I want is to stand right beside him. That resolve gave her the power to push herself up. If that's the case, then I must become just as strong as he is. This isn't a fight for someone else. It's a fight for myself. Nuoji's eyes hardened. Planting one hand firmly, she unleashed a devastating kick into Qi Shui's stomach. The piercing blow gave her no time to react, sending her flying backward. Qi Shui clutched her stomach, screaming in agony. Seeing this, Liu Nuoje roared, "Now! Fall!" In that instant, she had sent her enemy flying. After the brutal battle, she immediately collapsed, panting heavily. "I won. That was my strongest attack." Liu Nuoji smiled in triumph. "I managed to stop her. I helped Li Yunmu." But before she could finish, Qi Shui cut her off. Her face darkened as she asked, "You stopped who? Now?" She savagely plunged the two daggers in her hands into Liu Nuoji's shoulders, making her let out a blood-curdling scream. But her rage wasn't satisfied. She screamed like a madwoman while twisting the blades. "You bitch! You let your guard down for 1 second and you get this cocky?" She roared again. "Prepare yourself. I won't grant you an easy death." Qi Shui stabbed Liu Nuoje again and again, repeating her threat. "I'm going to pin you down and kill you slowly. I'll." Her crazed muttering mixed with the girl's screams of pain. She roared with fury. "I'll torture you to death." With that, she raised a dagger for the finishing blow. But at that very moment, a golden bullet tore through the air. The bullet flashed by, piercing straight through Qi Shui's palm, making her shriek in agony. "What the?" Her eyes darted around as she growled, "Who's there?" Just then, a voice rang out from above them. "Yo, pretty lady. The girl at your feet." Zhang Daxiong appeared, smirking. "Isn't she one of ours?" Liu Nuoje pried open her eyes, weakly calling, "Daxiong." Meanwhile, a brutal fight raged on as two swords clashed, sending sparks flying. Lu Jing and Li Yunmu quickly broke apart. Panting, Lu Jing thought, "Just who is this kid?" He glanced back at number one's rampage, wondering to himself, "That summoned creature is absurdly strong." As Li Yunmu charged, he cursed internally. "Why haven't Gu Changfeng and Qi Shui Nu finished the others? Get over here and help me." In that moment of distraction, he lunged with a powerful slash. However, Lu Jing swiftly raised his sword to block. To Lu Jing's amazement, Li Yunmu vanished into thin air, leaving only his words, "Insect step." Seconds later, he reappeared right behind him. He raised his hand, his voice low. "Lightning Law." A bolt of lightning shot from his palm, making Lu Jing scream in agony. The electricity paralyzed him. He couldn't move a muscle, but Yunmu wasn't finished. He spoke again. "Mad blade slash." A blade instantly appeared in his hand, slicing straight into Lu Jing's back. Lu Jing's mind raced in a panic. "I can't kill this man. I have to escape now." With new resolve, he turned and fled, stunning Yunmu. He didn't forget to yell, "Giant Lion City, retreat." One of his men quickly ran to his side. "Boss, we're just leaving?" "After they killed so many of us." Lu Jing scowled at him. "We can't defeat him. A smart person knows when to cut their losses." Li Yunmu's brow furrowed as he heard the man's boast. "Don't worry, I'll return with high-level Xuan practitioners and wipe him out." Done with his empty threats, Li Yunmu raised his palm to the sky. Ominous clouds and lightning quickly filled the air. The strange phenomenon caught the attention of the fleeing men. One of them yelled, "Boss, look at the sky." Lu Jing looked up, shocked. "What are these black clouds?" His eyes widened as he muttered, Could this be?" Across the field, Yunmu lowered his hand and said, "Heavenly thunder." Instantly, countless lightning bolts rained down from the sky. He watched coldly as Lu Jing's men were struck down, screaming in agony. But then, Lu Jing himself emerged from the smoke. Li Yunmu was taken aback. "Oh? That's a surprise." He eyed the panting man. "You're still alive?" Yunmu twirled the sword in his hand and said calmly, "Under normal circumstances, I'd let you go, but you've seen my shadow spirit. So now," he said, his gaze turning cold, "I have to kill you." But before he could land the final blow, a voice from nowhere called out, "Single soldier insect cannon." He yelled, "Fire!" A blinding beam of light shot out, splitting Lu Jing clean in two. Yunmu stood there, stunned, speechless by the scene. The mysterious man appeared behind him, sneering. "Humph, trash from Giant Lion City, dared to fight for the Jade Pendant?" The newcomer smiled, introducing himself, "Chaotian Sect, Lin Jian." "Your Jade Pendant, the Chaotian Sect, will be taking it," Lin Jian proudly announced. "The Jade Pendant is ours." Li Yunmu frowned, thinking, the Chaotian Sect. Seeing their advanced equipment, he wondered, even a top-tier sect like this is here? What a hassle. Yunmu paid them no mind, offering a faint smile. "Sorry, I'm in a rush. I don't have time to deal with you." Seeing him try to leave, Lin Jian clapped his hands. "Trying to run? I won't let you. Form up." At his command, his men flew into the air above him. Li Yunmu looked up, confused by their movements. Just then, one of them reported, "Young master, we're ready." Li Yunmu muttered to himself. What are they doing? Some kind of aerial ballet? Before he could think, Lin Jian smirked, holding a small bottle. You'll see soon enough. The sacred artifact of the Chaotian sect. He then threw the bottle skyward, yelling, Void mirror. His disciples shouted, clapping their hands together in unison, as if activating a formation. Staring at the strange sight, Li Yunmu's suspicion grew. What is this? In a flash, a giant golden barrier enveloped the entire area. Lin Jian looked down from above with a smug, mocking laugh. You're not escaping this time. Hand over the jade pendant quietly. Li Yunmu scowled, lowering his stance and drawing his blade. He growled, Humph, you think a mere barrier can hold me? Mad blade. With that, he unleashed a powerful slash towards him, but the attack merely exploded against the barrier, leaving Lin Jian completely untouched on the other side. His eyes widened in disbelief. How? Not even a scratch? Seeing his shock, Lin Jian sneered. I'd advise you to give up. This isn't some ordinary barrier, he continued. This is the Chaotian sect's sacred artifact, the sealed space. This was created by Jing Shu Kong. You can't possibly break it. As he taunted, the other disciples began to close in. Yunmu's eyes narrowed. Damn it, I'm out of time. He rushed back to Zhang Daxiong. He roared, carrying Lu Nuoje on his back. He frantically dodged Qi Shui's relentless attacks, but he still yelled, What did you do to set her off? She stammered. I don't even know what I did. Just then, the monstrous Qi Shui charged forward. At 49 and never having known love, she muttered madly, Die! 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 Daxiong dodged, his brow furrowed, thinking, This woman has completely lost her mind. Her attacks had no form. She was just swinging wildly. He gritted his teeth, cursing internally. She was full of openings, but her chaotic assault was impossible to counter effectively. My Alaya Eye is useless here. Daxiong fled as his mind screamed, I can only run, but Qi Shui caught up to them. She shrieked, All of you will die for me. Daxiong glared at her. Humph, is this all you've got? In that desperate moment, a new voice cut in. Hey, don't block the road. As the words ended, a golden light struck Qi Shui right between the eyes. Daxiong stared, stunned by the bizarre turn of events. He muttered, What just happened? The mysterious voice's owner then appeared. Hello, Apex Delivery. Do you happen to know a Mr. Li Yunmu? He said coolly, I have his package. Please sign here. Daxiong stood frozen, his mind reeling. So strong. So incredibly strong. He took care of that woman in a single moment, and with such a ruthless technique. Before he could process it, the delivery man stepped forward with the box. You're Mr. Li Yunmu's friend, right? Please sign for him. Daxiong took the pen and signed, cheering inside. This is great. He must be on our side. If this man was an enemy, we'd be done for. But life isn't a fantasy. After getting the signature, he turned to leave. Package signed for. I'll be off now. Remember the 5-star rating. Daxiong yelled in confusion. Wait, aren't you here to help us? The delivery man scoffed at the idea. Help? I'm just a courier. Besides, I don't work overtime. He stared at the strange man, muttering, Humph, what kind of delivery guy is like that? Mid-thought, he remembered the package. Where did this parcel even come from? He finally looked down at the information on the box. Daxiong's eyes went wide. The sender was unknown, but the return address was the War God's temple. The sender's phone number was also missing. The address baffled him as he thought, the War God's temple? Meanwhile, back with Li Yunmu, the Chaotian sect disciples had already activated the guns in their hands, but before they could fire, he closed in on one disciple, kicking him square in the face. Another one saw this and charged in to attack. As Li Yunmu dodged, he yelled out, Go, number 1, number 2. The disciple then realized number 1 was right behind him. Huh? In an instant, it had finished the disciple. Meanwhile, Lin Jian watched grimly from above. His lips moved silently. What are these two things? He stared, utterly perplexed, at the two figures standing in the distance. Where did Li Yunmu summon such monsters from? His gaze then shifted back to Li Yunmu. Ling Lung savagely tore through the disciples, but her focus was solely on Li Yunmu. This kid held far too many secrets. But Lin Jian simply scoffed and clicked his tongue. Luckily, he'd brought the sect's sacred treasure. He eyed Li Yunmu, smiling mysteriously. This brat won't escape my grasp. I must seize this chance to kill him now. What a pity. He's quite handsome, just my type. With his mind made up, he yelled, Hey, stop. Lin Jian said slowly, This kid is full of tricks. Who knows what could happen after we kill him? I said, Let's stop wasting time. He paused, then gave a scornful smirk and ordered, Use that. As Yunmu's group watched with suspicion, he whispered, Let them witness the power of our heavenly tide sect. He frowned cautiously. What are they plotting now? Just then, the sect members carried out a large spear. His brow furrowed. A long spear. But before he could react, one of them roared. Fire! Another disciple obeyed, hurling a Mao talisman that sliced through the air, right at Ling Lung. She froze as it hurtled toward her. In a heartbeat, Yunmu leaped forward, shielding her with his body. All he could scream was, "Look out!" Terrified, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at him. Meeting her gaze, Yunmu gave a gentle, comforting smile. Hey, why the tears? He asked, stroking her head. As long as you're okay. Above, Lin Jian laughed heartily. Aha, it worked. That thing will kill him. Ling Lung sobbed, looking at him with a pained whisper. Reaching her limit, she unleashed a furious roar. Her enraged scream made him flinch, his eyes wide. Seeing her, Yunmu opened his mouth to speak, but Ling Lung had already torn through the heavenly tide sect members. In a flash, she sent a disciple's head flying. Watching Ling Lung's frenzied slaughter, the others screamed in absolute terror. What's wrong with this woman? Yunmu gasped in pain, calling out softly. Kiddo. His vision started to blur. The image of Ling Lung's rampage grew hazy. He murmured, No, my vision is fading. Am I going to die? Seeing their struggle, Lin Jian erupted in triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, you've been struck by the Mao Talisman's blood curse. You're finished, he gloated. It will drain your power through the wound. It saps your very soul, until you die from exhaustion. Oh, what a true pity. On the other side, the disciples' screams echoed. Someone stop this woman. This woman is insane. They clutched their Mao talismans, staring warily at Ling Lung. One of them screamed, Use the Mao curse to kill her. Gasping, he urged her, Kiddo, run now. You'll die. The speed of that thing is no joke. As she fought, a sudden shout seized her attention. Fire! Ling Lung spun toward the sound. Just then, countless golden lights surged toward her from behind. Before her was a storm of arrows, a volley of blood-red bolts screaming through the air. She could only stare, her eyes wide with shock. Just then, he yelled, Over here! Yunmu leaped up, pulling Ling Lung into his arms. He frowned and commanded, Shrink, now hide in the star realm. That's an order. He whispered softly as her tears continued to fall. Don't worry, I'm not going to die. Your father, he began, and under the furious rain of arrows, he declared through gritted teeth, is invincible. The moment he spoke, the ground where they stood erupted. Lin Jian sneered. Oh, still moving? Surprising, but no matter. With that many Mao curses, death is certain. But then, Yunmu appeared, heavily wounded and gasping. His eyes widened in shock. What? He saw an image of Yunmu, shielded by Shadow 1 and 2. A new system notification appeared. Ding! System alert. He stared at the words, his face filled with rage. All of your shadow spirits have perished. Yunmu gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. I will kill every last one of you. In agony, Li Yunmu watched Shadow 1 cry out. It gazed back at him intently, as if with a final request. His decision made, he uncorked the vial in his hand. He thought to himself, I'm sorry, 1 and 2. I will bring you back to life. He recalled his earlier conversation with Zhang Daxiong. With that, Yunmu closed his eyes and drained the vial. I don't know if this will work, but it's my only gamble. His arm now gone, he gagged and frowned, muttering a curse. Ugh, this tastes awful. But as he complained, a strange black orb enveloped the wound. In an instant, his severed arm grew back. From a distance, Lin Jian watched in sheer disbelief. What? A severed arm? Just regenerated? He muttered. Could that have been the holy water of life? Below, Yunmu excitedly inspected his new arm. Huh, this stuff actually works, he stretched, feeling his wounds had already vanished. All right, Yunmu smirked. The counterattack begins now. He coiled low, gathering power. Frenzied blade. In an instant, he blew away the Zhao Tian sect disciples. He flexed his sword arm, musing if this new limb felt even more agile. Just then, a blonde disciple roared, Die, you bastard. But Yunmu leaned back, perfectly evading the strike. He shot forward, snatching a talisman as it flew past. With a furious shout, Go! He hurled the talisman through the disciple, who let out a pained scream. At this, Lin Jian could no longer stay calm. He shot up, demanding, He caught a Mao talisman? How is that possible? Below, Yunmu paid him no mind. He smiled smugly. It feels good to be at my peak. If I just focus, I can keep up. His gaze then shifted to the surrounding barrier. He calculated silently. I have to find a way to shatter this barrier. He frowned, recalling a voice. Listen, if a technique is powered by spiritual energy, then it must have a single weak point. Break through that, and you can escape. That voice still echoed in his ear. You little brat, don't run. You think I wouldn't tell him? Yunmu's brow furrowed. Time to gamble. He then shot forward, finishing off any Zhaotian sect disciple in his path. He fought, thinking, I have the method. But Yunmu was leaping all over inside the massive barrier. He cursed inwardly. Damn, this thing is way too big. Lin Jian frowned, confused by his frantic movements. He scratched his face. What is that kid even doing? Inside, Yunmu finally stopped, panting heavily. Gasping, he muttered, Damn it, searching like this is pointless. I'll die from exhaustion before I find the weak spot. Suddenly, 2 bullets slammed into the barrier from nowhere. He watched as a huge explosion rocked it. The blast created a small crack in the structure. Yunmu frowned, thinking, what was that? Outside, a smoking gun appeared, held by Zhang Dahong and guided by Alia's eyes. He grinned. Yeah, that's the spot. This is all I can do. The rest is up to you. Yunmu grinned back. Heh, looks like they're okay. You damn brat, you had me worried. He gripped his sword and charged forward. All right, let's go. Yunmu frantically hacked at the barrier. Under his fierce assault, the cracks widened. Yunmu roared. Frenzied blade. A panicked Lin Jian quickly cast another spell. He ground his teeth. This is bad. He found the weakest point. As the cracks grew, he screamed, reinforce it with spiritual power. But it was too late. He could only yell in frustration. It was so close. Just then, Yunmu raised his sword. Thunderclap frenzied blade. Lin Jian's eyes widened. No way. This kid is? Seeing his glowing red eyes and the crimson lightning around him, he wondered, has he entered a divine state? As if confirming his fears, a man beside him cried out, It's no use, Master Lin. His power just exploded. The barrier is breaking. The moment Yunmu shattered the barrier and burst out, the man roared, We can't hold it. He glanced at the men around him with a crazed smile, then charged, sending the disciples near Lin Jian flying while laughing manically. Ha ha. As Lin Jian watched in terror, he declared, Every last member of the Zhaotian sect will die. Afterwards, Zhang Dahong jumped down, sighing. He glanced at Liu Nuojie, who was sitting motionless. All right, time to regroup. Xiao Nuojie. Hey, Xiao Nuojie. Seeing no response, he wondered, did she pass out? As if finding a new toy, he leaned in and whispered, Hey, I heard what you said earlier about liking little Mumu. His words struck a nerve. Nuoji paled. What did you say? You monster. How dare you eavesdrop on a lady's secrets? She buried her face, mumbling, I want to die. I should just go bury myself. Dahong rubbed his neck and cleared his throat. Don't worry, I won't tell. Let's go. Hearing him, Nuoji thought coldly, maybe I should just kill him to shut him up. As he walked off, a sudden chill ran down his spine. Why do I feel? Model. A chill ran down their spines as they raced toward the barrier. Someone shouted, We're here. Just then, they saw Yunmu emerge, shattering the barrier with a maniacal laugh. Da Xiong smirked with satisfaction. Excellent. You actually broke free, he praised. But he quickly noticed something was wrong. Little Mu, you're... But before he could finish, an enraged roar echoed everywhere. All must die. Da Xiong stared into his crimson eyes. He wondered, has he ascended? Nuo Jie turned to him, her voice trembling with doubt. Ascended? This looks more like demonic possession. He frowned, whispering, he can't control this power yet. Watching Yunmu's rampage from afar, he sighed. Becoming a demon or a god, it all hinges on a single moment. Da Xiong finished grimly. At that moment, a man impaled by Yunmu's blade cried out in agony. The crowd surrounding Yunmu screamed in terror. What is this kid? He instantly killed a Crimson Star-level mystic. Suddenly, a Zhaotian sect disciple charged in. He aimed for a sneak attack. You dare turn your back on me? Die. But Yunmu had already spun around, drawing his sword. The attacker's mind reeled. So fast. In a flash, Yunmu had torn him to shreds. Only a blood-curdling scream remained. It was as if a switch had been flipped. Yunmu began mercilessly slaughtering the Zhaotian sect disciples. Liu Nuojie went pale, covering her mouth at the horrifying scene. This is too cruel, she thought. Watching the frenzied killing, she worried. Is this still the Li Yunmu I know? She realized with a start, he's completely lost his mind. But she wasn't the only one in shock. Lin Jian was also stunned. He stared at Yunmu's black wings and cursed. Damn it. The dozens of Zhaotian sect members I brought were all killed by him alone. Before he could finish, Yunmu turned, a grotesque smile spreading across his face. Provoked, Lin Jian scoffed. Don't underestimate the Zhaotian sect. Bastard, I'm the top captain of our clan. Facing this taunt, Yunmu remained silent. Emboldened, Lin Jian glared at him and boasted, killing a brat like you is easy. I'm about to surpass the Crimson Star level and become a super mystic. But a hand suddenly appeared, clamping over his mouth. It was Yunmu. He burst out laughing, shoving Lin Jian backward. Haha, all must die. Lin Jian's face turned white, his eyes wide with fear. Damn it, he thought. With immense power, they crashed through the forest. Then Yunmu shot upwards, straight into the sky, leaving a white streak. Reaching a terrifying height, he hurled Lin Jian down. The brutal impact made Lin Jian cough violently. Before he could recover, Yunmu dove, swinging his sword with a horrifying laugh. Ha 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 ha. With a blinding flash, Yunmu's blade created a beam of light that cut across the sky. He roared furiously, Berserker blade. After that shout, the sword slammed into the earth, sending debris flying. Elsewhere, Liu Nuojie ran, panting for breath. Wait for me, she called to Da Xiong. I can't keep up. But he just stood there, completely awestruck. Wow, since the contest, how much stronger has he gotten? Gazing at the young man, he praised, this speed. Is this a growth rate a human can even achieve? As if sensing his stare, Yunmu immediately glanced back. He shot toward them like an arrow. Da Xiong immediately shouted, this way! The crazed Yunmu charged forward, still muttering, all must die. Nuojie stood trembling before him. Is he going to kill us too? She stammered. Shaking, she yelled at him. Li Yunmu, stop. Look closely. It's us. Don't you remember us? She screamed desperately. We're your friends. Please. Realizing she couldn't stop him, she braced for impact. Snap out of it. But to her utter disbelief, Da Xiong strode forward and slapped the rampaging Yunmu across the face. After the hit, he mumbled, the friendship awakening slap. He frowned and scolded, so noisy, laughing like that all night. Nuojie stood nearby, completely speechless. They stared at Yunmu, now snoring on the ground with a swollen cheek. So, one slap really ended it? Yep. How else do you awaken his inner self? Relax. It's not my first time. I have experience. At the Mystic Association's archives, Duday saw the red text on the screen, and a small smile formed on his lips. Ah, another name off the list. Li Yunmu. You've really caused quite a scene. Just then, his subordinate approached. Chairman, he reported. The great clans are sending a joint signal. Hearing this, Duday ordered him to patch the call to the screen. The conference with the newly joined great clans began. Duday, he challenged, his voice laced with rage. Your chosen young master killed my entire team. I demand an explanation. Duday remained perfectly calm. An explanation? For what? You tried to rob him and got killed for being too weak. What else is there? You were simply outmatched. Now, I want to ask, what were your plans for my young master? This sharp exchange made another man laugh, teasing. Looks like you've been silenced, old Ye. So, gentlemen, anything else? If you want to continue hunting Li Yunmu, don't let me stop you. They quickly gave up. Even the great Chaotian sect had suffered such heavy losses over a worthless cause. Duday, you found a real talent. Receiving the compliment, the old man simply accepted it without pretense. But of course. Meanwhile, Yunmu was a wreck. Filthy, covered in wounds, and wearing a dazed expression. After a moment, his senses returned. He asked Luojie, where did all the Chaotian sect people go? She told him grimly, you killed them all. You nearly killed me and Da Xiong too. The news shocked him, despite being the one who did it. Huh? Yunmu struggled to remember what had happened. All dead, that's right. His memory returned. Without a word, he turned and sprinted forward. Luojie was bewildered. Hey, where are you running? Turns out, he was going to loot the bodies he'd made. I remember it was here somewhere. Aha! Found it. Yunmu held the void wheel, unable to hide his triumphant grin. I got it. The Chaotian sect's holy artifact is all mine now. Before leaving, he made sure to thoroughly search the other corpses. He took whatever he could. Ooh, this isn't bad. And this is nice too, I'll take it all. Da Xiong watched from the side, completely helpless. Are you serious? You've stooped to profiting from the dead? I'm impressed. Yunmu completely ignored him. Okay, this master spear is coming with me. The moment Da Xiong saw it, he begged, give me the spear, I want that one. Luojie was speechless. Yunmu, protective of his hall, naturally refused. No way. Weren't you just criticizing me? Just as they were arguing, a message arrived. You have a new message. As Dasyong opened it, his eyes widened in utter disbelief. This is... Emotions erupted from him as he let out a huge shout, startling Yunmu, who was right beside him. Geez, you scared me. Turns out, he'd received life-changing news. I think I've struck it rich. You guys are loaded. Yunmu didn't get it at first, thinking he meant the loot. But Dasyong's meaning was entirely different. There was an online bet on whether he would survive. I bet $1 billion that you would. And the major sects just called off the hunt. The payout for betting on your victory was 1 to 300. As he said this, he burst into roaring laughter. Yunmu's jaw was on the floor. Dasyong gloated to him. I won 300 billion. Yunmu scratched his head, a bright smile on his face. Wow, that's amazing. 300 billion. But his expression quickly turned dark. You son of a... While I was fighting for my life, you were betting on it for cash? Dasyong cried out in pain. Ah, I'm dying. I'm really dying. But his screams were useless against Yunmu. I don't care. I'm the one who risked my life for that money. That 300 billion is mine. Luo Jie was powerless to intervene. Hey, what about my winnings? They argued back and forth for a while. What? Is 300 billion not a lot of money to you? After a long torture session, Yunmu finally let him go. So basically, no one believed I'd survive? It felt like the entire world was hoping for my death. He looked again and saw Dasyong was right. The odds were 1 to 300. The only ones who bet on his victory were his own teammates, making him laugh bitterly. I really don't know what to do with these guys. Just then, shouts filled with pure rage echoed from nearby. Lee Yunmu, you and I cannot exist under the same sky. The person screaming inside was none other than Ye Qing. Hearing him cause such a ruckus, the men outside wondered, what's wrong with the young master? Why is he so angry? You haven't heard? They say the young master's male favorite was killed by someone. The subordinate was stunned. This is the first time I've ever heard that. Huh? The young master has that kind of hobby? He does, and it's a huge headache for the sect master about this hobby of his. But the master truly cared for Lin Jian, making him his dual cultivation partner. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him the void wheel. And now, the void wheel is gone, too. It's a wonder he isn't completely losing his mind. Alone in his room, a desolate Ye Qing felt a presence. Pu Xing, you're also suppressing your abilities, aren't you? After sensing this, he decided, I want to see which of us is holding back more. Back with Yunmu, Dasyong was already waiting for him outside. So, how do my clothes fit? Model. First impression. It's a little snug. You're thinner than I thought. But you two came fully prepared, even with a change of clothes. Actually, those aren't his. Here, these are for you. A courier dropped them off a little while ago. Hearing this, he was baffled. A courier? How could there be couriers in a remote place like this? He was told they were from the War God Temple. There's no place in this world they can't deliver to. This was the first Yunmu had heard of their services, the War God Temple. Just then, Naktiep stepped out of the car. Thank goodness for that courier, otherwise Naktiep and I. But for a simple courier to easily kill the Seven Snow Maiden, the War God Temple is truly an unbelievable place. But, in any case, he could finally rest easy. I'm just glad you're both okay. I have no idea what you two were thinking. Opening the container, he found. What is this? A letter, Dasyong guessed. I think it might be a trial invitation from the War God Temple. Naktiep confirmed it. It was a real invitation, the very thing he needed most right now. Yunmu didn't quite get it. The thing I need most? How to put it? This letter means you now have the most powerful backing in the entire world. If you put it that way, isn't that a huge benefit? Backing? Meanwhile, at the Zhang estate, shadowy figures appeared outside. Someone rushed out shouting, Hey, what do you think you're doing? He warned them that this was private property. The man grabbed him by the shirt, warning, Get out of here now. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot rang out. One of the men in the group immediately recognized the shooter. He exclaimed, Master, Uncle Zhang asked, Who are you people? Why have you appeared at my family's estate? One of them replied, We're under orders to escort the family of Li Yunmu and take them to the War God Temple. Hearing this stunned the old man. The War God Temple? Back in the forest where Li Yunmu met his friends, he asked, What do you mean, the strongest backing? Liu Naktiep explained, Once you're chosen as a successor, your family will receive the full protection of the War God Temple. Your family will be brought to live at the sacred temple. There, no one would dare to harm them. He was completely stunned by this news. Amazing. Is that right? Zhang Daxiong then added more. The thing about the War God Temple is they don't meddle in politics. They only focus on martial arts. This makes other powers wary of them. He looked down at the invitation he received and mused. How interesting. I'll have to look into this more when there's time. Just then, Da Xiong also held up an invitation. So for now, should we form a party? You got one too? He replied. I received this a long time ago, but I just haven't responded yet. She yelled furiously. Are you insane? You dare make the War God Temple wait for a reply? He replied. You're right. She was now dumbfounded. This was pure madness. Li Yunmu then took out the mace and held it before him, asking, Hey brother, didn't you want this mace? Take it, he explained. This is the only thing I found on that foreigner's body, so I'm giving it to you. It's the Pearl of Purification. After using it, you can naturally enhance your own abilities. She took the pearl he offered, asking with suspicion, Why are you suddenly giving me something so valuable? Is today some special occasion? He explained, Not at all. Things were truly dangerous this time. I don't want you two taking such risks to help me. He awkwardly muttered a single phrase, Thank you. Da Xiong just scoffed and started bopping him on the head with the mace. Seeing this, Nak Tiep was shocked. Hey, why are you hitting him? His wounds haven't even healed yet, he replied. Because he's saying strange things. I think his brain must have short-circuited. Hitting him like this is the only way to get him back to normal. Yunmu raged. Zhang Da Xiong, I'm going to kill you, he said. See? A few hits, and he's back to normal. Later, at Wangwen Pavilion in the Void Dimension, he called out, Hey, uncle, get out here. You have a customer. The owner called from inside. Hey, why are you back here? He smiled and explained. I came with good intentions this time. He beckoned the owner closer. Come here and take a look at this, he explained. It's a sacred artifact from the Chaotian sect. This is a really good item. I heard it was a sacred artifact. Is that right? The owner explained. It's not just an ordinary sacred artifact. It's currently missing a piece. If it weren't, it would be far more powerful than it is now. He was shocked. What? Then where's the other piece? The old man said. Legend says the other piece was placed on the 70th floor of the Tower of Honor. It's extremely difficult to clear. He was taken aback. The Tower of Honor? He then leaned in to whisper to the owner. Hey uncle, do you happen to sell spatial source stones? I'll take 2. The man explained. Spatial source stones aren't something I can just sell. Besides, why are you being so secretive? He explained. It's not that. It's because 2 friends of mine saved my life. I want to buy them as a gift for them. Naktiep asked with a puzzled look. Hey, what are you staring at, Da Xiong? This vase looks decent, Hung explained. He whispered, These are rare and very expensive. Each one goes for about 10 billion, he said confidently. Not a problem. He then pulled the remaining items from his system. He said, Take a look at these, uncle. I'm selling the whole lot. The old man was impressed. All top quality. You have a sharp eye. He then asked, By the way, do you have any holy water of life here? The old man repeated. The holy water of life? I don't, but I know where to find it. Da Hung approached. Why buy that? Don't you already have a flask? I already used it all, he replied. My hand was severed once, but this water made it grow back. I wonder if it could help my father, if it could make his leg regrow. Da Hung said, Follow me. I'll take you to a place where you can find it. But something that precious is incredibly hard to come by. We just have to sit here and wait for it to show up. That's the real challenge. In the black market, 2 men were brawling. One shouted, You bastard! You got a death wish? He then recalled what Da Hung had said. This is Zhongzhou's largest underground black market. If you're lucky, you can buy almost anything, with no middleman. Of course, most of it is stolen goods with questionable origins. Looking around, he muttered, This place is chaos. I never expected a rich young master like you here. Da Hung replied, I'm not just here, I'm a regular. All right, let's split up to find what we need. And just like that, the 3 went their separate ways. She decided, I'll take this side. See you later. He reminded her, Stay safe. He then began to wander around. He thought to himself, I've been in the upper world for so long. I think I almost forgot. This is how most people live in these times. Suddenly, a harsh voice yelled, It's just a broken scroll. You dare ask that price? A young boy was being beaten by the man, crying out in pain while clutching a scroll tightly. He was stunned when he saw the scroll in the boy's hands. Wait, isn't that a dwarven sorcerer's skill page? The man yelled angrily. Skills are valuable, sure, but a broken scroll is completely worthless, isn't it? Are you that desperate for money? The man then spat right in the poor kid's face. The boy was speechless. Just then, Li Yunmu stepped in. Hey kid. He crouched down. How much are you asking for that broken scroll? Lee Yunmu held out his hand. Name your price, I'll buy it. The onlookers were completely stunned, but suddenly, the boy slapped his hand away. He clutched the scroll. 3 million, not a penny less. He looked just like a startled cat. Hearing the price, the crowd gasped in total disbelief. Yunmu pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his hand. Fine, he said, but you have to tell me where you got this scroll. Hearing this, the boy raised the price. That'll cost extra. I want 5 million, a bystander warned Yunmu. Kid, don't fall for that. He just offered it to me for 1 million. But before he could finish, a system notification chimed. Ping, 5 million has been transferred. Please confirm. The transfer complete. Yunmu turned. You were saying? Everyone was shocked. He actually paid. The man wondered, who is this rich guy? Does money mean nothing to him at all? Someone staring at a screen called out, hey, look at this. They both saw Lee Yunmu's image on the system. I think that's Lee Yunmu. He's famous now. And a junior star general. The boy flinched at the title, Junior Star General. Yunmu asked, I've paid you. Now, can I have the scroll? And you need to tell me. Bud. The boy hesitated. About that, he said guiltily. Here's the scroll. But I don't know where it's from. Yunmu was shocked. What? The boy confessed. I actually stole it. I just wanted to trick you. He started to cry. I'm sorry. My brother is dying. I really need the money to save him. I can pay you back. Please, Junior Star General, don't arrest me. The crowd was moved by the boy's tragic story. Ah, what a poor, pitiful kid. Even I'm touched. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so harsh. But Lee Yunmu angrily lifted him up. You little brat. How dare you trick me? Go to hell. The crowd gasped in horror. Is he a monster? But Yunmu decided to forgive him. Forget it. If you really need the money that badly. He told the boy to consider it a loan, then turned to leave. Before leaving, he warned, life is hard, but tricking people is wrong. Don't do it again. You won't be so lucky next time. Yunmu went to another stall. Boss, do you have any holy water of life? Sorry, our little shop doesn't carry that. The boy just stood there, stunned, watching him leave. Back in the present world, Da Heng and Liu Nuo were waiting for Lee Yunmu. Seeing him, Da Heng called out, Yo, little Moo Moo, you're back. He then asked, So? Did you find anything? Liu Nuo and I came up empty. Lee Yunmu hesitated. Me too. Didn't find anything. Guess our luck is bad today. Yunmu showed what he'd bought. I only got 3-dimensional eyes and a remnant page. Liu Nuo was surprised. A remnant page? A single page is useless. Yunmu laughed, pulling something else from his storage. Who said I only have 1 page? I have 2 now. Zhang Daxiang asked. So what good does it do? Daxiang was surprised. Why are you so quiet? Yunmu said sadly. I think I wasted my money. It was an impulse buy. Suddenly, Liu Nuo comforted him. Hey, don't be upset. Didn't you want to go to the Mara Dark Zone? Maybe you'll discover something. Yunmu asked. Do you two want to come along? Daxiang replied. Of course. We've already come this far. Get in the car, Yunmu said. Are you an idiot? What car? Daxiang retorted. Then you can fly. The Dark Zone is a border region near the upper world. This place is swarming with dimensional beasts that have fled from the world above. People come here to train their abilities, knowing full well the incredible danger. Arriving, Yunmu took a deep breath. He was shocked. The oxygen here is so low. How much farther? Daxiang replied. A long way. We've only just entered the Dark Zone. He looked up and pointed. You see that mountain? That is the heart of this particular Dark Zone. Lee Yunmu suddenly collapsed, whining. I don't want to walk anymore. I'm tired. Daxiang, carry me. Zhang Daxiang felt helpless. Are you a child? You wanted to come, and now you're throwing a fit. Yunmu snapped. Nonsense. You two drove here. I flew the entire way. Suddenly, a figure approached the 3 of them. Daxiang immediately drew his weapon, asking, Who's there? Tang Ruochen appeared, saying, Whoa there, relax. Yunmu was stunned. Tang Ruochen? What are you doing out here? Tang Ruochen casually replied, I gave you the map, remember? With your power, I knew you'd break through. So, I came here to wait. Ruochen then added, By the way, the Heavenly Sect gave you a 3-day deadline for the Void Ring. Yunmu scoffed. Like hell, I'm giving it back. Tang Ruochen added, They say the sect wants every sacred artifact to create the world-ending killing array. Their young master, Ye Cheng, has a supreme sacred artifact like yours, which gives him a level advantage. Yunmu declared confidently, Don't worry, I'll get my hands on it first. Suddenly, Tang Ruochen grew shy. Hey, he stammered. Your junior aunt. Is she doing okay? Maybe you could. Help me ask her out sometime? Hearing this, Yunmu just stared, his jaw dropped. He then grabbed a nearby sapling and started smacking it relentlessly. Da Xiong asked, "What are you doing?" Yunmu snapped, "Just leave me. I'm in a foul mood and need to hit something." With a final slash, Li Yunmu severed the tree. Tang Ruochen was confused. "Why are you slashing at random things? You're acting like a pouting child." Li Yunmu shouted, "Just stay out of it." Suddenly, the bushes rustled, and a massive golden snake appeared before them. They were all shocked. "Gods, that snake is huge," Ruochen charged, unleashing his heavenly demon dragon fist on the beast. Tang Ruochen warned everyone, "Stay alert. This area is crawling with dimensional beasts. We have to be careful." From behind, Yunmu praised him. "We haven't met in days, but you've clearly gotten much stronger." Li Yunmu was thrilled. High-level dimensional beasts in swarms. This is perfect for away from keyboard farming. He commanded inwardly. "System. Revive numbers 1 and 2. Activate all." The system announced. "Understood." 2,000 experience points consumed. Yunmu Ling successfully revived. Yunmu stared at the tattered page he found. He wondered, only a demon could possibly understand these damned scribbles. "Did I really waste 1,000,000 on this?" Ruochen called out. "Hey, stop spacing out over there. The meat's ready. Come and eat." Yunmu agreed. "All right, I'm coming." He set the page on a rock. Suddenly, a small monkey's paw snatched it. Yunmu stared in disbelief. "Huh, a monkey?" He watched as a monkey made off with his mysterious page. He held out his hand. "Nice monkey. Give that back to me." The monkey just tilted its head, then slapped him across the face with its tail. He flew into a rage, chasing it. "You damned monkey. Who do you think you are, stealing my stuff and then hitting me? Just watch what I do to you." The monkey, terrified, fled. Ruochen called out, "Hey! If you don't hurry, we're leaving without you," he muttered. "How old is he? Chasing a monkey?" Zhang Daxiong just smiled. "Ah, just let him be." Li Yunmu chased the monkey all the way to a waterfall. The creature kept screeching as it ran. "Eek, eek, eek." He kept yelling, "Stop, you damned monkey. Give that back." Then, he hurled his sword straight at the creature. Seeing the blade coming, it panicked and dropped the page. Li Yunmu went and picked it up. He sighed. "What was the point of running so fast? You still let me get it back in the end." The monkey then approached the waterfall and walked right through it. Yunmu was shocked. "What? It went through?" He cautiously followed the monkey through the cascade. Inside, Li Yunmu was astonished. Behind the water was a hidden cave. Peering into the darkness, he muttered, "It's pitch black." He summoned a flame into his palm with a skill. Walking deeper, he assessed. This cave runs surprisingly deep. It doesn't look natural. A mere monkey couldn't have carved out a cave of this size, could it? Then, a figure appeared before him. "Is that a person?" he wondered. Taking a step forward, he asked, "Hey, are you all right?" Li Yunmu asked, "Excuse me, where is this place? Why are?" But then, he noticed something unbelievable. The figure before him was a skeleton. Yunmu recoiled in shock, shouting, "What in the world is that?" Looking closer, he realized it was human remains. He judged that this person must have been dead for a long, long time. Then he noticed a peculiar stone beside the remains. What's this?" Yunmu's eyes lit up. "This could be a treasure." "All right, senior, please don't blame me. It's not like you can use this anymore." But as he reached for it, a monkey lunged from the shadows behind him. It shot towards him like a bullet, bouncing off the cave walls. Yunmu frantically looked up to track it. He was shocked something was targeting him. The monkey came flying down, kicking him square in the face. The kick sent Yunmu tumbling backward amid flying debris. He sat up, enraged. "Damn it, that really hurt." Yunmu was stunned to see the monkey was wearing a mask. He wondered, "Is that Fofo?" Just then, the monkey removed its mask. Struck by Fofo, Li Yunmu struggled to his feet against the wall. He had to admit, this Fofo is incredibly nimble. Yunmu wondered, "Why the sudden attack?" he sighed. "Never mind. It's pointless asking you, since you can't even talk." Fofo immediately lunged at Li Yunmu again. He cried out, "Here it comes." Every single one of its strikes aimed right for his head. He desperately dodged Fofo's attack. It slammed down hard on Yunmu from above. He tried to block, but Fofo smashed a fist into Li Yunmu's chest, sending him flying backward. Yunmu dug his heels into the ground to stop his momentum. He was completely shocked. "Damn that Fofo, that's Tongbei Quan, and it can use profound energy." A purple aura flared to life around it. It charged toward Li Yunmu once more. He snarled, "Still not done?" In that instant, He summoned his sword. He roared, "Bastard, don't underestimate humans!" He swung his blade, but Fofo leaped away with blinding speed. With Fofo in midair, Yunmu seized the chance. He immediately unleashed his roaring wave technique, but he hadn't considered the narrow space of the cave. There was no room to swing his sword. His blade scraped against the stone wall. Li Yunmu panicked. "Spare me! Wait! Time out!" Fofo leaped and kicked Li Yunmu square in the face. He fell to the ground, cursing, "You monster! You have no martial honor!" He quickly analyzed the situation. "My wide-swinging attacks are useless in here. Alright then. Number 1. Number 2. Out you come. Ding!" A system alert popped up. "Your shadows are away from keyboard grinding. Recall requires 2 hours." Li Yunmu's face went pale. "What? What am I supposed to do now? I'm dead, for sure." Fofo leaped again, moving in for the attack. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, knocking it backward. From within the smoke, Li Yunmu emerged. He sighed. "That was close. I almost forgot I still had this move." He instantly used his phantom step kick. Next, Yunmu rushed to attack Fofo. Even the creature seemed surprised. "Now," he said, "it's my turn." He slammed a kick right into Fofo's face. It was sent flying into the stone wall. Without pausing, Yunmu leaped in to attack again. He warned, "It's not over yet." He kicked hard at Fofo, but it raised its left arm to block the attack. Li Yunmu was continuously pushed back by Fofo. "This damn thing's fighting technique is no joke," he thought. It unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes, but Li Yunmu blocked every single one with his legs. Yunmu wondered, where on earth did it learn this? He praised it inwardly. "Such a perfect defense. I can't break through." Fofo continued its assault, but this time Yunmu ducked. He shouted, "Try this on for size," and slammed a powerful kick straight into its face. The kick was so powerful that it shattered Fofo's mask into countless pieces. Li Yunmu taunted, "Your mask is broken. Do I need to pay for it?" Fofo rose up in a rage, much to Li Yunmu's surprise. "It can still move? I used all my strength in that kick." The creature roared in anger as its entire body began to change. This development left Li Yunmu completely stunned. Fofo let out a shriek, releasing its immense profound energy. Li Yunmu panicked. "It's releasing such high-intensity energy again." "You idiot, stop, the cave is going to collapse." Just then, the cave began to shake. A massive boulder fell from above, startling both of them. Li Yunmu glanced up. "This is bad, this place is coming down." He had to threaten it. "You stupid creature, if we keep fighting, we'll both be buried here. Stop," he yelled. But Fofo ignored his words and sped right past him. He was surprised to see it running toward the skeleton. "What?" he then realized. "So it was protecting these remains? You big idiot." Li Yunmu shot towards Fofo. Grabbing the creature, he yelled, "You're too slow. Stop acting tough when you're hurt." Li Yunmu tossed Fofo to safety, saying, "You get out first," before turning to carry the Grandmaster out himself. Fofo was thrown clear through the waterfall just as the entire cavern collapsed behind it. The creature watched in horror, staring at the cave where Li Yunmu and the Grandmaster were trapped. It began digging frantically, overcome with worry. Suddenly, a fist smashed through the rocks. Fofo stared as Li Yunmu emerged, carrying the Grandmaster on his back. "I brought him back," he said. Overjoyed, Fofo began screeching and chattering with pure relief. Li Yunmu listened, muttering, "Chi-chi? Cha-cha." I can't understand a word. But he could tell the little creature was ecstatic. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Yunmu. "Ah, that's it." He secretly contacted Mingya. "Hey, big bro, Destruction King. You're a dimensional beast, right? You must understand Fofo. Do me a favor and translate." Mingya was furious. "What? Translate for you? Who do you think I am?" But she relayed Fofo's words anyway. "This white skeleton. He was my master. No, more than a master. He was my friend." Fofo explained. "He never saw me as a pet. He taught me martial arts, and even how to use profound energy. We were inseparable. Years ago, my master came to this remote place to cultivate a new technique. Everything was going perfectly. But just as he neared success, the technique backfired on him. Before he died, he had one regret. He believed someone could master this art, and asked me to help fulfill that wish. So, I waited here for a fated and capable person. I was about to give up when you suddenly appeared. Please, accept this. If you take it, my master can finally rest in peace." Fofo offered Li Yunmu a glowing blue orb. Li Yunmu was confused. "Me? Why me?" Fofo replied, "Because you are strong enough. I sense you are no ordinary person. It's simple. You're suppressing your true level. Besides, You risked your life to help me save my master's remains. I have seen your righteousness, so please. Fofo pleaded, desperately hoping Li Yunmu would accept. Li Yunmu sighed and finally agreed. All right, I promise you. The creature was shocked. Truly? Li Yunmu said, I'll take a look at the Rising Sun Great Flame Art. Fofo was stunned. What? You'll practice it now? That's right, he replied. Is that a problem? I'm sure you also want to finally witness this technique's true power, right? I'll master it right here. Fofo couldn't believe it. Its master had trained for months and still failed. To master it in a short time was impossible. But looking into Li Yunmu's eyes, Fofo was certain. No. That gaze. He was dead serious. Li Yunmu commanded internally, System, scan the technique. The system reported, Rising Sun, Earthly Flame Art. It can absorb the essence of the sun and moon, allowing a single person to cast the Great Flame Sun-killing formation and gain the divine power of the phoenix. But the system suddenly warned, however, this technique is flawed. Li Yunmu was shocked. What do you mean? The system explained. The technique's core theory was flawed from its creation. It is impossible to complete this cultivation. If you force it, you'll suffer a backlash near completion and die. Li Yunmu asked, Is there any way to supplement it? The system offered a solution. You can exchange for the Great Sun Golden Crow art and the Blood Tyrant body art. Along with the variant Tendon Marrow cleansing art, your body will be able to withstand the strain. Yunmu agreed instantly. Perfect. Then exchange for all three and begin cultivation. The system announced, Confirmed. You have learned the Great Sun Golden Crow art, the Blood Tyrant body art, and the variant Tendon Marrow cleansing art. Li Yunmu's entire body began to tremble. Seeing this, Fofo grew extremely worried. The system warned, cultivating 3 arts at once has weakened you. You must rest. He could only say weakly, Hey, monkey, and senior. I will now let you witness the Rising Sun Great Flame Art. The blue orb suddenly began to glow, shooting high into the air. Li Yunmu immediately leaped toward the orb. He frantically began to absorb the orb's power. His body lit up as streams of light poured into his mind. A powerful flame erupted from his body, transforming him into a phoenix, leaving Fofo utterly astonished. Li Yunmu landed and asked, Hey monkey, did you see? This is the true Rising Sun Great Flame Art. I have fulfilled your and your master's final wish. Fofo was so moved, tears began streaming down its face. Together, they cremated the Grandmaster's remains. Fofo said, Sincerely, thank you. Not only did you let me see the Rising Sun Great Flame Art, but you also helped me say goodbye to my master. Li Yunmu replied, It was nothing. I also respect the senior. I think he risked everything to leave a legacy behind. Now, he can finally depart without any regrets, and you no longer need to be bound by his final wish. With that, Fofo scattered the ashes. The ancestor offered a vial, which he placed around his neck. Fofo acknowledged him. Yunmu, you're not bad. From today, we are friends. He pulled 2 items from his pouch, a small bottle and a token. He said, This is for you, too. Yunmu asked, puzzled, What is this? Fofo replied, I don't know what's in the vial, but the master values it. That token proves the master's identity. You should take it as well. Fofo said farewell. All right, I must leave now. Take care, until we meet again. You too. Li Yunmu examined the vial. What could be in here? Blood. An image of the vial suddenly appeared in Li Yunmu's mind. Flames erupted all around him. He was shocked. What's happening? Why the fire? The flames formed a phoenix, soaring skyward. Li Yunmu stared in awe. Is that a phoenix? A majestic phoenix materialized right before him. He was thrilled. This is incredible. As Li Yunmu reached for the phoenix, Zhang Dahong appeared right behind him. He smacked him, snapping Li Yunmu out of the trance. He asked, Why are you spacing out here? I've been looking for you. Li Yunmu, dazed, asked Dahong. He pointed at the vision. Look over there, huh? It's gone. Yunmu was bewildered. Was I just hallucinating? Dahong urged. What are you mumbling about? Let's go. It's not safe out here alone. For a month, under Li Yunmu's leadership, they fought beasts, growing their flux energy. Liu Jie and Dahong became Golden Crystal Flux disciples. Even Zhang Kai, using items from Li Yunmu, went from a mortal to a flux disciple. Li Yunmu also arranged for him to become the steward of his Azure Dragon Star General Manor. Only Li Yunmu chose not to advance, staying an ordinary crystal flux disciple. But he did form a third spirit, naming it number 3. A female? Li Yunmu sneezed. Zhang Dahong asked, Are you all ready? Yunmu replied, Yeah, all set. Da Hong said. Be safe on the road. Li Yunmu waved goodbye. Don't worry, I'll be back with the sage weapon. You all keep training. Wait for my triumphant return. At the border of Sunset Town, he suddenly exclaimed, What? The transfer array is under repair? Uncle Wu said. Yes. The higher-ups banned long-distance and cross-level transfers. Li Yunmu wondered, why would they do that? Why now? Of all times, Uncle Wu whispered, the equipment is faulty. Repairs are just an excuse. I saw someone get brutally devoured by the array a few days ago. After that, the ban was issued, and I was ordered to keep quiet about it. I fear something big is about to happen in the Fluxer world. A small fry like me should just resign and go home. Suddenly, Li Yunmu said, Uncle Wu, this is for you. Li Yunmu gave Uncle Wu a token. Take this to the Azure Dragon Star General Manor and find a steward named Zhang Kai. He'll give you a safe, high-paying job. You can bring your family. Uncle Wu was grateful. This is wonderful. Thank you, young Star General. Li Yunmu smiled. Don't mention it. Uncle Wu pointed to an array. Right. You can go to Weaver City first. It has an independent array. Try your luck there. Li Yunmu thought about it. Weaver City. Arriving in Weaver City, Li Yunmu stood before a statue. This city lord is so extravagant. Another statue stood before him. A statue at her own doorstep? Someone approached him. Are you Mr. Li Yunmu? It was Xinger, a subordinate of the city lord. She said, Someone wishes to invite you for a visit. Li Yunmu wondered who it could be. The lord of Weaver City wants me? The city lord was a truly legendary figure. She was once just an ordinary woman, who made a living through translation. By a twist of fate, she awakened her fluxed energy, becoming a battle sage. As a battle sage, she never forgot her past struggles, naming herself the Weaver Battle Sage. The city was then renamed after her. Weaver City is the kindest to commoners among the 7 main cities of Central Continent. Its lord is naturally beloved. Li Yunmu asked Xinger, Hey, why would the great lord of Weaver City want to see a minor star general like myself? Xinger replied, The city lord has her own reasons. You will understand when you arrive. Li Yunmu sighed. Fine. Since I'm here, I'm at your mercy. Xinger led him to where Xiao Na was bathing. City Lord, I have brought Mr. Li Yunmu. Xiao Na replied, You've worked hard. You may attend to your own business now. Seeing Xiao Na bathing, Li Yunmu blushed crimson. He sensed her flux energy. So, this is the Lord of Weaver City? A true, battle sage level fluxer. She's the strongest person I've ever seen with my own 2 eyes. Xiao Na spoke suddenly. From your flux energy, I sense you lack a battle sage bloodline. She then stood up, causing Li Yunmu was completely shocked. He realized, just by sensing my Xuan power, that my war saint bloodline was a fake. So this is a war saint, Xiaoan praised. The young general is truly a hero. This is quite a surprise. Li Yunmu cut straight to the point. Let's skip the pleasantries. City Lord, why have you summoned me? Xiaoan then revealed the reason. All right, I won't waste time. She asked, Do you know of the all-martial contest? Yunmu replied, Of course. The tournament for the 6 continents' young talents. It's held every 3 years. Each continent sends 2 to 3 warriors to compete. The top continents get a larger share of resources. The fighters are nominated by the guilds, and they're usually chosen from the great family clans. Xiaoan revealed her true intention. This time, I hope to see your name on the roster for the all-martial contest. Xiaoan's request left Li Yunmu stunned. He asked in confusion, Me? Why would an opportunity like this fall to me? Xiaoan replied, This year is different. An anomaly has appeared in the world's energy. I fear a great upheaval is coming. The gravity of the situation finally hit him. An energy anomaly. No wonder the teleportation circle malfunctioned. Xiaoan continued. Therefore, to prepare for the future, the World Xuan Guild will only select the absolute strongest. This year's all-martial contest will have no limit on participants. You and I both come from humble origins. I see great potential in you. I believe you can achieve great things for the Central Continent. Yunmu thought. This sounds like a huge pain, and it completely messes up my plans. Xiaoan suddenly rose to her feet. I will give you time to consider it. That is all for today. Jinger, lead the young general to the teleportation circle. Li Yunmu could only sigh. At the Tower of Glory, a huge crowd had gathered. Li Yunmu wondered, why is it so crowded? He decided it was best to keep a low profile until he knew what was going on. With that, he pulled on his hood. Carefully, he slipped through the crowd. Excuse me. Coming through. Nearby, 2 men were chatting. Hey, who's your bet on? Isn't it obvious? Ling Chang. She's the Sword Saint's only disciple. A living weapon like her must be strong. So, Who's the War Saint's disciple this time? Li Yunmu glanced over. The two continued. Ye Qing from the Chaotian sect, and Leng Tianshui from the Ice Palace. Even Guimo, who's ranked third, showed up. My money's on the Twin Moon Holy Maiden, Qing Yue. She's… Suddenly, Li Yunmu approached and interrupted them. He asked, "Excuse me, brothers. What exactly is going on here? Why is there such a massive crowd?" The man explained. "You haven't heard? A while ago, Ye Qing from the Chaotian sect issued a challenge. He's challenging Li Yunmu. He declared he'll clear floor 70 first and claim the reward inside. When the other Xuan practitioners heard, they couldn't sit still either. Now they're all trying to clear floor 70 before Ye Qing." Yunmu was completely bewildered. "A challenge? Stop for me? I had no idea." He finally checked the message from Ye Qing. "Ah, it's real." The message read, "Li Yunmu, if you're a man, get to floor 70. Come if you dare." The man continued speaking. "They all entered the tower yesterday, but that Li Yunmu is a no-show. Hey, you look really familiar. Have we met before?" At that, Li Yunmu quickly hid his face. "You must be mistaken. I just have a common face." He silently made a decision. "They already have a one-day head start? I need to hurry." Li Yunmu then stepped inside the tower. He let out a sigh. "I'm back." Checking the leaderboard, he saw, "They're already in the 20s. I need to move fast. Otherwise, I'll never catch up. Time to go all out from the start." Yunmu Legion. 4 shadows materialized around him. He roared the command, "Full assault." Outside the tower, a man slowly lit his cigarette. He sighed. "It's been 2 days. Why is there no news at all?" Someone next to him explained, "The higher the floor, the harder it gets. Taking hours per floor is normal." Just then, Ye Qing's name flashed on the screen. Next to it, the number 45. The man gasped. "Whoa, Ye Qing's on floor 45. The crowd erupted in agreement. "Looks like Ye Qing is guaranteed to clear floor 70 first. I wouldn't be so sure. Guimo just hit floor 43. Don't count him out. Just wait. My Leng Tianshui is about to make her move." 3 more days passed, and the excitement was palpable. "My holy maiden is stuck on floor 66. There goes my 20,000 yuan bet. Come on, Ba Jiang, surpass Ye Qing." Someone hushed him. "Hey, keep it down. Look over there." The Chaotian sect brought hundreds of their people. Even if your Ba Jiang clears floor 70 first, the Chaotian sect will never let him leave here alive. It looks like the Chaotian sect is determined to claim the sacred artifact on floor 70. Another voice spoke from the crowd. "But Ye Qing, Ba Jiang, and Ling Chang have all been on floor 70 for 5 hours. Shouldn't there be a winner by now? Who will be the first to conquer floor 70? Inside the tower, a beam of light shot down at Ye Qing. He leaped back instantly to dodge. He landed, but the force still pushed him back. The pressure was immense. Humph. This 70th floor is no joke. Before him stood a monstrous octopus. A flame sparked in his hand. He snarled, "If I can't get through, then no one can. A true common star cultivator like me versus a demoted failure like Ling Changbajiang." Unleashing the Prometheus flame, he aimed directly for the octopus's eye and roared. A direct hit! The monster shrieked in agony, furiously lashing its tail at him, but he dodged it with ease. He taunted the beast. "Getting tired? Are your attacks just wild now?" His arrogance grew. "It seems I, Ye Qing, am the victor." Prometheus. Before he could finish, an urgent announcement echoed. "Congratulations to the Central Continent. Li Yunmu has successfully cleared floor 70 of the Tower of Honor." At that moment, Li Yunmu's team of 5 stood over the octopus's corpse. As for Ye Qing, he was completely stunned by the news. What? Seizing his moment of distraction, the octopus landed a devastating blow. He slammed into the wall, coughing up blood. He raged, refusing to accept reality. "Damn it, how is this possible? The strongest common star is supposed to be me." Elsewhere, Ling Shui also heard the broadcast. "Congratulations to the Central Continent's Li Yunmu for clearing the 70th floor of the Tower of Honor." She had just severed one of the octopus's tentacles. A thrill went through her. "So you really made it. He's grown this strong in a few months? What a monster." Outside, the crowd erupted. "Whoa, it's Li Yunmu. When did he even enter the tower? And he's the first to clear it." Just then, he stepped outside, and the crowd roared, "He's here. That's Li Yunmu." The announcement said he cleared floor 70 and got the divine artifact first. He, however, was completely lost. An announcement? Didn't I hide my rank? What is happening? This is so annoying. Move. But instantly, the Zhaotian sect surrounded him. He sighed, looking up. Not again. Am I a bug or something? Why do they always swarm me? A Zhaotian sect member threatened him. Li Yunmu, hand over the 2 holy artifacts, and we won't make things difficult. This is a transaction. We'll give you the corresponding star stones. The onlookers gasped. Gods, isn't that Elder Bei from the Zhaotian sect? He came here himself, and he's Ye Qing's master. With his student's loss, he must have lost face. Inside, Li Yunmu taunted. Nope, not gonna give him to you. This is obviously a forced sale, yet you dare call it a trade, playing the victim while you're the robber? Shameless. The elder ordered. It seems a trade won't work. Then we'll just take them. Great flame formation. Attack. The formation activated as bolts of fire rained down from above. He looked up in surprise, dodging the attacks. He yelped, "Whoa, fireballs. So hot." The crowd outside watched in awe. Is that the Zhaotian sect's great flame formation? In such a small, enclosed space, it's only a matter of time before he gets hit. Elder Bei called out, "You're nimble, kid, but can you dodge forever? Just hand over the holy artifacts." He took off his hood and remarked, "Does everyone in the Zhaotian sect enjoy trapping people like this? It's seriously annoying." The elder outside was stunned. He provoked him. "Didn't your mommy teach you not to play with fire, old man?" Li Yunmu's taunts continued. "You like to play with fire, right? Then I'll play with you," he roared. A massive inferno erupted around his body. He was using the evil-suppressing great flame art. The disciples reported, "Elder Bei, the inside of the formation is burning up. The spiritual pressure is suddenly immense." Inside, he bellowed, "You old ape, watch me shatter this barrier of yours." Instantly, he unleashed his karma fire skill. He shot a torrent of flames toward the elder. The Zhaotian sect disciples panicked. "Whoa, that spiritual power is immense. Move." But unexpectedly, Li Yunmu's karma fire couldn't break through the formation. A wave of shock hit him. The Zhaotian sect disciples laughed, mocking him. "All that for nothing? And here I thought it was some amazing move. So humiliating." He cringed, scratching his head. "Oh man, what the hell was that? So embarrassing. Damn it, and I was trying to look so cool. I could just die." He angrily demanded. "Hey, system, didn't you say this cultivation art was complete? So it's useless?" The system replied, "Can you use water to drown water?" He was completely baffled by the question. "Huh? What do you mean?" The system explained. "They both share the same root. How can they harm each other?" He paused. "The same root?" Outside, Elder Bei commanded, "Stop wasting time. Great flame formation. Attack." Instantly, a fireball shot towards him. He cried out as the attack landed. But then, a strange thought occurred to him. The wound. It doesn't hurt anymore. No, this isn't a wound. The fireball was absorbed directly into my body. He panted, breathless. Meanwhile, Elder Bei couldn't believe his eyes. How can this be? That kid is absorbing the Great Flame Formation's attack? Has his body become elementalized? But why? Could he be using? No, that's impossible. Li Yunmu stood to the side, a smile spreading across his face. "I get it now, if I'm not mistaken," he shouted excitedly. "Come to me, Great Flame Formation." He raised his hand high, and flames from the formation appeared, merging together. They flowed into his body. Everyone outside was stunned. That kid absorbed the Great Flame Formation. "What is going on?" The elder demanded. "Boy, what is that technique? It shares the same roots as my Chaotian sect. Who are you? If you don't explain, you won't leave here alive." Ling Xue also stepped outside. She sighed. "Your talent for attracting trouble is the same as always." He beamed. "Sister Shuang." She greeted him. "Long time no see. Have you all been well?" Another person rushed forward, shouting, "Li Yunmu!" This man charged straight at him. An enraged Ye Qing grabbed his collar. He yelled furiously, "How many of my plans will you ruin? For Lin Jian's death, I'll have your blood." Suddenly, the token that Fofo had given him fell out. The elder was shocked when he saw it. "That jade pendant is," he gasped. He immediately grabbed Ye Qing's arm and yelled, "Don't be insolent." The elder immediately bowed before him. "Greetings, ancestral master." Li Yunmu was completely baffled. "Huh?" Everyone around was equally stunned. "Hey, the elder is bowing to that Li Yunmu kid. What in the world is going on?" An angry Ye Qing asked. "Master, what are you doing?" "He is." The elder suddenly interrupted. "Ye Qing, kneel and greet the ancestral master." He fumed. "What? I refuse. This bastard killed Lin Jian and ruined my plans." Suddenly, he felt a wave of fear. "I said," the elder roared, his gaze heavy. "Kneel and greet the founder." Then he slammed Ye Qing's head down. "My apologies," he cried out. "We didn't realize you were the founder. We were insolent." Li Yunmu, utterly confused, then asked, "What are you even talking about?" The elder explained. "The jade pendant you carry is proof of your status." This revelation left him stunned. He then recounted the entire story. "So that's how it was," the elder mused. "It all makes perfect sense now." The elder began to explain. "Long ago, our founder traveled the world to cultivate the grand art of the rising sun flame, but he never returned. So, that was his fate. To think you would complete our sect's secret technique." He was just as shocked. "I can't believe Senior and Fofo were from the Rising Sun sect. What a complex twist of fate." The elder knelt before him. "You now hold the founder's jade. You are the founder. Please, return to the Rising Sun sect. Teach us to complete the grand art of the rising sun flame." He scoffed. "No chance. After how you treated me? In your dreams." Yi Qing exploded with rage. "You damn brat. You really think you're the founder now? Don't get so full of yourself. Think you're so tough? Then prove it at the Grand Marshal tournament. You were only minutes faster, yet you act so high and mighty." But his response was unexpected. "Sorry, but I'm not going." Yi Qing was stunned. "What do you mean?" The main character just turned away. "Why should I join the Grand Marshal tournament? Besides, you said I was only minutes faster? I entered the tower a day after you. You bastard." Yi Qing seethed. But the elder blocked his path. "Do not disrespect a senior." Yi Qing silently vowed in fury. "To hell with this founder. One day, I'll definitely kill him." A moment later, Ling Shui used a vending machine. She tossed a drink his way. "Hey, catch!" she called out. He snatched the can out of the air. "That was pretty bold back there," she commented. "They're a top sect in Zhongzhou, and you gave them no face at all. You're still the same," he replied. "They came at me first, and I always repay my debts." He then asked, "By the way, Ling Shui, do you know why my rank was announced even though I hid it?" She explained. "Once you clear the 70th floor, you automatically qualify for the Grand Marshal tournament. You only hid your final ranking, not the qualification announcement." He sighed. "Seriously? So hiding it was pointless? So, you're really not going to the Grand Marshal tournament?" she asked. He said flatly, "Nope. Too much of a hassle." She agreed. "Probably for the best. This year's tournament seems way too over the top. I feel like there's a conspiracy afoot." He said his goodbyes. "I'm heading to the Grand Academy to find Da Xiong and Liu Nuoji. Want to come with?" "Everyone misses you," she replied. "Maybe in a little while. Right now, I need to prepare for the Grand Marshal tournament." Back at the Grand Academy, Li Bowen announced, "All right, that's all for today. Class dismissed." Bowen then began wiping the board himself. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Wiping the board yourself? You used to make me do it. Guess I spoiled you. Here, let me." He snatched the eraser away. Bowen turned. "You damn brat. After messing around for so long, you're finally back. What do you want?" "What do you mean? What do I want?" he retorted. "I was gone long enough, so I came to check in. A son should see his old man when he gets home, right?" Bowen looked him over. "You little punk. You've gotten taller." He shot back. "Is that a bad thing? Makes it easier to wipe the board for you." He sighed. "Oh yeah. Seems like something's wrong with Earth lately. Even teleportation gates are unstable. It's a pain." Bowen explained. "Spatial rifts have been appearing recently. A strange energy is pouring out from them. A massive power erupted. The rift destabilized the array." He wondered, "What was inside that fissure?" Bowen answered, "I don't know." He quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, is abandoned building 7 still open?" "It is," Bowen replied. "New students train there." "Why?" he said casually. "If I have the time, I'm going to train." Bowen sighed. "Seriously? You think you're not strong enough? You're already a top talent of this generation." "I'm telling you," he replied. Bowen asked, "Aren't you pushing yourself too hard?" Later, he tossed and turned restlessly in his bed. Li Bowen's words echoed in his mind. "Aren't you pushing too hard? I know your father's past makes you unable to trust others. You feel the only one who won't betray you is yourself. That's why you desperately seek more power. You refuse to rely on anyone, shouldering every burden alone. But that was the past. Don't you now have friends who would die for you? Even the strongest person can't do everything alone. Let yourself rest. Try to trust your comrades. Rely on them." Suddenly, at Li Bowen's house, his phone rang. A voice on the line announced codename Nighthound. "You have a new mission. Deploy immediately." Bowen donned his mask. "Nighthound. Acknowledged," he replied. At the Zhaotian building, Nighthound began his infiltration. He listened from the shadows. Inside, Ye Qing asked, "So, will you help me?" The other man replied, "What's the rush? I never said I wouldn't." He roared in fury. Li Yunmu, that bastard killed my love. He stole my sacred artifact. I will never forgive him. The man replied, Relax. You've allied with me. Your problems are now my problems. Outside, Nighthound was shocked. Yi Qing? The organization was right. What is he plotting? But who is this other person? The man said. Just be patient. I guarantee, by the all-martial tournament, Li Yunmu will be dead. Hearing this, Nighthound couldn't remain calm. He realized, their targets are the all-martial tournament, and Li Yunmu. I have to report this immediately. He pulled out his communicator, but an attack came out of nowhere. He was stunned. I've been found, Ye Qing lunged. Another rat dares to sneak in? He roared. Your life is mine. He unleashed his skill. Prometheus Flame. A blaze of fire shot towards Nighthound. But Nighthound summoned orbs of lightning. Forming hand signs like a ninja, he declared, Kid, if you are Prometheus, then I am Zeus. Let me lock you away once more. He activated his skill, Lightning Core Arc. Bolts of lightning shot from the orbs, meeting Ye Qing's inferno head-on. The two attacks collided in a massive explosion. Watching from above, the mysterious man smirked with contempt. So, the Mystic Guild has noticed us. How annoying. They even sent out a night watcher. He cannot be allowed to leave here alive. Otherwise, it's all over. Ye Qing and Nighthound plummeted below. Ye Qing panicked. His mystic power is immense. I can't beat him. Nighthound activated Rushing Thunder again. His body became pure lightning as he darted toward Ye Qing. He reached out to capture Ye Qing, but his target dodged with blinding speed. Nighthound only managed to snatch a necklace. Enraged, Ye Qing instantly unleashed Crimson Lotus. His entire body was engulfed in flames. Nighthound countered with Lightning Lock, aiming right for Ye Qing. A chain of lightning struck Ye Qing's chest, making him cry out in agony. Nighthound followed up with Thunder Punishment. He was writhing in unbearable pain. The figure above remarked, Truly worthy of being one of the strongest Night Watchers. Lei Ming's Nighthound lives up to his name. Hearing the voice suddenly behind him, Nighthound froze in shock. He thought, when did he get there? A swift kick sent Nighthound plummeting. His mask shattered on impact. He was grievously wounded. This guy. He's too strong. His foe landed on a rooftop. My apologies. For my grand ambition, you must die here today. Li Bowen demanded. Who? Who are you? The man slowly removed his hood. I will let you die with the truth. When Li Bowen saw his face, he gasped in utter disbelief. It's you? Meanwhile, at Li Yunmu's home, he was brushing his teeth. Haven't slept this well in ages, he mused. Peaceful days are the best. Suddenly, Anzi pounded on the door. Li Yunmu, open up. Something's happened, he grumbled. What's all the racket so early in the morning? And Z quickly explained everything. As Li Yunmu listened, his face went pale, and the toothbrush fell from his hand. He asked in a daze, What? What did you just say? He couldn't believe what he was hearing. At the city morgue, Li Bowen lay on a slab. Li Yunmu stood silently before the body. He stared intently at the man who was once his mentor. The medical examiner reported from behind. The victim was brutally tortured before death. Both eyes were gouged out, and most of his ribs were shattered. His tendons were severed, and his left leg is missing. Everyone else stood in stunned silence. Liu Nuagie trembled in horror. How cruel. Who could do such a thing? The examiner then presented the chain Li Bowen had recovered. While checking the body, a man said, presenting evidence, he was tightly gripping this chain. Li Yunmu snatched it away. Give it here, the doctor protested. Hey, that's evidence. But he was stunned, staring at the chain. He knew who wore this. Yi Qing, he snarled. I'm going to kill you. Fueled by rage, he rushed out. Li Yunmu, Liu Naji cried. He's lost all reason. Zhang Daxiang shot forward and grabbed him. Stop right there, he roared. What are you doing? Where's your calm? Zhang Daxiang. Let me go, he snarled. I have to kill that bastard Ye Qing, Zhang Daxiang yelled. It's just a chain. This proves nothing. Do you think the Chao Tian sect will hand over Ye Qing for this? Then I'll slaughter the Chao Tian sect, he roared. Daxiang argued back. Fine. You want to destroy their sect, I'm with you. But can we even do it? And if we could, what then? How will you explain slaughtering a sect to the Xuan Guild? Tell me. Powerless, Li Yunmu could only grit his teeth. He let out a furious cry. Ye Qing, I'll remember this. Later, in Weaver City, he went to find Xiao Na. She was surprised. I never expected you to seek me out. What is it? With hatred in his eyes, he declared, I want to join the martial tournament. Oh? She replied, surprised. A change of heart? May I ask why? His eyes turned ice cold, filled with killing intent. In a tournament like this, it's reasonable if an opponent accidentally dies, right? Xiao Na simply smirked. Ha, what an interesting kid, he asked again. So, is it allowed? I intend to kill someone, she replied. Your reasons don't concern me. I only care if you truly have the motivation to fight. That's motivation enough. But most contestants compete in pairs. You plan on going solo? I'm enough on my own, he said confidently. As evening fell, he walked alone through the old school hallways. He paused, staring at his old classroom. He stood there in complete, heavy silence. Just then, Ling Shui approached. Yo, Li Yunmu, you're back? He was completely stunned to hear her voice. Long time no see, she said. Want to get a drink? Not in the mood. He turned away, saying, maybe some other time. Her surprise was clear. She wondered what was wrong with him. He then headed to the school's rooftop. He recalled his time with Li Bo Wen. You really don't know a thing, do you? Not even the Xuan power system. Mind your own business, idiot. How many times have I told you to relax? Ow. Ow. That hurts. Damn, this kid knows how to order, always the expensive stuff. Well, it's your treat. Be a waste not to. He sat there until twilight. Tears streamed down his face. Zhang Daxiong walked up. If you need to cry, just do it. Stop acting so tough. Embarrassed, he wiped his tears. You're so annoying. He then declared, I asked the Lord of Weaver City to nominate me for the martial tournament. I will kill Ye Qing, even if I have to do it alone. His friend encouraged him. Yeah, you can do it. I have to, he repeated. Suddenly, Li Bo Wen's words came to him. Kid, you should try relying on others for once. So, he turned to Da Xiong. With complete seriousness, he said, help me. Da Xiong sank into deep contemplation. As he turned to leave, Li Yunmu asked, where are you going? Where else? Da Xiong replied, raising one finger. To conquer the tower. Later, while resting at home, a system alert came through. Incoming message from Nova Star. Please connect. Incoming message from Nova Star. The alert startled him awake. On screen was the kid from the underground night market. The kid's face lit up. Awesome, it connected. Big bro, remember me? We met at the underground night market. I was wondering if you could come back to the night market? Li Yunmu was still groggy and barely awake. At the underground market, Li Yunmu held a vial of holy water of life. He was shocked. This is the holy water of life. Where'd you get it? The kid cheerfully explained. Got it from an old man a while back. I remembered you said you were looking for this. Delighted, Li Yunmu asked. This helps so much. How much? The kid shook his head. Don't worry about money. You saved my brother and me. I grew up down here, so I know this place inside and out. If you ever need information, just let me know. No charge. With a quick wave, the kid took off. See ya, big bro. Li Yunmu tried to call back. Hey, wait! But the kid was already gone. He grew up here. He thought. What a hard life. At the War God Temple, he yelled at the gate. Hey, Sima, open up. Is anyone there? A guard on the wall called down. State your name. This is the War God's sacred ground. No entry allowed. He held up his ID. I am Li Yunmu, Xuan practitioner number 93664. I'm here to find my parents. This is my letter of invitation. The guard checked it. Permission granted. The gates swung open, revealing a vast complex. He thought to himself, so this is the War God Temple? It's surprisingly simple and interesting. An attendant approached. Mr. Li, please come with me. The main hall is just nearby. He wasn't sure he heard right. Inside the hall, he shouted, Wait, let me go. I told you, I'm just here to find someone, not do your stupid test. Two men began dragging him inside. A bystander explained, You came with an invitation. That makes you a prospect for the War God Hall. The assessment is mandatory, he shouted back. Seriously? You people are completely unreasonable. Sparks crackled around his arm. Don't push your luck, he warned. Then, he unleashed his lightning art on them. He said coolly, You brought this on yourselves. You should have listened when I was talking. But even he was a bit surprised. The two guards were unfazed. A rare lightning attribute, one noted. But your attack lacks a certain punch. A chill ran down his spine. This is the War God Hall? Even the gatekeepers can block my lightning art so easily? How terrifying. The commotion drew someone from inside. Who's causing all this trouble? A man named Qin Feng demanded. The crowd gasped. It's War General Qin Feng. Another man sighed. Such a disturbance. As Li Zhongmin also walked out, he called out, Hey, old Qin, our game isn't finished. Where are you running off to? The main character was absolutely floored and yelled out. He pointed right at his father. "You old geezer. What are you doing lazing around here and acting all chummy with this guy? Isn't he a war general? How could a civilian like you know him?" His father explained casually. "Old Chin and I go way back. We're old friends. Otherwise, where'd you think that battle armor of yours came from?" Pointing frantically, he stammered. "But how is that even possible? I don't get it. You're a war general, so why befriend this old man?" Hearing his son say that, the old man roared. "You damn brat. What are you here for? Just to piss me off?" He tossed his father a vial of holy water of life, the very same one he'd just acquired. "Here, take it." The man picked up the vial, completely stunned. "The holy water of life? This stuff isn't easy to get." The son repeated his promise. "I told you I'd make you walk in the real world again. Now drink it." Without hesitation, the man drank the holy water of life. A brilliant light erupted from his body. The son exclaimed, "Whoa, it's working." The father was ecstatic. "It's here, it's growing back." He managed to stand on his own 2 feet. He happily swung his newly restored leg. "Nothing beats your own legs." The son was relieved. "Good, your leg has returned. I'm heading out now. Just say hi to mom and third sister for me." The uncle beside them asked, "Are you sure you won't test at our War God Hall?" He refused. "Not a chance. Not right now. I'm already representing Goddess City in the All Heavens tournament. Joining the War God Hall now would be a huge problem." His father asked, "So, what's your plan next?" He replied, "The tournament is a month away. I'll find a shadow dimension for special training. I have to win this time." Lee Jongmin interjected. "A shadow dimension can only improve your skills against beasts. It's useless for fighting against people. I say, why not let the experts here train you instead?" Meanwhile, at the Goddess City Lord's manor, Shinger announced, "City Lord, a young man is outside asking to see you." Xiao Na was surprised. "Oh? Let him in." Zhang Daxiang dropped to his knees, begging, "Xiao Na, please recommend me for the tournament, and teach me how to become stronger." "Please?" Xiao Na asked curiously. The great young master of Wind City's wealthy Zhang family, kneeling before an outsider? Where did all your Zhang family pride go? At that moment, Daxiang was completely sincere. He replied, "There's someone I absolutely must help. Before him, my pride is worthless. I can't be a reliable ally for him yet. That's why I have to get stronger. So please, I'll do whatever it takes. I'm begging you." She saw his utter sincerity. She said, "My training is brutal. You'll have to keep up." Daxiang was completely shocked. Seeing that, she agreed. She reminded him, "Special training starts at 3 every morning. If you're late, I won't wait." He was incredibly grateful. He shouted, "Thank you so much." At the War God Hall, a crowd was roaring, "Yeah, go. Don't you dare lose and shame our hall." Just then, Zhan Wuyai was passing by after running some errands. He was surprised. "Why is it so noisy over here?" He walked over and asked, "What's going on?" Someone explained, "Some kid from outside is sparring with our people. He's already beaten 4 of them. And get this, he's just an ordinary crystal user." Hearing this, Zhan Wuyai was shocked. Ordinary crystal? He glanced over at the fight. Just then, Li Yunmu was being pushed back. He stared intently at his opponent. He thought, an ice attribute and dark flux energy? The War God Hall is full of hidden masters. So much dark flux energy seems to be standard here, but if it's only ice, then it's nothing to fear. He immediately unleashed the Great Sun Heavenly Fire technique. His entire body erupted in flames. He focused the fire into his fist, using the Purgatory Wildfire. He launched the flames at his foe, but the man swiftly dodged. Li Zhongmin watched, assessing lightning and fire. What a mix. Where did he learn that? The opponent's ice arm was melted by the blast. He panicked. "My ice! It's melting!" With his opponent airborne, he unleashed Purgatory Ghost Scorch, a massive flame blasting towards him. The crowd below panicked. Heavens, another loss. Where in the world did you come from? Qinfeng mused. "Old Li, your son is incredible. He has supreme-grade talent," Zhongmin said proudly. "Nonsense. His talent is the lowest grade. Can one truly defy destiny?" He let out a sigh of relief. "Whew, another one down," he asked arrogantly. "Uncle Qin, is this all the War God Hall has? Who's next? Anyone else want a turn?" Just then, Zhan Wuyai rolled up his sleeves. He was ready to fight. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Let me spar with you. You got cocky just from fighting a few newbies." Seeing his old man step forward left him stunned. He yelled, "Huh? Old geezer, why are you up here?" His father said confidently, "It's been a while. Let's play." The boy argued, "Don't joke. You haven't even awakened. His father pointed at him. So what if I haven't awakened? Kid, you rely too much on mystical power. He sighed. Humph. Don't blame me if I break your old bones. His father was ready. I'm getting impatient. The boy moved first, instantly using insect step. His father praised. Quite fast, aren't you? He quickly circled behind his father. Throwing a punch, he declared, I'm more than just fast. Below, Qin Feng said calmly, Old Li, a kid at this level is still too easy for you. You are the strongest unawakened man. The old man countered with father's love like a mountain fist. The powerful blow made him bleed. He yelled, Ow, that's heavy. I give up. Yunmu whined, Jerk, I'm your son. How could you hit me so hard? I'm telling Mom. The spectators were astonished. Who on earth is that old man? I can't feel any mystical power. Yet he beat that kid senseless. His father asked, Well, kid, how's it feel losing to a perception ranker? Feeling salty? Qin Feng advised. Don't mind him. Even I might not beat that old fox. The uncle explained. Don't let your father's current appearance fool you. In his youth, he became the War God Hall's head instructor, using only martial arts. He interjected. That was long ago. Don't tell him that. He asked. So, kid, want my special death training? It'll be brutal. You might even die. The boy considered it. At Virgo City's border, a dark ghost king screamed in the dark domain. I surrender. I'm dying. I'm dying. Xiaoan demanded. Ghost King, hand over your ghost shadow body technique. I need it now. He screamed, I'll give it to you. Just please spare me. Zhang Dahyong was shocked. He subdued a king-level ghost king so easily. Is this the true power of a war saint? Xiaoan tossed the scroll. Take this and learn it. He wondered. What's this ghost shadow body technique? She said. If you want to be strong, just listen. Don't ask questions. Dahyong stammered. Yes, I understand. 1 month later on Black Dragon Island, the crowd murmured, Hey, isn't it starting? Be patient. The big shots haven't arrived. Someone emerged from within, saying, Ha! Quite a lot of participants this year. The crowd gasped. The representatives of the 6 great powers, heaven-shattering fortresses rep mused. I wonder if any new talents will appear, Qin Feng said. Don't worry, there's definitely a promising seed this year. I guarantee it. The Holy Heaven Cult's delegate agreed. Indeed, there will be a good show. Blade Forest's rep noted. Brother Qin seems very certain. The delegate from the Sea God Hall said casually, Of course he's certain. After all, the War God Hall sent a champion this year. The Barbarian God Hall rep said, It won't be boring now. Qin Feng called out, Hey, I never said this promising seed was from our War God Hall. An announcer yelled, The Central Plains Sword Saint has arrived. People murmured, Wow, the Sword Saint himself is here. He's a War Saint level expert. Someone shouted, Hey, clear the way. The great barbarian heavenly king, Hong Manzhou, is here. A giant bird appeared in the sky, its body large enough to block the sun. Everyone looked up. Quick, look at the sky. A voice stammered, That's an ice bird. Look, on it is the Ice Palace's holy maiden, Ye Tianshui. Even the Ice Palace sent someone? This is getting interesting. A noise came from below the sea. Someone heard the sound from beneath. There's movement in the water. A giant fish surfaced. Whoa, huge fish. What is that monster? The Sea Tribe's holy maiden, Xia Yue, has arrived. Yi Qing approached and scoffed. Humph, if you're a fish, scram back to the sea. What are you doing here? An announcer called, Ye Qing from the heaven-worshipping sect has arrived. The Sea God Hall's delegate said, Ha, everyone's here now. We can begin, Qin Feng said casually. Let's wait a bit longer. We're missing the best part. The others were all confused. Li Yunmu, sitting on a chair, cursed inwardly. What kind of giant fish is that? Scared me to death. An announcer called out. Li Yunmu from Goddess City has arrived. He scanned the crowd. Where's Daxiong? Hasn't he shown up yet? Others were starting to register their names. Zhulin Sect's Zhang Yuan, Golden Crystal. Li Yunmu wondered. Registration started before the test? That Zhang Daxiong. Where is he? How can he be so unreliable? An official announced. Chaotian Sect's Ye Qinghong. Crystal. The crowd murmured. Is that for real? Wasn't Ye Qing an ordinary crystal user a month ago? I can't believe how much power he was hiding. Li Yunmu stared him down, thinking, Ye Qing, you'll pay for what you did in blood. An official announced, Next, Ice Palace's Ye Tianshui, Golden Crystal. Li Yunmu then stepped up and touched the crystal. A dull thud echoed. He was stunned. Huh? The registrar announced, Goddess City's Li Yunmu, ordinary crystal, not qualified to compete. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Are you kidding me? Ordinary crystal? Do you know where you are? Get the hell home. I heard some famous guy was coming, and I thought he'd be amazing. Turns out he's just an ordinary crystal user. Don't embarrass yourself. Xiaoan stepped forward. So what if he's an ordinary crystal user? Li Yunmu's deeds have already proven his strength. He deserves to be in this tournament. Are you really going to turn him away just because he isn't a golden crystal flux expert? Yi Qing sneered. Rules are rules. It clearly states you must pass the 70th floor of the Tower of Glory and reach golden crystal or above. Do you think he can break a rule everyone else must follow, just because he's the battle sage's man? Xiao An was shocked. You. But he stopped her from saying more. He said, who said we wanted to break any rules? Isn't reaching gold star enough for you? Wait. What was your rank again? Ah, red star. Wasn't it? He scoffed. So what? The main character warned. Watch me closely. Then, his aura exploded. The man panicked. Don't tell me he's going to, the hero roared. Silver star, break. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Gods, Li Yunmu leveled up. How is that possible? Even if he suppressed his rank, he should need privacy to break through. He'd unlocked the 4th tier. Wait, he's not done, he screamed. Golden Profound, break. The onlookers were terrified. He reached Golden Profound, 2 breakthroughs at once. Then he roared again. Red star, open. His power surged to an incredible peak. Wow. He reached red star in a single burst. This is the stuff of legends. The high-ranking representatives grew excited. This kid is interesting. The main character taunted. Well, Ye Qing, anything left to say? Or do you want to see me break through again? But killing you then would be no fun. I know what you did, and I will make you pay with your life. Fear finally flickered in his rival's eyes. The judge called out, Is registration closed? Then prepare to begin. The main character muttered aside, Damn it, where the hell is that Zhang Daxiong? He's about to miss it. If he's late, I'll kill him myself. He glanced toward the sky, and his eyes widened in surprise. A helicopter was approaching fast. Someone in the crowd shouted, Hey, look up, it's a chopper. Daxiong landed gracefully on the ground. He announced, Hello, I'm here to register. Zhang Daxiong of Weaver City. You bastard. What took you so long? He asked. His friend just smiled. Sorry, I lost track of time while clearing a tower. Zhang Daxiong then began his evaluation. Zhang Daxiong, Weaver City, Red Star. Even the main character was stunned. It's been a while. He's changed so much. Not only was he at Red Star, but his hair was short. Daxiong then removed his cloak. He explained, Long hair is a pain when training in the Shadowlands. Just then, Li Si ran up and hugged him, crying, Little Moo Moo. He was surprised. Li Si, you're here too? He explained, I came for Xiao Nuoji. She asked me to team up with the Tianyun Castle rep. You two, a team? I never saw that coming. Well, it's not like we had a choice, a voice said from behind. What a strange reunion. He was surprised. Chu Qingyu. He approached her. Long time no see. How have you been? She simply replied, Fine. Since everyone insisted, I'm the acting city lord for my father. But those rotten old geezers decided they no longer need your help. They've withdrawn your city garrison. She was fuming. He just shrugged. Of course. A city's revenue is a powerful motivator. Ling Shui glanced over from the side. Duday let out a cough. Everyone gasped. Isn't that the Fluxer Guild president, Lord Duday? Someone in the crowd muttered. So old and still climbing that high. He really loves to show off. Duday announced, Welcome to the 54th Battle Flag. I am this year's organizer. I wish all you contestants the very best. You are all the chosen ones of heaven. You are. You are. He was squinting at the notes scrawled on his hand. He finally gave up. Ah, I lost my place. Forget it. Just have fun and raise some hell. The 54th Battle Flag begins now. The crowd roared, Yeah, I can't wait. It's finally starting, the old man declared. Then let the first trial begin. He held out his hand as it began to glow. He cast his skill, World of Ignorance, and reality itself began to shift around them. Liu Nuoje stared at her hands in a panic. My flux energy. It's gone. What is this? The main character began. That old man, that geezer unleashed a power, suppressing all our Xuan energy, he announced. All right then. The first test is purely physical combat. Begin. With a shout. Gate of the Manhwa. Open. The main character was stunned. Is this a spatial gate? The guild president's power. Truly incredible. The elder explained. Inside, an iron claw Manhwa beast awaits. It's the most ferocious beast of the Red Star stage. Your first test is to enter and eliminate it. With your Xuan power sealed, your bodies and skills are all you have to rely on. Once inside, life or death is in your hands. I'll give you 1 minute to consider. Decide if you will continue the all-universe battle. First up, Gu Tiancheng of the White Sand Sect. Do you proceed? He answered with confidence. Of course. Look, isn't that one of Giant Whale City's strongest rookies? Yeah, someone that strong will pass easily. He then stepped through the gate. He exclaimed, So, this is the Iron Claw Manhwa. Bring it on. Day pulled out a remote. He pressed a button, activating a screen. Huh? This is boring. Yeah, Gu Tiancheng will pass this no problem. But their words died in their throats. What? How can that be? He turned to watch the screen. Gu Tiancheng was killed. Instantly. Why? He was a Red Star expert. An announcement rang out. Gu Tiancheng. Test failed. Next up, Gao Weizhou. The others panicked. No way. Even Gu Tiancheng was killed. They fled in terror. I'm out of here. This battle isn't worth my life. Duda watched them with disdain. Just a bunch of fools who only rely on Xuan power. But then he noticed Li Yunmu standing firm, much to his surprise. The elder called out, Well, if it isn't my rising star. We finally meet. In that moment, another challenger fell. An announcer declared, Zhang Shuai of Red Mountain City. Test failed. The remaining crowd grew even more terrified. Another one, dead. That makes 6. No one survived. Maybe we should quit too? Day found the display utterly boring. He let out a loud yawn. Ah, what a bore. Are this year's contestants even trying? Bring me someone with some real talent, he asked. Li Yunmu of Weaver City. Do you accept the test? I accept, Li Yunmu replied, stepping through the gate. He noted with surprise. Whoa, it's bigger in person. I wonder about its speed. The Ironclaw Manhwa now stood before him. The moment it saw him, it charged. The beast smashed the ground, but he dodged it with ease. The crowd outside gasped. Look, he dodged it. The heaven-shattering island rep grinned. Ha, now this is a real fight. Finally, something worth watching. Inside, he mused, surprisingly fast for something so massive. But compared to that old geezer from back home, it's not even close. He instantly charged the beast as it roared. It slashed with its claws, but he ducked under the blow, vaulting onto the creature's massive body. He landed a solid punch to its face, sending it reeling. The spectators were stunned. Li Yunmu did that with his bare hands, and he staggered that colossal beast. It roared, counterattacking with a blow that shook the earth, raising a cloud of dust. The crowd wondered, did it get him? Just then, he exploded from the smoke, already climbing the monster's back. He delivered a powerful kick to its head, snapping off a horn. In a flash, he snatched the broken shard. He flipped the horn in his grip, aiming for its head. With a mighty roar, he plunged the makeshift dagger deep into its skull. Blood rained down from the wound. Outside, the crowd stared in disbelief. He had killed the Ironclaw Manhwa. Duda praised from the sidelines. Well done. Li Yunmu of Weaver City. Challenge successful. Li Yunmu stood, splattered with monster blood. The crowd erupted. So awesome. He cleared it with ease. Yeah. He's the first one to pass the test. Li Si was ecstatic. I knew he could do it. Liu Nuoje turned to her friends. All right, we have to give it our all, too. Yi Qing was also stunned by his power, but forced a calm expression. I guess that was passable. A moment later, Yi Qing of the heaven-worshipping sect. Challenge successful. Zhang Daxiong of Weaver City. Challenge successful. Li Si of Sky Cloud Castle. Challenge successful. Liu Nuoji of Sky Cloud Castle. Challenge successful. Ling Chang of Sword Saint Sect. Challenge successful. Zhan Wuyai of War God Hall. Challenge successful. Chu Qingyu of the Azure Cloud Sect. Challenge successful. Liu Nuoji cheered. Little you passed too. All of us made it through the first round. Li Yunmu turned to them. Well, there's nothing else to see. Let's go wait for the results. Suddenly, an announcement came. Zhao Zifan of the heaven-worshipping sect. Challenge successful. This caught him completely off guard. He whipped his head around to look. One of the girls asked, What's the matter? He found it incredibly strange. It had not even been a full minute since Chu Qingyu had cleared the trial. Since when did the heaven-worshipping sect have a monster like that? Du Di announced. All right, that concludes round 1, he urged. The old man sighed. Ah, so half of them are already gone? You've all proven your ability to fight under harsh conditions, earning your right to the second round. A door suddenly opened. "This Spirit Exchange Pavilion," he announced, "is the second test hall. Of course, be careless in the second test, and you will die. You have 1 minute to think. Those unwilling to participate may still leave," he warned, "but if you have resolved to bet your lives, then step through that door." Everyone immediately walked through. Liu Nuoji exclaimed, "This hallway is so deep. From the outside, it looked like just one room." He deduced, "The hall must be a spatial dimension. I think we've entered a space he created." Someone said, "We're finally at the end. What a huge door." One man stepped forward, pushing the door with all his might. "Let's see what's inside." The others were relieved. "Good thing we have someone from the Man tribe." Inside was a statue. Everyone who entered gasped, "Whoa, it's freezing in here. The chilling aura is so heavy." He immediately noticed the statue in the room. He wondered, what kind of strange statue is this? The statue had a human torso and a snake's tail. He assessed, a human face, a serpent's body. Ling Shue suddenly approached to explain, "This is the idol of the serpent sorceress. It said that." Suddenly, someone behind them screamed in terror as she collapsed. Someone went to her. "What's wrong? Why the panic?" She stammered in fear. The statue opened its eyes. The statue's eyes were now glowing with light. He turned his head to see. Instantly, the statue shot out beams of light, enveloping everyone. He wondered, what is this? Suddenly, Ling Shue fell. He cried out in worry, "Sister Shue!" He too suddenly felt something was wrong. So sleepy. "I can't keep my eyes open. What was that light?" He then collapsed onto the floor. Du Dejin appeared and said, "Welcome to the second round of testing. Sleep well. But be careful. You might not be able to return." He opened his eyes and found himself lying in a forest. He immediately recognized the place. This is a rainforest. He guessed the statue had transported him. He summoned the Shadow Queen and asked Li Linglong, "Did you say you sensed the power of a water source earlier?" The little one materialized, making a yag sound. She said, "Ooh-ah." He understood immediately. "Oh, in the direction of that strange mountain?" He told her to hold on tight and began running toward the mountain. Duday was puzzled. No one has woken up yet? It's been so long." Suddenly, one person began to stir. The old man announced, "Oh, congratulations. The Saintess of the Sea Tribe was the first to pass the test, taking 10 minutes. John Wu Yai of the War God Temple passed, taking 12 minutes. Ling Shui of the Sword Saint Sect passed in 12 minutes. Zhang Daxiong of Weaver City passed in 14 minutes. Ye Qing of the Heavenly Dynasty Sect passed in 15 minutes. Ling Chang remarked, "It seems almost everyone is awake. This stage's difficulty was acceptable." She then asked him, "Hey, I'm talking to you, Li Yunmu." But he was still trapped in the dreamscape, unable to wake up. She called, "Hey, Li Yunmu, Li Yunmu." She wondered, "What should I do, Li Yunmu? He still hasn't woken up. It's been half an hour. He can't really be unable to wake up." Chu Qingyu worried for him, urging, "Wake up! Hey, Li Yunmu, wake up!" Zhang Daxiong shouted from the side, "Don't touch him. If you touch him recklessly, he will fall into a soul abyss. We can't help him now. He can only rely on himself." Meanwhile, in the dreamscape, he was running desperately, trying to find an exit. He wondered, what the hell is this damned forest? Why can't I run out of it? The mountain is right there, so why can't I reach it? He glanced at a tree nearby and recognized it instantly. Heavens, why this tree again? Am I just running in circles? He continued to run with all his might. He shouted, "I don't believe in this curse." 5 minutes later, he was still circling that tree. He shouted, "Again?" 10 minutes later, he was at the same tree. He roared, "Will this ever end?" 20 minutes later, he was still stuck at this tree. He furiously shouted, "Damn it." A moment later, he was back at the tree he had marked. He was completely out of breath and sat down panting. He said angrily, "Damn it, this is a freaking illusion maze. This cursed forest must be haunted." He angrily threw a stone at the tree and said, "You damned tree, you're so irritating. Just disappear for me." Instantly, the tree vanished, leaving him completely shocked. He wondered, It's gone? What's going on?" He was finally realizing where he was. Could it be that this place is... He reached his hand toward a tree and punched it. Instantly, the tree disappeared. He now realized he hadn't been transported to some other space. This place is my own spiritual world, or perhaps my own dream. This also means that I created this world. He felt much more confident. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. He reached for the mountain, pulling it forcefully toward himself. "Come to me." The mountain was trying to resist him. He laughed loudly. "Come here. You dare resist my will? So there really is something here that doesn't belong. You want to defy me in my own dream. Dream on. I am the god of this world." He lifted the mountain into the air, and suddenly, the mountain vanished. He watched in awe as everything turned to bubbles. Even the surrounding mountains dissolved into shimmering orbs, leaving only a single shard behind. He quickly snatched it from the air. Looking closer, he thought, "Is this a scale?" He guessed. Could this be from the serpent Medusa? Just then, the little girl beside him called out. He asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" The girl suddenly vanished into the scale. He panicked. She went inside? He tried to sense her. Wait, why can't I feel her presence? Our spiritual link is broken. This is bad. Back in reality, he shot upright, clutching his head. Arg, my head hurts. Zhang Daxiang rushed over, relieved. Li Yunmu, you're finally awake, he said worriedly. You were out for over half an hour. I thought you were a goner. He helped him stand as the hero asked. Sorry. What's happening? The second trial is over, he replied. Everyone else has moved on to the third. The main character nodded. All right, then let's hurry, but his friend stopped him. Hey, Li Yunmu, the main character turned. Yeah? His friend simply said, do me a favor and die. Daxiang produced a sword from nowhere and plunged it deep into his back. Pain erupted as blood filled his mouth. He couldn't believe this was real. What? All he could see was his friend's smiling face as he thought, Daxiang. Why? Drip. The blade's tip was stained crimson. Blood bloomed across Li Yunmu's clothes, spreading like a dark flower. Then, the sword piercing through Yunmu's stomach suddenly shattered in two. His hand still clutched the hilt, the broken blade embedded deep in Little Mu's stomach. He collapsed to his knees, struggling to stay conscious. Ragged breaths escaped him. His body felt like lead. Yunmu was completely spent. Unable to process reality, he faced Da Xiong, who tossed the broken blade aside. He demanded, Why? Da Xiong, why? What did I do wrong? Zhang Da Xiong just smirked. Because I can't stand the sight of you. Facing the struggling Xiao Mu, Da Xiong continued. From the day you joined the compound, I couldn't stand you. Everyone else hated you, but you acted completely unfazed. It was infuriating. He let his true feelings spill out. I got close to you just to find a chance to take you out. Then Ye Qing invited me to his alliance. I deal with you. And he elevates the Zhangjia to a top-tier clan. Oh, and there's one more thing. Yunmu's face darkened, his mind reeling from Da Xiong's words. You didn't really think Ye Qing could kill you on his own, did you? As he spoke, Da Xiong aimed with one hand, the other casually stuffed in his pocket. Hey, what's with that heartbroken look? You didn't actually think we were best friends, did you? Please. I'm a millionaire's son. Why would I be friends with you? With his aim locked, Da Xiong sneered. All right. Time to send you off. Hearing this, Xiao Mu simply smiled, his hand gripping the blade shard in his wound. Da Xiong was confused. What are you laughing at? Yunmu replied. You're a fake. And a bad one. What? You're calling me a fake? Xiao Mu's words gave him pause. First of all, Zhang Daxiang never calls me Li Yunmu. Second, you might have fooled me as someone else. But you could never pull off being Zhang Daxiang. That guy. Yunmu cut him off, grinning triumphantly. Is the one person I trust unconditionally. Facing the stunned imposter, Yunmu declared, So, all of this is fake. This must be the second dreamscape. I never woke up. Snapping his eyes open, Yunmu sat up, wondering, is this a dream? Or is it real this time? Suddenly, something in the distance caught his eye. Just then, he heard Da Xiong's voice from a card game. Nice play. Hurry up, I'm about to die of old age here. The group's chatter was focused entirely on their game. Yunmu watched on, feeling helpless. Though focused on the game, Da Xiong glanced over. Hey, Li Yunmu. You're finally awake? Xiaomu retorted. You guys are pretty relaxed, not caring if I lived or died. Da Xiong replied. What's there to worry about? I knew you'd be fine. Come on, since you're up, let's go wait for the trial to end. As they walked, Da Xiong clapped him on the back. Yunmu jumped, shooting him a glare. What was that for? You startled me. Da Xiong didn't turn, simply raising a hand. Huh? What's he doing? Yunmu wondered. Suddenly, a nearby statue's eyes began to glow. Xiao Mu's eyes darted to the statue. Cracking sounds echoed as fissures began to spread across its surface. Whoa! The statue is collapsing. Shards of stone exploded outwards, sending up a thick cloud of dust. Holding a fragment of the statue, Dude appeared before Yunmu. So, the serpent witch statue has crumbled? A calculating look crossed his face. It seems someone entered the second dreamscape and escaped. And this brat also took the spirit scale. I wonder who it could be. At his words, Xiao Mu's attention sharpened instantly. He realized that spirit scale was the statue's very power source. Tu Duck Kwang hid the stone and announced, "All right, everyone." His gaze swept over the unmoving figures on the ground as he spoke. With the statue shattered, anyone still unconscious is lost forever. So congratulations, you've passed the second trial. Yunmu and the others focused on Tu Duke as he spoke. The final round would begin tomorrow. From now on, you are all dismissed. Xiaomu lay on his bed, his eyes fixed on the stone of his necklace. Holding the blue stone up to the light, he wondered, what can this scale truly do? Sa Li Lin Lung entered without a second thought. And after she did, our connection was completely severed. A sudden voice broke his concentration. It was Da Xiong. Hey, the bathroom's free now. It's all yours. Da Xiong was shirtless, his incredibly powerful physique on full display. He didn't forget to warn Xiaomu, eat something before you shower. If you faint, I'm not helping you. Good idea, Xiaomu replied. All right, I'll have some noodles. As Da Xiong dressed, the sound of a door opening startled them both. Boiling water was poured into an instant noodle cup. Zhang Da Xiong spoke up. Huh? City Lord, why are you here so late? As his noodles cooked, Xiaomu ate, while Da Xiong spoke with their guest. The City Lord said, tomorrow is the final trial. I believe it's time you knew the real reason for this total martial tournament. Zhang Da Xiong asked in shock. What? Xiaomu paid close attention. Da Xiong couldn't help but ask again. The real reason? What do you mean? The City Lord didn't answer his question directly, instead bringing up another topic. You've probably noticed. This year's tournament is different. Yun Mu, still eating, glanced over, listening carefully. The City Lord continued, listing the unique aspects of this year's trial. Not only were there no restrictions on participants, but it used promotion-style tests instead of the usual duels. Finally, she stopped being evasive, her brow furrowed as she revealed her purpose. It is because a spatial rift has appeared. Yun Mu kept blowing on his noodles. Across from him, Da Xiong asked in disbelief, a spatial rift? The City Lord nodded. That's right. Yun Mu tilted the bowl back, finishing his meal while hanging on her every word. Do you know the highest level a profound practitioner can achieve? The City Lord suddenly asked Da Xiong. He hesitated before answering, Isn't it Battle Saint? The City Lord didn't deny it, but she continued her explanation. That's not entirely wrong, at least on Earth. She then began sharing a serious truth with Yun Mu and Da Xiong. According to the records, 100 years ago, a profound practitioner discovered a spatial rift by accident. Within this rift was a powerful, secret realm that did not belong to this world. As she told the story, she pictured the fire-wielding practitioner from the texts. Everything there was alien to Earth. Experts couldn't determine the purpose of these items, until one day, a practitioner who entered the rift reached Battle Saint, and an item he retrieved unleashed immense energy. He had surpassed the level of Battle Saint. Bringing the topic to the present, she revealed her main goal. The primary purpose of this tournament is to select those who will enter the spatial rift. Across from her, Yun Mu set down his empty noodle cup, still intently listening to the City Lord's words. This is an extremely rare opportunity. The rift appears only once a century. Most people will never witness it open. Hearing this, Yun Mu glanced over, cutting her off with a cold tone. You mean you want us to retrieve something for you? If it's that important, why not just go get it yourselves? The City Lord's expression didn't change at Yun Mu's sarcastic question. She simply stood her ground, her face darkening slightly. The rift is incredibly unstable. Anyone above the red star level will have their profound power clash with the rift's energy. She paused for a moment. Thinking of the immense power within, she stated the consequence. They will be torn apart by the rift. She turned her head, as if to end the conversation. This journey is treacherous. I will not force any of you to go. But you should know. This isn't just to help me. It's for your own futures. Her words seemed to be aimed directly at Yun Mu. He seemed to understand her intent as his expression tensed. The City Lord presented a vial holding a glowing, golden chrysalis, saying, This is for you. If you decide to enter the rift, you may find this useful. The next morning, all the contestants who had passed the previous round gathered together. As they took in their surroundings, a familiar voice cut through the air, grabbing their attention. Good morning, kids, their proctor announced. A trial proctor approached with a strange group, asking with false concern, Did you all sleep well last night? Yun Mu and the others said nothing, simply staring at the man. Noticing their cold stares, he skipped the pleasantries. He got straight to the point, drawling, My, everyone seems to be in such a hurry. All right then, I'll announce the final test. He stood before a pitch-black cave, shouting with excitement, You must pass through this cave. He then explained the rules with a casual smile. There are no restrictions on how you get through. As long as you emerge alive from the other side, you win. Then, with a wicked grin, he stressed the most crucial point. There are absolutely no rules. Anything that happens inside is permitted, including killing anyone you find disagreeable. Panic began to spread through the contestants. Kill people? Ignoring their rising panic, the proctor calmly continued his explanation. If you aren't stronger than the rest, you'll be eaten alive. Beside him, Li Si and Nuo Jie tensed up immediately. The proctor's tone was chillingly casual. I want to select truly powerful mystics, just like cultivating goo. Finally, he finished his speech, waved to the contestants, and turned to leave. Well then, that's all for now. I'll see you all on the other side. But he added one last reminder. As before, you have 3 minutes to decide. The contestants erupted into chaos again. Are they serious? What is this? But with the final reward at stake, everyone wants their shot. But if one sect takes all the wins, won't they just own everything? Another group seemed disgusted by the new rules and started walking away. This is inhuman. I'm not playing anymore. But a few had already made their choice, urging each other on. Let's go in. Right. Yunmu watched those who didn't hesitate. He found it a little strange. Just then, Nuo Jie and Da Xiong came over to plan with him. Little Moo Moo, are we going in now, or should we wait? Yunmu gazed into the dark cave, relaying what he sensed to the team. I sense a lot of high-level beasts in there, and they're vicious. He then turned to Ling Shui and Da Xiong. Sister Shui, Da Xiong, the three of us will scout ahead. He then faced Li Si's group to give orders. Chu Qingyu, Nuo Ji, and Li Si have lower combat power. You'll wait here for a while before entering. We'll try to clear any beasts we find to reduce the pressure on you, he warned them with a serious frown. But you must be extremely careful. The greatest danger isn't the beasts. His gaze fell on a group of lurking contestants. He looked their way, his voice cold, but the other people. Nuo Jie nodded in response. Got it. Da Xiong watched Yunmu organize everything perfectly. A sense of pride swelled in his chest as he thought to himself. Little Moo Moo. Without realizing it, he's become an excellent commander. After briefing Nuo Jie's group, Yunmu gave a cold smirk. He rolled his shoulders and spoke to Da Xiong. All right, everyone. This is the final stage. Try not to die. Then, he led Ling Shui and Da Xiong straight into the darkness. Inside the tunnel, monster corpses littered the ground. Yunmu led the trio, cautiously scanning the area. The beasts in here, he noted, are on another level. They're all gold star rank or higher. Ling Shui suddenly warned, Be careful. I sense an abnormal presence up ahead. No sooner had she spoken, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the darkness. All three of them immediately raised their guard. Someone was screaming. Moving forward, they saw what Ling Shui had sensed just moments before. Yunmu's eyes went wide in shock. My God, there, blocking their path completely, was a colossal fire dragon. Its glowing eyes smoldered as it exhaled clouds of scalding smoke. What the hell is that? The dragon let out a mighty roar, a show of force against any who dared approach. Its roar drowned out Yunmu's cry of disbelief. This dragon, it's enormous. He saw an unlucky contestant pinned beneath a massive claw and clicked his tongue. This is a real problem. This thing. Da Xiong, beside him, seemed to read his mind. Even with 10 of us, he added, we couldn't take that thing down. His eyes never left the dragon as he spoke. Meanwhile, back at the entrance, Nuo Ji's irritated voice echoed through the cave. This place is so dark and creepy. I hate it. She, Li Si, and Chu Qingyu had just stepped inside. Nuo Jie kept scanning the area with a grimace. It's pitch black. I can't see a thing. Suddenly, a man lunged from the shadows, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Well, what luck. An all-girl team, he shouted in glee. My lucky day. Without a word, Li Si spun around, a sharp blade snapping out from her sleeve. Without a moment's hesitation, she gripped the dagger tightly and cut down the attacker in a single strike, slicing the ambusher clean in half. After taking care of the hand, she flicked her blade, wiping it clean before sheathing the weapon. Luo Ji watched Li Zi's flawless, efficient moves and couldn't help but feel a chill. She never realized how ruthless Li Zi could be. With her weapon put away, Li Zi calmly walked over to Luo Ji's side. Her tone was icy as she spoke. Never give your enemy a single chance to strike back. Luo Ji frowned slightly, stating seriously who taught her that very rule in battle. Xiao Mumu taught me that. She then turned her taunting gaze back to Luo Jie. Don't tell me you haven't even realized that much? The words made Luo Jie bite her lip in anger. But Li Zi simply ignored her. She kept adding fuel to the fire. And you think you can stand beside Xiao Mumu? Let me tell you, you're not the only one. That was enough to make Luo Ji snap. She put her hands on her hips, got right in front of Li Zi, and yelled, "Huh? Who do you think you are? It's always Xiao Mumu this, Xiao Mumu that. It's disgusting." But Li Zi didn't back down, getting face to face with Luo Jie, shouting back, "What? You got a problem? Wanna go? I'll have you know, I like Xiao Mumu way more than you ever could. When it comes to feelings and resolve, you can't beat me." All poor Xiao Yu could do was tremble between them, too scared to intervene. Meanwhile, back with Yun Mu's group, another unlucky contestant was smashed into a wall by a giant dragon claw. He watched the scene with a sigh, scratching his ear. What a brutal mess. Looks like a direct fight is out. But Yun Mu scanned the area, and finally noticed a clue. Yi Qing's body isn't here. There must be another way to get through. Instantly, Da Xiong pointed towards the dragon's body. There, he activated the eyes of Alasia. His normal pupils shifted to a brilliant gold, with a cross-shaped sigil inside, staring intently as he informed Yun Mu. There's an exit behind that dragon. The path Da Xiong mentioned was blocked by the creature's massive body, but that discovery made everything clear to Yun Mu. We just have to figure out how to get past it. We don't have to kill it at all. His spirits lifted. He cracked his knuckles with a confident smile. Well then, this just got easy. And with that, Yun Mu casually walked towards the giant dragon, speaking loudly as he approached it. I may not be able to kill you, but killing me is going to take some effort on your part. The dragon didn't let him finish, opening its massive jaws to unleash a torrent of fire. But this didn't seem to faze him. Amidst the monster's roar, Yun Mu's excited voice could be heard. Oh, you can play with fire? Then you picked the wrong guy to mess with. A smirk played on his lips, his eyes flashing with a red glint as he calmly announced his technique. Great Sun Flame. The dragon's fire quickly engulfed Yun Mu's entire body. Standing in the inferno, he screamed dramatically, "Ah, it's so hot!" Ling Shui and Da Jiang heard his desperate-sounding cries and their faces went pale. Did he just get killed? What are you doing? From within the flames, a pair of legs calmly stepped forward, followed by Yun Mu's annoyed grumbling. Seriously, can't you let a guy finish his sentence? I didn't even get to the attack part yet. Yun Mu emerged from the inferno without a scratch. He continued complaining as he walked. What a perfect chance to look cool. Totally wasted. He strolled right past the dumbfounded dragon, not forgetting to poke fun at the beast. My bad. The enraged dragon opened its mouth and blasted an even bigger stream of fire at Yun Mu, but he just kept walking through the flames, even offering the giant beast some advice. Give it up. It's useless. You'll get a sore throat breathing fire like that. The dragon breathed fire until tears streamed down its face, utterly defeated and confused. Standing at the cave entrance behind the dragon, Yun Mu happily waved at Da Xiong and Ling Shui. Come on, you two. It's not that hard. Ling Shui was speechless at his excited display. Easy for you to say. Does he think everyone's like him? Da Xiong slowly stepped forward and said, complaining won't help. We still have to get through. He once again activated the eyes of Alasia. With them, he could see the attacks of the dragon and other contestants clearly, allowing him to calculate the precise speed of every single move. The dragon's attack speed is about 0.67 seconds, and its fire breath deploys in 0.84 seconds. Factoring in its movement patterns, he found the perfect opening and dashed forward. That's the path forward. Just as Da Xiong calculated his route and made his move, the dragon fighting other contestants immediately turned and noticed him. Da Xiong swiftly dodged its incoming attacks, all while following his predetermined path. After evading the strikes, he realized with a smile, bingo. Looks like my calculations were spot on. But as Dai Hung closed in, the dragon roared, unleashing a powerful torrent of fire. The timing was off from his calculations. He tensed, thinking, it's faster by 0.2 seconds. This is bad. The scorching blaze shot exactly where Dai Hung had been. From the side, Ling Shui screamed his name in terror. Dai Hung! But a sudden voice from above made both her and the giant dragon flinch in surprise. That was a close one. Dai Hung was now perched high above the dragon's head, letting out a relieved sigh. Good thing I always plan for a safety net. I factored in a 0.5-second margin of error. He landed on the dragon's head, using it as a springboard to leap away, not forgetting a quick taunt. Sorry. Just needed a stepping stone. He landed beside Yun Mu and declared, and with that, I've cleared the stage. Yun Mu was clearly impressed by Dai Hung. Those eyes of yours. Can they truly see through anything? A smirk played on his lips as he replied, half joking. Of course. I can see everything from your thoughts to your techniques. Yun Mu flinched at those words, unsure of Dai Hung's real meaning. But Dai Hung simply ignored his reaction. He turned, waving happily to Ling Shui. "Hurry up, Ling, it's not that hard." She just stared at her two brothers. They made it across safely and were waving like it was nothing. She felt completely helpless. Ugh, why am I stuck with these two freaks? But she didn't waste a second, immediately dropping into a ready stance. She sighed, resigning herself to her fate. What can I do? As the big sister, I have to look out for them. With that thought, she dashed nimbly through the dragon's barrage. In an instant, she was right beside its massive frame. Ling Sui vaulted high, aiming to clear the dragon's head. She thought triumphantly, "I'm through." Suddenly, Yunmu yelled from below, cupping his hands. "Ling, watch your back." Heeding his warning, she whipped her head around. The dragon's massive jaws, filled with fire, were gaping open before her. Her mind screamed, "This is bad!" Panicked, Yunmu reached out from below. "Give me your hand." Ling Shui desperately reached for him, but the massive wall of fire was already at her back. "No, I won't make it." The moment he grabbed Ling Shui's hand, he felt an immense force yank his entire body forward. In a desperate move, Ling Shui yanked Yunmu in front of her, using him as a human shield against the flames. "Sorry, borrowing you for a sec," she yelled, while her mind reasoned with perfect clarity. After all, betraying her little brother was a big sister's special privilege as the dragon fire engulfed them. Yunmu's helpless scream echoed through the cave. Damn it! His face was furious, but he was powerless as he was roasted black. He just kept muttering angrily. Ling Shui saw him huddled in a corner, black smoke still rising from his clothes. Feeling a little guilty, she crept up behind him with a placating smile. "All right now, don't be mad." It was a critical situation, but Yunmu wasn't letting it go, sulking. "I wasn't even ready to activate my powers. I could have died back there." Suddenly, the familiar sound of angry arguing echoed from the entrance. Yunmu glanced over. "Seriously, stop blocking me," a voice yelled. "What? You're the one blocking me." He looked doubtfully toward the dark entrance. He could hear them clearly, but couldn't see anyone yet. A moment later, Li Si and Nuo Jie appeared, practically wrestling each other forward as Li Si threw her hands up in fury. "Why are you so infuriating?" Nuo Jie shot back through gritted teeth, refusing to lose. "You're the one I can't get rid of." Chu Kan trailed slowly behind them, emerging from the cave's depths, while watching them compete with all their energy. A bit of envy crept in. "I wish I could be as free as them." Neither one would back down an inch. They were face to face, still arguing while trying to block the other's path. "I think you're looking for a fight," Li Si snapped, finally losing her patience. But Nuo Jie was not about to back down. "You're the one who started it. If you want to fight, I'm ready anytime." Yunmu's group just stared, utterly confused. He was still looking wounded from Ling Shui's little stunt, watching the two girls with total confusion. What are they doing? Aren't they on the same team? But Dai Hung just casually pulled out some snacks to enjoy the show. "It's finally starting. I've been waiting for this." Ling Shui also stood calmly to the side, just watching. Just then, a surprise attack slammed into Li Si. She couldn't react in time and was thrown backwards. Before she could recover her senses, a giant claw descended from above. Luckily, Nuo Jie was already rushing in. Unleashing a powerful shoulder strike, she batted away the claw just as it lunged for Li Si, standing before her, growling a warning. "What are you staring at? I won't care if you die," Li Si shot back, annoyed. "Stop being a busybody." But before their verbal spar could continue, the giant dragon's maw opened, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. They both realized in terror it was breathing fire. Yunmu saw Li Si and Nuo Jie standing there, frozen. He screamed in panic at the two of them. "You idiots, run, you're going to die." But his warning came far too late. The two could only watch helplessly as the massive inferno descended from above. In an instant, the spot where they stood was engulfed in dragon fire. From the other side, Yunmu screamed in horror, "Nuo Jie! Li Si!" But just then, another voice cried out, "Heavenly Absolute 36 forms." Hearing that voice, Yunmu was stunned. As the smoke cleared, there stood Chu Qingyu. Li Si was over her shoulder, Nuo Jie in her arms. She sighed in relief. "That was close. I barely made it." She glanced over at the other three and said calmly, "You guys go on ahead. I'm dropping out of the competition. The three of us don't have the strength to get past this dragon. Just surviving that took everything we had. We're not here to die needlessly." With that, she turned to leave, carrying both Li Si and Nuo Ji. She smiled at Yunmu's words of comfort. "Thank you. Don't worry. I'll carry your share of the glory too." At that moment, Li Si seemed to regain consciousness, whispering softly in her ear, "I can't accept this." She gritted her teeth, head bowed, Feeling utterly powerless, she murmured to herself, I tried so hard. I was so determined to get stronger, to finally catch up to him. But in the end, was it all for nothing? This is hard to accept. Suthan led them back out, his voice a soft comfort for her and for himself. If you can't accept it, just get stronger next time. At least you had the guts to chase them. Da Xiang turned to go, telling the lingering Yunmu, let's move. The exit should be close. Reaching the cave's exit, they saw other candidates who had already passed, waiting there. Ah, we're out. Yunmu looked up to see a shimmering tunnel of light, opening before him. He knew it was the spatial rift. But was it safe? The uneasy wait stretched on. A voice, its tone unreadable, suddenly cut through the air, grabbing their attention. My, 30 or 40 people still left? The examiner emerged from the woods, a constant smile on his face. More than I expected. Congratulations on passing the third test. Juman Tianwang, unable to hold back, eagerly stepped forward. So, can we enter this so-called spatial rift now? But the examiner stopped him with a gesture. Not so fast. I was getting to that. He raised 2 fingers. There are 2 ways to enter the rift. First, you can wait for 1 hour. The rift's energy will stabilize, and everyone can enter safely. As for the second option, his eyes suddenly darkened, a sinister glint appearing within them. His lips curled into a smirk. Or, you can enter now, and maybe 8 of you will make it inside. The eyes of several candidates widened as they listened. After that, the rift's energy would become overloaded. Anyone else who enters, RBS, will die. Yunmu fell silent as the examiner finished his twisted explanation. He then turned his back nonchalantly, tossing a casual remark over his shoulder to the group. How you proceed is up to you. Good luck. Hearing this, Juman Tianwang naively turned to the person beside him. If we can all get in by waiting 1 hour, why not wait? Right, big sis? He asked loudly. The female candidate beside him disagreed, warning softly. I doubt it's that simple. Nearby, Yunmu's brow furrowed. He cautiously warned Ling Shui and Da Xiong. Everyone, be careful. This is not a good sign. The other candidates began discussing the wait. It's only 1 hour. Yeah, we should just wait. But one man remained silent. He watched the others negotiating and cursed inwardly. A bunch of fools. Wait if you want. With that thought, he seized his chance while everyone was distracted and bolted forward. I'm not waiting with you idiots. In a flash, the spatial rift was right before him. He smirked victoriously. I'm in, but in that instant, a bolt of light streaked through the air, piercing his head and killing him instantly. The others cried out in shock. What was that? Who fired that laser? A man holding a massive laser cannon was the one who had attacked. He roared in fury. Nice try, trying to sneak in alone. Dream on. I'm not waiting around either. His words were the spark that ignited a fierce, bloody battle. The fragile peace shattered instantly as the candidates lunged, ready to kill one another. Angry curses filled the air. You little brat. I knew you weren't so honest. You want to get in first, don't you? If I go in, I'm first. Now die. High above, the examiner watched the contestants. He smirked, satisfied. Just as I predicted. See? There's no such thing as a righteous path. A sinister grin spread across his face, his eyes flashing with cruelty. Gazing at the slaughter, he spoke his truth. It's every man for himself. A young man broke free from the fight, laughing victoriously. I'll be the first to enter the rift, but before he could even get close, a dark, bloody hole appeared on his back. His victory ended in a blood-curdling scream. The giant python Heavenly King frowned amidst the chaos. What the hell? Why are they still fighting? Are we not waiting? His teammate yelled back in frustration. Wait for what? This is the second scenario now. He punched an opponent out of his way. Get lost. Behind him, the giant python king charged into the fray, his massive frame easily clearing a path. A bearded contestant rushed toward Ling Shui with his blade. Move it, woman. Don't block my path. Get out of my way if you want to live. She didn't reply, ending his life in a single, swift slash. Standing back to back with Yunmu, she consulted him. Li Yunmu, what's the plan? He whispered his orders. You and Big Bear find the right moment to enter. Ling Shui was shocked. What about you? Yunmu's voice was low. Don't worry about me. I have unfinished business. A dark smile played on his lips, his eyes gleaming with killing intent as he stared at his target. I've been waiting for this moment. Elsewhere, Ye Qing slammed his palm onto an opponent's face. He shouted, Crimson Lotus! A burst of flame instantly incinerated the unlucky soul. He laughed maniacally. A bunch of trash. None of you will survive. But in the middle of his triumph, Yunmu suddenly appeared beside him. Without a word, he delivered a powerful kick. Ye Qing slid back, struggling for balance. "Who was that?" he roared. Yunmu stepped forward, his voice like ice. "I told you. I would come for your head." As he spoke, he drew a hand across his throat. Realizing who it was, Ye Qing charged in a fury, flames erupting from his hands as he blasted away an approaching fighter. "Li Yunmu, for Linjian's death, you will pay in blood." Yunmu was just as furious, launching himself forward to meet the attack. He casually swatted away, another fighter blocking his path. "You crafty bastard! I'm sending those words right back at you." Both fighters unleashed their flames, striking each other at the same time. But after the impact, Yunmu was completely unscathed. Ye Qing was also unharmed, with only a wisp of black smoke rising from his face. Refusing to yield, they launched a second attack. Prometheus Flame. Two powerful fireballs collided mid-air. Seeing his second attack fail, Yunmu instantly switched tactics. Flaming Dragon's Grin. Ye Qing quickly countered with his own Flaming Dragon's Grin. They mirrored each other's stance, canceling out the devastating blows. Seeing the two locked in a fierce duel, the surrounding fighters saw their chance. "Now's our opening. Kill them while they're busy." Yunmu glanced at the approaching mob. Across from him, Ye Qing did the same. Together, they roared, "Crimson Lotus!" An inferno erupted from their bodies, instantly vaporizing anyone foolish enough to get close. Yunmu slammed his fist into Ye Qing's face, screaming, "You scum! Go to hell! Pay for my master's life!" Ye Qing countered, driving a knee into Yunmu's jaw. "You think you're worthy?" They abandoned their techniques, descending into a brutal brawl, trading blows and curses without end. "All this time, I've waited for one chance to kill you. I've been grinding my teeth waiting for this." Yunmu roared, lunging forward with a clenched fist. Ye Qing met his charge head-on, pulling back his own fist and unleashing a furious shout. Their fists collided, igniting flames more intense than before. In perfect sync, they both unleashed their ultimate move. Heavenly Prison. The two techniques clashed, creating a massive, blinding explosion. Ye Qing was thrown back, using a pile of rubble to stop his slide. Yunmu fared no better, the shockwave sending him skidding back a great distance. Ye Qing staggered to his feet and spoke to Yunmu. "It's almost funny, isn't it? You talk about getting revenge." Yunmu stared back, his eyes still full of murder, but he listened. "But what's the reality? We use the same techniques for the same goals. So, you are me, and I am you." In his words, Ye Qing saw them as two halves of the same whole. He smirked, looking directly into Yunmu's cold, dark eyes. Another fighter made his move. In a flash of light, Wu Ya used just 2 fingers to effortlessly drop the enemy blocking his path. As he entered, he glanced back at them. "What a joke. Daxiong, we have to move faster," urged Ling Shui. "That kid from the War God Temple is already in." Daxiong searched frantically. "Little Mumu, where did you go?" Yunmu said he had something to do. "He told us to go on ahead. Don't worry, with his skills, he'll be fine." Daxiong was still worried for him, but if Yunmu believed in them, they had to charge forward. The crowd saw 2 more enter the rift. That means there are only 5 spots left. Meanwhile, Yunmu was locked in a fierce struggle. Ye Qing lunged at Yunmu, pulling another candidate forward to use as a human shield. "Are we really the same kind of person? You sure know how to flatter yourself. Don't make me laugh." But Ye Qing saw nothing wrong with what he said. "We use the same moves. You avenge your master, and I avenge my lover. We're essentially doing the same thing. What's wrong with that?" But Yunmu refused to accept it. "So what? I am nothing like a cunning snake like you." Ye Qing refused to back down. "Sure, I may not be some righteous hero. But are you any different? Didn't you just use someone else to block an attack a moment ago?" His words struck a nerve, making Yunmu freeze. It was undeniable. Elsewhere, the chaotic brawl raged on, with fists flying in every direction. Jumantian Wang cleared a path with his fists, calling out to his sister, "Hai Yue, watch out. Ambush from behind. Get out of my way, you damn ape." As the blade neared his face, he thought it was all over. But suddenly, the heavenly frost fiend froze the attacker solid, stopping him cold. Thien Tuyet found the man's actions repulsive, so she dealt with him. The portal ahead had few spots left. Someone shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get in." Hearing that, Tien Vuong quickly gave chase. 3 more people had just entered. For those left behind, the opportunity was vanishing. Amidst the raging battle, Van Mook and Diepthon talked, as if the chaos didn't concern them. True, he wasn't some selfless martyr, and Diepthon was no hero, either. Li Van Mook was the same. He believed in pure self-interest. Every action served only himself. And yet, he'd found people worth protecting. That alone made them different. He had something the other man didn't. And if anyone dared touch it, they would not survive. With that, karmic flames erupted in Van Mook's hand as he charged his foe. One gift deserves another. Diepthon met his karmic flames head-on. Stop your pointless chatter. The two infernos clashed violently. Van Mook unleashed his prairie fire technique, defending with all his might. The flames grew stronger, crackling with violet lightning. Diepthon never saw it coming. It was infused with lightning attribute Min Hien power. Van Mook had two elements. This time, he was done for. In that fragile moment, a voice cut in. Such a troublesome brat. I'm not your babysitter. Something flashed between them, striking at Van Mook. A swift kick flew through the air. Take this. Van Mook dodged. What? Where did he come from? The newcomer told Diepthon. Go through the rift first. Leave this to me. When Diepthon hesitated, the man added, I will keep my promise to you. So go. I've sensed something was off about him since round 1. Finally showing your true colors, he couldn't be a mere nobody from the Heavenly Tide sect. Not with his power, and Diepthon's attitude toward him. The man laughed at his deduction. Such a wary little devil. The type I hate the most. Fine by me. Van Mook's true enemy had finally appeared. I'm tired of this disguise anyway. He tore off his outfit right in front of Van Mook. This thing was getting unbearably stuffy. Van Mook's eyes widened in shock as he stammered. You're the delegate from the Divine Holy Cult? He held up a hand. Incorrect. That was my younger brother. My name is K.V.M. Rhoda, master of these two colored eyes. He was the leader of the Divine Holy Cult. Enough talk. Let's begin. First move. Holy Light Cross. Van Mook couldn't fathom why such a powerful figure was here. The attack was so fast he barely dodged. Asila leaped high, gathering power in his hands. Of course, I'm here to fulfill my own plan. That's why I worked with the Heavenly Tide sect and lowered my rank from a war saint to a red star, all to achieve my grand ambition. With that, he unleashed a devastating attack. The ground shattered under the powerful strike. Luckily, Van Mook was able to dodge it. Through the dust, he drew his frenzy blade. What was that old man really planning? However, Asima effortlessly blocked the blade with just 2 fingers, muttering a cryptic phrase. What was he even saying? Van Mook couldn't understand a single word. He sneered, claiming his grand ambition was beyond a mere boy. Seizing the moment, Asima unleashed his holy light judgment. The attack struck Van Mook head-on, making him cough up a river of blood. Asima believed traitors deserved no mercy. His life would end here, by Asima's own hand. He was only explaining this much because he felt talkative, but seeing Van Mook was unharmed, he understood. He must have a protective ward. This next attack would surely pierce him. Without mercy, he launched a divine aurora blast. The only sound left was Van Mook's pained and desperate screams. This attack was devastating. Its path completely obliterated everything, leaving nothing behind. Before the others could even see what was coming, the beam had already cleared a path in a straight line, sending everything in its wake flying. He calmly approached Van Mook, confirming that the attack had hit its mark. His heart would stop in 2 to 3 minutes. Van Mook realized Asima wasn't just some Red Star Knight. He was a true battle saint. The two of them were on completely different levels. Seeing his hopeless state, Asima revealed a shocking truth. It wasn't Diepthon who took care of Van Mook's master. The one who sent him to his grave was Asima himself. This news made Van Mook's eyes burn bloodshot. The truth hit him. All this time, he had been hating the wrong person. How could Diepthon's power ever harm Lei Ming's Nighthound? Now, he should enter the fissure. Just lie there and wait for hell. Near the fissure, a man excitedly stepped forward, thinking he had finally secured the last spot. But as he neared the entrance, someone faster slipped past Asima. They not only got ahead but also took off the man's head. The onlookers were stunned. Did someone really just get inside? The speed was blinding, impossible to follow. Did that mean there was no chance left for anyone else? Should they just give up? Or risk it all one more time? But the fissure's energy was already growing unstable. Let's leave. The survival rate is only 20%. That's too low. It's not worth the gamble. As they were about to leave, a girl noticed Van Mook crawling on the ground. Stop, she cried. You're covered in blood. You shouldn't be moving. It was like Van Mook couldn't hear her. He wouldn't give up. He continued to push himself forward. He couldn't quit so easily. Someone whispered. He can barely stand. What is he even trying to do? He's not thinking of entering the fissure, is he? A murmur went through the crowd. The survival rate was now less than 20%. A person doing that is either crazy or a fool. He looked down at his own trembling hands. Crazy or foolish, did it even matter? To achieve his goals, Some sacrifices were necessary. Van Mook charged straight into the fissure. Now that he knew the truth, what was the harm in betting his life? When he opened his eyes, his body was in free fall in another dimension. His eyes flew open, his teeth clenched tight. The pain was truly agonizing. The system announced that his body was severely damaged, recommending he use 20,000 void essence to regenerate. This level of overwhelming pain was simply indescribable. The fissure's power was too strong. His defensive techniques were useless. He had to let the system regenerate his body. He was like a blood bag on the verge of bursting. In a few moments, he'd be torn to shreds. Van Mook created a large opening, successfully breaking through to the other side. The system also began to regenerate his body. His sudden intrusion caused a massive shockwave. It was lucky that his body was regenerated in time. Otherwise, after falling from such a height in his condition, he would have been done for. Suddenly, from the sky above, a masked woman appeared. Van Mook was still curious about the world beyond the fissure and why he was alone. When he turned his head, a sack was thrown over him. Had she already captured him? Bagged the moment he arrived. What the hell was this? The masked woman had successfully claimed her prize. The history books were right, after all. Men really do fall from the sky. She would take him to the queen at once. Van Mook struggled inside the sack but couldn't get out. Is anyone out there? Let me go. Tired of the silence, Van Mook decided to use his great ape art to break the sack. The bag suddenly exploded, startling the woman. Not even a shred of courtesy. If she was going to use a bag on him, she could have at least made it pink to match his hair. Van Mook circled around behind the girl, attacking first with Ape Dragon's roar, but she dodged it quickly. The history books were right. Men can use magic. Van Mook couldn't understand what she was saying. Why distinguish between men and women, magic and no magic? He was too distracted. A kick to the jaw sent him flying skyward. This woman's leg strength was monstrous. She eyed him like a seasoned fighter. She followed up with another punch, sending Van Mook crashing into a boulder. The sheer impact shattered it to dust. Damn it all. He was getting pummeled. The pain was unbearable. This freakishly strong woman was on another level. She was beyond the Xuan practitioner rank. She stared him down. According to the histories, all men were weak. He didn't have time to fight this monster. Number 1. Go. You deal with her for Van Mook. Number 1. Swiftly close the distance, returning the jaw kick. The sudden blow shocked her. What in the world just attacked me? The powerhouse woman couldn't see number 1. Van Mook wondered. Could it be she has no Xuan power? Why was he even worried about that? Forget her. It's better to escape and regroup. He couldn't afford to waste time on her. A shadow blocked his path, swelling like a giant King Kong. What the hell? What kind of twisted show is this? Where did this giantess come from? A beast larger than an ape? Van Mook screamed for number 1 to protect him. Number 1 immediately engaged her, but with a single, sweeping slash of her blade, she cut him in two. The system instantly warned him. Number 1 had been eliminated. Van Mook's expression darkened. Can she actually see my shadows? But in truth, Hua Huan knew nothing. She just felt like she'd hit something. She even turned to Chili with a confused look. Just then, Chili ran over. My curly-haired queen, are you all right? What kind of ridiculous names are these? Curly hair? And what's a Chili? So this is their queen? That last slash was pure instinct. She truly couldn't see them. She was just too powerful. Van Mook's best bet was to run. But then, 3 more women appeared before him. A curious purple-haired girl spoke. So this is a man? Her companion warned. Onion, don't speak to men so freely. The history books say men are violent creatures. But Onion just smiled cheerfully and went to pat Van Mook's head. It's okay, Sister He Jialun. See, he's very docile. What is she doing? Why is she petting my head? I'm not a dog. Van Mook's shout startled Onion, who ran to hug He Jialun. She gently patted Onion's head, comforting her. The curly-haired queen ordered from behind, Chili, Onion, Cam, Meal, and Jialun. Stop Van Mook. Don't let anyone escape. The 4 obeyed their leader, quickly surrounding him. Hua Huan swung her blade, tearing up the ground around them. Is she trying to split the sky with that power? She clearly has no Xuan energy, yet she can achieve this level of destruction. This is just too much. Van Mook had to use another trick. He took out the goldstone of Xuan power. This was his only hope. A surge of power shot into the ground, causing a massive tremor. Van Mook prayed, please, work. My boss. He's the only one who can save me. Minna, being woken up, was annoyed. Why did you disturb my sleep? He saw the queen and was surprised. Well now, this girl looks pretty sturdy. Onion was fascinated. So, this is a man's magic? So cool, Van Mook cried out. They're bullying me. Wreck-It King, crush her for me. Since when do you interrupt my rest and then ask me to fight for you? Van Mook had to convince him. I'm your #1 subordinate. You have to protect me. An attack on my face is an attack on the Wreck-It King's face, right? Seeing the logic in his words, he agreed. With his backup secured, Van Mook laughed. You can wait for your trip to hell. Just watch how my master handles you. The Wreck-It King brought his massive hand down right on top of Hua Huan's head. It was the simplest method. Crush her head like an ant. Van Mook cheered him on from the side. That's it, boss. Flatten her. But the Wreck-It King realized something was wrong. She wasn't being crushed. In fact, she held back his massive hand with just her 2 arms. What in the world is this woman's origin? Hua Huan summoned a chariot that came speeding out of nowhere. A lightning-fast object slammed into the Wreck-It King. It was a serious blow. It looked like his vital parts were in trouble. The Wreck-It King retreated instantly, leaving Van Mook stunned. You have to help me fight her. He only left a message. This woman is too fierce. You're on your own. Did he just dump Van Mook right in front of Hua Huan? What happened to the dignity of the mighty Wreck-It King? Come to think of it, the power he currently had was no match for the queen. You'll have to pray for yourself. He was still in a lot of pain. In that case, Van Mook could only rely on himself. First, #3 would lock down her movements from above, while #2 attacked from the side. Hua Huan used her sword to deal with #2. She had no idea what these things were, or how they could attack while invisible. She clearly couldn't see it, but she still managed to grab #2 by the neck. She had enough of this. Once, she felt her grip was secure. Instantly, Hua Huan crushed its throat. Just like that, #2 was gone before Van Mook's eyes. The system alerted him that his shadow had died. Next up was #3. I can't see it, but I can feel it. It's over here. Van Mook panicked. #3, but it was too late. Another one of his clones was destroyed. Van Mook was in a terrible position. This giant beast was hard to handle. Her 4 tentacles guarded all sides. He had to risk it all with the great Sunflame art. He attacked Hoa Quan from above with blazing fire, then closed in with the flame dragon's roar. But she blocked it with a single stroke of her blade. From her lips, a murmur. Your magic is like that other man's. She had met him before? Could she mean Diepthon? Her punch launched him like a cannonball. He hit the ground hard. A few more fights like this could carve a new valley. Hoa Quan descended. She thrust her long blade, using the Hell Worm blade to finish him. But he had vanished. Did I crush him to a pulp? She looked around, but there was no sign of him. 2 hands appeared from behind her back. Van Mook attacked with the Crimson Lotus, leaving Hoa Quan stunned. A sky-piercing scream erupted as Hoa Quan was engulfed in flames. In agony, she spun around and landed a vicious punch. The blow caved in his stomach. Watching nearby, Han Te clapped. Amazing! The first person to ever hurt our queen. As it spoke, Van Mook coughed up blood. Her strength was overwhelming. Hoa Quan stared at the man before her. He had actually managed to injure someone as strong as her. It was incredibly cool. Her eyes suddenly became sparkling red hearts. He was such a strong man, her absolute ideal. But he still hadn't given up the fight. Let's continue the fight. But Hua Quan had lost her will to battle. She'd already fallen for him. This won't work, I concede. She suddenly collapsed to the ground, feigning defeat. Your skill is impressive, young warrior. My body is now completely paralyzed. Her earlier magic must have caused internal injuries. He saw through the act. This was a trick, coming from a mammoth like her. No strength left? She pouted her lips. I'm about to fall asleep. Only a prince's kiss can awaken me now. Don't fall for her delicate flower act. Come here, baby. Are you playing Sleeping Beauty or a beast waiting for her lover? Since the fight was over, Yunmu decided to leave. He wondered if she was crazy, just lying there spouting nonsense. Jia Lun blocked his path. Not so fast. You can't go yet. Yunmu was confused. The fight's over. Why should I stay? Jia Lun explained their rule. If you defeat the queen in combat, you are then required to marry the queen. This news was more terrifying than a horror film. Impossible, Yunmu asked in disbelief. What are you even talking about? Who would marry that giant bear? Was Jia Lun joking? Hua Quan threatened loudly. Marry me, or I'll have you arrested. You'll be thrown in the dungeons. Yunmu watched her rise and roared in protest. You just said you couldn't move a muscle. Regardless, Yunmu refused to marry a bear. Let someone else do it. Instantly, Hua Quan grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. She lifted him like a kitten. You talk too much. It's best to lock you up first and we'll figure out the rest later. Yunmu wouldn't give in. Let me go, you wretched woman. Let me go now. They returned to the fortress, a haven for strange women. A girl hurried through the dense crowd, a frantic look on her face. Someone called out, Ye Ting, summoned by the queen again? The kid replied happily, That's right, I heard the queen has something very important to discuss with me this time. The other person praised Ye Ting. After her mother's death, she became a high minister through her own efforts. Truly a gifted child. Meanwhile, Yunmu was handcuffed and thrown into a cell. Behave and wait for the queen's judgment. Yunmu roared. Let me out. I have important business to attend to. I can't stay here. Then, another voice spoke. It told him to give up hope. No matter how much Yunmu yelled, they wouldn't care. He turned towards the sound. To his surprise, Juman Tianwang and Zhan Wu Nai were also there. He said, if shouting worked, we would have been out long ago. He then tossed Yunmu a key for his shackles. After freeing himself, Yunmu wondered why they were also imprisoned. Old brother Juman was still lost in his own world, not saying a word. Wu Nai. Could there be any other reason? Of course, we were defeated by the queen and captured. That woman is too strong. I passed out after just 2 hits. Brother Manwang went down in a single blow. He wants to know how many moves it took you. But Hua Quan said you defeated her? Wu Nai was completely shocked by this. What? You actually won? What happened after that? You probably don't want to hear it. She said if I won, I had to marry her. Wu Nai suddenly felt lucky to have lost. This place was just too bizarre. They needed to find a way out. He targeted a distant guard. Yunmu called out, Hey little sister, look over here, I've got some good stuff. Catching the guard's attention, he produced a 3-tiered Christmas box containing 50 lipsticks. The Fuji brand. Isn't this gift tempting enough? Do you want it? The girl wondered what this strange item was. It wasn't just her. Even Wu Nai questioned how he got this stuff. Of course, it's lipstick. All the young ladies love these. He could gift them all to her. As a woman, she was naturally curious. After trying them, they felt much more convenient. And they came in so many colors. It seems no matter the world, women can't resist these things. Now, he stated his condition. She could have it all. But could she tell Yunmu where this place was? Why had he only seen women on the streets? Not a single man in sight. Was she one of the good ones? She had taken his gifts, so she would answer. This place was called the Nuwa Nation, a land of only women. Even newborn babies were always girls. But, once every 100 years, a man would fall from the sky, so they would stand guard, waiting to capture the man and bring him back. Yunmu pressed his face against the bars, confused. But if you have no men, how are there newborns? Is this some kind of system error? There was another rule she had to tell them. Yunmu clung to the bars like a lizard, completely captivated. This must be their secret. In the Nuwa Nation, the stronger you are, the larger your chest. Someone like her, not especially gifted, could only guard the prison. Deep down, she desperately wanted to be a royal guard. Unbelievable. If her size wasn't considered large, what was? Perhaps Yunmu could give her some padding. He seemed to have everything. Meanwhile, Hua Quan was busy choosing fabrics. She held up a piece of red cloth. This would be perfect for the wedding night. Just then, Ye Ting entered. My queen, I have arrived. Hua Quan was startled. Ah, Xiao Ting, you came so quickly. The child smiled, her eyes crinkling. Your Majesty, why did you summon me? Ye Ting's eyes, like 2 marbles, looked up at the queen who was 100 times her size. The queen was deep in thought. She had captured a man today, hoping to marry him, but he had refused. You're clever. Think of a way to persuade him. Suddenly, a massive explosion from outside shook the entire city. What on earth happened beyond the wall? The curly-haired queen was alarmed. Xiao Ting also wore a worried expression. Hua Quan dropped everything and rushed outside to check. She instantly identified the direction of the explosion. The smoke was rising from the Fuxi divine tree. Sensing trouble, she immediately informed Ye Ting. Something terrible has happened outside the wall. I must go now. I'm leaving the city in your hands. After entrusting her, Hua Quan sped away, leaving the child alone in deep thought. At the Fuxi divine tree, the signs pointed to a fierce battle. The tree's guardian was beaten to the ground, too weak to stand, coughing violently, but she was still determined to protect their divine tree. Asila sensed they were stronger than he'd anticipated. Nevertheless, this tree would fall by his hand. He raised his foot, preparing to finish the guardian. Asila spares no one who stands in his way. But things don't always go as planned. Pepper had arrived. She delivered a spinning kick to Asila's head. The weak guardian on the ground whispered Pepper's name. Asila was thrown back, slightly dazed. He still wore that infuriating smirk. The women here are strong, just as the sacred texts described. But no matter how strong she was, he wouldn't give up. He shot back toward Pepper at incredible speed. She was just a woman who hadn't even awakened. What was there to fear? He unleashed his signature Aurora cannon. Luckily, Pepper dodged it at the last second. Fast, she thought. But not fast enough to beat me. They crashed into each other. Pepper used the Nuwa technique, relentlessly attacking Asila and forcing him back. A mere mortal body was keeping up with his speed. She was too strong. But he wasn't fighting alone. Just then, Ye Qing appeared behind Pepper, his hands forming his air cannon technique. Pepper was caught by surprise. The attack shredded her clothes, followed instantly by a second blow, the divine judgment. As expected of the Nuwa queen, her strength is unbelievable. But she still fell to Asila, didn't she? With his hands in his pockets, he looked unbearably smug. It seemed he'd mistaken Pepper for the queen, not just a team leader. Huaquan had already appeared behind Asila. Pepper didn't forget to inform him that she was the weakest of the leaders. Nothing special at all. Back at the prison, Yunmu took out more treasures to tempt the female guard. This lily orchid, essential oil, and xiaohei are quite good, you know. The girl was naive, and had no idea what these things were. She was delighted to receive them. You're giving this to me too? Juman and Wu Yai no longer understood him. As long as he got information, it seemed there was nothing he wouldn't do. Yunmu would do anything. A pair of small feet slowly approached, interrupting their conversation. She ordered the prison guard to leave. The one spoiling Yunmu's fun was Ye Ting. Leave him to me, she said. I have something to discuss with Yunmu. Has this little demon come to cause trouble? The tiny figure knelt down. The ground was cold. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Grand Minister of this nation. My name is Ye Ting. That name sounds familiar. Model. The people here are from Earth. As a High Minister, it seems Ye Ting is here to persuade Yunmu. She asks him one simple question. Does he want to leave this place? Could Ye Ting truly help him? Is she really that kind? Yunmu is suspicious, wondering if this is another scheme. Stared at so intensely, Ye Ting gets curious herself. What is he looking at? Yunmu then speaks his mind. Her chest is so small, she must be incredibly weak. So how could she possibly help him? Ye Ting bristles like a porcupine. Absolutely furious. How rude. Where is he even looking? Ye Ting clarifies she's a civil official. In her hand, she reveals a key. She can release them, but they must agree to her terms. Ye Ting wants their help to overthrow the queen and topple Huaquan's regime. Yunmu never expected this request. It was beyond his imagination. A high minister plotting to dethrone her own queen. What is she talking about? Of course, they have no idea that the queen is a cruel and deeply envious ruler. She enslaves any woman in the nation more beautiful than her. If they don't submit, their beauty becomes a death sentence. The girls who fell from the sky, like them, are also enslaved and tormented somewhere. That explains why only men are imprisoned here. Does this mean Shui was also taken away as a slave? The biggest problem is the queen's immense power. Even Yunmu sees no way to defeat Huaquan. Having been undercover for so long, Ye Ting offers a hint. What if everyone could become stronger? Would they stand a chance then? Meanwhile, Huaquan is dealing with Ye Qing and Emil. She raises a fist to attack. A single punch makes Ye Qing cough up blood. Her fist alone is as large as his entire body. Seeing the colossal monster Huaquan appear, Asila is stunned. Up close, she's magnificent. Can a person really grow this large? Her destructive power is terrifying. Only then does she notice him. Asila unleashes his blade of the gods, charging into battle. But Huaquan simply uses her sword to block the attack. It actually worked, stopping his blade's light. For someone so enormous, her movements are unnaturally agile. Now it's Huaquan's turn. Her punch flattens him instantly against the ground. It's been a long time since he's felt this powerless. He's covered in wounds, bleeding profusely. A single punch from her could shake the heavens. Is the gap between them really this massive? The goal is right in front of him. The Fushi divine tree is shimmering, the crimson Fushi fruit within his grasp. What should he do? Yunmu is still discussing a strategy with Ye Ting. She said she could make him stronger, but what did she mean? Ye Ting explains from outside the bars. 150 years ago, another group of world crossers left behind 3 energy stones. Shaped like tubes, they can grant the user a massive boost in combat power for a short time. With these items, overthrowing the queen might not be impossible. But if Ye Ting's story is true, why hasn't she retrieved them herself and dethroned the queen already? Why come to him now? Who is she trying to fool? It's obvious this is something she cannot do on her own. The energy stones can only be used by cultivators of mystic power like them. Without a world crosser, the queen cannot be overthrown. Honestly, the fate of her country has nothing to do with Yunmu. But with his friends in mortal danger, the situation has completely changed. He slowly rises to his feet, the tides beginning to turn. He's asked what he needed to. Now it's time to decide. He agrees to cooperate with Ye Ting and topple the queen's regime. Yunmu lets out a yell. He has had enough of this. They just got out, and were immediately discovered. with a mob now chasing them, and it's all Ju-man's fault. Ju-man protests, why is everyone blaming him? He argues back that if he hadn't been hungry and stolen food, they never would have been caught. This is no time to argue. They need to run. Yunmu steps on a weak section of the floor. Unexpectedly, he missteps and plummets downward. When Ju-man and Wu Yai see where he fell, their faces turn bright red. The place below is beyond imagination. He knows he splashed into water. After scrambling up, bewildered, he wonders why there's so much water. He nearly drowned. For a man, it's hard to say if this is paradise or a siren's den, because this is the women's bathing chamber.
With blood gushing from his nose, Yunmu thinks this just might be heaven.
On the other side, Ye Qing isn't doing so well. After being brutally punched, he realizes the two of them alone can't even injure Hua Quan. She doesn't have a single scratch, while they are both battered and broken. Asila's face contorts in agony from the pain. He can barely even stand. Is this the true power of the Nuwa clan's queen? Even with his battle saint-level combat experience, how can the power difference be this great? The ancient texts recorded it. This world's queen is strong, but this is on another level. His hesitation was driving her mad. Hua Huan's patience snapped, and she stomped down hard. Luckily, Asila managed to dodge. If not, that devastating force would have crushed her. Yi Qing grabbed her neck from behind. Unleashing Qi Hong once again, he moved to fight her. But Hua Huan knew he was relying on magic. A trick like that only works once. Trying it again would be pointless. She seized Ye Qing and hurled him straight into a cliffside. The impact felt like it shattered every bone in his body. Asila launched another attack with her holy light, a brilliant flash. The light completely blinded Hua Huan. She couldn't see a thing around her, forced to squint her eyes shut. When the light faded and the sky cleared, they were gone. Her opponents had vanished without a trace. These humans were far stronger than Asila and Ye Qing had anticipated. After their escape, they fled into a dense forest. Without Asila's help, Ye Qing's plan would have been impossible to complete alone. Asila asked Ye Qing how far they were from the meeting point. According to the map, they were getting close. After walking a bit further, another figure appeared before them. This person spoke up. So, you're the Ye family descendants? You're quite late. This mysterious person was none other than Ye. Ding. Ye Qing was shocked that their contact was a mere kid. The boy leaped from a branch, warning him to be respectful. In terms of seniority, the kid was his elder. Asila went to pat his head. So, Ye Ding was the inside agent. He was the one the Ye family left in this world. The kid confirmed it, then mentioned someone who made their faces darken. The red-haired boy who came with you, right? He seemed extraordinary. I think his name was Li Wen-mu or something. Asila's voice suddenly rose. How is that possible? That guy is still alive? The rift didn't have enough energy. How could he have reached this world? Yi Ding had no idea, but he stood before them now, certain of one thing. He was sure that man had survived and made it here. What's more, he'd caused quite a stir, even catching the queen's eye. Seeing your injuries, you're not even as strong as Wen-mu. How will you destroy the Fuxi divine tree for the Ye family, so they can monopolize the Fuxi fruit? Honestly, it has me worried. Ye Qing shot back. That's why we came to find you. We're supposed to act together. Wasn't that the plan set 150 years ago? But Ye Ding revealed he was only a scholar, not a fighter. He told them not to be in such a hurry. But what could he possibly mean by that? There was no time to waste, yet Ye Ding had his own agenda. His plan had been in motion for a long time. Rewind. Hundreds of years. To the first people who arrived in Nuwa Nation through a spatial rift. Both men and women, they soon discovered. The women here held immense strength, despite not using Xuan power. They could lift huge trees with one hand or even carry a bear. With no men, they could still bear children, and new babies were constantly being born. The curious dimension travelers investigated. They learned of a divine tree in this world, which the locals called Fu Xi. It was the very tree they had just targeted. The Fu Xi tree bore a miraculous fruit, a beautiful, dazzling red color. Eating it allowed a person to break their human limits. The women's incredible strength came from this very fruit. Each spring, when the Fu Xi tree blossomed, the girls would gather its pistils. After grinding them into a powder and mixing it with water, drinking the mixture gave them a chance to become pregnant. When the travelers learned the truth, they proposed a trade with the queen. They offered items from their world for the queen's Fu Xi fruit. The queen, intrigued by their trinkets, agreed. After returning to Earth, one of them discovered that eating the fruit allowed them to break the ultimate limit of a Xuan practitioner, surpassing even the war saint level. Elated, they rushed to record everything, from their journey in a book. That journal was classified by the Xuan Practitioners Guild as a top secret. It was hidden in the guild's archives, never to be seen by the public. And so, every 150 years, new dimension travelers came to Nuwa Nation for the fruit, until one group included a young man named Ye Jun from the Chotian sect. He was handsome and respected. Ye Jun was warm and open, using his brilliant mind to bring great progress to the Nuwa Nation. He taught them agriculture and helped create new food sources. During this time, Ye Jun and a stunningly beautiful girl from Nuwa Nation fell deeply in love. Ye Jun knelt before the queen, begging for permission to stay and live with the woman he loved. The queen felt Ye Jun had contributed so much to her nation, so she granted his request. Just like that, Ye Jun remained. And he started a happy family. They even had a beautiful child together, a precious new life in this unique nation. When the first outsider appeared, nothing was as it seemed. Everything Ye Jun did was secretly a grand conspiracy. He worked to earn the queen's trust while planting his bloodline to act as spies from the inside. When the Zhaotian sect's descendants returned, no one saw the darkness hiding behind his warm and friendly mask. It was a malicious plot to destroy the Fuxi divine tree and seize all of its fruit for the Zhaotian sect. Also, his sect could monopolize the Fuxi fruit. Today, Ye Jun's descendant is the young girl, Ye Ting. She was lost in a memory of the past. Noticing her daze, as Samila's question pulled her back to reality. What did you mean when you said the plan already started? Without another word, Ye Ting turned and walked away. She had her own plans. They just needed to await her signal. Rest assured, she would help them gravely wound the queen. She might even help them handle that Li Yunmu character. She spoke with absolute confidence. Meanwhile, Li Yunmu was still fleeing for his life. Are the pursuers finally gone? Did we lose them? They paused to rest. This had to be the eastern forest the kid mentioned. I'm exhausted. I have no strength left. Jew Man scoffed. We aren't seriously going to listen to that brat, are we? We already escaped, so why should we care about that? Yunmu had the sudden urge to punch him. That tribesman promised to help me get the item. That's why I let you out. Just you try and run. Jew Man scanned their surroundings. This forest is massive. Finding a single house in here is absurd. Complaining won't help. Wu Ya suggested they split up to cover more ground and increase their chances. And so, they quickly went their separate ways. Relying on just 3 people was not enough manpower. I should be far enough now. They probably can't see me from here. Accelerating his search, Yunmu activated the Shadow Spirit Revival System. One more person meant a much better chance at success. The system announced, 6,000 experience points consumed. Reviving Shadow Spirits number 1, 2, and 3. Once revived, their first order was to find the stone house. Number 1 moved swiftly through the dense forest canopy. Reaching a high vantage point, it paused. It opened its long-range scanning eyes, calmly observing to pinpoint potential targets. At last, it located the stone house. Through his psychic link with number 1, Yunmu saw it as well. Yunmu watched the unfolding scene, silently praising Wu Ya. Hey, kid from the Li family. Can you block a steel blade with your little finger? That's supposed to be a human's weakest point. He then realized this kid had surpassed the limits of the human body. But over here, Tian Wang charged toward Wu Ya and the monster, yelling, I'm not going to lose to you. In a flash, he stomped the ground hard, sending a slab of earth flying high into the air. He then called out excitedly to Wu Ya, Brother, I've arrived. The slab of earth somersaulted through the air as he suddenly appeared right behind Wu Ya. Wu Ya was still blocking the sword with his little finger. Tian Wang then grabbed the slab and hurled it at the monster's face with all his might. It was a painful blow, but the monster retaliated, swinging its sword horizontally right at Tian Wang. Luckily, Tian Wang dodged the powerful counterattack. Narrowly escaping death, he began to taunt the monster. Waving that tattered sword around is just getting on my nerves. After fighting for some time, the 3 of them, Tian Wang, Wu Ya, and Yunmu, now stood before a large cave blocked by a massive stone slab. Yunmu spoke up. This must be the stone room the kid mentioned. It looks so ordinary. It's a good thing you found it. Tian Wang chimed in. A moment later, Yunmu placed his hand on a raised part of the stone. This strange door probably needs a special way to be opened. I'd advise against pulling it recklessly. There might be a trap, Tian Wang warned him. Suddenly, a stone slab at Yunmu's feet popped up, making him wonder, what is this? Tian Wang joked, see, you already broke it. Yunmu shot back. No, I think it wants us to put something inside. There's writing on it too. The 3 of them focused on the slab at their feet. It held 3 cube-shaped slots, each with its own inscription. Yunmu read the rules on the slab, completely unaware of the footsteps approaching them from behind. First, the protector's token. Second, money is power, he continued. Third, from where does your strength grow? What are these riddles? Just standing here is useless. As he spoke, a monster from behind raised its greatsword, ready to strike him again. Yunmu was still deep in thought. Should we split up to search for them? Instantly, the monster struck with a merciless, powerful blow. Earth and stone exploded everywhere. A voice screamed a warning. Look out! It's a sneak attack to get its revenge. But the attack was ultimately unsuccessful. Yunmu barely escaped, tumbling backwards several times. Whoa! What the heck? When Yunmu opened his eyes, he saw Wu Ya had blocked the massive sword with a single finger. Otherwise, he would have been finished. Yunmu asked worriedly, Are you okay? With an emotionless face, Wu Ya simply replied, I can manage. Watching from the sidelines, he couldn't hide his awe. So this was the power of the temple's top rookie. Truly terrifying. Hearing Tian Wang praise Wu Yai, Yunmu just turned to face him in silence. With that, he took a battle stance, roaring as power surged into his arm. You, face me now. He instantly unleashed a furious barrage of attacks on the beast, screaming at it, Get lost. After his combo, he slammed the monster down, grabbing its mask and yelling, Stop playing dead. I have to see what's really inside this armor. With that, he ripped the mask off the monster's face. But what lay beneath the mask was terrifying. His eyes widened in shock as he stammered, What? What is this? Frozen for a moment, the monster seized its chance, kicking Tian Wang hard. He was sent flying into a stone door with a massive impact. The stone slab was dented from the blow. Tian Wang yelled, My head hurts. Yunmu asked curiously, Hey, did you see who's inside? His face grew serious, a hint of worry in his voice. You'll be shocked when I tell you. From the smoke, Tian Wang explained, There's no person inside. It's a headless monster, with only a flickering flame atop its massive body. Wu Yai thrust his ring and pinky fingers into the iron golem's tough shield, creating a powerful gust of wind. He kept attacking the shield, trying to create an opening. This slowed the monster's speed, but it defended itself fiercely. From behind, Yunmu leaped into the air, shouting, Mystic Sky Rush. He delivered a massive kick that made the creature stagger. As it stumbled, he rained down blows, shouting, First strike, second, third, fourth. He finished with a sidekick to its hip. Just a pile of scrap metal. Kicking it really hurt my leg. Yunmu landed, speaking to Wu Yai. This thing appeared so suddenly. Could it be the Guardian? Wu Yai's face grew grim as he knelt. It's highly likely. Defeating it might reveal the Guardian's seal. He turned back, adding, Plus, when we fought, I felt a mystical power reaction from it, Yunmu asked. Mystical power? So you're saying this thing is controlled by it? Wu Yai, bent over with hands on his knees, straightened up to answer him. Probably so. Otherwise, there's no explaining how empty armor can act so lifelike. This is a real pain. Taking this thing down won't be simple. And right on cue, the iron golem was pushing itself up again. Yunmu spoke up. Is that so? He then said with a cocky smirk, If we just have to defeat it, then this just got a whole lot simpler. While the two were discussing their plan, the iron golem took a combat stance, raising its guard. It channeled power into its legs, cracking the ground beneath its feet. Then, it lunged toward Yunmu, raising its massive sword. The massive blade crashed down where he stood, but he dodged just in time. From the dust, Yunmu coolly commented, Pretty fast. But the monster gave him no time to rest. It thrust its sword at his face, but he dodged by a hair's breadth. So close. The monster charged out of the smoke again. He couldn't let it keep attacking. Yunmu quickly unleashed his own power. Fearsome lightning crackled in his hands. Hey Tin Can, taste this. He then shot the electricity at it, yelling, Lightning Jutsu. He then yelled out, Attack, Wu Yai. I'll stop its movements. You destroy its shield. Wu Yai acknowledged, Understood. He used the same technique again, channeling power into his ring and pinky fingers. To exist without form, to conquer with a touch. The art of the 100-day swirling wind. Let the spirit become eternal, and the body weightless. In the blink of an eye, his attack pierced straight through the monster's body. Its body was devastated. One arm shattered and its shield flew away. Yunmu praised him seriously. Excellent work. It's still not dead after that? That powerful attack should have finished it. But no, Yunmu shouted. What? It's missing an arm and can still move? Wu Yai calmly replied. It isn't alive, so it feels no fear. As long as it can move, it will never stop attacking. Yunmu changed his stance. Then I'll just burn you to nothing. Let's see you move then. As the two fought the monster, they forgot that someone else was there. Tian Wang stepped forward. Hey punk, was it you who sneak attacked me? His face twisted with rage as he told the monster, I'll kill you. With that, he grabbed the monster's waist and flipped it over. The move was a textbook triangle lock, so strong. The giant heavenly king. Back throw. Yunmu broke into a cold sweat. He suddenly realized this guy didn't know the meaning of fear. He's on our side, thankfully. Wu Yai agreed, feeling the same way as Yunmu. That hurt. Another one down. Finally, the soulless beast was defeated. Tian Wang, wearing its armor, gloated, I'll strip you bare and see if you die. Your body now belongs to your father. He then tossed a jade pendant to Yunmu. Take this, kid. He found it on the creature's body, examining it closely. He made a guess. Could this be the guardian's certificate? Without another word, he decided to try placing it. The light descended. After setting the jade pendant down, a stone door rumbled open, and a beam of light shone through the crack. It filled him with anticipation. Yunmu's face was grim but hopeful. Looks like I was right. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. We have submitted the guardian's token. But wealth is strength. And where you grew up, what does that represent? Did this mean another fight? Hearing his words, Tian Wang clutched his head and yelled, My head hurts just listening. I never want to solve a riddle again. But surprisingly, Wu Nai spoke up, catching his attention. At that moment, Wu Nai held a massive crystal in his hand. It glowed with a blue light as he asked Yunmu if he wanted to try it. He was curious. Is this a profound crystal? Yes, it is. Profound crystals are currency and cultivation materials. They embody both wealth and power. You look slow, but you're quite smart. Yunmu praised him with a hint of teasing. The small compliment made Wu Nai blush and stammer in response. No, it's nothing. Then Yunmu took the crystal and placed it on the stone slate. Correct again, he said, glancing at Wu Nai. Only one puzzle left. Brother Jean, use that clever head of yours. But he replied, I have no clue about the last one. Hearing this, he pushed his mind to its limit, burying his hands in his hair. Come on, think. There's a missing detail. Suddenly, Yunmu recalled the words, Because I can't do it. Only a boundary crosser can overthrow the queen. Recalling this, a triumphant smirk spread across his face. I've got it. His words startled Wu Ya. Yunmu faced them, hands in his pockets. Ye Ting said, Only a boundary crosser could get it. The answer must be something this world lacks. Something that can make us powerful. Then, it can only be one thing. Before finishing, he channeled his power, slamming his fist into the stone gate. He roared, Mystic power. After the blow, he smirked smugly as raw energy swirled around his face. Someone yelled, The gate is opening. Wang Tian clutched his belt, unable to believe what he was seeing. Damn, you actually punched it open. From behind, Wu Ya urged, Hurry, let's find what we came for. And so, the trio ventured into the cavern. Partway through, Yunmu exclaimed, It's way too dark in here. And he was right. Not a single ray of light pierced the cavern. It was pitch black darkness. Spotting their prize, the three of them dashed forward. This must be it, Wang Tian panted, a grin on his face. Wang Tian and Wu Ya were focused on a chest deep inside, but Yunmu was scanning his surroundings. He spotted something. There's an inscription here. He began reading the words carved into the stone tablet. My successor. I spent a lifetime crafting this. It will help you achieve greatness. This drunken god raises one's power to the god realm, but it can also destroy it. The rest was unclear, eroded by the passage of time. Yunmu pondered the words. Who is this successor? Just then, Wu Ya tossed him the item from the chest. What are you staring at so intensely? Wu Ya asked. We got it. Let's leave. But Yunmu calmly replied. About our deal. You've fulfilled your end of the bargain. What comes next is incredibly dangerous. I should go alone. Before he could finish, Wang Tian cut in. What? You're ditching us now? In my Hongman tribe, we become sworn brothers through battle. Let me tell you, we Hongman people, he declared with a solemn and powerful voice, value honor above all else. Running from danger? What kind of brothers are we? Wu Ya crossed his arms coolly. It doesn't matter where I go. There's no way out of the Nuwa realm anyway, so it makes no difference. Yunmu could only sigh in defeat. A reckless bunch. With that, he charged ahead. Fine, then let's head for the Nuwa kingdom together. But I'm warning you. Don't blame me if you die. The scene shifts to the Nuwa kingdom. A clear blue sky, with white doves soaring above. The air here felt incredibly pure. Two girls were chatting nearby. Hey, did you hear? Someone attacked the Shishen tree today. What? Really? Who would do that? the other asked eagerly. Above, on a rooftop, 3 figures listened in on the gossip. Who else could it be? Those boundary crossers. I told you they couldn't be trusted. They should all be executed. That's right, the other agreed. They're getting stronger. Even Captain Chili was no match for them. And the 3 figures on the rooftop were, of course, Yunmu, Wang Tian, and Wu Ya. At Tianwang Bluff, they overheard the talk. Thankfully, the queen arrived just in time, or the divine tree would have been lost. They dared attack the very tree we need to survive. Her Majesty will surely punish these trespassers. He sat down, crossing his arms. Tianwang asked, Our divine tree fled, but why didn't it attack theirs? Yunmu guessed, could it be Ye Qing? Wu Yai saw his expression. Then why the troubled look? Yunmu's focus sharpened, his voice grave. I just feel there's something here I can't figure out. She was now grievously wounded. Even taking a single breath sent sharp pains through her body, but she still tried to speak with the flower roll queen. Seeing her cough blood, the queen grew extremely worried. She urged her, You're gravely injured, don't talk yet. The medics have arrived. Is everyone else okay? Recovery is going well. You should rest and heal. Inside her, a deep hatred for Yunmu began to fester. That bastard! To do such a thing to my beloved people. She then silently swore a blood oath of vengeance. I'll tear the earth apart to find them. A blood debt must be paid in blood. Meanwhile, in the Nuwa kingdom, he and the others were searching for their team. Hey, I'm telling you, walking around like this is making everyone else feel so awkward. Do you all really have to take it this far? The moment they appeared, all the locals started staring. Whose children are these? But Yunmu replied confidently. Of course. See? Now no one is paying attention to us. Just relax. We're walking like top supermodels now. Too bad this supermodel is in super pain. The group's biggest guy complained from behind. You two are one thing, but what the hell am I supposed to be? He barely finished when Yunmu shot back. Who asked you to be built like that? Be glad you can pass as a woman at all. He saw someone and approached them, asking, Excuse me, miss, do you know where the female trespassers were taken? The queen sent us to ask them some questions. She told him they were likely in the reception hall. Just follow the path straight ahead. Hearing this, he was stunned. The reception hall? He never imagined they'd be there. Later, Yunmu arrived at the hall, left speechless by its sheer and utter opulence. Hey, his brow furrowed automatically. This place looked nothing like a prison for holding criminals, just as he thought. If you didn't know, you would think royalty lived here. The blatant injustice of it all was driving Yunmu insane. My God, we're all prisoners. But what a difference. Isn't this some kind of noble's palace? Just then, he heard a familiar cry. Ah! Yunmu immediately knew it was Sister Shuang's voice. Fearing she was being attacked, he smashed through the wall to rescue her. Sister Shuang, Ling Shui's screams from inside didn't stop. Ah, I can't take it. It hurts so much. But after breaking through, the looks on their 3 faces were pure disbelief. They thought she was being tortured. But she was actually just enjoying the 5-star service. A satisfied smile was plastered on her face. Oh no, that's too much. Ah, a little softer. I can't take the pressure. She didn't even seem to notice their chaotic entrance. It was Da Xiong who finally glanced over and saw the 3 of them. Huh? Why are you with the War God Hall kid? His eyes immediately locked onto their outfits. What is that thing tucked into your sash? And more importantly, why are you dressed like that? Da Xiong's question was the final straw. Yunmu furiously threw his wig to the ground and roared with rage. You dare to ask me that? I'm out there fighting for my life. So why is this man living in luxury? On what grounds? He calmly explained. I'm not really sure. They basically brought me straight here the moment I arrived. Ye Tianshui and Hai Yue are by the pool. He was probably mistaken for a girl again. This world seems very friendly to female trespassers. Then again, he had to admit he was pretty surprised when he first got here himself. I never expected a luxury resort in such a primitive place. Just then, another voice answered for Da Xiong. Of course, it is. This place is 100 times better than even the queen's own bedroom. Shi Lu boasted proudly. Our world might seem primitive, but we always show our outside guests the utmost respect. Ignoring Yunmu, she rushed over and hugged Da Xiong's neck. Isn't that right, young master? Witnessing their cozy display, he couldn't help but wonder. Young master? Da Xiong happily introduced her. This is Shi Lu. She's a handmaiden here. She already knows that I'm a boy. But don't worry, she promised to keep it a secret. In exchange, I tell her all about our world. Besides, she seems to enjoy my company. Hearing this, an idea sparked in his mind. He turned to the girl, trying to win her over. Hey, Shi Lu, I'll give you things this world doesn't have. In exchange, you give me information about this place. Deal? The innocent Shilu heard this and immediately agreed. Of course, it's a deal. After questioning the kid, he finally understood. So, that Fuxi divine tree is the source of everything here. The child nodded, confirming it. If that's the case, Yunmu concluded, the Fuxi fruit must be what we need to retrieve. Putting all the intel together, there's still one contradiction that doesn't make any sense. At that moment, one name came to his mind. Ye Ting. Hearing it, Ling Xue's eyes widened in recognition. Yi Ting. That young rascal. Mentioning the kid made her expression turn incredibly serious. When we first met her, she investigated every boundary crosser's identity. She also asked about Earth's power structures. Even back then, we found it strange. Why would someone from the Nuwa realm need to know so much about Earth? Her words instantly sent Yunmu deep into thought. As he was thinking, a voice from behind startled him. What's the big mystery? And why are you all dressed like that? Ye Tianshui and Hai Yue saw Yunmu's group in women's clothing and shivered with disgust. You all look like a bunch of perverts. He turned, realizing it was Ye Tianshui and Hai Yue. Since they were here, he extended an offer. We're planning to get the fruits and leave immediately. How about it? You in? Teen Tuyet immediately agreed. Perfect. This place isn't bad, but I've had my fill of it. Count me in. Thoch Lu, overhearing them, hurried over. Young master, Dai Hung, are you really leaving? He gently patted the kid's head, explaining softly. I have to. Sooner or later, I must return to my own world. Hearing this, the little one didn't argue further and simply bid them a sad farewell. Soon after, they all began their journey back home, still in their female disguises, of course. Everything was going smoothly. Relax, we're almost at the city gate. But suddenly, Thien Tuyet's eyes filled with tension. She saw the figure up ahead. Hey, Lai Van Muk, look. It was the one person they dreaded seeing most. Hua Quan was back. Damn it. That bear has returned. And at a time like this. He quietly warned the others, do not make eye contact with her. Just keep your heads down as we pass. Dressed like this, she won't pay any attention to us. The others successfully slipped by, one after another. Now, only he remained. Van Mook's tension was at its peak. As he walked past her, Van Mook thought he was finally in the clear. Unfortunately, he only made it a few more steps. Then he heard her voice. Hey! Her gaze shot towards him like a bullet. Where do you think you're going? Dressed like that. He froze on the spot. Seeing him stand so still, she sensed something was wrong. She immediately called for Dat Lin. At this point, Van Muk dropped the act and faced Hua Quan directly. We're exposed! Everyone, run to the divine tree. I'll hold her off. Hearing his command, the others instantly scattered. Van Muk quickly unleashed the same attack he had used on her before. The great sunflame art, combined with the flames of Prometheus. The moment Hoa Quan saw it, she recognized him. That technique, it's the same as the one who attacked the divine tree. You're all working together. Realizing the connection, she furiously counterattacked. You've really disappointed me. Van Mook saw his two skills had no effect. He swiftly changed his attack. Then try the snow-drinking cold saber and the thundering fury blade. His attack blasted the ground where Hoa Quan stood. But to Van Mook's shock, she emerged from the dust completely unscathed. Her eyes blazed with pure hatred. A power like that. Even he had to be cautious. To take a thundering fury blade head-on and not have a scratch. Is this the power of Fuxi? Just then, Hoa Quan readied a devastating punch. The moment she threw it, he was sent flying backward. Crashing through an entire building, Van Mook's body soared through the air amid a shower of shattered stone. Seeing this, Dai Hung cried out in worry, Xiao Mook. He immediately tried to turn back to help, but before he could move, a figure zipped past him. It was Kumon Thien Vuong, charging in to aid Van Mook. Don't worry, little brother. Your big bro is here to save you. His actions proved the creed of the Hongman tribe. Loyalty is everything. Human Thien Vuong unleashed a powerful punch named for his tribe. Man Iron Fist. He landed a barrage of blows on the queen, before slamming a final strike into the ground. Debris flew everywhere. Fated Iron Hammer. After the massive strike, the dust cleared to reveal the young master's disbelief. The Hongman tribe has never known fear. Before he could finish, a brutal kick from Hoa Quan sent him reeling. The young master took the hit. His eyes rolled back as he spat blood. With another strike, Hoa Quan launched him into the heavens. She roared, Fly to the ends of the earth. Baring her teeth, she sneered, I despise simple-minded brutes who only know force. Behind her, Wu Nyai approached. His voice echoed, Emptiness holds substance, formed in an instant. The winds return and mix, 100 souls become one. Hoa Quan flinched, startled by his presence. Wu Nyai's face was a mask as he pointed his fingers toward her. What is gained forever. The body becomes light and peaceful. The cold marrow of the bones scatters. They clashed, the impact creating a massive shockwave. Under Hoa Quan's immense power, Wu Nyai's finger joints felt like they were freezing solid. He let out a pained grunt. Before Wu Nyai could recover, Hoa Quan's kick sent him flying into the distance. You don't know your own limits. Hoa Quan surveyed the battlefield, her gaze dark. She moved eerily toward Tian Shui's body. The first iron rule of the Nuwa clan: harm our divine tree or our people, and you will die. If you want to blame someone, blame your two companions. A loud voice boomed. Mystic pressure cannon. She didn't have time to react. A beam of light shot past Hoa Quan's shoulder. She turned, her eyes like ice. You damnable outsider. Does no one here value their life? A man approached, a smirk on his face. It's strange. This man is clearly a shadow, yet he insists on becoming the light. He stepped past Tian Shui. He draws in those who chase the light. Even people like this begin to trust him unconsciously. Then a woman slowly unsheathed her sword. It's blind faith. As long as he is here, we are certain to win. So it's Ling Shui and Da Xiong, the man continued. How could we let you bully her like this? You've been decent to us, but we still have to apologize. We must defeat you here and now. Mid-sentence, he noticed Wu Nyai coughing up blood, struggling to rise. He kicked Wu Nyai straight out of the way. If you're injured, get aside. The kick sent Wu Nyai tumbling. You little brat from the war god's temple. I don't know how close you all became while I was gone, but when little Mumu was in danger, you got there faster than me. At this, a fire of resentment ignited in Da Xiong. Where does that leave me as his friend? Ling Shui was speechless. Hey, is that really why you kicked him? That's so petty. Hoa Quan had lost her patience. She leaped forward, blade swinging down. Endless chatter. How annoying. She jumped back, raising his gun and firing at her. As she tilted her head to dodge, Ling Shui was already in the air, waiting. A huge explosion rocked the sky. From below, he assessed the scene. This fight is intense. This queen is truly vicious. He stopped short, stunned by the sight before him. A single drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Ling Shui had been defeated. She crashed into the ground, creating a large crater, blood spilling from her mouth as she coughed. Da Xiong cried out, Sister Xiong! Hoa Quan generated a whirlwind, flying straight for him. Hey, you don't have time to worry about others. In his eyes, Hoa Quan's reflection grew closer and closer. Her voice echoed in his ears. Die! A massive shockwave shattered the ground. She was surprised. It was Yun Mu who had blocked the devastating blow for him. Little Mu Mu. He bit down on a vial in his hand. Intoxicate the body. Increase the spirit's flow. Yun Mu crushed the vial. Ascend directly to the divine realm. In the distance, the sound of two people running could be heard. One of them spoke. The divine tree is just ahead. The other replied. Wait, it seems like no one is chasing Ye Tian Shui. They both glanced back to check. Did we run too fast? Where is everyone else? Tian Shui didn't have an answer and remained silent. Meanwhile, Yun Mu crushed the vial in his mouth. Green spiritual energy erupted. Intoxicate the body. Increase the spirit's flow. Force ascension to the divine realm. A brilliant light burst forth. Yun Mu's screams accompanied the light. Hoa Quan stared in disbelief. What is this? Yun Mu slammed his foot down, standing heroically. He was enveloped in a torrent of overwhelming energy. His face was reborn, filled with a burning desire to fight. Feeling the power surging from within, Yun Mu told Da Xiong, take Sister Zong to the divine tree. But Da Xiong still hesitated. Seeing his worry, Yun Mu grinned fiercely. Don't worry. This time, she's dead, for sure. Da Xiong saw the absolute confidence in his eyes. He turned and ran. All right, then you better hurry up. Yun Mu faced Hoa Quan. Trying to reach the divine tree? Sorry, this road is closed. Hoa Quan glared down from above. Don't blame me for this. It pains my heart to strike you. I'm also doing this for my country. With that, she punched the ground. Rampant heavy blade, crushing step. On the other side, Yun Mu's fist crackled with lightning as he unleashed his technique. Lightning Hound. He flashed behind Hoa Quan. Thunder Dash. The lightning from his hand formed a beast that bit down on her arm. She was horrified. How did your magic suddenly become so powerful? Yun Mu then conjured flames. Morning Sun. Great Flame Art. Bullfire Strike. The fire morphed into a charging bull, slamming into her. Hoa Quan was thrown to the ground. Smoldering with black smoke, she shrieked, It burns! Her eyes then widened in shock as Van Mook leaped down from above. Hey, we're not done yet! He hurled dozens of stones down at her, shouting, Fury Blade! Van Mook grinned in victory. Looking at his hand, he thought, "Ha, it's over. This power, it feels like a war saint's. It's intoxicating." Through the dust, Hoa Kwan's figure emerged. "It's only been a few days, and you've gotten this strong. No one has ever managed to injure me this badly." Van Mook flew towards her from the sky. He stopped short when he saw her new appearance. The pot-bellied old woman was gone. In her place stood a stunningly beautiful woman. Hoa Kwan smirked. "You really have grown stronger. I hope you can keep me entertained." Van Mook pointed suspiciously. "Wait a second. Who are you?" Hoa Kwan replied nonchalantly. "Who am I? Why, I'm your lover, of course." At this, Van Mook screamed, "You're lying." Hoa Kwan waved a hand. "I just burned off a little fat, that's all. Now, I can finally use my full strength." She struck at Van Mook, who luckily blocked just in time. Raging heavy blade, the attack grazed his thigh, throwing him off balance. His sword flew from his hand, sticking into the ground. Hoa Kwan raised her leg, preparing a final kick to finish him. Van Mook refused to give up. Humph, her speed increased this much just from slimming down. I can't let my guard down for a second. His blade was stuck fast in the earth. Hoa Kwan rubbed her arm. "There, now we're on equal footing." Van Mook just sighed. "Lowering your weapon? Are you looking down on me?" Hoa Kwan replied, her voice full of pride. "We of the Nuwa nation fight fair." Yun Mu chuckled softly. "Huh, even your voice sounds beautiful, my lady." He continued, "Hey, do you still stand by what you said before?" Yun Mu's words made Hoa Kwan's face flush red. "How about I just marry you? Then we can stop fighting." Hoa Kwan suddenly attacked, shouting as she struck, "Smooth talker, you think your mind games will work on me?" She slammed Yun Mu straight into a cliff face. "How ridiculous." Yun Mu smashed through the rock, creating a deep crater. He coughed up blood, sensing Hoa Kwan's next move. His eyes widened in alarm. She lunged to strike again, but he leaped back just in time. Dodging the blow, he panted heavily. "Impressive. Are you trying to murder your husband?" He joked, but his mind raced. Against a pure power type, matching her strength would be foolish. He shifted his stance. "Then I'll try what my father taught me." Yun Mu recalled his father's words. "Brat, the martial contest is a month away. A big power boost is impossible in that time." Yun Mu waved his hand dismissively. "Huh? Then what do I do?" "You must have a plan, Dad." His father had replied then. "Be patient, let me tell you." "Have you ever heard of Tai Chi?" Yun Mu smiled, his eyes finding a sharp focus. He settled into a Tai Chi stance. Hoa Kwan charged. "Don't you run. What is that bizarre posture?" He easily dodged her kick. Motion creates yang. Extreme motion becomes stillness, which creates yin. Yun Mu grabbed Hoa Kwan's leg, locking it in a Tai Chi hold. Hoa Kwan was stunned, not understanding what happened. Yun Mu struck with a push hands technique. The move was gentle, but impossibly powerful. He swept his arm in an arc. "Ha, being hit by your own power doesn't feel good, does it?" Hoa Kwan shot up. She gritted her teeth. "Damn you!" She quickly jumped up and threw a punch, screaming, "Are you kidding me?" Yun Mu swiftly dodged. He grabbed Hoa Kwan's knee. Left, overturn and push hammer. Yun Mu twisted, sweeping her leg and launching her into the air. High pad on horse. Hoa Kwan crashed to the ground. Yun Mu made a motion, feeling the flow of power inside him with a satisfied smile. Who knew this old man's martial arts would actually be so useful? Hoa Kwan was already getting back to her feet. She was furious. Damn it, why is it suddenly so hard to even land a hit? She leaped forward, launching another fist. Yun Mu saw her coming. "Still want more? You don't learn, do you?" Suddenly, a strange feeling spread through his body. He looked at his hands in confusion. "What's happening? Is my strength fading?" Yun Mu tried a stance, completely bewildered. "My power is draining away, even my profound energy. Why is this happening?" Yun Mu recalled the text. Though his body's ki rises to the divine realm, it can also be destroyed. Could this be what that last word meant? While Yun Mu was lost in thought, Hoa Kwan rushed in and punched him, yelling, "You lost focus." The blow connected, sending Yun Mu flying. Hoa Kwan then appeared behind him in a flash, stunning him. "Hey, where did all that momentum go?" she taunted, as Yun Mu barely dodged her attacks. "Dragon-turning tablet." He spun away as she lunged. "Your strength and your reaction speed have both weakened considerably." Yun Mu panted heavily, staggering. He thought, "My body is starting to stiffen. If this continues, I won't be able to move at all." Hoa Kwan charged through his scattered thoughts. "This side effect is going to kill me." He looked up. "I have no choice." A shadow clone struck Hua Qiong's shoulder, making her wince. Yun Mu sneered, "A little shameless, I admit, but who cares? Sorry, this isn't a duel." More of Yun Mu's shadows materialized around him. His confidence returned with a wicked grin. This is a beatdown. Hua Qiong wiped blood from her lip. Humph. This tactic again. An attack I can't even see? How annoying. She lunged forward. Yunmu parried her strike and spun into position. A kick flew at Yunmu's face. His eyes narrowed as sweat dripped. A shadow clone appeared just in time to block it, saving him. Hua Qiong was stunned. It missed? She was sent flying back, landing hard on one knee. Her eyes blazed with fury. His Tai Chi mixed with these tricks. It's a nightmare to counter. This can't go on. They both knew it instantly. Dragging this out would be a mistake. This had to end now. Hua Qiong charged forward. This was it. The final exchange. She dodged every single shadow, weaving through them all, aiming for the final blow. She broke past the clones, charging straight for Yunmu. He saw right through her plan. One strike, he declared, to decide it all. I like it. With a slight move of his hand, spirit energy condensed. One breath. Fractured melody. Hua Qiong roared, unleashing her own ultimate art. Their attacks collided in a cataclysmic blast of force. Both coughed up blood as a deafening explosion rocked the area. Yunmu was sent crashing to the ground, face down. Hua Qiong was in no better shape. The shadows vanished. A voice suddenly echoed, "What a magnificent performance." The Queen and Yunmu, both wounded. How entertaining. Yunmu forced his eyes open. I can't believe. You actually pulled it off. The speaker was none other than Ye Ting. She raised her hand and signaled. It seems everything is going according to plan. Come on out. Instantly, two figures materialized in flashes of light behind her. Yunmu looked up, gasping. Ye Qing, Asila, you too? Yi Qing viciously kicked Yunmu, sending him tumbling. Beaten this badly, then forced through a rift, and you're still alive. You've finally fallen into my hands, haven't you? Asila observed with a critical eye. So young, yet you defeated the great queen without lifting a finger. Your cunning is terrifyingly deep. Thank goodness you're on our side. Asila approached the fallen Hua Qiong to check on her. I can't tell if this queen is dead yet. Just to be safe, I'll finish the job. As he moved to strike, he murmured, I never realized how beautiful you are, but for the sake of our grand ambition, you must die. Suddenly, a voice yelled, Fire! An arrow shot out, piercing Asila's shoulder. The surprise attack was too fast for him. He clutched his wounded arm in pain. Yi Qing whipped his head around, shocked. What's going on? An army stood on the cliff. Their leader, a woman in the center, spoke. After all this time, all this elaborate maneuvering. So this was the goal, she smirked. The fox has finally walked into the hunter's trap. Yunmu, gasping on the ground, glanced up. Just then, Hua Qiong began to stir, shocking them all. What? You can still move? Even a war saint should be completely unconscious, Yi Ting explained as she walked. You're not wrong. The power of previous queens is roughly equivalent to your world's war saint level. If that were the case, she should be knocked out. She approached Hua Qiong. However, she announced with a triumphant smile, the woman before you is the strongest queen in the entire history of the Nuwa nation. Queen Hua Qiong, Asila, nursing his wounded shoulder, said her name with suspicion. Ye Ting, you? Ye Qing roared in fury. Ye Ting, as a descendant of the Ye clan, you dare betray us? Betray the Ye clan? Ye Ting screamed back. Shut your mouth. Her expression darkened. The Ye clan? I despise them. The very name Ye disgusts me. Yunmu listened from the ground, taking in her every word. I could have had a happy childhood, a normal, carefree life. But the Ye clan, they destroyed me. They destroyed my home. Her memories flooded back. Ye Zun, he married my grandmother only because she was meek and obedient. That way, Ye Jun had complete control. Once my mother was born, he dropped the act. He beat and cursed my grandmother, locking her away. She wasn't allowed to see anyone. Within a few years, she died of a broken heart. The memories were painful. She was a puppet, controlled by another's hands. After my mother lost her protector, Ye Jun became even more frenzied. He brainwashed her with the Ye clan's vile ideology, turning it into her religion, to be passed from one generation to the next. And so, a pitiful child was twisted into a monster, to poison the next. Her memories drifted to days of harsh, painful training, and I couldn't escape that fate, that endless cycle. Daily suffering and brainwashing. Resistance meant a brutal beating. But I couldn't bear it, not anymore. So I made a choice. On a dark and stormy night, with thunder crashing, I took matters into my own hands. The bloody knife lay on the floor. To kill this demon, I will sever the Ye clan's dark influence for good. From above, Hengxi gave the signal. Archers, prepare. She laughed with twisted delight, then ordered, fire, immediately. Thousands of arrows rained down on Ye Qing. He stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as he spat. You deserve death. A huge explosion erupted from the pit, sending dust and rock everywhere. Ye Ting watched in shock. It's finally over. But Hua Quan immediately sensed something was wrong. As smoke cleared, a bloody hand held Ye Qing in a tight grip. He used Ye Qing as a shield from the arrows. Barely alive, Ye Qing struggled to turn his head and look back. His face filled with rage, Asamilla shoved him down, spitting. Still lying to me? About your so-called perfect plan? On the ground, Ye Qing gasped for breath. He couldn't believe he'd been betrayed like this. In that moment, he recalled the mockery he'd endured, the scornful words he had never once forgotten. Have you heard? The young master is useless. That's right, he can't compare to his brothers. I've never seen someone awaken with such low Xuan power. The sect master must feel so ashamed. Then one day, Ye Qing found a glimmer of hope, someone who finally understood and encouraged him. If you feel wronged, then just become stronger, right? It was a white-haired young man. He looked at Ye Qing and introduced himself. Young master, my name is Lin Jian. Today, I'll be serving and training with you. I will help you become the strongest newcomer. Time passed, until one day, the winner's screen showed Ye Qing's name. Cheers erupted all around. Did you hear? Ye Qing won again. Fresh off his victory, he rushed to show Lin Jian. I beat the strongest newcomer in our Zhaotian sect. Now I'm the #1 rookie. Father will definitely be proud of me. But his joy was short-lived when Lin Jian brought him the news. Did you hear? A dark horse named Li Yunmu has appeared. He's shattered records, clearing over 20 floors of the Tower of Honor. The name Li Yunmu was burned into Ye Qing's mind. He swore he would defeat this person. But when he witnessed Lin Jian's death firsthand, Ye Qing's grief turned to hatred for Yunmu, growing deeper each day. Ye Qing's eyes burned with rage. Through his tears, he screamed, Li Yunmu, I will kill you. I'll make you join Lin Jian in death. He sought aid from Asamilla, who just laughed and asked, You want my help? On what grounds? Ye Qing replied, Do you know of the Nuwa realm? My Zhaotian sect has a perfect plan. Now, Ye Qing lay there, his body covered in wounds, and dyed red with blood. His eyes were filled with regret. In the end, he failed to avenge Lin Jian. Was it real or a dream? From above, Lin Jian descended, reaching a hand toward him. Ye Qing asked faintly, Have you come for me? Though wounded, Ye Qing tried his best to take Lin Jian's hand. I almost avenged you. His eyes welled with tears, revealing his weakness as he cried. In the end, he couldn't avenge Lin Jian. Suddenly, a figure appeared, shielding Ye Qing from view. It was Yunmu. Yunmu's appearance stunned Hua Quan and Ye Ting. Ye Ting asked, Li Yunmu, you're still standing? Yunmu looked at Ye Qing with regret. I never expected it to end like this. In a different world, we might have been friends. Ye Qing finally understood. He smiled faintly, tears still falling. Yunmu then turned towards Hua Quan. Well, since I'm dragged into this mess, you might as well grant me one favor. Somehow, a power crystal was in his hand, which he slowly raised to his mouth. Facing Asamilla, he spoke with resolve. As the last of us three, let me handle this myself. Do not interfere. Yunmu bit the power crystal, chanting an incantation, drunken body, enhanced spirit. Ye Ting couldn't help but shout a warning. No, use the crystal again and your body won't take it. But Yunmu crushed the crystal with his teeth. His eyes blazed with light, forcing a path to the god realm. Intense energy erupted from that spot. Asamilla stared in shock. A Saint Xuan practitioner. This Xuan pressure is immense. Before he could react, Yunmu had already vanished and reappeared behind him. With a phantom step aimed right at Asamilla, Yunmu unleashed a devastating kick. Asamilla dodged, forming a glowing azure light orb. The orb shot straight toward Yunmu. From behind him, a flash of light intercepted the orb, shattering it completely. A toy like that can't even scratch me. Asamilla refused to give up. It's not over yet. He launched a barrage of light orbs right at Yunmu. One hand moved slightly. The other touched his forehead, then swept out to the side. His hands moved continuously, forming a sphere of light, then launching it at Asamilla. Counterattack. The attack slammed Asamilla to the ground. Seeing this pathetic sight, Yunmu couldn't help but sneer. Beaten by your own technique, you look truly pathetic. What's wrong? Aren't you a battle saint? Model, now, bring out your war saint's dignity. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. His eyes stared coldly at his opponent. Your suppressed level is no longer that of a war saint because of your disgusting little plan, Yunmu gloated. Right now, all Asamila could do was remain silent. Furious, Yunmu stepped closer and whispered, I believe it's time we settled our score. Even as death approached, he would first suffer inhuman torment before being allowed to perish. He stomped on Asamila. Blood poured from his mouth as his body deformed, his eyes gouged, and his ribs completely shattered. Asamila's desperate screams of pain echoed. A small dagger materialized above Yunmu. His tendons have already been sliced. The moment the thought formed, the dagger slashed repeatedly into Asamila. When the blade stopped, Asamila struggled to sit up, still cursing. What do you want? You absolute madman. Yunmu didn't answer. His face was a cold mask of killing intent. He grabbed Asamila's leg, intending to sever it completely. Without hesitation, Yunmu swung the blade down. Fresh blood sprayed as the man watched his own leg get hacked off, his eyes turning crimson. Piercing screams filled the air as Yunmu slowly advanced. True terror gripped Asamila as he frantically waved his hands. No, stay away. I'm begging you. Yunmu acted as if he couldn't hear, while the other man screamed, Get away, you psycho. Yunmu moved closer, hands outstretched, his eyes filled with cold, murderous rage. The day you killed my master, you should have known this was coming. Asamila didn't know what Yunmu did, only that his hands were now bloody, followed by another horrifying, blood-curdling scream. Asamila collapsed, his body limp and covered in blood as he screamed without end. Damn you, I will kill you. I am the leader of the Heavenly Divine Sect. My sect and the Mystic Association will never forgive this. You can't escape. You're dead. Van Mook looked up, calmly replying, So what? No one knows you suppressed your power and disguised yourself to enter this rift. Besides, casualties are expected on these expeditions, are they not? Asamila was still screaming in agony. Van Mook continued coldly, No one will know I killed you. With that, he kicked Asamila hard. Go to hell. Just then, a voice from behind made Van Mook turn around. That guy split from us again to take on a big shot by himself. It was Da Xiong and Ling Shui. Van Mook was shocked to see them. Why did you come back? I told you to run. Da Xiong jumped down, followed by Ling Shui. He explained, We ran into Ye Tian Shui and the divine soldiers of the Nuwa Nation. We thought we'd have to fight, but their captain explained the plan. That's why we returned. You knew the plan and didn't tell us? We almost died fighting them. Van Mook, his face covered in blood, was stunned. What plan? Seeing his confusion, Da Xiong could only manage a strained laugh. So we were just used? Damn that Nuwa nation. Lying on the ground, Asamila heard everything. Are the Nuwa out of their minds? Using us like this could have gotten us killed. He was filled with bitter rage to die at the hands of some brat. Unseen by the others, he held a poison needle in his mouth. His final thought took form. Even in death, I'll drag you to hell with me, you rotten brat. But the perceptive Ling Shui sensed the danger. Asamila used his last bit of strength, aimed at Van Mook, and spat the needle. As the needle flew towards him, she screamed out a warning. Van Mook, look out! It happened in an instant. A spray of fresh blood. And Van Mook's eyes widened in shock. Because Ling Shui had jumped in front of him, the poison needle was lodged deep in her chest. He could only cry out her name, Ling Shui. Da Xiong and Tian Shui could only watch, horrified. Van Mook caught her as she fell. Her body slowly went limp in his arms. He looked down at the poison needle in her chest. From the ground, Asamila watched with glee. That's the unique poison of my heavenly divine sect. There is no cure. Now you can all die together. Before he could say more, his mouth was frozen shut. Da Xiong turned. It was Tian Shui who had acted. Hurting Ling Shui was the last line Asamila should have crossed. Van Mook growled his name. Asamila, he lunged forward, his face a mask of fury. I'll take your miserable life. Snow chant, frozen wave. A wave of light shot out, shattering everything in its path. All Asamila could do was squirm in utter helplessness. Trembling, he squeezed his eyes shut, unable to watch. Van Mook gripped his sword, a dark aura enveloping the blade. He raised his sword high. World-ending primordial slash. Asamila kept his eyes shut, trembling. In his final moment, he finally understood. So, this is what it feels like to be split in two. Behind him, Da Xiong and Ye Tian Shui frantically tried to heal Ling Shui. He overheard their conversation. It's no use. The poison. It can't be suppressed. Yunmu rushed in, trying to force it back with his mystic power. Helplessness flashed in his eyes. This poison was too strong, endlessly regenerating. Damn it all. He couldn't hesitate. Feeling Ling Shui's life slipping away, Yunmu roared. System, run a diagnosis. He poured his final hope into the system. Even if it exposed his secret, at least it would save Ling Shui from the brink of death. Before everyone's eyes, his secret would be out. Yunmu placed his hands on Ling Xue's wound, channeling his power. The system began its analysis. The toxin had already spread throughout her body. Yunmu gasped for air, his strength fading as he pushed on. The system warned, even with constant healing, you're only delaying the inevitable. The moment you stop, she dies. But Yunmu didn't care. Cut the crap and continue. His strange behavior caught Hai Yue's attention. Who is this guy talking to? Da Xiong turned back, his gaze fixed on Yunmu in deep thought. There it is again. I've always sensed an energy on little Mumu beyond his mystic power. Da Xiong used a secret art, the eyes of Asia. He saw 3 lights behind Yunmu, purple, blue, and yellow. How strange. What is that thing following him? Yunmu froze, as thick darkness enveloped him. This is bad. The side effects are back. And at a time like this, his vision of Ling Xue began to fade. Everything went dark as a voice called out, "Little Mumu," but his current state was critical. "Sister Xue," was Yunmu's last worry before passing out. Late at night, under a full moon, he slowly opened his eyes. Hua Huan, chewing on meat, saw him awake. "You're finally up. You've been out for 3 days." Yunmu saw the fruit and roasted pig. He shot up. "Stop eating. I just got you to lose weight. You'll get fat again," Hua Huan replied while eating. "How else can I maintain these beautiful curves?" A sound from outside made Yunmu jump. A noise! Is it another enemy? Hua Huan calmed him, pulling back the curtain. "Don't be nervous. Just look outside." Yunmu fell silent, looking at what Hua Huan said he had brought to this nation. Outside, people celebrated around a large bonfire, their laughter echoing through the air. What Yunmu brought to this kingdom was victory and hope. The great man Heavenly King laughed heartily. Da Xiong and He Jialun raised their glasses together, and Shilu playfully clung to Da Xiong's shoulder. Onion dragged Wunai out to dance with Tian Shui. Seeing them like this, he couldn't help but smile. Their joy was a relief. Then he remembered. He quickly asked Hua Huan, "Right, where's Sister Shui? How is she?" Hua Huan stared at him silently for a long moment, then said, "Follow me." Ling Shui's arms were held by tree branches. Her body fused with the Fuxi tree. The sight shocked Yunmu. "What is this?" Hua Huan began to explain. Despite our best efforts, the poison had spread. Her body's functions were completely destroyed. Only the nutrients from the Fuxi tree, constantly fighting the poison, can keep her alive. Branches wrapped around her arms to hold her, while 2 more supplied nutrients directly into her mouth. She'll be in a state of suspended animation. If she ever leaves the divine tree, the toxins will activate. After a long silence, Yunmu spoke with resolve. "I will find a cure for Sister Shui." He placed a hand on her head, their foreheads touching. "I swear I'll take you home. Wait for me." He then told Hua Huan, "Go back to the party. I need a walk." At the earlier battlefield, Ye Ting knelt alone. Looking at the aftermath, she said calmly, "You all lost." Ye Ting continued, "Never thought I'd ruin your 100-year plan. Did you? From today on, I will no longer be haunted by you. I will live on and smile." Then, she heard another voice. "Ye Ting, so this is where you were." It was Yunmu. She turned to look at him. He was surprised. "Are you mourning someone?" Ye Ting replied in a low voice, "My mother." Realizing his mistake, Yunmu quickly apologized. "My apologies for disturbing you. I'll leave." He tried to slip away, but Ye Ting called him back. Yunmu sighed and sat down beside her. Ye Ting hesitated before saying, "I'm sorry for dragging you into such a dangerous mess." Yunmu scratched his face. "It's not entirely unrelated. Don't worry about it. Besides," he paused for a moment, "I had a feeling you were hiding something from me." Her eyes widened in panic. "Lying? When did you know?" Yunmu explained. "I knew your surname was Ye. After all, everyone else here is named after food." He leaned back and continued. "Then I heard about the Ye Qing clan's ambush. Captain Qi had already been defeated. In the end, the Flower Coil Queen herself had to protect Fuxi. It seems she's the only one who can stand against Asamilla." Ye Ting listened silently as Van Muk spoke. "Me helping you overthrow the queen. There's clearly a problem with that." Ye Ting shot back. "And how do I know you're not with Ye Qing's faction?" Van Muk calmly explained. "That crystal energy was left by Ye Jun for his descendants to one day defeat the queen." He sat up, but Ye Ting refused to link with him. "It wasn't hard to figure out. You wanted to fake the queen's injury, to lure them into a trap. And since I was looking for them too, I decided to play along." Ye Ting stared at Van Muk. "Just who are you? It's terrifying. But it's over now. You got your revenge and became a hero of the Nuwa nation. They might even build a statue for you. We won." Van Mook's gaze was distant, But in this war, he lost his commander, a man who was like a father to him. He lost Shuang, and Ye Ting lost her mother and her childhood. Can we really call this a victory? Ye Ting looked down, her voice choked. I should hate my mother, but seeing her right before she died, it broke my heart. She couldn't hold back the tears that fell silently down her face. The image of her mother's final moments, her last words echoing in her mind. Ye Ting, I'm sorry. From now on, you have to live for yourself. Van Mook gently comforted her. She was a victim in all of this, too. You managed to escape that cycle. She would be happy for you, don't you think? Through her tears, Ye Ting asked weakly, Did I do the wrong thing? Van Mook stood up, his voice thoughtful. And so what if you did? Though they call me a hero of the Nuwa nation, I've barely done anything right. Yi Ding listened silently, her eyes shining with tears. It was one crisis after another. Yunmu lifted his head, his gaze lost in the distance. It's because people make mistakes that they find the true path and discover hope. All Ye Ding could see was Yunmu, hanging on his every word. The kid had finally seen the light. The next morning, the entire Nuwa kingdom gathered. Hua Quan spoke first. My lord, are you leaving so soon? This is all so sudden. Take more fuxi fruits. This is a special gift for you. This time, 4 were departing. Zhu Mantianwang, Wu Yai, Da Xiong, and Yunmu. But Zhu Mantianwang replied, No, 5 fruits will be more than enough for us. Yunmu added, Today's energy is perfect for a spatial rift. If we delay, who knows how long we'll wait. Farewell. I promise I will return. Yi Tianshui twisted the device, tearing open a portal. She then tossed it aside as a pillar of green light erupted, piercing the heavens. And just like that, Yunmu's group was gone. As the light faded, Hua Quan and Ye Ding felt an ache of loss, as if waking from a dream. Yi Ding whispered softly, I guess it's time we returned to our own lives. Flying through the void, Da Xiong complained to Yunmu. Little Mumu, you refused the extra fuxi fruits. They offered you more. Such a monumental waste. I told you to learn contentment, Yunmu replied coolly. Our people are still back there. But as Hua Quan glanced at the fuxi tree, she knew something was wrong. She stared at the trunk, cursing inwardly. That little brat. A large branch was missing from the sacred tree. And the culprit could only be Yunmu. A fuxi branch, now planted in new soil, had already taken root. It sprouted tiny leaves, beginning its new life in the star realm. A guild member saw the report, telling the guildmaster about the spatial rift's energy surge. Tu Duke just smirked. So, they've finally returned? Took them long enough. I thought they were all wiped out. Notify the sect representatives. They can come, retrieve their people. The spatial gate shimmered, and out stepped Wu Yai Haiyue, followed by Juman Tianwang and Yunmu. Tu Duke nodded. You're all unharmed. Excellent. A few days away seem to have forged you all. The representative from the Divine Holy Sect scanned the area, searching for someone. Yunmu knew exactly who he was looking for. Representative? Why are you looking around? Don't bother. I'm the last one out. At those words, the man's face went pale. He grabbed Yunmu's shoulders, demanding, What did you say? The last one? Where are the disciples from the Chaotian sect? Yunmu calmly pushed his hands away. Like I said, there's no one else. Naturally, they're dead. The man's expression twisted with fury. He seized Yunmu's collar. You brat, explain yourself. How is that possible? His reaction was exactly what Yunmu wanted. He smiled faintly. My, representative, such a terrifying look you have right now. Why would the Divine Holy Sect care so much about the Chaotian sect's demise? What's your hurry? The man's guilt was plain to see. He swallowed hard and released his grip. My apologies. I lost my composure. Their tense exchange did not go unnoticed by Tu Duck. However, he said nothing, continuing on. This concludes the total martial war. Your performances were truly outstanding. This era is safe with youths like you. You're all exhausted. The guild has arranged transport to take you home. That order was meant for everyone, except for Yunmu. The old man pulled him into a private room. Inside, Duda sat casually, waiting. He wanted a full report on the last mission. Leaning back in his chair, Duda's eyes gleamed with interest. He asked calmly, The leaders of the Divine Heaven cult and Heavenly Tide sect. You killed them, correct? They deserve to die. Their ambition was a threat. If you hadn't acted, I would've. The Heavenly Tide sect is now crippled. But the main Divine Heaven cult is another story. Their leader's disappearance will trigger a massive investigation, putting you in a very dangerous position. And here was his true motive. After all that talk, he wanted Yunmu to inherit Master Li Bowen's title, the Thunderclap Nighthound. In return, he would have their protection. The moment Duda finished speaking, Yunmu's face twisted with fury. He slammed his hand on the table, demanding, "How could you send him on that mission alone? What were you thinking?" But the old man's voice remained chillingly calm. Dude admitted there was a tactical error, one that cost them an elite like the Nighthound. He urged Yunmu to inherit the title. After all, he was the master's most valued student. Yunmu clenched his jaw. He saw the old fox's plan clearly, using his own master's legacy to blackmail him. Instead of answering, he changed the subject. "First, answer my question. Is there any other way to return to the Manhwa realm?" But Dude was a master manipulator, not easily backed into a corner. His eyes filled with calculation as he laid out his terms. "Join the Night Watchers. Earn enough merit points, and you can open a spatial rift on your own." Yunmu gritted his teeth. The old fox was impossible to outmaneuver. Without another word, he turned to leave. This decision would take time. The moment Yunmu's shadow left the room, Duda put down his pen. Another agent entered, bowing respectfully. "Guildmaster, you summoned me?" Dude was holding a letter. "Deliver this to the Divine Heaven cult." After the agent left, the old man's eyes turned ice cold, a sly glint within them. A faint smirk played on his lips. "Li Yunmu, don't blame me. After all, even the finest jade is worthless until it has been properly carved." A sudden punch slammed into Yunmu's face, sending him staggering back. "Damn you!" He sat in silence, wiping a trickle of blood from his lip. He didn't fight back. He simply lowered his head, taking every word. "Why did this happen? Say something. Aren't you supposed to be strong?" Ling An's fury began to crumble, replaced by raw, painful weakness. Tears streamed down his face as he choked out. "Why? My sister, you always saved us. Every single time. So why couldn't you save her this time?" Dashang couldn't watch any longer. He stepped forward and grabbed Ling An's wrist. "Yunmu wasn't the only one there, Ling An. I was too. If you need someone to blame, then hit me as well." The three of them stood frozen in silence. Finally, Ling An broke down completely, sobbing like a lost child. Yunmu softly called his name, unsure of what to do. Just then, a hand gently tugged on his sleeve. "Are you all right?" It was Nuo Jie. She quietly pleaded, "Please don't blame Ling An." In his eyes, "You're invincible." Yunmu's clenched fist slowly relaxed. "Don't worry. I don't blame him." With that, he turned and walked away. Nuo Ji stood frozen, watching him go in silence. Back in his room, Yunmu began to meditate, his mind a chaotic storm of thoughts. He was far too weak. If he faced a truly powerful enemy, he would be helpless to change a single thing. "I have to get stronger. Strong enough to stand against them. I can't let what happened repeat itself, ever again." His eyes snapped open as he activated the shadow system. Instantly, 3 shadow clones appeared before him. Yunmu quickly did the math. 3 shadows training automatically, plus himself. That meant his cultivation speed would be 4 times faster than anyone else's. But even as he thought it, he knew it wasn't enough. 4 times was still too slow. He needed to be faster, which meant he needed to summon even more shadows. He made a decision. 4 is not enough. I'll summon 10. If 10 isn't enough, then 50. If 50 isn't enough, 100. The shadow system began condensing the clones. Meanwhile, a girl in a hat sat on a sofa, her eyes glued to a screen. "It's been almost a month since I've seen little Mu. Is he still blaming himself for what happened to Sister Xiang?" Nuo Jie said he's just locked himself in his room. The shock of losing Sister Xiang must have hit him hard, she muttered while tapping the screen. It hit Da Xiang hard, too. He immediately went to the Weaver City's Lord for special training. If they keep this up, never mind little Mu. We won't even be able to keep up with that brute. Suddenly, her eyes shot wide open. Someone is challenging Bai Zirui in the Latitude battlefield. Hearing this, Nuo Jie was stunned. Who is it? Who would be so bold, daring to challenge the Bai family's second master? The challenger's image appeared on the screen. That it was Yun Mu. Facing his opponent, Zirui asked, "So you're Li Yun Mu? From the Li clan? You have the nerve to challenge me. Talent can't erase the gap between our power levels." Li Yunmu's expression didn't change. He simply said, "I know. I just want to test my actual combat skills." Bai Zirui walked toward Li Yunmu. His words made the man seem arrogant and foolish. He actually accepted the duel. The big screen showed Li Yunmu's face, making onlookers gasp. My god, Li Yunmu is insane. Bai Zirui is a transcendent flux expert. A 3-layer gap is nearly impossible to beat. The transcendent flux expert realm has 3 stages: flux, transcendent, and ethereal. Bai Zirui had long since reached the transcendent stage. Such a powerful foe made Nuo and the girl worry. Bai Zirui crouched, getting into his stance. If his opponent wanted a challenge, he wouldn't hold back. In a flash, he lunged forward. This was the Bai family's secret art, the crescent moon kick. Bai Zirui swung his leg, sending 2 beams of light. Li Yunmu easily tilted his body to dodge them. At the same time, he wondered why the legendary attack felt so slow. He planted 1 foot to steady himself. Li Yunmu now faced Bai Zirui directly, surprising him. His gaze was firm as he asked one last time, "Are you sure you won't hold back?" As Bai Zirui charged, Li Yunmu suddenly shouted. He jumped, blocking his path. Li Yunmu frowned, warily sizing up the man before him. "You're not going easy on me, right?" Bai Zirui was pushed back by the force, his heart filled with doubt. When did this kid get so close? He smirked, his voice a warning. "Don't get too cocky, boy. That was just a test of your skill. Next, I won't show any mercy." Li Yunmu looked utterly bored as he replied. Then, "Hurry up. Don't waste my time." The moment he finished, Li Yunmu rushed forward with a raised leg, ready to strike. His opponent roared, "Watch closely, kid. This move will haunt you for life." His eyes blazed with killing intent as he yelled, "It's over." Evil Shadow wind kick. The kick landed, shattering the floor. Debris and dust flew everywhere. Bai Zirui thought he'd won, a smug grin on his face. This was his real special move. When the dust cleared, he froze. His kick had been stopped cold. Li Yunmu was crouched, blocking the blow with just 1 arm. His body was completely unharmed, without a single scratch. Li Yunmu's expression was one of pure boredom. "Is your special move really this weak? How disappointing." Without another word, he unleashed his own skill. "It's time to end this. You're still too weak. Oh my god." He stared in horror at the flame in Li Yunmu's hand. Seeing the fire, he knew it was bad. Li Yunmu yelled the attack name, Great Sun Fire Art, and his body was engulfed in flames. The fire lit up the sky. Bai Zirui's hopeless screams couldn't save him now. The crowd below witnessed the entire fight, and they were left completely stunned. Murmurs and gasps filled the air. What? That kid finished a transcendent flux expert that easily? Just what level has Li Yunmu's strength reached? Before him, Bai Zirui seemed like an insect, easily crushed. Meanwhile, Li Yunmu was lost in thought, pondering the effects of the item he'd used. Not only did his speed and defense increase, but the heat of his flames rose by several levels. This Fuxi fruit was incredible. His mind drifted back 10 days ago, when he was in the stellar world. Right after finding the Fuxi fruit, he was still hesitant to eat it. Should I? There are only 2 left. After mumbling a bit, he tossed his cares aside and took a huge bite. Whatever, I have to get stronger. I'll eat it. But after chewing for a moment, he complained about the taste. He stuck his tongue out with a funny face. This fruit tastes terrible, but after eating it, a power surged from his feet upwards. Li Yunmu's eyes widened in shock as his flux energy was drained away. What? His body felt weightless as it floated up. A powerful energy began to build inside him. He yelled in alarm. Why is all the flux energy being sucked away? The system flashed a red emergency warning. Stellar world power is being rapidly drained. Please replenish immediately. Otherwise, the stellar world will suffer irreversible damage. Reading the notice, Li Yunmu cursed. Fuxi fruit. Are you kidding me? He immediately opened his virtual storage. Rummaging through it, he spoke with great reluctance. No choice. I'll have to use my savings. Holding the item, he yelled, Absorb! Absorb it all for me. I have money. Snapping out of his memory, Li Yunmu sighed. It was expensive, but getting this strong was worth it. A while later, he arrived at a familiar shop. As the door opened, a small bell hanging above it chimed. A cheerful voice called out, Welcome to Mu Zijing's Emporium. She then saw Li Yunmu and looked a bit surprised. Little Mu, is that you? Yunmu looked completely drained. How many Xuan crystals are left? Give me all of them. She wasn't shocked, as if this was normal. But didn't you just clear out my stock a few days ago? How could you have used them all? Yunmu answered honestly. The last batch is already gone. I need to build up my reserves. Finding some on a shelf, she handed them over, unable to resist, saying, You have so many. Try to be more frugal. At that moment, a system window materialized before him. On the screen was the face of Da Xiong. He was grinning ear to ear. Little Mu Mu, you're finally out of seclusion. Yunmu seized the chance to ask. Any results from that investigation? Da Xiong's voice came through. Somehow, the Jinu War Saint made it back to the Nuwa realm. If she had known, she never would have let us join the total martial war in the first place. But she managed to contact the Poison Saint. At that name, Yunmu's expression sharpened with surprise. Da Xiong continued. If we get our hands on the divine holy sex poison, he can help us craft an antidote, Yunmu asked, completely baffled. The poison saint? Daxiong quickly laid it all out. That's right. He abandoned the path to War Saint just to master poisons. A true genius. He's the only one who can counter their toxin, but getting the poison saint to even help us is another story. Yunmu's face grew stern as he cut in, his voice filled with resolve. I know, there's no such thing as a free lunch, but to save Chang, I have to try. Li Yunmu was already waiting inside the shop. Just then, Tang An arrived with a friendly smile. Li Yunmu, you're here early? Yunmu cut straight to the point. Senior Tang, why did you want to see me? Hearing this, he dodged the question, smoothly changing the topic. The War God Hall's recruitment trial is starting soon. Each academy will send their best new elites to compete. Unsure of his intentions, Yunmu simply nodded. Well, good luck to them, Tang, and continued. As usual, they'll need a leader for the trials, and that role was assigned to teacher Li Bowen. I was hoping you would take his place. Yunmu's eyes widened at the sudden request. He shot up from his seat, flatly refusing. Sorry, I don't have time to babysit. Tang An calmly tried to persuade him. This is teacher Li's final class. He'd be overjoyed if you accepted. Yunmu froze in his tracks, lost in thought for a long moment. As he walked away, he reluctantly agreed. Send me the meeting location. I might show up, but don't expect too much. He watched Yunmu leave, murmuring with confidence, I know you'll be there. Later, at the academy grounds, everyone was already assembled, and Lu rested her chin in her hands, her voice a mix of hope and boredom. Jiajia, you think Senior Li Yunmu is actually coming? Zhao Jiajia, basking in the morning sun, replied calmly. Senior Li Yunmu is the top-ranked freshman. Why would he lead us? Hearing this, Shen Chen, training with his greatsword, scoffed. The top-ranked freshman? Sounds like a bunch of hype to me. Li Yunmu was An Lu's idol, so she flared up instantly. She lunged at him, only to be held back by Wei Shinran. She shouted furiously, You damn Shen Chen, how dare you insult my idol? Shinran, let me go. I'm gonna tear him to shreds. Zhang Yujie, absorbed in his book, suddenly sensed a presence. He warned the others in a serious tone. Quiet down. Someone's here. They all looked up to see Li Yunmu, who had appeared without a sound. Hovering in the air, he spoke coldly. It seems I'm not welcome here. And Lu stared, starstruck at seeing her idol. Shinran, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Ouch. It's really him. It's the senior. Yunmu descended, landing before them. And Lu couldn't hide her admiration, gushing. Those wind wings are gorgeous. They suit him perfectly. He strode past them coldly, his voice sharp. So you're this year's elite squad? Shen Chen stepped forward immediately. That's right. I'm their captain, Shen Chen. Li Yunmu glanced at him with pure disdain. You're this weak, and you call yourselves the Academy's elites? Each year gets worse and worse. Shen Chen's eyebrow shot up as he glared, growling. What's with the act? If you've got the guts, then fight me. Seeing his temper flare, Jia quickly intervened. Don't be reckless. We're no match for the senior. But Yunmu immediately accepted the challenge. He smirked. A fight is the perfect chance to teach you a lesson. Get changed. Let's see that arrogance. Shen Chen arrogantly threatened the top freshman. Today, I'll show you what I'm made of. With that, he charged forward with his greatsword. Yunmu analyzed his power instantly. Ming Xuan energy. No wonder he's so arrogant. But his swing is too hasty. Powerful, yes, but riddled with openings. Shen Chen ignored his analysis, focused only on the attack. He brought his sword down from above, but Yunmu didn't even flinch. Just as Shen Chen's blade was about to connect, something shot out to intercept it. Yunmu added insult to injury with a taunt. Even my pet fights better than you. It was Ming Yan, Yunmu's pet, that had stopped the blade cold. He stared in disbelief, his brow furrowed. A closer look revealed it was just a black crow, which only shocked him more. A crow? Yunmu looked up, his gaze dripping with contempt. See? I told you. Even my crow can effortlessly block your attack. Shen Chen's anger boiled over. He glared down and roared, Shut your mouth. Shen Chen leaped towards Li Yunmu, greatsword in hand. But again, his pet Ming Yan swooped in, blocking his path mid-air. The impact was so great, Shen Chen ended up dropping his own sword. Yunmu glanced up, his voice dripping with scorn. You can't even hold your sword. Calling you weak would be a compliment. Shen Chen gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it. He charged at Yunmu again, his arrogance completely unchecked. Their head-on clash created a massive shockwave, rocking the entire academy courtyard. Dust and debris exploded everywhere, and Lu watched in absolute shock. She yelled at Shen Chen for his explosive temper. After a moment of silence, Yunmu emerged from the cloud of dust. He saw the once defiant Shen Chen collapsed on the ground and asked, "Hey, was that guy actually trying to kill me just now?" Yunmu frowned down at him. He didn't hold back. "You have the will, but your strength is still far too weak." Though defeated and bruised, Shen Chen still grinned defiantly. "Am I not even worthy of you fighting me seriously? One day, I'll make you face me with your true power." Just then, his classmates rushed over to help him up. Yunmu turned away, throwing a word of encouragement over his shoulder. "Not bad. I'm starting to like you a little." With his back to them, he formally introduced himself again. "Though you already know, my name is Lee Yunmu. Starting today, I am your team leader. I will lead you to victory in the selection tournament." Shen Chen's group listened intently as he continued. "In the tournament, you'll face countless dangers. Death could come at any moment. So, if you want to back out, now's the time." He paused, glancing back at them. "If you follow me, be prepared for anything." 3 days later, Yunmu's team sped toward the trial location, a vast desert. The vehicle continued on its path. A complaint rang out. "The War God Palace's first test is too hard. We have to get an Earth Dragon's heart to pass. Senior, is the Iron Wall Earth Dragon strong?" Yunmu immediately replied, "Not strong. Just a Gold Star level monster." And Lu heard this and panicked. "What? Gold Star? We're only Black Star. How can we fight that?" Yunmu remained calm as if it were nothing important. He reassured them. "As long as you learn teamwork, an opponent one rank higher won't be a problem." Up ahead, another team was battling an Earth Dragon. Someone asked, "Senior, there's a squad fighting one. Should we help?" He glanced over before looking away. "That is their prey. Don't interfere. We're going deeper into the desert." Jia, the driver, obediently took them further in. Soon, someone complained impatiently, "What is this? There's absolutely nothing out here." Another added doubtfully, "Strange. The map clearly says they're concentrated deep in the desert." Shen Chen was the most impatient. He furiously kicked a rock pillar, shouting in frustration, "Damn it, there isn't even a shadow of an Iron Wall Earth Dragon here. The outer ones must have been cleared out by other teams. Does this mean we'll fail the first test?" Just then, Yunmu warned, "Hey, watch your feet." No sooner had he spoken, the ground began to shake violently, making everyone stumble and yell. "What's happening? An earthquake?" Yunmu sensed the danger and shouted a warning to Shen Chen, "Get away from there." Before he could say more, sand swirled into the air. Something enormous began to rise from beneath the surface. Shen Chen's scream echoed with Yunmu's call, "Shen Chen!" The group froze, turning to see what had appeared. Jia stammered in shock. What? What is that?" Before them was a massive earth dragon. Yunmu clarified, "The Iron Wall. The Iron Wall Earth Dragon King." Enraged, it furiously attacked the ground where Yunmu's team stood. He immediately ordered everyone to battle stations, and Lu cried out, "Senior, Shen Chen, was knocked away by the dragon. What do we do?" Just then, the Earth Dragon's gaping maw of sharp teeth loomed before her. With no time to dodge, Lu's eyes widened in fear. "I'm done for." At that moment, Shinran shielded her. "Lulu, watch out!" And Lu screamed in shock, "Shinran!" Shinran immediately took off her glasses. She commanded with a single word, "Submit." Her uncovered eyes glowed with a hypnotic golden light. Suddenly, the rampaging Iron Wall Earth Dragon stopped its assault. It froze, obeying Shinran's command. And Lu looked up, shocked. It stopped. Shinran's eyes glowed from behind her glasses, as if hypnotized. She ordered, "Stand still for me." The charging Iron Wall Earth Dragon King froze instantly, and Lu stared in amazement. It stopped. Yunmu watched, leaning against a rock. He smirked, impressed. An interesting control type. Shinran focused on controlling the beast, and Lu shouted, "Zhao Jiajia, help us!" He ran over with his leather whip. Okay, calm down." He used his whip to wrap around both girls, pulling them away from the enraged dragon. Unable to catch Lu and Shinran, the dragon turned its rage on the newcomer, Zhao Jiajia. He panicked. "Hey, why is it coming after me?" With the dragon chasing him, Jiajia fled in terror. He screamed for help, "Save me." Yunmu watched the scene like a play, grinning casually. "You guys are a team. You have to trust your teammates." Zhao Jiajia panicked and yelled, "Trust my butt. We're gonna die." Just then, Zhang Yujie called out, "Zhao Jiajia, run towards me." He immediately followed his friend's direction. Yuji frowned, studying the Earth Dragon King, calculating a way to defeat it. The nerve joint under the 5th armor plate is large enough. He just had to wait for the moment it lifted its thigh, seizing the instant the dragon revealed its weakness. Yuji shouted as he threw a knife at its thigh. Now's the chance! The thrown knife embedded itself deep in the dragon's thigh, causing it to roar in uncontrolled agony, and Lu jumped excitedly. Wow, Yuji is so cool. Jiajia grinned triumphantly. Yeah, it's over. Yunmu saw them letting their guard down and clicked his tongue. Celebrating already, kids will be kids. Just as Yunmu thought, the Dragon King wouldn't be defeated so easily. It turned, seeking revenge. Jiajia screamed in shock. It's still alive? Yuji noticed the monster's actions and shouted, "This is bad. It's about to use a Xuan skill. Move!" Before he could finish, the dragon unleashed its core stone pierce attack. Countless sharp spikes erupted from the ground. Yuji was stunned. Damn it, there's no time. Just then, Yunmu saw Shen Chen's figure approaching. He stood with his arms crossed, still not intervening. He's finally back. Took him long enough. Shen Chen made a grand, heroic return. He leaped high into the air, calling down, "Why the long faces? You look like you're about to die." Everyone looked up in shock. Shen Chen landed, blocking the mushrooming spikes. As the smoke cleared, his confident smile was revealed. It was Shen Chen. He stood before his friends, declaring proudly, "The ultimate meat shield has arrived." Yuji complained, "What took you so long? Did you crawl here?" Shen Chen shot back, annoyed, "Shut it! I just saved your life." After speaking, he slammed his blade into the sand with a commanding presence. "All right." Cracking his knuckles, Shen Chen smirked. "The full team is assembled. Follow my lead. Prepare to counterattack. Let's show this thing what we're made of." The team immediately charged, following his command. Shen Chen assigned the roles. "I'll tank the damage. Zhao Jiajia, attack its horn." He immediately used his whip to bind the dragon's horn. Zhang Yuje, find another chance to hit its weak spot. Yuje quickly circled to the dragon's rear thigh, aiming another knife at its weak point. Wei Xinran, maintain control. Create an opening for us. Xinran removed her glasses, using her skill to stop the dragon's rampage. Finally, it was An Lu's turn. An Lu, add protection and buffs to everyone. She immediately used her shadow skill, granting blessings to protect Shen Chen's group, earning a nod from Yunmu. He watched the flawless teamwork of the kids he'd underestimated and smiled with satisfaction. Surprisingly, though not individually strong, their teamwork was highly coordinated. It seems they're called the Elite Squad for a reason. With Shen Chen's group perfectly in sync, they quickly took down the Iron Wall Earth Dragon King. Struck in its weak point, the creature collapsed onto the sand. Seeing the dragon lying motionless, An Lu shouted with joy, "We did it! Senior, we defeated a Gold Star beast." Li Yunmu was still observing them from a corner. A slight smile formed on his lips as he thought to himself, "This group isn't half bad." Wu Ji stared intently at the dragon's corpse, using his knowledge to find its heart. According to the books, the heart should be here. Shen Chen, slice this part open. Got it, Shen Chen replied. He quickly bent down and made a man-sized incision in the dragon's hide. The two of them pulled the skin back to check. Seeing Wu Jie's silence, Shen Chen asked, "What is it? Do you see it?" Wu Ji examined it, his voice laced with doubt. "I see it. But this light, why is it inside the Iron Wall Earth Dragon King's heart? This is so strange." A chaotic light swirled around the heart. Wu Jie paused for a moment, before realizing something was wrong. He shouted a warning. "This is bad. It's not dead yet. It's about to evolve." The moment he spoke, the Iron Wall Earth Dragon King's eyes snapped open. Less than a second later, a huge explosion erupted from the resurrected beast, and Lu and the others were stunned, unable to understand the situation. What is happening? Over by Wu Ji and Shen Chen, the two were sent flying by the powerful blast. Wu Jie screamed another warning. The Dragon King leveled up. "Everyone, run." Shen Chen had just regained his footing when he saw the dragon's familiar spikes rise from the sand. Without a second thought, he kicked Wu Jie in the back, sending him flying. Zhang Wu Jie was baffled, stunned by the sudden attack. He glanced over as he landed firmly, now some distance away from Shen Chen. He yelled angrily, "What are you doing?" But as he looked up, Wu Jie's eyes widened in horror. Shen Chen had pushed Wu Jie away from the spike, but couldn't dodge in time, taking the heroic blow himself. The spike, launched by the dragon, impaled him completely. And Lu and the others stared in shock. She rushed forward, screaming, "Shen Chen!" The Dragon King roared in rage and began stomping its claws wildly, right where An Lu's group was standing. She yelled out, "It's alive again!" The Iron Wall Earth Dragon King paused. It opened its mouth and roared as if making a call. A panicked voice cried out, "Oh no, it's summoning its allies." A moment later, countless earth dragons burst from the sand. completely surrounding them all. Jia suggested, Anlu, we'll hold off these dragons. Go get Shen Chen down from there. But she was already gone. Jia looked around, confused. Enlu, Xin Ran, and the others were shocked. Looking to where Shen Chen was pinned, they saw someone climbing the spike. She's already climbing up, and Lu used all her strength to climb, reaching desperately for Shen Chen to use her healing skill. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "You idiot! Always playing the hero." Shen Chen was exposed, his body covered in blood. He rasped, trying to speak. "What are you doing up here? Get out of here, run!" And Lu yelled back, "Shut up, I'm a healing mystic. It's my job to make sure everyone gets home alive." She stretched her hand higher. Just then, Shen Chen saw the dragon had noticed them and was turning back. He shouted, "Lu, be careful," and Lu looked over as the dragon closed in. Suddenly, her eyes widened in utter disbelief. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's head was severed before it could even react. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Lu was stunned, stammering, What is this?" Li Yunmu, who had been watching the whole time, finally made his move. He floated in the air, speaking calmly. "You've all done very well. Leave the rest to me." He looked down upon the horde of dragons with a cold expression. Yunmu descended from the sky on a pair of blue wings. "I'll take it from here." And Lu was shocked to see him. "Senior!" Yunmu turned to the side. Great sun flame art. A massive crimson flame instantly erupted among the beasts. Freed from his bonds, Shen Chen's body fell through the air with the debris. He groaned in pain. Ugh. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his ankle. Yunmu had effortlessly caught him. Floating in the air, he looked down and asked, "Hey, are you still alive?" Shen Chen looked up. "Forget me. Go save them." Yunmu calmly reassured him. "Don't worry. I'm here." He gave him a confident look. "They won't be harmed." The group below was cornered by the monsters. Whoa, this doesn't look good. The three of them stood back to back as Jia forced a smile. "It was nice being on a team with you guys." Wu Jie shot back. "Please, are you already saying your last words?" The Iron Wall Earth Dragon King charged them. The three braced themselves, ready to take one down with them even if they died. Suddenly, the monster in front of them stopped. The three looked up, confused. Shinran asked, "What's wrong?" Jia guessed. "Did it eat something bad?" A ball of fire shot down, instantly engulfing the Earth Dragon in flames. It roared in agony. The light was blinding. Wu Jie shielded his face and exclaimed, "Such a powerful flame technique." Behind them, another Iron Wall Earth Dragon roared and collapsed. Wu Jie turned and remarked, "Ha, looks like we don't have to die after all." Shinran asked worriedly, "Is it okay for our senior to intervene? He's the team leader, after all." Yunmu flicked blood from his sword. "It's fine. Team leaders exist to handle unexpected situations." He commanded, "I'll handle this. You three go protect Shen Chen." The Earth Dragon made sharp spikes erupt from the ground toward him. Yunmu instantly dashed past them, his sword flashing. Wu Jie turned to leave but noticed Jia was still frozen. He called out, "Hey, Jia, what are you spacing out for?" He whispered, "Our senior. He's..." Jia smiled brilliantly, his heart filled with admiration. "He's so cool." Watching him fight the monster head-on, he continued, "In 1 year, can we really become that strong?" It roared again at Yunmu. It lunged with its massive claws. Yunmu dodged instantly, as its strike slammed the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. He thought with grim admiration. As expected of the Iron Wall Earth Dragon King, its toughness was on another level from mere grunts. The Mad Blade technique had no effect. Seeing it still raging, Yunmu decided, if that's the case, then I'll try this. He then dashed straight towards it. Right before closing in, he shouted a warning, "Hey, watch out, it's time." But whether the Iron Wall Dragon understood was another question. It paused in shock, realizing something had just flown into its mouth. Jia pulled at her hair, screaming in panic. "Ah, Senior was just swallowed." Wu Jie looked up, then calmed her. "Wait a second, that doesn't seem right. The Iron Wall Dragon King. Over there." It began to writhe violently, its entire body trembling uncontrollably. Wu Jie continued, "It's being attacked from the inside." With a final, agonizing roar, its body was torn to shreds by his blade. As Yunmu landed, Jia cried out, "Senior!" In his hand, he casually tossed the heart of the Iron Wall Earth Dragon. Behind him was a spreading pool of fresh blood. After a quick look, he realized only this creature's outer hide was tough. Elsewhere, Shen Chen felt completely drained of strength. He whispered to the person beside him, Lu, don't waste your profound energy, save it to help." And Lu cut him off sharply. "Stop talking like that. Pull yourself together for me." Jia also pleaded, Captain, you have to hang on. We can't afford to lose you. Yunmu walked over, seeing their desperate state, and asked, What are you all crying for? The two turned to see Yunmu, who was casually playing with the heart in his hand, and Lu begged him, Senior, you have to find a way to save Shen Chen. The bleeding from Shen Chen's wound had finally stopped, but a huge hole remained. Looking inside, An Lu added, My profound energy can only barely prevent more blood loss. There's no way to fix a wound this massive. Yunmu silently issued a command. System. Analyze a treatment plan. The system's voice rang out. Analysis complete. Given the target's current state, conventional treatments are now useless. It added, Only a high-grade medicinal item like the holy water of life can help him regenerate his heart. He held up the Ironwall Earth Dragon King's heart, cardiac tissue. You think this will work? The system replied, Rejection is possible, but it should be effective. Yunmu decided in an instant. And Lu, step aside for a moment. She could only stare back at him, stunned. He grabbed Shen Chen's body with one hand, lifting him off the ground. And Lu cried out in worry. Ah, Senior, don't be so rough. He's a patient, he asked calmly. He's already given up hope of living, hasn't he? It's not time for that. Shen Chen coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. And Lu screamed again. He's throwing up more blood. Yunmu gripped the heart tightly. He gave a stern warning. Endure it. This is going to hurt a lot. He then shoved the heart straight into his abdomen as Shen Chen's eyes rolled back, and Lu shrieked in terror. Wah! Yunmu commanded silently. System, reconstruct his body. The system responded. Understood. Consuming 30,000 void essence, 100,000 experience points. Beginning recovery. He held his hand over Shen Chen's body, which began to emit a golden light. The others stared in utter disbelief. And Lu asked, amazed, What is this power? Is it some kind of healing, profound skill? Wu Jie couldn't help but respond in shock. I've never read about a profound skill like this. The heart inside Shen Chen's stomach. It was currently absorbing the light energy. The others watched in awe. The wound. It's actually recovering. Shen Chen's body floated just off the ground, enveloped in the golden aura. They all shouted, This is absolutely unbelievable. A system message appeared. Reconstruction complete. Shen Chen slowly opened his eyes to find Jia Jia looking down at him. Shen Chen, you're finally awake. He sat up, bewildered. What happened? Am I alive? And Lu began to explain everything. Relax, you're perfectly fine. Our senior was the one who saved you. Meanwhile, Yunmu examined the monster's corpse. Shen Chen blurted out in disbelief. Huh? Yunmu? And Lu immediately snapped. Address him as senior. He just saved your life. Show your benefactor some respect. Shen Chen whined. Ow, Lu. I'm a patient here. Meanwhile, Yunmu spotted a strange yellow object. Picking it up, he commanded the system to scan. It replied, affirmative. The results came quickly. This object contains a chemical compound that can unlock a dimensional beast's potential and greatly increase its evolution rate. Yunmu mused. The Ironwall Earth Dragon's sudden evolution was no accident. Someone planned this. The chatter from the others continued in the background. He grew suspicious. But we were the only ones here. Could it be one of them? Just then, and Lu called out cheerfully, Senior! Yunmu turned to see An Lu shoving Shen Chen forward. He has something to say to you. Shen Chen struggled. Stop pushing. I can walk. He watched them, confused by their actions. Shen Chen finally stood before him, scratching his cheek. Well, Yunmu asked coolly. What is it? He stammered out shyly. Thanks. Hearing that, even Yunmu was a little surprised, letting out a soft "oh." But Shen Chen quickly recovered his pride, pointing at him. Don't think I'm grateful just because you saved me. I'll be sure to repay this debt. Hearing this, An Lu cheered from behind. Hey, just be a little more honest. An embarrassed Shen Chen glared back. Lu. A small smile played on Yunmu's lips as he thought, this squad is more interesting than I expected. They have an incredibly strong bond. Perhaps leading them won't be so bad after all. But then, his eyes narrowed once more. Across the way, An Lu was playfully yelling, Catch me, you fool! Shen Chen chased after her, grumbling. That girl! Wu Jie remarked. He hardly looks like someone who nearly died. Jia added, Stop messing around, you two. With Shinran nearby, it was a sweet picture of friendship. But lurking in the shadows was a dark secret. One of them is a traitor. At the submission point, a confused voice asked, What? Team leaders have to turn in a heart, too? The manager replied coldly. The rules were posted. It's your fault for not reading. A long line had already formed. And Lu called out to Shen Chen. Stop wandering off. Get in line to turn in the quest. Coming, he replied instantly. Shen Chen got in line behind An Lu with the rest of their team. Yunmu stood right behind Shen Chen. And Lu turned around excitedly. What do you guys think round 2 will be? I'm so excited, but also a little scared. Jia Jia said confidently. Scared of what? With our senior here, we'll be fine. He frowned, lost in thought. A potion that evolves a gold star to a red star. A black star team like Squad Feng couldn't possibly create that, and they certainly lack the power to defeat a red star beast on their own. Without me, using that potion would have been suicide. Yunmu's expression darkened. This was almost certainly a trap set for me, he wondered. But who? And why? Suddenly, a voice called from behind him. Excuse me. Young man in the hat. He turned to see a man extending a hand with a friendly smile. Do you happen to have a spare Iron Wall Earth Dragon heart? If so, would you be willing to part with it? He pointed to a figure hunched over on a nearby bench. He's the only one on our team who couldn't get one. Please, take pity on him. Yunmu glanced over and was stunned. The person sitting there was a boy with black hair and glasses. It was definitely An Zi. The man continued. He decided to join the trial at the last minute, so he just got here today. Just name your price. Without a word, Yunmu handed over the heart. Here, take it. Squad Feng stared in wide-eyed shock at his actions. Shen Chen immediately exploded. Hey, are you an idiot? The second trial has the same requirement for everyone. Even team leaders need to submit a heart. What's your plan now? He replied coolly. I know, I have a plan. After a while, they finally reached the front. All right, next in line. Seeing Yunmu, the official asked, leader of Squad Feng, correct? Please present your Earth Dragon's heart. He stepped forward. Apologies, I have no heart to submit. But in his hand, Yunmu held up a small tablet with an insignia. He asked, I assume this will suffice? His team watched nervously as the manager took it for inspection. What is this? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The manager shot to his feet, inviting them warmly. Of course, this is fine. Please, right this way. Behind him, Anlu and Jia Jia were speechless. As they entered, Anlu rushed to his side. She asked curiously, Senior, what did you show him back there? Yunmu simply replied, It was nothing. He added, just an invitation card. Stepping inside, Yunmu scanned the room. It was already filled with other participants. More people passed stage 1 than he'd expected. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Li Yunmu. He turned, just as someone leaped onto his back. I finally found you! Yunmu yelped in pain. Ah, you idiot, my back. Be careful. He looked at Nuoji. What are you doing here? She grinned. Grandpa sent me to train our guild's disciples. Just then, a voice boomed from the speakers. Ahem, mic check. Everyone's eyes shot upwards. A voice echoed through the arena. Congratulations on passing the first trial. Now, for the second trial. A platform rose from the ground. Let's welcome our next examiner. A stylish, blue-haired woman appeared. Yunmu casually remarked, Wow, she's stacked. Nuo Jie immediately looked over. The woman gazed down at them. Next, you will face the War God Temple's second trial, the test of conviction. I am this trial's examiner, Zuo Ming. She smiled, gesturing forward. No more talk. Let's begin. Spiritual illusion. Instantly, a brilliant light enveloped everyone in the arena. Only then did she explain, Don't panic. Yunmu and Nuo Jie looked up. Zuo Ming simply smiled. This energy will manifest the conviction deep within your heart. This test measures your inner will. Only those with the strongest will can advance. Zuo Ming leaped down, landing before the group. Just like this. She focused the energy in her hand. It will form an illusion of your conviction. Shen Chen manifested a golden shield, while Lulu created a small princess dress. A blue whip materialized in Zuo Ming's hand. She stated the terms, If your manifestation withstands my attack without shattering, you pass. Hearing this, one guy stepped forward, scoffing. I thought this would be hard, but it's this simple? I'll go first. Zuo Ming glanced at him as he materialized a blade on his shoulder, looking arrogant. He was the team leader from Lingbo City. As he stepped up, the crowd began to murmur. The Lingbo City leader must be a red star, right? His illusion is a great sword. He'll pass this easily. A smirk played on Zuo Ming's lips. Very well. Instantly, she lashed out with the whip in her hand. Let's start with you. He raised his blade to block. But the moment the whip struck, his weapon instantly shattered into pieces. He cried out in disbelief. His teammate rushed to his side. Leader, are you okay? Zuo Ming casually announced the result. Manifestation shattered, eliminated. Lulu stared in shock. What? Not even a red star could block her attack? Wu Jie frowned but disagreed. No, this test isn't about power. It's about the strength of your conviction. Zhuo Ming smiled. Arrogance won't get you anywhere. Next, it was Lulu's turn. A princess dress? You think this is a game? Eliminated. Her illusion shattered under the whip. Next up was Jiajia. Zhuo Ming spoke. Another whip? Far too weak. Eliminated. Her lash shattered his instantly. When Wu Jia's turn came, Zhuo Ming looked pleased. Your conviction is a book. I've seen many. Your resolve is decent. A great shield. Very sturdy. Not bad. You pass. He gritted his teeth to block the blow. But the real surprise was Shinran. Zhuo Ming seemed intrigued by her illusion. A doll. Quote, but with such a resilient conviction? Good, you pass. Yunmu watched from the sidelines, thinking, this trial really isn't simple. Both An Lu and Zhao Jiajia are already out. Shen Chen and Wu Jie passing was expected, but he was surprised to see Jinran kneeling, clutching her illusionary doll. Wei Xin didn't seem remarkable, yet her conviction is this powerful. A shout drew Yunmu's attention. Hey, look at that guy. Zhuo Ming lashed her whip forward again. Oh? Now this is interesting. She stared at the young man before her as dust swirled around them, completely bewildered. I've been an examiner for 4 years, and I've never seen conviction this powerful. And Z adjusted his glasses. Behind him stood a massive golden female figure radiating power, and Z's gaze was locked forward, his resolve unshakable as he affirmed his goal. What I want to achieve is different from yours. Nuo Jie, beside Yunmu, stared at the illusion. Is on Z's illusion. Sister Chang? A troubled look crossed Yunmu's face as he thought the name, An Z. Just then, Zhuo Ming approached him. You're the last one, Li Yunmu. Yunmu met her gaze. Zhuo Ming declared, you're the one I'm most interested in this test. The #1 rookie. Even Elder Qin Feng couldn't stop praising you. I want to see for myself what you're made of. Before he could even react, she struck. The Feng-level squad outside cried out in alarm. This is bad. He hasn't even started materializing his conviction yet. Get back! But Senior Yunmu stood calmly as the whip charged him. The ground where he stood instantly shattered, sending rock flying. The whirlwind squad's faces turned pale as they cried out, Senior! From the dust, a golden hand shot out and seized the whip. Zhuo Ming's whip. Yunmu's voice called out casually, Hey, I'm talking to you, miss. She was stunned as he continued. Did I do something to anger you? As the dust settled, Yunmu was revealed, completely unharmed beside his summoned spirit. A massive man stood next to him, having blocked the attack. He complained with a dissatisfied look. You clearly hit me much harder than the others. Everyone stared in awe at Yunmu's spirit, a man with powerful, bulging muscles. What kind of faith manifestation is that? So handsome. They felt lucky, realizing the examiner had been holding back on them. And Z, watching from a distance, thought to himself, why is Li Yunmu here too? Zhuo Ming made her whip disappear, smirking as she conceded. All right, your team can be considered to have passed. The top 3 from tomorrow's test will be the winners. The rest of you should get some rest. Inwardly, she was terrified. I used 80% of my power and couldn't even hurt him. He's a monster. In room 49, a mysterious person reported from inside. I'm sorry. The mission failed. The evolved Earth Dragon did 0 damage to Li Yunmu. This person looked down from above, seeing Yunmu sitting on a bench below through the glass. He advised the person on the other end, don't rush things. I can find a chance to strike during the 3rd stage. Another person replied, no need. It's not safe to act inside the War God Hall, and it's too easy to get exposed. For now, just wait until after the test is over. Yunmu sat alone on a long bench, troubled. He thought of Anzi, of the boy he used to be, always silent, timid, and shy, and cried so easily. But seeing him today, Yunmu realized he'd changed so much. He thought to himself, it seems what happened to Sister Shuang completely changed him. For Anzi, the War God Hall was a great choice. It had cultivation resources that money could never buy. Just then, the group approached him. What's wrong, Senior? Yunmu turned to look at the entire whirlwind squad before him. He answered, it's you guys. Yunmu lowered his head in silence for a moment before speaking up. I'm sorry, everyone. As they all stared in shock, he continued. I have to break my promise. Yunmu recalled the first vow he made to them. My name is Li Yunmu, and I will lead you to victory in this selection. Now, he began to explain, only 3 people can win this selection. I thought I could get us all through. that all three winners would enter the War God Hall. Yunmu kept his head down, hesitating before saying, "But a friend of mine has also joined the selection, and the War God Hall is extremely important to him. No matter what, I have to help him win this competition." Meeting their confused gazes, he revealed a hard truth. "In the next test, I'll even help him compete against you." Yunmu's eyes were firm. "I am no longer worthy of being the leader of the Whirlwind Squad." He had already thought about the next steps for them. "I will go to the Whirlwind compound and explain the situation. Before the test tomorrow, I will find a new leader for you." The Whirlwind Squad just stared at him blankly. Suddenly, Shen Chen, sitting on a nearby bench, cursed, "This is so annoying." His outburst caught Yunmu's attention. He crossed his arms with a defiant look. "I'm not competing anymore. This whole test is boring. I've had enough." Lulu stepped forward, confused. "Shen Chen, what are you thinking? You can't just quit after coming this far." He replied, "I'll participate in the third stage, but I won't advance." Shen Chen turned to Yunmu and ordered arrogantly, "Hey, go do what you have to do. Go help that guy win," he continued. "And don't even mention getting a new leader." His voice was absolute. "The leader of this squad is, and can only be, Li Yunmu." Yunmu looked at him, slightly stunned. Everyone else immediately agreed with Shen Chen. Wu Jie added, "That's right. Jia Jia and Lu Lu are already out, so our team won't be split up." Jia Jia added, "We can just think of this as a learning experience. Besides, we've only been in school a year. Our skills are limited." Lulu gently took his hand. "Senior wants to help his friend win." Then she smiled warmly. "We will all be cheering for you." Yunmu returned a relieved smile. "Okay." The next day, Zuo Ming stood on a high platform. Behind her, a portal glowed with a strange demonic red light. She announced, "Welcome, everyone, to the third round of testing. You will now step through this spatial gate. Beyond this gate is a path that leads straight up. You just need to ascend. After 3 hours, the three who have gone the farthest will be the winners. As for the rules, there is only one." A deep smile hid in Zuo Ming's eyes. "There are no rules. So, all you leaders had better protect your team members." Yunmu stepped into the red portal, hearing her final words. "Well then, good luck. Let the test begin." Model. His head passed through the energy around the gate, causing it to ripple. Yunmu opened his eyes, seeing several other contestants just emerging. He was greeted by a vast expanse of pure white. This was snow. Yunmu looked up. Before him stood a towering mountain covered completely in white. A cold wind whipped past. He concluded, "It's a snow mountain." Yunmu held out a hand to feel the falling snowflakes. This place was likely a secret realm, a frozen land filled with potent, profound energy that could freeze one solid. A single snowflake drifted past, instantly leaving a bleeding scratch on his face. Every single snowflake was incredibly sharp. Yunmu marveled. To find a secret realm like this, the War God Hall is truly no simple organization. He glanced at Anzai up ahead, thinking for a moment before deciding. He didn't know what dangers were waiting. He'd get the Gale Squad settled first, then go after Anzi. A while later, the snow fell thick and heavy, and every footstep sank deep into the ground. 2 people were walking through the blizzard, and Z asked the person in front of him, "Captain, the snow is too heavy. If this continues, we won't last much longer. Maybe we should find the team leader first." The other man disagreed with a scoffing tone. "That idiot leader can't be relied upon. He probably got lost with the other members." And Z's face was flushed red. He gritted his teeth and pushed onward. He heard the man say, "We're already halfway there. Just hold on a bit longer." He asked him casually, "Right, I never asked what rank you are, Black Star or Silver Star?" And Z answered without much thought, "Gold Star." The man's body suddenly froze. He seemed to need to confirm it again. "Did you just say you're a Gold Star?" He turned, his eyes glowing red with a wicked smile. "This is just perfect." Power gathered in one hand as he lunged, choking Antu, while yelling in glee, "I'm saved." The sudden attack sent the boy's glasses flying. Choked by the crushing grip, Antu struggled to ask, "What are you doing?" He felt a deep terror as his power drained away. His attacker flashed a ghastly grin, voicing his fear. "Haha, feeling your spiritual energy disappear? This is my family's secret art. It can absorb the power of others." His eyes were menacing. "Once I absorb your golden star energy, my victory is certain." As Antu's spiritual energy flowed into him, the boy cried out in agony. The man sneered, "Scream all you want. No one will hear you out here." He laughed manically again. As Antu screamed in pain, he was thrown into the snow. "Don't worry, I'll put your power to good use for you. You can just freeze into a popsicle here." His demonic laughter echoed. and Tu lay paralyzed in the snow, gritting his teeth and groaning in pain. He reached for the man's distant figure, cursing, "You bastard." On the snowy mountainside, amid the howling blizzard, two figures appeared, and Tu's eyes fluttered open, feeling his body being dragged. Confused, he wondered, who was this? When he saw the person pulling him by the leg, he was utterly stunned, and Tu stammered in disbelief. "Van Mook?" He struggled, questioning him. "Why are you here? Let me go. We're not on the same team. I don't need your help. What are you, some kind of hero? You think the world revolves around you?" Two streams of tears rolled down on Tu's face. He spoke stubbornly. "I'm not the same kid who used to hide behind you anymore. I'm not the same crybaby who relied on you for everything." Van Mook shielded him from the icy wind, saying, "I completely understand your resentment towards me. To be honest, I hate myself too. Sister Shuang is your sister, but in my heart, she was like my own sister, too." He continued dragging him, concluding, "That's why I can't leave you behind. If you die like this," Van Mook shouted, unwilling to accept it. "When I finally bring Sister Shuang back, what am I supposed to tell her?" His own emotions spiraled out of control. Hearing this, and Tu clenched his jaw and fell silent. After a moment, he confessed in a whisper, "More than hating you, I hate how powerless I am. Even hitting you before, that was just anger at my own weakness." Van Mook dragged on Tu, leaving a long trail in the snow. His own feet sank deep, each step heavier than the last. Antu kept whispering, "Why am I so weak? Why didn't I try harder before? Why is it that every time trouble comes, I can only hide behind others? I have to get stronger. I have to learn how to fight for things. I don't want to be a coward who relies on others anymore. I don't want to lose anyone else, so I must become strong. I want to protect my sister, protect Da Hung, and protect Xiao Qiang." As they left a long trail in the snow, Antu added, "And you too." Hearing this, Van Mook seemed a bit embarrassed. "Ah, I know. You idiot." He tried to comfort him. "Stop crying. Your tears will freeze." Behind him, Antu's face was already streaked with silent tears. Van Mook's feet dug deep into the snow as he pressed onward. He took a weary breath. Whew, the blizzard's getting stronger. Suddenly, Van Mook spotted someone walking ahead of them. Nearby, the captain who stole Anzi's energy grinned. "Almost there. First place is mine. I'm going to win." Yunmu walked up and ordered, "Hey, get out of the way." The man turned. And of course, he recognized Li Yunmu. His gaze fell on the person Yunmu was dragging. It was Ling An. He sneered at Yunmu's back. So, the young master found a new protector. "Hey, Li Yunmu, ditch that dead weight. How about we team up?" Yunmu's eyes turned cold as the man whispered, "How much is that loser paying you? Just guarantee I get first place, and I'll double it." Before he could finish, his head flew from his shoulders. Yunmu grumbled, "So damn noisy." The higher they climbed, the fiercer the blizzard raged. Enzi spoke up, "Little Mu, just leave me here. I've hit my limit," he whispered. Yunmu thought to himself, "Even my own body is starting to freeze. It seems my flux energy isn't enough to get us both to the finish line." If that's the case, Yunmu reached into his dimensional space. This is the only way. Sometime later, another group appeared. They urged each other on. "Just a little further, we're almost there." I can't go on." Someone pleaded. "Don't give up. We only made it this far thanks to the Jing brothers' light." The Jing brothers basked in the flattery. The others agreed. "Yeah, that's true. Without them, we would have frozen to death." Suddenly, a voice called out from ahead. "Hey, you guys!" There sat Yunmu, cross-legged, with a blockade sign behind him. "Sorry, this path is closed." The elder Jing brother recognized him, Li Yunmu. The man in the black hood snapped. "Li Yunmu, what's the meaning of this?" Yunmu pointed to Enzi. "That kid with the buzz cut is the winner of this test, which means your finish line is right here." The group was furious. "On what grounds is he first place? On what grounds?" Yunmu's gaze swept over them, ice cold. "On the grounds that I, Li Yunmu, have declared it," the man in black roared. "Huh! Who the hell do you think you are?" he yelled. "Everyone, get him!" Stomping on the snow, he charged. The entire group, minus the Jing brothers, rushed forward as one. They were confident. So what if he's the top rookie? With all of us, how can we possibly lose to one guy? Yunmu remained seated, perfectly calm, not even flinching. The younger Jing brother watched in amusement. What an impatient bunch of fools. Yunmu looked up, his breath misting in the air. Great sunfire art. Crimson lotus. Instantly, a searing crimson flame erupted among them, a stark contrast to the white snow. the air filled with their agonized screams. The younger Jing brother gasped, amazed. He incinerated 4 people in an instant. Yunmu then turned to the 2 brothers. Well, what will you two do? Though it was a question, his gaze and tone were brimming with undisguised threat. Do you want to end up like them, or stop here? The elder Jing calmly replied. Surely you don't lump us in with those weaklings. Together, we brothers are a force to be reckoned with. Yunmu was unconcerned. Oh? So confident. He challenged them. Then by all means, try me. Yunmu remained still. Hearing their arrogant taunts, he replied with a cold voice, if you're truly that confident, then feel free to try. He watched the 2 Jing brothers standing before him, silently sizing them up. Those 2 are different. They might even be transcendent flux experts. Fighting them will drain my flux energy, letting latecomers reap the rewards. Better to use a cleverer tactic. Let them be my blade. Hearing Yunmu, the younger brother laughed. Looks like we have no choice then. Yunmu frowned, cursing inwardly. Damn it, the plan failed. As the younger Jing brother walked toward him, Yunmu couldn't figure out what on earth he was plotting. Seeing the murderous intent in his eyes, Yunmu prepared himself. Looks like I have no choice but to go all out. Just as he reached Yunmu, he suddenly plunged a metal sign straight into the snow. He planted a sign identical to Yunmu's, then waved like a complete fool. Hey, over here! I saved you a good spot. Yunmu was utterly confused. Weren't we about to fight to the death? How did it suddenly turn into this? But then again, this is for the best. One less problem to deal with. Suddenly, the brother turned and shouted, Hey Lee Yunmu, you only need first place, right? Caught off guard, Yunmu stared for a moment before nodding. That's right. Hearing this, the brother declared magnanimously, Great. Then we'll just take second and third. Yunmu simply replied with a single word. Fine. Outwardly, he was calm, but inside he was celebrating. The plan worked after all. He suddenly remembered his abandoned teammates and muttered to Anzi, I ditched my own squad for this, and focused on getting you to the summit. We already agreed on the payment. Tired of being nagged, Anzi cut him off. Don't worry, I won't let your squad's sacrifice be for nothing. Once I enter the War God Shrine, you'll get double your fee. Seeing the next wave of climbers approaching, the younger Jing brother shouted down, Hey, brothers down there, sorry about this. Your time is up. There are no spots left here. 3 signs were stuck in the ground, marked 1, 2, and 3. The 3 of them sat accordingly. First Van Muck, then the older brother, and finally the younger brother. The 2 leaders of the other group were displeased, shouting, What do you mean? No spots left. What kind of trick is this? Get out of the way for me. The younger brother pointed a thumb at Van Mook, then started blaming him. Sorry, can't do that. It's his fault for getting stuck over there. We had no choice. So my brother and I could only take second and third. You all can go back now, the red-haired man cursed. Cut the crap. He then ordered his men forward. They're starting to get on my nerves. The younger brother scratched his head and sighed. They just don't listen. He suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with killing intent for the clueless crowd. With a sword in each hand, he charged at them like a madman. He showed no mercy, stabbing and slashing at anyone in sight. His face was bloodthirsty, a twisted smile on his lips. He leaped up and drove his sword straight into the man before him, splattering blood everywhere. The man shrieked in pain. The red-haired leader saw his men either dead or severely wounded. He watched the demon-like figure slowly approach him and grit his teeth. What the hell is with this guy? He's like a demon. A real demon. His entire presence was cold and dark, with one sword in his hand. The other blade he tossed into the air, letting it spin. Van Muck frowned at the scene but was secretly thankful. It's a good thing we didn't fight these 2 brothers. Against that huge crowd, he wouldn't have had the strength to protect Antu. He glanced at the Jing family heir, sizing up the situation. With the second and third ranked fighters as his free bodyguards, his top spot was unshakable. He watched his comrade cut down their foes, their blood staining the white snow crimson. He whispered to the one behind him, We did it, Anzi. Exhausted and resting, a victor's smile still graced his lips. Yunmu couldn't believe his eyes. I never thought we'd actually win. Seeing his motionless comrade finally confirmed this victory was real. After their win, cheers echoed from the War God's Hall. All right, another round. I'm in. But amidst the excitement, Yunmu looked less than thrilled. Turns out, his home was the party spot, and they were tearing it up. Why is everyone at my house? Lu raised his mug cheerfully. Because Senior Ling An took first place. Let's have a toast. Senior, you're truly incredible, Ling An replied humbly. No, it was all thanks to Xiao Mu. Li Zhongmin, unlike his son, happily approached him with an offer. Since Anzi's in the War God's Hall, should its former head instructor cook for you? Hearing this, Yunmu prayed, "Absolutely not. That old geezer's cooking will kill him." But Ling An, unsuspecting, immediately accepted the offer. Would that be all right? Of course. Fuming, he drowned his sorrows. It's rare for that old man to stay put, so he can behave himself after all. Just as he got cocky, a kick from Yang Zhen sent him flying. "I'm only here because you made enemies. This is your fault. Give me back my freedom." The force of the kick made him scream, "Ag, it's breaking. It's broken." As he got up, he muttered under his breath, "Crazy old man. Fee only knows how to blame me." Just then, a girl approached to defend the old man. "Don't be so hard on him. He's actually been worried about you." But he shot back. "What father put such a cross on his own son?" She calmly explained, "You know your father's personality. He can't ever stay still. I've been watching him. To avoid troubling you, he hasn't left the War God's Hall even once. Seeing him like that every day, even I felt bad for how bored he must be." She slowly explained, "While you were gone, your father asked for news about you every single day. He was terrified of missing anything. In this world, that old man worries most about you." Her words threw Yunmu's heart into utter turmoil. The next day, everyone saw Yunmu off. "Xiaomu, be careful out there. Visit us when you can." "I will," he promised. Before he left, he asked a favor of her. "While I'm away, please look after my parents." Of course, she would help. "Don't worry, and take care of yourself." Finished, Yunmu turned to Wei Shinran. "Shinran, open the teleportation array." She immediately activated the array as he commanded. All right. The teleportation gate is finally open. The light from the gate was immense. Below, Yunmu's friends could only watch and pray. "Who knows when we'll meet again? Give it your all, you brat." And of course, Ling An was there. His heart burned with resolve. "Xiao Mu, wait for me. I'll get stronger, fast, and stand right beside you." In a flash, the gate delivered them to their destination. But something felt terribly wrong. His brow furrowed with suspicion. The others seemed to sense it too. "Senior, this isn't our programmed destination. This place. It's not Pavilion A. Instead, we've been warped into some kind of forest. Did the teleportation array malfunction?" But with his keen perception, he knew better. "No. I think we were brought here on purpose. Someone definitely altered our teleportation coordinates." Just then, a voice echoed from the trees above. "You're not wrong. As expected of Li Yunmu. You figured out your predicament in an instant. I was hoping to kill you during the confusion." Looking up, they saw GC smirking arrogantly from a branch. Seems I was too naive. The moment Yunmu saw him, he knew. The Divine Heavenly Sect. Facing them, Yunmu was utterly fearless. "The Great Divine Heavenly Sect. What do you want after bringing me here?" GC sneered back, his voice dripping with venom. "Stop playing dumb. We're here to avenge our leader." So their goal was to avenge their leader. Yunmu could only find the thought ridiculous. What? Revenge? With this pathetic group? "You can't even get close to me." At that moment, an assassin struck from the shadows. But how could they possibly fool Yunmu? The attacker was instantly exposed. A massive explosion erupted, making his comrades fear for his safety. Senior Yunmu. Through the rising smoke, he stared down the traitor. A lone figure was emerging from the haze. He couldn't believe his eyes. "The one who attacked him was you?" Yunmu was in utter disbelief. The girl decisively cut her own hair, her reply sharp and cold. "That's right. You truly are unpredictable. I thought the upgraded Iron Wall Earth Dragon King could handle you. I never imagined you'd kill it so easily. I had to change my strategy. It took some effort, but my mission is finally complete." So this was all her elaborate plan to kill him. And Lo's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the traitor's face. For a moment, he was frozen solid. How could it be? The traitor is Hun Yin. Her cover blown, she addressed them directly. "I'm done playing the part of the obedient little girl." Thumb Thun simply refused to believe it. He roared, clinging to a sliver of hope. "Ngui Hun Yin, what are you talking about? I order you to return to the squad." But his desperate command changed nothing. Hun Yin's reply was, "Ice. Return to the squad? I'm sorry, Captain. I've had enough of this childish game." She then turned her back, her movements showing no hesitation at all. "Go find someone else who's willing to play along with you. Bye-bye." And Lo still couldn't accept what was happening. He started to run after her, pleading, "Hun Yin, wait. Aren't we supposed to be best friends?" But this was not the Hun Yin he knew. She revealed her true nature, attacking on Lo without a shred of mercy. Thankfully, Thumb Thun managed to save him in the nick of time. Seeing her attack him, and Lo's world completely fell apart. Hun Yin. Hun Yin. Her eyes and voice were now filled with a chilling coldness, devoid of any warmth. She spat out a single command. Get lost. Thumb Thun seemed to be desperately searching for a reason to hope she would turn back. He asked her one more time, Ngui Hun Yin, are you serious? But reality was reality, and they had no choice but to accept it. The job done, Hun Yin demanded her payment from Tae-tu. The commission is complete, so where are my things? He smiled, satisfied. Relax, don't rush. You'll get it. Yunmu finally spoke up, reminding Hun Yin. Hey, you nearly killed your own friend just now. He thought it might make her reconsider, but Hun Yin denied it outright. I don't need friends. Those words made it impossible for Anlo to hold back his tears for the close friend he had just lost. They had to accept that Hun Yin was truly gone, and now, it was Tae-tu's turn to act. He immediately gave his men an order. That was a truly touching performance. Now, kill them all. Seeing the enemy rush toward them, Thumb Thun commanded the remaining members. Gale Squad, prepare for combat. He charged ahead to lead the attack, but his expression quickly turned to panic as he realized his power felt weaker. Even Trio Jia Jia was affected. Captain, I can't gather my Xuan power anymore. It seems they're at a disadvantage. What? Tessie arrogantly explained. No, you're not wrong. This is the cursed land of Hongman Chao. A powerful warrior once fell here, and his lingering hatred has corrupted this place. As he explained, no mystic here can use their power freely. The deeper you venture, the more draining it becomes. Your high rank means nothing here. So, this was his plan all along. He had Han Hien arrange this battle from the start. You're all dead, he roared. Instantly, Tessie's men charged toward the Jiakfong team, but before they could even strike, they were cut down without a sound. Watching his forces fall so easily, panic flashed in Tessie's eyes. What? The one responsible for the carnage spoke calmly, and here I thought, this was a serious problem. Turns out, it's just a matter of martial arts. If you want a real fight, Yunmu stared them down. He declared with confidence, you've picked the wrong opponent. Yet, seeing their men crushed, the members of the Divine Heaven cult still showed no fear, charging Yunmu and Nuo-jae. Ready? Let's go. He watched their advance, completely unfazed. He simply said to her, it's time. Nuo-jae had been waiting for this moment. She was more than ready. I won't hide behind you again. This time, I'll fight by your side. Tyrant's fist, her single strike, sent two of them flying. Seeing her incredible power, they decided to switch their target to Yunmu. That woman knows ancient martial arts. We'll deal with her last. They had no idea he was the true threat here. It was a fatal miscalculation. As for the other one, Yunmu's gaze turned, ice cold as he took his stance. The next moment, a single, basic strike was all it took to end him. The last one saw an opening, lunging from behind with a dagger, but Yunmu sensed him. In the next second, he grabbed the attacker's wrist, freezing him in place. The man's face showed nothing but utter shock. He stubbornly tried to use the tiger subduing technique, so Yunmu showed him the power of retracting step. A single blow made him cry out in agony. Outside the fight, and Lu, and the other members, could only watch in awe. They're both incredible. They're nothing like students who are just 1 year our senior. Yunmu and Nuo-jae fought in perfect sync, quickly finishing off the grunts. Their work done, they shared a triumphant glance. Well done. But Tessie's voice shattered the moment. Celebrating now? Isn't it a bit premature? I miscalculated. I never expected your martial arts were this refined. But his words still dripped with confidence. So, what if you're both masters? There are only two of you. Even if you fight well, you'll eventually get tired. A smug grin spread across his face, certain he would win through sheer numbers. The victory was already his. Come forth. At Tessie's command, the remaining forces of the Divine Heaven cult emerged from the shadows. Yunmu saw their numbers without a hint of fear, instead offering a compliment. Wow, the Divine Heaven cult really thinks highly of me, to send so many after a nobody like myself. But, as Yunmu spoke, a strange power radiated from the ground. Turns out, he brought an army of his own. My soldiers are just as numerous. In an instant, his shadows materialized, stunning even his own teammates. What is all this? There are so many of them. Is this the night parade of 100 demons? For the first time, Tessie began to feel a sense of dread. A summoning art? Impossible. His mystic power should be low here. But Yunmu, on the other side, simply stretched his neck. Let's start with this many. My own mystic power is limited here, after all. So, let's end this quickly. The rest is up to my soldiers. Shadow Legion, heed my call. His eyes grew cold as he looked at them, issuing his army a single order. Annihilate every last one of them. Leave no one standing. The Shadow Legion surged forward, crashing into the Divine Heaven cult. Their speed and power were overwhelming. In moments, countless enemies were cut down by the Shadow Soldiers. Right then, Li Yunmu's shadows relentlessly assaulted the enemy. Not just one, but number one also joined the fray. Then, another shadow emerged, hunting down a straggler. Among the enemy, one fool, unafraid of death, stood defiantly before a shadow soldier. He roared, "You oversized freak! Die!" Then he swung his sword. The blade sliced clean through the shadow's torso. But the instant it was destroyed, it began to reform, back to its original state. The attacker had used all his strength. Now defenseless, his face filled with terror, as he stared at the ghastly figure. The next sound was his own hopeless scream as the shadow tore him apart. On the ground, the survivors were terrified. They scattered in a panic. "Run! What are you waiting for?" The man who was yelled at looked back in fear. Right behind them, Li Yunmu's shadows were in hot pursuit. As they scrambled to escape, one of them ran to another man just ahead, pleading for help. "My lord, save me." But in a flash, the very man he begged for help sent his head flying. The priest, his face splattered with blood, didn't even flinch. He just took a long drag from his cigarette. He issued a chilling warning. "Anyone who retreats, dies." The runners froze, shocked by the threat and the gruesome display. The priest continued, trying to fuel their rage. "Brothers, we die either way, so let's fight them." He smirked to himself, sizing up Yunmu's shadows. Summoning these phantoms must consume a massive amount of mystical power. Wasting them on these grunts should be enough to drain his reserves. In front of him, the shadows continued their relentless assault. They clashed with the men who had just been fleeing for their lives. In a dark corner, one man cowered behind a large rock. "Don't! Help me!" Yunmu's number one shadow, devoid of consciousness, simply charged forward to attack. The man was trembling so hard he couldn't move, his feet rooted to the spot in pure terror. He could only scream in utter despair. "Save me!" He thought his life was over, ended by this monstrous shadow. But after a moment, he felt no pain, no impact at all. He lowered his hands and peeked through his fingers. He then realized the shadow before him had suddenly frozen in place. He stared, bewildered, a flicker of hope rising within him. It stopped. The shadow then began to dissipate, vanishing into thin air. Elsewhere, Yunmu's eyes shot to a system notification. The system flashed a critical alert. "Warning, insufficient void essence in your account." A string of zeros appeared on the screen. Yunmu grabbed his head in fury, screaming, "You've got to be kidding. It's gone already? Your luck is just the worst." The Zhao family members stared at him, confused. Who is our senior talking to? Why does he look like he just went bankrupt? Shen Chen also frowned, glancing over before scoffing. "I don't know." Yunmu buried his face in his hands, seething with silent rage. "Damn it, I got too arrogant again. I completely lost track of my void essence consumption. This is just like last time." He was instantly reminded of a training session that had left him completely exhausted. Back then, he had summoned every shadow he could to practice. Tired, he sat down to rest, feeling deeply dissatisfied. The progress is too slow. Even with the shadows training automatically, this speed isn't enough. "I have to get stronger." He scowled and yelled at the system. "System, how many shadow spirits can I create now?" The system's reply was blunt. "Your current void essence can create many shadow spirits. But given your body's present condition, you can control a maximum of 4. Exceeding this limit will cause damage to your body." Hearing this, Yunmu ground his teeth in frustration. He cursed under his breath. "That's impossible." But just then, the system suddenly proposed a different solution. "However, if you wish to forcefully control more shadow spirits, I do have a method." Yunmu's eyes widened in shock. Then, the system made a sly, tempting offer. "Have you ever heard the saying that money makes ghosts work for you? Have you heard you can command demons with money? What does that have to do with anything?" Yunmu retorted, annoyed. "Of course I have. But what does that have to do with me wanting more shadows?" The system then laid out all the benefits. Your own mystical power isn't enough to control so many shadows at once. But, if you spend void essence, we can lend you a higher level of power. As for the fee structure, he eagerly cut it off before it could finish. "Why didn't you say something like that sooner? Then give me 10 shadows." "No. Give me 20 to start." At the time, his account balance had 10 digits. He even remembered the exact amount. 2,518,753,469. Yunmu was so rich it was all he had. He flashed a triumphant smile at the system. "I can't speak for anything else, but this void essence stuff, I have as much as I want. This time, I'm going to hit it big." 2 hours later, he checked his balance. No way. Why has everything turned to zero? The shock drained the color from his face as he mumbled, "What's going on?" When reality set in, Yunmu began to roar. "Damn it, you scammer, you hacked my account." The system simply reminded him, "This is the result of your normal expenditure." He challenged it, unable to accept the facts. "Who are you fooling? I had so much in my account, how could it be gone?" He hadn't let it finish its explanation earlier. Now he was trying to shift the blame. Still, the system had to clarify things. The fee for borrowing mystical power increases at an exponential rate. Once the number of shadows becomes too high, the void essence consumption becomes astronomical. Yunmu's mind went completely blank. He was utterly stupefied. As he watched the shadows slowly vanish, his head began to spin. Yunmu felt like he was on fire, unable to stop himself from cursing. Damn it! This was going too far. Any longer and Sister Ruyan would lose her mind. Just then, the high priest shot him a malicious grin. He sneered, "So, even someone like you runs out of mystic power eventually. I guess it's time to bring out my little toy." He brazenly admitted, "You know, Li Yunmu, I've always taken a liking to you. If you hadn't killed our leader, I would have asked you to join our divine heavenly cult. But alas, today you die." At his word, his minions raised their weapons, waiting for the signal to strike. Yunmu scoffed with a smirk. "Energy cannons? You think these toys can kill me?" Provoked, the man ordered his men to aim. "Then let's find out," he sneered. "Ready, aim, and fire." "Not one to be outdone," Yunmu yelled his own command. "Everyone, on my mark, prepare." Zhao Jiajia and Shen Chen stared at him, baffled. "Are you serious? Prepare for what? Those are energy cannons. They didn't even have weapons." "Run." To everyone's shock, Yunmu bolted. The high priest and his men were stunned into silence, just standing there, completely dumbfounded. But Yunmu was pleased with his strategy. As he ran, he yelled back at them, "Only an idiot fights energy cannons with no mystic power left. I'm not that stupid." Seeing this, a worried Wu Ka turned to the high priest. "What do we do?" The high priest gritted his teeth. After them, his eyes burned with a sinister light. "I'll tear Li Yunmu limb from limb." A frantic chase began, the pursuers shouting, "Stop right there!" The high priest's orange-haired goon fired his gun at them. "You're not getting away," he said coldly. Zhao Jiajia screamed in his mind, "Damn it, they have guns too?" He dodged for his life. Wasting no time, Yunmu gave orders. "Shen Chen, your combat skills are weak. Lead a team and head for the outer area. You can use some mystic power there. Liu Nuoqi and I will head deeper inside. We'll split their forces and negate their numbers." Just like that, the group split in two and ran. A panting Wu Ka rushed to report the news. "High priest, they've split up." Hearing this, the man cursed furiously. "Damn them! Wu Ka, take your men and chase those brats. I'll handle Li Yunmu myself." He gave chase, laughing victoriously. "Li Yunmu, the depths of the cursed land are just ahead. Are you running to your own grave?" Meanwhile, he and Liu Nuoqi hid behind a tree. Seeing the man take the bait, Yunmu smirked. "Just as planned." The high priest followed us, but she was only worried about the others. She couldn't help but ask, "The kids from the Swift Wind Squad, will they be all right?" He turned to face her. Seeing her expectant gaze, he answered seriously, "Of course. Who do you think I trained?" Meanwhile, Shen Chen was reaching his limit. He gritted his teeth, gasping to his companion, I can't go on." And Liu yelled back, "You have to keep running." Suddenly, a warning came from Zhang Yujie behind them. "Shen Chen, watch your feet." They both looked down and froze in their tracks. It was unbelievable. Before them lay a murky, black swamp, the edge of the cursed land. Our ask was a marsh. The four of them were completely trapped. They cried out in despair, "It's a dead end." Zhao Jiajia wanted to scream in frustration. He could only lament, "Why is there a swamp this huge?" Beside him, Shen Chen grimly concluded, "There's no way across." Suddenly, a booming laugh grabbed their attention. "It seems the heavens themselves are on my side. To think you'd run to the edge of the cursed land, you almost got away. But out here on the fringe, we can use our mystic power. Doesn't that just mean you'll die faster?" It was the vice leader of the divine heavenly cult, Red Star Mystic. Wu Ka and his men stared at the Swift Wind Squad. They could see the kids were preparing to fight back. He called out, "All right, boys, you know the drill." He then turned to his men with a wicked grin. "Whoever brings me the most heads gets a reward." But a panicked shout cut him off. "Lord Wu Ka, look out." It was Shen Chen. He had somehow gotten behind him, lunging with his blade. A massive explosion sent debris flying everywhere. Dust filled the air. The Swift Wind Squad watched on, their hearts pounding with anxiety. Yuji couldn't help but ask, "Did he get him?" But beneath the blade, Shen Chen's face was strained with effort. A demonic voice echoed, "Hey kid, sneak attacks aren't very polite." Wu Ka had caught Shen Chen's blade with a single hand. He flashed a demonic smile, sending a cold shiver down the spine of anyone who saw it. Terror filled the air. In the distance, his men took aim with their guns, ready to fire on Shen Chen. But just as they aimed, Shen Chen turned his head and roared, "Jia Jia, now!" With that, Jia Jia leaped down, stunning them all. Using a single rope, he lashed out, making them scream in agony. Their weapons clattered to the ground. Oka mocked the Cup Fong squad's plan. "Take me down first, then finish off my men? Dream on. How could a bunch of kids ever hurt me?" Shen Chen met his gaze with defiant eyes, coolly replying, "We can." Suddenly, he heard Jia Jia's call. Shen Chen instantly understood the signal. He leaped up, blade in one hand, grabbing the rope Jia Jia threw. He then ordered Enlu, "You're up." Enlu began his spell, focusing his energy into a spinning red circle. Oka froze, whispering in shock, "That's..." He suddenly remembered something and screamed, "All units, defend!" In Wu Jie's hands were countless glowing blue needles. He chanted softly, "Mind of stillness, thought divine, spirit pellet refined." With that, he unleashed the ice-like projectiles forward. Caught by surprise, Oka's men had no time to flee, their desperate screams echoing through the air. Wu Jie raised 2 fingers and commanded, "Explode." A massive blast instantly thundered across the area. Jia, Jia, and Anlu high-fived in victory. "It worked," he cheered. With Anlu's power, the force was incredible. Unlike them, Shen Chen looked grim, observing the aftermath in heavy silence. From within the smoke, coughing erupted, though no one could tell whose it was. Oka leaped from the smoke, his head bleeding, laughing like a madman. "Interesting. So interesting. Now, I'll start playing for real." Wu Jie and Shen Chen stared, shocked he was unharmed, shouting a warning to the others, "He's not dead, get back." Before they could react, a sharp crack echoed as Wu Jie was sent flying. Shen Chen and Jia Jia screamed in horror, "Wu Jie!" Jia Jia whipped his rope toward Oka, his voice filled with pain for his friend as he yelled, "You bastard!" Oka looked up, his eyes dark and filled with rage. Another huge explosion erupted as he leaped away. No one could see the person inside the blast, their fate completely unknown. Shen Chen stood frozen, calling out his teammates' names. Jia Jia, Wu Jie, Oka simply dusted off his hands. He flashed a horrific smile, one eye bleeding non-stop, looking just like a demon from hell. He spoke, his breath thick with the scent of blood. "All done. Now it's your turn." "It's your turn." They knew he wouldn't spare them. Shen Chen pulled Anlu behind him protectively. "Anlu, stay behind me." Oka sneered at the sight. "Hiding her is useless. You're all going to die." Shen Chen gritted his teeth. "I won't let you." Oka stepped closer, grabbing his chin as if to challenge his resolve. The one they called captain couldn't be a coward. He repeated his vow, "If you want to kill my teammate, you'll have to get through me first." Oka laughed in his face. "You want to protect others? Are you even worthy?" With that, he lunged, landing a punch to Shen Chen's face. So fast, the captain thought. A brutal kick followed, aimed straight for his gut. The sheer force was plain to see. Jia Jia lay on the ground, his face covered in blood. He grit his teeth, forcing himself to look up and watch. His tormentor's voice rang out. "As captain, you must endure. Your team is watching. If you die, who will protect them then?" Another of Oka's punches slammed into his chin, sending a spray of the captain's blood into the air. Oka grinned with pure satisfaction. That punch was for justice. Next is the Holy Fist. He then unleashed a merciless barrage of blows. Shen Chen could only scream in agony. Oka showed no sign of stopping, each punch landing harder than the last. Blood poured from the captain's mouth. And Lu watched the horrifying scene, paralyzed with panic. He squeezed his eyes shut and covered his ears, screaming the captain's name in anguish. "Shen Chen." Wu Jie ground his teeth, cursing Oka, "You monster." Though bloodied and motionless, he was aware of everything happening. Meanwhile, Oka only grew more excited with each savage blow. He delivered another vicious uppercut, toying with him like a broken doll. "Oh? Still breathing?" Suddenly, he stopped. Shen Chen was drenched in his own blood, making it impossible to even see where his wounds were. He stood there, completely motionless. Oka thought to himself, "There's no heartbeat. Did he die on his feet?" He saw Enlu trembling in fear on the ground and slowly advanced, cooing. "All right, now, it's your turn. Don't cry. You'll see him again soon." and Lu's terrified eyes were filled with the image of Oka approaching. He trembled as he called for his captain, Shen Chen. Shen Chen, save me! With no escape, Enlu could only shut his eyes. He screamed, hoping for a sliver of hope, praying the captain would hear and come save him. His screams seemed to reach a dark heart, urging it to awaken. Osa didn't care how loud or terrified the boy's screams were. He wore a wicked smile, then raised his hand and lunged towards Enlu. At this point, the boy had accepted the truth. No one would save him or protect him now. Enlu gritted his teeth, tears streaming down as he stared his killer down. As Oka's demonic face drew closer, a sudden shout echoed through the battlefield. A familiar figure was rushing toward them like a blur. Thum Thun roared a warning. I told you before, don't you dare touch my comrades. Oka glanced back when he heard the voice, exclaiming in shock. What? A bloody hand clenched into a tight fist, then was slowly raised, pulsing with the power of a savage beast. This punch is my gift to you. Red Star Oka. That one hit was enough to slam his face into the ground. He only had time to let out a cry as his body began to seize, teeth missing and blood pouring from his mouth. He lay collapsed on the ground. Thum Thun seemed possessed, muttering unclear words before raising his hand to strike him again. This blow was even stronger than the last. The ground shattered and dust filled the air. Seeing this, Enlu cried out in fear. Thum Thun, stop! He's already dead! The captain looked like a madman, covered in blood and roaring wildly. Enlu was in agony, shutting his eyes and screaming with a hint of a plea. Thum Thun, don't be like this. Please stop. This time, Thum Thun really did stop. But not long after, he started screaming, each cry filled with the sound of pure agony. A moment later, his body gave out. Opening his eyes, he heard Enlu's relieved cry. Shen Chen, you're awake. Jia Jia sighed behind her. You had us so worried. Seeing Enlu's swollen eyes, the captain weakly joked, What are you crying for? I'm fine, aren't I? But, Enlu's voice trembled. I thought you were dying. I thought I'd lose another friend. You scared me to death. Shen Chen forced a smile to rally them. Don't worry. I won't die before we find Wei Xin. I've said it before. Our squad can't lose a single member. So I clawed my way back from hell. It was a joke, but also the truth. A captain never abandons his team. Suddenly, a fist connected right with the captain's head. Shen Chen clutched his head, shooting up to face Enlu. Ouch! Why'd you hit me? Seeing his bandaged face, she just yelled, You idiot! Don't you ever be so reckless again. You had us worried sick. She then blushed, unable to meet his gaze. Shen Chen pressed her, wanting to hear it again. What did you say? Enlu wouldn't dare repeat it. She stammered, nothing. Jia Jia just smirked, enjoying the show. But Wu Jie was different. He stood silently to the side, deep in thought. He recalled the recent battle, observing the captain, and quietly pieced things together. That power, it wasn't Shen Chen's own. He looked like a crazed iron-armored earth dragon. Seeing Shen Chen now, he grew more certain. He frowned, refusing to believe his own theory. Could it have been then? Meanwhile, GC and his men were tracking Yunmu when a subordinate called out, Lord GC, a discovery over here. GC approached, crouching to examine the tracks on the ground. The subordinate urged, It looks like their footprints. We should follow them, quickly. He said nothing, simply staring at the prints before picking up a clump of dirt to examine. After a moment, he ordered everyone to follow the tracks. The subordinate just stared, completely baffled. GC gestured toward the tracks and explained, These prints were left on purpose. There are signs of concealment nearby. This Yunmu is too cunning to leave such obvious tracks, so this way must be correct. With that, he led the charge forward, his men following close behind. Elsewhere, footsteps pounded the earth in a desperate escape. While running, Liu Nuoki asked nervously, Yunmu, are you sure leaving such obvious tracks is a good idea? He calmly reassured her, Don't worry, they won't follow. A cunning man like him always overthinks. He'll see the obvious tracks and hunt in the opposite direction. Honestly, he was sure of his plan, outsmarted by his own cleverness. A fitting end for his type. Just as he was boasting, he suddenly tripped over a branch. He let out a yelp before face-planting into the ground. He shot up, fuming. Holding the culprit in his hand, he roared, Damn it! Who plants a flower in the middle of a path? How annoying. But then he looked at the flower in his hand and gasped, A bear's tail. A red flower bloomed on his hand, topped with a tiny bear clutching its honey pot. While he wondered what it was, its eyes welled up, and it suddenly burst into a loud wail. The shriek made them both flinch. The sound was horrifying. Covering their ears, Yunmu yelled, So noisy. Why did it suddenly start crying? Liu Nuoji couldn't stand the noise either, shouting with her eyes shut. She warned him to put the flower down, The honey bear forbids anyone from touching its flower. If it keeps crying, it'll attract trouble. Yunmu either didn't hear or didn't care, still holding the flower. He just covered his own ears. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted behind him, and he glanced back curiously. What they saw was the bear's enraged face and blazing red eyes, staring right at them. He yelped in shock. A giant bear! And quickly hid behind her, stammering. Hey, Lu Nuoje, you're the smart one. I have a question, she asked coldly. What? Lu Nuoji had already stopped paying him any mind, her focus locked on the bear before them. Though it seemed absurd, he still had to ask, is it possible to beat this thing with just our fists? She didn't answer, her body breaking into a cold sweat as she faced the growling beast, which looked ready to devour them. Without making them wait, its eyes glowed red, and it charged with its mouth wide open. The two had no choice but to turn and flee for their lives. Their situation was painfully obvious. There was no way to win this fight. Elsewhere, GC realized he'd been tricked and seethed with anger. He punched a tree to vent his rage. A subordinate quickly tried to calm him. Lord GC, please calm down. He panted and snarled through clenched teeth. Calm down? That Yunmu played me. I'll tear him to pieces. Noticing a strange noise in the distance, the subordinate reported, My lord, there's movement over there. GC heard and roared. After them. He then led the charge toward the sound. The giant bear's footfalls cracked the very stone on the ground. It charged relentlessly after the pair. As for Yunmu, he was a mess of tears and snot, screaming non-stop. Sensing it was about to catch up, Liu Nuoje yelled at him. Yunmu, think of something now. Running for his life, he replied breathlessly. There's nothing, we can't beat it. While running, he suddenly tripped on something. Fear gripped him. This time, he was really done for. They hadn't even solved one problem, and now another appeared. The bear, in hot pursuit, saw a huge black hole in the ground. Thank heavens, it managed to break just in time, or it would have fallen in like those two fools. It stared blankly down into the pit, vaguely seeing their silhouettes as their terrified screams echoed from within. After a moment, there was finally movement from inside. Yunmu gritted his teeth against the pain from the impact, wondering, Where am I? Liu Nuoje slowly sat up, rubbing her head before asking him, Did we fall into some kind of trap? For some reason, Yunmu's face was bright red, as if he were embarrassed. She couldn't help but frown and ask him, What's wrong with you? Why that expression? Yunmu said nothing, just turning his face away to avoid her gaze. Good heavens! Only then did she realize she was sitting right on top of him, with her hands on his stomach. There were no words to describe the moment. She screamed, scrambled off him, and backed away. Yunmu quickly stood up, trying to dispel the awkward atmosphere. He said, That bear is still guarding the cave entrance. To be safe, we should hide first. With no other options, she obediently nodded. They began to explore their surroundings as they walked. Though it was a cave, the ice formations were neatly arranged, giving it an ornate look. Liu Nuoji marveled silently. To think such a grotto existed beneath this cursed land. She mused while walking towards a nearby pool of water. This place might hold some kind of mystical power. With nothing else to do, the two could only sit there for now. They tried to find an escape while dealing with the huge bear guarding them. Suddenly, a sneeze from Liu Nuoji echoed. It shattered the silence between them. After sitting here for a while, she was finding it unbearable. It was just too cold. She could only clench her fists and bite her lip to endure it. Yunmu took off his outer jacket. Then, from behind, he draped it over her shoulders. The scene instantly grew warm. She turned to him, worried. Hey, if you give me your jacket, won't you be cold? This dense guy really couldn't read the room, replying honestly, I'm fine. A little chill like this is nothing to me. She was truly speechless, wanting to scold him but holding back, grumbling to herself. What? This idiot says he's concerned, but he's so clueless. She took one side of the jacket and draped it over him. Then we both have some. It was a bit awkward being this close, yet she maintained a cool expression, saying, Fine, let's do this. That way neither of us has to be scared. Yunmu, just as flustered, simply replied, Oh, and shifted away slightly. The silence between them only amplified the awkwardness. Yunmu couldn't resist sneaking a glance at the person beside him. Her face was bright red, her cheeks puffed out as she stared ahead. The sight was so cute he couldn't look away. His secret glances quickly became an obvious stare. Unable to stand it, she spun and snapped, What are you looking at? Caught red-handed, Yunmu quickly looked away, stammering, Nothing. Honestly, at this rate, who knows when these two will ever get to the next step. Seeing their reflections on the water, he wondered how long they would stay. Ignoring that she was asleep, Yunmu ran over excitedly. Hey, Lu Nuoki, wake up, I found something. Startled awake, she rubbed her eyes, annoyed. What could you possibly find in this dump? She looked up and was stunned. He was soaked from head to toe, with several fish clamped firmly onto his body. He just pointed and said, "It's right over there." Hearing this, she asked, "What did you do?" "Soaking wet and holding a fish," he replied. "Caught fish. Want some?" "No thanks." Nuoki was quick to reject the offer. Yunmu didn't care, pushing her forward by the shoulder. "That doesn't matter. Get in the water. I found something huge." Seeing him about to push her into the lake, she screamed, "Wait a second!" But in the end, Yunmu shoved her in anyway. Once below, she stuck close to Van Mook. She scanned their surroundings. Surprised the lake connected to another place. Reaching their destination, they surfaced, gasping for air. Stunned by the sight, she exclaimed, "This place is definitely different." Before them was a large circle. At its center, a blue hemisphere glowed brightly. The ground was filled with crosses, seemingly to seal it. Van Mook removed his shirt, wringing it out, then curiously approached. He asked her, "Is that a projector? Let's go see." Nuo Jie quickly tried to stop him from behind. "It seems to be releasing immense energy. For our safety, it's best we don't get any closer." Touching a nearby cross, she explained, "These crosses are sealing artifacts. Someone placed these artifacts to suppress the projector's power. So many means the sealed object is incredibly dangerous." But all her warnings were met with Van Mook's complete and utter indifference. He turned, picking his nose, and told her, "If you're scared, just stay here. I'll go alone." Nuo Ji was furious, stomping her foot and yelling, "You're ignoring me again." But she couldn't just let him go alone. She rushed after him, yelling, "Wait for me." They finally neared the projector, dwarfed by its massive size. Van Mook examined the iron circle before them. It was divided into 5 distinct sections. Each section had a unique character, stuck firmly to the projector. He mused, "I think I've seen this symbol before." As if remembering, he reached into his dimensional space. "I remember this," he said, pulling something out for her to see. It was an iron pot. Comparing it to the circle, she exclaimed, "This looks just like it." More accurately, it looked like the other half of that object. An image flashed in Van Mook's mind. He muttered, "The old man from Wangwen Pavilion said half was missing. Maybe someone used it here to seal something." With that, he fitted the 2 pieces together. Seeing them merge as one, he smirked. "How awesome is that?" He focused on the next step. Just one turn is needed. As he spoke, the circle above began to hum. Suddenly, the projector reacted. A force surged from it, rushing towards the object in his hand. Feeling the intense power, he used his other hand to steady his arm. After a moment, it was all absorbed into his iron pot. Van Mook excitedly held the pot high, cheering, "It's finally whole." He pressed the pot to his cheek, overjoyed. "My precious pot is finally complete." Nuo Ji noticed something and shouted, "Van Mook, over there." He looked where she pointed, seeing plumes of white smoke rising. As the smoke slowly cleared, a great sword became visible. It was plunged into the ground, but terrifyingly, countless skulls were piled up beneath the blade. There were far too many to count. He saw it and exclaimed, "A true treasure." But getting closer, he saw bones scattered everywhere. Van Mook wondered, "Why so many skeletons? There's barely any room to walk." As he reached for the sword, Nuo Jie's terrified scream startled him. "Don't touch it!" "Stay away from it." Confused, he turned back, waiting for her answer. She gazed at the blade, its evil aura palpable. Clutching her shirt, her voice trembled. "This sword is so strange. I've never felt a fear like this. We know nothing about this blade. It's better to be cautious." Honestly, she felt uneasy and didn't want him to touch it. While Yunmu was still hesitating, not knowing what to do, then, the sound of rushing footsteps grabbed their attention. A man's voice questioned them rudely. "Who are you? Where is the artifact that suppresses the evil blade?" He sized up the man and whispered a guess. "Divine Holy Sect." The man glanced at a paper, then back at them, asking suspiciously, "Aren't you too?" Then it clicked. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Gods, it's really Li Yunmu." Liu Nuokie leaned in close to warn him. "We've been discovered. He's as ugly as he is evil." The man slowly drew a knife, a sinister grin on his face. "Looks like heaven is on my side. Capturing you will be my ticket to the top." In your dreams, a brief, intense clash between the two immediately followed. After the short exchange, the big talker from before was now sprawled on the ground, groaning in defeat. Yunmu sighed, cracking his knuckles as he complained, "Too weak." He turned toward the blade, speaking to her as he walked. "If the Divine Holy Sect is also after this blade, then I can't just ignore it." Nuoki called out, "Are you really going to do this?" He paused, then replied, "They used a divine artifact for this thing. I want to see just how cursed it really is." With his mind made up, he reached out. The moment he touched the blade, lightning erupted and shot straight toward him. After a desperate struggle to endure, Yunmu couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground. He finally understood what an out-of-body experience felt like. Seeing his state, Nuoki screamed in terror, "Lee Yunmu!" Thank goodness, he was somehow fine. After checking his body, he let out a sigh of relief. "I really thought I was a goner. The moment I touched it, all my strength was drained." Behind him, a furious Liu Nuoki stomped her foot and scolded him. "I told you so. You idiot. I don't know what to do with your stubbornness." She could only sigh and change the topic. "Let's go." He cut her off before she could finish, asking, "Learned your lesson this time?" He tossed the holy artifact he had just acquired into the air. He then turned to her and said, "This cursed blade didn't choose me. There's nothing I can do. Besides, this trip wasn't a total waste. I have 2 holy artifacts now, so it was a rich harvest." After climbing out of the cave, Yunmu bent down and called to her, "Give me your hand." Nuoki obediently reached out and took his hand. After pulling her to safety, Yunmu began to scan the area. He needed to be sure that the giant, strange bear had finally left. Only then could he finally let out a sigh of relief. Behind him, Nuoki panted and asked him, "So, what should we do next? What else can we do?" He turned and answered grimly, "Get out of this forest as fast as possible." I wonder how Shen Chen and the others are doing. They walked one after the other, failing to notice a large, fiery ball appearing in the sky. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, lighting up the entire sky. The deafening sound made them both jump in surprise. Realizing it was rolling toward them, they immediately sprinted forward. After reaching a safe distance, Yunmu turned around. He used his hands and feet to skid to a halt. A familiar voice from above caught his attention. "Well now, you bastard. You were a real pain to find." He looked up to see the dirty, soot-covered face of Jisi. As it happened, he was also staring at him. Yunmu gave him a taunting smirk. "You're really chasing me to the ends of the earth. So what? How does it feel to be outsmarted? Your pride hurt, idiot?" His words successfully sent Jisi into a rage. He frowned, grinding his teeth as he ordered, "You brat, get him!" His subordinates immediately moved to obey. Once again, the massive ball hurtled after them. Liu Nuoki shouted as she ran, "You fool! Why did you have to provoke him?" Yunmu, while running for his life, still tried to defend his actions. How was I supposed to know he was so petty? Seeing the ball getting closer, Liu Nuoki turned to him and screamed, "Li Yunmu, watch out!" Quick as a flash, he ducked and rolled aside, narrowly dodging the attack. Watching the ball rocket past, he breathed a sigh of relief. He muttered, "That was dangerous. I was almost done for." As he noticed something, that annoying voice rang out again. "Just give up. There's no escape for you this time. If you kneel down and say a few nice things to me, I might consider leaving your corpse in one piece." He was sick of his arrogant, self-important tone. Yunmu turned and replied flippantly, "Too bad. You missed your best shot. You won't get a second chance." Jizi was slightly taken aback, wondering where he got such confidence from, but he was still intrigued. He asked, "You're about to die. What gives you the right to talk to me like that?" Yunmu said nothing and simply turned around. The thundering sound of footsteps began to echo. Hearing it, he knew instantly that it was someone he knew. Seeing the figure standing right behind him, he gave an arrogant smile, pointing his hand toward it, then said cryptically to GC, "This guy's my ace." The giant bear's eyes flared with rage, glaring furiously at GC. His subordinate panicked the moment he saw the bear. He turned to his master, his voice trembling. "Lord GC, it's the secret bear." GC frowned, warily watching the beast. Meanwhile, Van Muck acted friendly, patting the bear's arm. "Big bro, that must have hurt, didn't it? Your fur is scorched," the bear growled. Van Mook whispered conspiratorially, as if he understood. "They're the ones who hit you. These people are really bad. They even said they wanted to steal your flour." Hearing this, the bear grew enraged. Its eyes filled with killing intent as it faced GC's group. Having not heard Van Muck's words, he was clueless, looking dumbfounded at the bear's immense fury. Without waiting for them to understand, the colossal creature charged forward, roaring furiously as it attacked them. Van Mook and Nuojier calmly turned their backs on the battlefield. "Done. Let's go." Behind them, a giant fireball erupted amid desperate screams. "Open fire!" Meanwhile, somewhere else in the forest, a guard saw someone approaching and called out, "You're back, kid?" The vice sect master is getting impatient. The newcomer curtly ordered him, "Enough talk. Open the gate." The guard quickly opened it, a sly grin on his face as he gestured, "Please, enter." Beyond the door, towering test tubes lined the walls, leaving only a narrow path forward. From the cramped space, endless groans of agony echoed. A hand slammed against the glass from within a tube, revealing a figure twisted beyond human form. Trapped, with tubes piercing its body, it clawed the glass, screaming, "Kill me!" Wei Shinran bit her lip, forcing herself to look away. She ignored the screams and pressed deeper down the path. Meanwhile, in another room, a man with a blood-soaked face and beast-like fangs gasped for breath. The vice cult leader, dressed as a surgeon, held up a scalpel. "Don't worry," he soothed. "It's almost over." Just as the scalpel was about to descend, Shinran and the guard entered. The guard bowed. "Vice cult leader, the girl from the Wei family is here." Shinran covered her nose, horrified by the scene. Over the man's screams, the vice cult leader's soft voice welcomed her. "Little Shinran, you've come. Please, enter." He didn't pause his work, speaking calmly to Shinran at the door. "I've brought the person you wanted. And your promise to me?" Beneath his hands, the man's groans faded. Then, the tense arm on the table suddenly went limp. The vice cult leader seemed disappointed, muttering as he peeled off bloody gloves. "Another failure. Live dissection is never easy." He then turned to her. "Little Shinran, rest assured. I will keep my promise." Then, he turned his blood-stained face to her, smiling like a kind father. "I always keep my word. But I need you for something else. Go home and await my call." Shinran couldn't hold back her rage, shouting from the doorway, "Are you messing with me? You promised if I brought Li Yunmu." Before she finished, he cut her off coldly. "I have spoken." The fatherly act was over. His gaze turned ice-cold and deadly as he repeated his words. "Go home and await my call." Startled by his chilling gaze, she instinctively backed away. The vice cult leader twirled a mask, watching calmly from the bloody table as Shinran stormed away. Once she was gone, he turned back to the dissected corpse on the table. His eyes were frigid, and he whispered, his face still covered in blood, "I'm going to need more subjects." Meanwhile, Shinran walked past the tubes, hatred for her parents' fate burning in her eyes. In her mind, she heard a familiar voice calling, "Little Xing." She recalled the past, helpless on the ground, screaming at the figures imprisoning her family. "Bastards, let them go." Shinran lay on the ground, glaring with hatred at the approaching figure. His emotionless voice echoed in her ear. Wei Shinran, the Wei family's once-in-a-decade prodigy. The vice cult leader looked down, his eyes cold. His voice was demonic as he offered her a deal. "Let's make a trade." Shinran frowned, her eyes wary. Her past resolve, mixed with her present hatred and determination, fueled her. She made a silent vow. "I will succeed. No one can stop me." One day, Yunmu and Nuojie finally encountered other humans. Ahead, they saw houses and villagers, possibly from the Hongman tribe. Perhaps the divine heavenly cult had sent them here. He raised a hand to wave at the guard up ahead. He just wanted to ask for directions, but the man spotted them and screamed, "Outsiders have arrived." Instantly, villagers rushed out, surrounding them like a pack of wolves eyeing their prey. Yunmu asked, growing worried, "Is there a problem, everyone?" Another man ordered, "Brothers, bring them inside." Yunmu thought to himself, "Are they going to fight us?" But he was wrong. They joyfully hoisted him and Nuoji onto their shoulders like honored guests, much to their surprise. The entire village held a great feast. Little Mu and Nuoji sat in the middle, surrounded by celebrating villagers. A curious child whispered to his mom, "Why do they look so weird?" His mother hushed him. "Don't say that. They're not weird, they're just ugly." The villagers were incredibly enthusiastic, one even shoving food into Yunmu's mouth, urging him to eat. "Look how malnourished you are. Don't be shy. Make yourself at home." Someone stopped the man. "Bate. You'll make our guest sick." Then he punched Bate right in the face. Van Muck was stuffed, his shirt buttons about to pop. He knew better than Badak. Their guest wasn't just thin. That was simply his natural build. The village chief approached, joking, "This one is far too enthusiastic." The Hongman tribe loves making friends, so it was no big deal. He only wanted to ask, where is the nearest teleportation array? For that, they would have to travel south. The elder pointed the way. Suddenly, a man ran toward the chief. "It's bad. The mountain bandits have returned." The man's frantic look meant this was serious. The chief's face burned with anger. "They dare return. Men, to arms. We fight them now." He told Badak to stay behind to protect their guest. Watching them rush off, Van Mook asked Badak, "Do you often have trouble with bandits here?" But according to Badak, this was new. These bandits had only appeared 2 months ago, right when villagers started to disappear. They had searched the forests repeatedly, but found no trace. Then, the bandits appeared, claiming they took the missing people. This group was a mystery. They demanded everything the village had, or the captives would die. Badak was seething with rage. His own younger sister had vanished then. Hearing this, Van Mook turned and walked away. Badak was stunned. "Where are you going? It's dangerous out there." He replied simply, "The chief hasn't told you everything." But behind him, Nak Tiep understood his plan and smiled. Meanwhile, the villagers cornered the bandits. Their leader was surrounded by men with clubs, saws, and farming sickles. He sneered with contempt. "Relying on you peasants? Get lost." A single, powerful strike followed. He sent the village chief flying. Standing over him, he asked, "Planning to be stubborn until the end?" A sword pressed against the chief's throat, but his spirit was unbroken. "Even if we die, we will never surrender." The bandit leader raised his sword. "No surrender? Then I'll send you on your way." The chief's eyes widened in fear. Who could face death without fear? At that moment, Van Mook appeared, softly saying 2 words. Frenzied blade. One clean arc sent the bandit leader's head flying. The chief stammered, So powerful. I couldn't let him touch the chief. This is the price he pays." Seeing this, the bandits screamed, "Boss!" Van Mook advanced on them, blade ready. "Who gave you permission to touch the chief?" He had already handled their leader. The group was now a snake without a head. One asked the deputy, "What do we do?" His face was as white as a sheet. He screamed to his men, "Run for it." Van Mook looked like a monster. "Why stay here and wait for death? Did I say you could leave?" Insect, step. In a flash, Van Mook swept through them. Each man met with a single cut. Not a single one was spared. He then appeared before the deputy, who collapsed at Van Mook's feet. He had to keep one alive for interrogation. He threatened, "Tell me the truth. Where are the villagers you captured?" With a blade to his throat, he couldn't lie. He begged, "Don't kill me. We captured them. But then, we sold them." He truly didn't know where they went. The chief grew desperate. "Then our only clue is gone? Where are our people?" Van Mook's expression darkened. Is a deputy leader this useless? Like a fish on a block, the man dared not hide a thing. He struggled to remember. Wait, our contact person. He claimed her fighting techniques were like a destructive whirlwind. A stranger arrived at their camp, looking to hire help. He wasn't picky about age or gender, offering 10 gold a head. Though shrouded in a cloak, it was obvious they were far smaller and slighter than the man tribesmen. If this was an outside group, what was their motive? Why kidnap people? The village chief approached, saying, "Thank you, Yunmu. You've helped us immensely. I will handle the rest." But Yunmu had a favor to ask. The chief seemed confused. "Perhaps you forgot the transfer array's location? I haven't been told yet." "Ah, so that's it." The chief pointed south, telling Yunmu that path would lead to the largest city in the Hongman continent. Heeding the chief's words, he arrived at Mantian City. It was completely different from the village. The people here were incredibly enthusiastic. The moment the two entered the city, a crowd surrounded them, offering them drinks and snacks. They even volunteered to show them around. Suddenly, a voice cut through the noise. They already have someone to receive them, who had come to their rescue. They both looked toward the sound. It was Shen Chen, Zhang Yujie, Zhao Jiajia, and Lu Lu. All of them were here. They moved to another location. Only after escaping the ambush did they realize they'd been sent to the Hongman continent. And since the continent's only transfer array was in Mantian City, they decided to wait here. Luojie went to the counter to book 6 spots to the central continent, while the others found a table to rest. Jiajia was ecstatic. He could finally go home soon. He glanced around. The place was lavishly decorated, unlike the view outside. The sound of Luoji slamming the counter startled him. She yelled at the staff, "Why is it so expensive?" He walked over and asked, "Are we short on money? How much do we need?" If needed, Yunmu would trade some materials for cash. Her finger traced past the zeros. From tens, to hundreds, to thousands, all the way to billions. 6 billion. Now it was Yunmu's turn to shout, "You might as well be robbers." The polite staff member simply smiled and said, they must be joking. He had no choice but to pull out a pile of items, asking her to appraise them. The clerk asked him to wait a moment. After appraising them, she stated, "This is worth 15,830,000 Xuan crystals." Yunmu had no idea they were so valuable. Back home, they would fetch 3 million at most. But specialties from the central continent are extremely precious here in Hongman, as the transfer array is the only method of transport between them, so the costs are high. Likewise, goods from Hongman are worth much more in the central continent. A plan formed in his mind. Let's postpone our return. Luo Jie couldn't understand what crazy idea he had now. Of course, it was because Yunmu had just smelled the scent of money, far sweeter than any perfume. In the Vice Sect Master's office, he had just received word that the sacred artifact was taken by Li Yunmu. The kneeling subordinate reporting trembled with fear of punishment, but also with fury toward Yunmu. The vice sect master offered him an opportunity. Forget about retrieving the sacred artifact. We happen to be short a few test subjects. The man thought he'd received a new mission, cheerfully accepting the order to capture more people. He was gravely underestimating the vice sect master's cruelty. He saw no need to search for subjects when one had just willingly delivered himself to his doorstep. Immediately, piercing screams for mercy echoed through the room. A priest standing nearby tried to seize the opportunity for himself. Vice sect master Li Yunmu appeared in Montian City 2 days ago. Give me 2 squads, and I will retrieve the divine artifact. The vice sect master refused. Unnecessary. I will be sending Wei Shinran to handle it. With that, he sent a message to Shinran. The priest persisted. My network in Montian City is vast. I can certainly find him much faster. Was he challenging the vice sect master's authority? I do not like to repeat myself. Slowly, the vice sect master rose to his feet. He took the cigarette from his mouth, warning, "You should learn to quell those thoughts. Do not ruin my grand design, priest. Don't forget what kind of person I am. If you continue to be disobedient, your entire family will end up on my operating table. Have you perhaps forgotten that 2 years ago, more than 10 Hongxing experts marched south to conquer the demoness Midi? After several weeks, some returned insane. Others committed suicide. The memory finally struck the priest. It was time for them to leave. If there's nothing to hunt, we'll check again in a few days." Elsewhere, Yunmu's party was celebrating. They had struck gold this time. They had taken down numerous beasts. He wondered how Shen Chen was doing on the outer perimeter. They would make a fortune once they reached the central continent. Yunmu stored each beast in his spatial inventory. Then, a colossal, jet-black monster appeared. It seemed to be trying to intimidate Yunmu, but as it roared endlessly, his lack of reaction confused it. It had threatened the wrong person. In fact, the beast had just become his newest target. After a moment, its roars of intimidation turned into cries for help. Yunmu beat it senseless, adding, "Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you now." Unwittingly, in the heat of the chase, he and his team crossed a warning sign on the ground. "Attention, the demoness, Mady, is extremely dangerous." The sight was truly strange. A giant beast was fleeing for its life, tears streaming down its face. Meanwhile, a small human like Yunmu chased it like a madman, gaining speed. Too focused on his target, he failed to notice the warning. He stepped onto a strange surface. It looked like a stream, but it was a trap. Beneath it lay a bottomless abyss. Nuo Jie saw him fall, screaming his name. But Yunmu just kept plunging deeper. Then, her expression shifted. A sinister smirk appeared as she touched her chin. Is Yunmu finally gone? The fake Nuo Jie turned to leave. Her mission was complete, but a figure shot up from behind, startling her. It was Yunmu, flying up with his wind wings. He was confused. The ground had just vanished. Could that beast he was chasing also use illusion arts? Without any suspicion, Yunmu landed, still lost deep in his own thoughts. A monster that knows illusion arts. Without a second thought, he asked Nuoji, "Did you see where that creature went?" She pointed randomly. It went that way. His spirit ignited, and he gave chase instantly. "Hurry! We can't let it escape." The eyes of the Nuoji with him had changed color. Perhaps this wasn't the real Nuoji at all. Meanwhile, the real Nuoji was baffled, looking around, completely bewildered. Moments ago, she was chasing that illusion beast with Yunmu. How did he vanish in the blink of an eye? A little further, she noticed something in the bushes. Her eyes widened in shock at the sight. There, by a nearby tree, was an injured Yunmu. He looked to be seriously hurt. Nuoji couldn't understand how this happened. This Yunmu then approached her. "The illusion beast did this," he claimed. "But I know where it went." "Okay." She followed this imposter without a shred of doubt. As they neared the beast, he warned her. "That thing is incredibly sharp." Nuoji moved forward. Then, Yunmu blocked its escape route. Without a word, she acted according to his plan. Those violet-pink eyes reappeared on Yunmu's face. He targeted her as she rushed forward. The imposter raised his blade, but he had sorely underestimated Nuoji. She stopped abruptly, twisting her body and driving her elbow back with force. Coiling her body, she unleashed an Iron Mountain strike. The fake Yunmu was sent flying 100 meters, caught completely off guard. He was heavily wounded, coughing up blood. His true colors were finally revealed. "So you decided to try and kill me, have you? Did this fake Li Yunmu truly take Nuoji for a fool?" He was curious. "How did you know I was an imposter? Do you even need to ask?" She scoffed. "Next time you try a scam, use your brain. The illusion beast we were chasing was only Gold Star level. Even its strongest attack couldn't injure Yunmu." "I see. I was careless this time. His body began to dissolve into thin air, so I couldn't fool a single girl. No matter. You won't be able to escape anyway. He vanished. It was an illusion art. She had to warn Yunmu immediately. The fake Nuo-jae wouldn't be easy to handle. He must be in terrible danger too. But she never could have imagined. Another Nuo-jae was crawling towards Yunmu. He screamed in panic, "Nuo-jae, what are you doing?" This wasn't like her at all. She claimed she didn't know why her body felt so hot. Her hips arched invitingly. Her shirt slipped off one shoulder. She said she needed his help. But help with what? Poor Yunmu was completely terrified. The situation was getting dire. She pounced, pinning him down as he looked on helplessly. He just wished Nuo-jae would calm down. Then, her violet-pink eyes began to glow as she softly whispered his name. In that moment, he stared right into them. Suddenly, the world around him shifted. She was trying to hypnotize him. Just as she was about to succeed, the fake Nuo-jae entranced him. She lifted his face, their lips about to touch. A scream from the real Nuo-jae snapped him out of it. "What do you think you're doing? Stop it, right now." The imposter turned her head. The original had arrived, and every step she took burned with fury. How dare she use Nuo-jae's face for something like this? There was only one gift for this fake. A fist, right to the face. But her punch passed right through like air. There's nothing more infuriating than an attack that doesn't connect. The fake's illusion art was incredibly refined. He was still dazed. What's going on here? One Nuo-jae was pushing down the other's head, so she slapped him hard across the head. His head wobbled like a bobblehead doll. "It's an illusion art," she explained. "This creature's illusions affect sight and hearing, but if it's hit, it can't maintain its form. That's why the illusions were glitching out." The smoke from the fakes swirled away and began to gather into a single mass. It looked like a lump of clay molding itself. Before a figure appeared, a voice echoed out, "I was going to let you die happily and meet your ancestors." A body slowly began to take shape. First, a purple head emerged. It was a female, but it seems you don't appreciate kindness. Her body finished forming. It had the shape of an insect, and its appearance was far from beautiful. "Compared to Nuo-jae, she's nothing," he smirked. "I have to admit, hunting a creature like you will be fun." Looking closer, Yunmu thought the demoness looked like a goose. "How dare you? I am a butterfly." Enraged, she charged straight at them. They swarmed Yunmu, nearly covering his face. He scoffed, calling them mere insects, so she gifted him the great sunflame art. She had to use fire, which blazed intensely. But she wouldn't give up. She would defeat him. However, Yunmu easily parried her attack. She missed. Even as the demon's slash failed, Yunmu was already moving. He used his insect-like footwork to evade the blade. Yunmu offered a kind reminder. "Big Goose, don't forget I'm not playing alone." Behind her was Now Di. Sinking her chi, she prepared the He-Yin Palm, extreme armor form, death blow, infinite return. As the chant ended, her heart-piercing elbow strike landed, heavily wounding the demon. The blow slammed her headfirst into a tree. Now Di hit lightly, didn't she? Yunmu provoked her. "Is that all? Where's your illusion art?" Her mangled, demonic form twisted into a horrifying grin. Yunmu knew this wouldn't be easy. She sneered, "Humans truly are fools. Why would you think the demon was using her illusions?" Another figure appeared right behind him. Demonic eyes gleamed as a sword swung down. Danger was closing in on Yunmu. Now Die cried out in panic. "Yunmu." The area was stained crimson again. The demon was inches away, but he wasn't so easily defeated, and he wasn't alone. Just as she struck, the first Yunmu appeared to block her. The demon never saw it coming. The clone easily dispatched the illusionary body. Did she really think she could ambush Yunmu? Before fading, a smile crossed her lips. "He's so strong," she mused. "I like that." The demon then split into two separate bodies. Her real body circled around Yunmu. She changed targets to Now Die, believing the girl was the weaker link. From behind, Yunmu desperately called her name. One clone attacked the ground where she stood. Now Die leaped high to dodge. The demon's destructive power was immense. That single blow made the earth tremble. Then, her eyes appeared behind Now Die. A classic feint. Before Now Die could react, the demon opened a mouth as wide as a jack-o'-lantern. Her jaws snapped shut, trapping Now Die inside. Yunmu screamed her name, launching himself from the ground to save her. From the demon, she reverted to her human form, saying, "Don't rush, your little girlfriend is fine for now." But with her twisted smile, nothing good was coming. Suddenly, hideous butterflies appeared in the sky, just like the demon. She had transformed Now Die into her own likeness. To save her, you must find out which one is your girlfriend. Pure fury ignited within Yunmu. How dare this wretched woman use Now Di to mock him? Seeing him hesitate, she sneered. What's wrong? Afraid to make a move? Scared you might hurt your girlfriend? If you won't act, then you can die. She unleashed her butterfly dance attack. He countered with his legion of defensive shadows. An attack might hurt Now Di. They clashed head-on, their blades screaming as they met. Neither side would yield. She slipped behind him, her hands resting on his shoulders. If you want to live, then forget about her. Yunmu was disgusted by her repulsive games. Get your hands off me. The demon kicked him in the back, creating distance. She was sure he was pretending. What man could resist a woman's charms? Her kick sent him crashing to the ground, shaking the earth. The peaceful clearing was now riddled with craters. Yunmu was injured, but knew he couldn't let this go on. Suddenly, the pendant around his neck began to react. It glowed with an eerie light. The demon charged again. If you won't submit, I'll send you to meet your ancestors. A strange sound echoed in his ears. That sound again. Yunmu recognized it instantly. The air itself began to feel strange. A pair of hands emerged, instantly striking down the demon's many clones. It then gathered mystic power towards Yunmu, forming a swirling vortex around him. This feeling was so familiar to him. The Shadow Queen had arrived. She was responsible, now standing guard before Yunmu. He wiped the blood from his lips. My daughter has returned. The demon couldn't fathom why this supreme being would answer Yunmu's call. She was no match for this entity. Before the queen saw her, illusion art, she had to escape now. But the queen's gaze had already locked onto the demon, her pupils flaring with light. At that moment, the illusion around the demon began to crumble, shattering in an instant. So powerful, to break her illusion art so easily. Was this ultimate power? Just then, she saw Nao Di falling from the sky. An idea sparked. The demon pursued Nao Di's free-falling body. She still had one last card to play. As long as she had the girl, they wouldn't harm her. The demon sped up to catch Nao Di, her hands just about to reach and touch her, when a powerful voice declared, "She is mine." An unseen hand seized the demon's throat, stopping her cold. The pain was suffocating. Her expression screamed, "What is this?" Below, Yunmu caught the falling Nuo Jie. Ling Long, though ethereal, could easily overpower this woman. She applied more pressure, ready to send the demoness to the underworld. Her eyes rolled back in tears. Powerless to resist, her life force faded. She could only beg for mercy, offering her blood and eternal servitude. All empty promises she had no interest in hearing. Go take your drama to the king of hell. And with that, the infamous demoness's life came to an end. Ling Long reverted to a toddler, reaching her tiny hands out for Yunmu. She hugged his face and nuzzled him gently. Their bond was incredibly strong. He had to praise his daughter for being so powerful. Tiny Ling Long sat in his palm, pointed down, and called out, "Mama, Mama." Confused, he looked where she was pointing, toward Nuo Jie. He was shocked to see Nuo Jie was awake and disoriented. Yunmu panicked. "Little one, don't call out. She's awake. Get back here before she sees you," she wondered. Wasn't she swallowed by that goose? Where is it? Yunmu quickly hid Ling Long and lied. "I already took care of that thing." In response, she hit him with a crane step push, sending him spinning around. Why the sudden attack? Apparently, she didn't believe he could break her illusion and thought he was still a fake. "Take this, you goose. Show your true form, monster." Enduring the painful blows, Yunmu tried to prove his identity. "Stop hitting me." After a struggle, his jaw was nearly dislocated. Nuo Jie hurried behind him, asking if he was all right. The two continued looking for an exit. Suddenly, Yunmu sensed something. He looked back, then pulled her aside. "Someone's coming." A vehicle sped through the trees. Tied to the back, a girl was forced to run behind it. The men inside watched in amusement. They taunted the struggling girl. "Run faster, or you'll end up like the one on the car." On the vehicle in front of her was a corpse. The three men gloated. "We actually caught an illusionist. Good thing we had the Vice Cult Master's potion, or the butterfly demoness would have trapped us." Hiding in a tree, Yunmu and Nuo Jie realized they were members of the divine heavenly cult. They decided to follow them and uncover their plot. The men stopped in a large clearing and began to work. "Hurry it up, brothers." But the real horror was why this place even existed. The sight would have terrified anyone. The body from the car was tossed down. A person was just a speck in that place. This place was hell on earth. Enough corpses to fill an entire abyss, a number too vast to count or even describe. The members of the divine heavenly cult trampled over the bodies, cruelly throwing them into the pit. Many of the corpses were from the Manhwa tribe. Remembering past events, Yunmu started connecting the clues. First, the villagers started to disappear. Then the bandits claimed their contact was definitely not from the Manhwa tribe. Everything pointed to the divine heavenly cult. But what was their goal? The vehicle still hadn't left. The white-haired man dragged the girl to the pit's edge. He pushed her head down and asked, "Isn't it a beautiful sight? They are all your people. After we're done with you, you can finally join them down there." Tears of terror streamed down the girl's face. Just then, Yunmu landed on the ground, appearing from the trees. He stood in their way. Is the divine heavenly cult just a camp for sickos? Why bully a defenseless girl? The man demanded to know who he was, daring to enter their forbidden land. Who I am doesn't matter. Just answer my question, or things will end badly for you. This is your warning. The men just laughed, underestimating the chubby man. Who does he think he is? Another added. Even Lee Yunmu wouldn't dare speak to our boss like that. The white-haired leader laughed. What an arrogant brat. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on how to act. The white-haired man lunged, determined to finish him in a single punch. But he couldn't even touch Yunmu. A slight turn was all it took to send the man off balance. Yunmu then grabbed his arm and twisted it back. The pain was excruciating. Seeing this, his two lackeys rushed forward. The white-haired leader screamed in agony. Before his men arrived, Nuo Jie appeared and knocked them out cold. The defeated thugs were scattered on the ground. Yunmu calmly knelt beside their leader. If you want to keep your other arm, I suggest you answer my questions honestly. This is your last chance. Don't make me change my mind. Now, tell me, why are there so many bodies here? The man swore he didn't know. He only heard the vice cult master was conducting some kind of experiment. An experiment that requires so many lives? Yunmu pressed. Where is this experimental base? And where is the vice cult master? The white-haired man truly knew nothing more. With so little information, it was a complete waste of time. Van Mook turned and left. He walked to a captive girl, raised his blade, and with one swing, the ropes fell, freeing her. Van Mook and Nakteep then departed. The three bandits left behind were no longer a threat to her. What she did with them was her decision. They had tormented her and slaughtered her people. He left her the chance for revenge. Tears streamed down her face as she watched her two saviors fade into the distance. The words "thank you" could never be enough. She picked up a sword. The white-haired man stammered, "What? What are you doing?" Did he think he was safe just because the other man left? A price must be paid for his sins, and begging would not help. Naktiep wondered what the Divine Heaven cult was scheming this time, to abduct so many people. To Van Mook, this was clearly a serious matter. Losing an entire corpse transport unit would definitely trigger an investigation. Nakteep would tell Shen Shen to return to Montian City. It wasn't safe here anymore. But Van Mook noticed something, his eyes sharpening. He suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. An instant later, a huge explosion tore through the spot where they had stood. Thankfully, Van Mook's keen senses warned him. He grabbed Naktiep and leaped high, escaping the blast below. They even have machine guns. Speak of the devil. Van Mook hovered in the air, gazing down at the forest. Once the heavy cannon had locked onto him, two massive guns unleashed a relentless storm of bullets. With wings of wind, he carried Nuotie through a rain of bullets. But as they closed in, he suddenly froze for a moment. His body was paralyzed, just as the two turrets reloaded this time with even larger rounds. A moment later, a massive explosion rocked the sky. Smoke and dust blinded everything. Van Mook held Nuotie close, shielding them with his Promethean flame. He then dealt with the two metal husks that fired on them, snapping both in half. He'd protected Nuotie and himself, thanks to the Rising Sun Grand Flame art. Whoever was behind this should just show themselves. These toys couldn't stop him. From under the trees, a figure slowly emerged. Impressive. Truly impressive. As expected of Lee Van Mook. Why was it her again? He knew this person. Wei Xinran. The Vice Sect Master sent her. She had found him. Van Mook landed softly. Did they send you to dispose of me this time? According to Shinran, her only mission was to retrieve the holy relic. So Van Mook was wrong? That item was inside his medallion. She could try to take it. He wasn't petty, but it wouldn't be that simple. She'd have to prove she was worthy first. Number 1 and Number 2 took the stage. To get anything from him, she had to get past them. That was the first trial. Fine. Shinran accepted the challenge. A blade slid from her sleeve as she took a fighting stance. Let's see if Shinran truly has what it takes to reclaim the divine relic. The battle erupted, a 2-on-1 showdown. Number 2 darted forward to attack, but Shinran leaned back, effortlessly dodging the blow. Number 1 rushed in, aiming to overwhelm her. But it suddenly stopped, unable to move. Seizing the opening, Shinran lunged forward and beheaded Number 1. The first combatant was out. Van Mook observed that her fighting skills were polished. She used mental attacks to compensate for her lack of raw power. But this kind of spiritual attack should be draining. Why did she seem completely unaffected? Shinran's eyes widened, unleashing an irresistible pressure. Both Nuota and Van Muck's bodies froze again. Her true target was him all along. Shinran swung her blade once more, and this time, fresh scarlet blood dripped down, a brilliant, eye-catching red. A cough followed, but the blade had struck number two's hand, so the blood couldn't possibly be its. At some point, number two had returned to shield Van Mook. The continuous mental attacks were a huge burden. She was now coughing up blood, her strength fading fast. Was the Holy Theocracy's relic truly worth Shinran risking her life like this? He looked at number two's hand shielding him, then at the exhausted Shinran. Her breathing had grown heavy. On her watch face, a different scene played out the happiest memories of Shinran's life, and in that memory, the Vice Sect Master told her to find a way to take the holy relic from Lee Van Mook. Before her, the necklace was in his hands. If she failed, the lives of her family, the people she cherished most, would be forfeit. At that thought, Shinran's eyes burned with even greater resolve. She had no choice. She couldn't back down. Another blade appeared in her hand. Whether it was worth it was her business, not his. With that, she severed number two's arm. Both vanguards were down. With everyone else defeated, Yunmu was up next. He told Nuo to stand aside. He would handle this alone. He would face her himself. It was time to test his progress. In the first exchange, Yunmu lunged at Shinran. She dodged with incredible speed. As Yunmu pressed his assault, Shinran could only parry with her dual blades. They moved like two blurs of wind, their clash so fast the naked eye could barely follow their movements. Their blades met in a fierce, head-on clash. Yunmu had to admit, Shinran's fighting skills were impressive. Shouldn't she be thanking him for his training? His words ignited her fury. She gritted her teeth and glared back. She unleashed a split-second mental attack on Yunmu, freezing him in place. Then, she coughed again, spilling fresh drops of blood. Yunmu helpfully pointed out that moves requiring such a sacrifice of stamina would inevitably have a backlash. He wasn't wrong, was he? At that instant, Yunmu's sword swung, sending her dual blades flying from her grasp. Shinran's hands could no longer grip her weapons. It was time for this to end. Gripping his blade with two hands, he used Blade Frenzy to end the fight, adding a touch of still water. True to its name, it would finish her quietly and swiftly, like a calm water's surface. After the intense battle, her stamina was completely depleted. Shinran collapsed to the ground. Forcing herself up, she asked him, "Why did it have to be this way?" Yunmu sheathed his weapon. But why didn't he finish her off? He stepped closer, looking down. "If I ended you here, your squad, those guys would never let it go. To be precise, they would never forgive me. You know, that bunch of idiots is still waiting for you to return." His words seemed to awaken something deep within Shinran's soul. It was as if she'd truly forgotten something important. But just as quickly, the light in her eyes faded to shadow. She had no connection to them anymore. That's right. She had already cut all ties. He reminded her of that fact, which is why Yunmu called them a bunch of idiots. He gently placed an item before her. "As for this sacred artifact, take it back and turn it in." Then, he turned and walked back toward Nuo. He didn't know why Shinran was risking her very life, but he was certain she had a powerful reason for it. Shinran was rendered completely speechless. What could she possibly say? He had spared her life and done her a huge favor. Shinran shot to her feet, afraid he'd disappear. "Senior Da Xiong, he's been asking about the Sacred Heaven cult's golden poison for you, right?" This immediately caught Yunmu's attention. Since he had helped her, she would now retrieve it for him. And the sacred artifact? She'd return it when everything was over, she promised. But Yunmu told her not to bother. Just get home safely. Don't keep that bunch of idiots waiting. As for the artifact, he would retrieve it himself. A faint smile touched Yunmu's lips. "Unexpected, isn't it, Sacred Heaven cult? I have a special little gift for you." Somehow, Ling Lung had already slipped inside the so-called sacred artifact. Soon, he would settle all scores, both old and new. Back in Montian City, they passed a noisy crowd. Someone shouted from within, "That bounty is insanely high. This guy must be a big deal. How could a money lover like Yunmu ignore that?" He immediately dashed toward the crowd. Nuo called out, asking where he was going. He glanced back at her. "Sounds like there's a bounty up for grabs. We might be able to make a fortune. Only a total moron would pass up free money." A man holding the poster urged everyone to get a good look. "Capture this man alive," he announced, "and collect your reward at the royal palace." Yunmu pushed through the crowd. The reward was 1 billion, but what he didn't expect was the terrible drawing on the poster. Why was the drawing so awful? He didn't even realize that the person in the sketch was him, even though it looked exactly like him. That drawing is hideous. He couldn't stop laughing at it. Yunmu even showed Nuo Jae, "Hey, look, the guy on this wanted poster is so weird. Maybe we should go catch him?" As he was roaring with laughter, a pair of cuffs suddenly snapped onto his wrists. Turns out, Yunmu had no idea he was the man on the poster. He couldn't believe his luck. The target had turned himself in. Furious, Yunmu snatched the poster and held it to his own face. "Open your eyes and look. Where does this look like me? Are you kidding me?" But it wasn't about the resemblance anymore. The onlookers all nodded. "Now that you mention it, he does look a bit like the drawing. What is going on here?" Someone else chimed in. "Actually, it's a perfect match." In that instant, Yunmu froze like a statue, suddenly questioning his own appearance. The bounty hunter tried to lead him away, but in a flash, a whirlwind swept Yunmu away. The bounty hunter realized his target had vanished, looking like a complete fool. The real victim here was Nuo Ji, now forced to carry him on her shoulder while escaping. Unbelievable, really. Just one annoying thing after another today. The man even praised her, as expected of a manhan, and offered $1 billion as a reward. She had briefly escaped his grasp, only to be cursed for his words. His shackles were meant for the Zhongman people. For someone from Zhongzhou, they were far too large and slipped right off, and he dared to try and capture people. His men immediately began to search. Where did they go so quickly? Why can't we see them? As they turned away, a child behind them spotted a balloon and squealed with delight. To think they were still hiding in this crowded square. The men left to search elsewhere, allowing them to escape. In reality, they had disguised themselves as balloon-selling bears on the street. It seemed those men were finally gone. It was time for them to leave too. But with wanted posters everywhere, where could they go? Van Mook decided he would go to the Imperial Palace and ask them what this was all about. How could they draw a handsome man like him so poorly? Van Mook stomped his foot in frustration and walked off, still in the bear costume. Nuo Ta finally understood. He wasn't worried, he was angry about the portrait. Meanwhile, Governor Liu was reviewing documents. Letters had arrived. Li Van Mook was a famous figure in Zhongzhou. How could he be connected to their missing people? The councilman didn't want to believe it, but the governor saw it himself. A mountain of accusation letters covered the entire table. In the imperial study, it was hard not to believe. The cautious Governor Liu wondered if someone was intentionally framing him. According to the councilman, even if it was a setup, their only option was to find the man and question him personally. Just then, 2 large bears knocked out the guards and burst through the door. Yunnan roared, "Who's in charge here? Come out and face us. What's this about a talking stuffed bear?" Yunmu and Nuo Ta removed their beast masks. He propped his feet on a pile of accusations, then coolly introduced himself. "I'm the one you're looking for." The councilman was stunned. "Li Yunmu? Guards? Seize them at once." But the governor calmly signaled for him to stop. Why stop him? He should be arrested. The governor simply stated, "A great power is here. We must be direct. You are accused of kidnapping, human refinement, and forbidden magic." He listened, his expression unreadable. Uncle Liu's face was stone cold, like a seasoned interrogator. "So, are these accusations true?" Deep within an underground pit, a lone figure sat in the darkness. A photo revealed she was a captive woman. Someone entered her cell. "Hey, girl of the Wei family, the vice sect master summons you." Meanwhile, at Li Yunmu's interrogation, he glanced at the report. "I'm linked to missing people? Ridiculous." Uncle Liu said, "We won't make this difficult. Just cooperate with our investigation. Prove your innocence, and you can leave." Li Yunmu's demeanor was pure arrogance. A flame danced on his palm as he asked, "And what if I say no?" Uncle Liu was unfazed. "Then we must be discourteous." He yelled, "Guards, lead our 2 guests to their quarters, and make sure to treat them with respect." Immediately, a group of guards rushed in, surrounding them. One of them reached for Nuo Ta. "Miss, please come with us," she panicked. "What are you doing? Don't touch me." Li Yunmu's face was like ice. "Hey, big guy. Let her go." The guard froze in sheer terror. What is this aura? How could this be the pressure of a grand master? If he attacks, I'm dead. Suddenly, Zhu Muntian Wang appeared behind him. He called out, Hey, hey. I was wondering why no one came to greet me after my visit. After searching all day, you're all here." The guards looked back in confusion. They were shocked. "Young master." He said he sensed a powerful aura from far away. "I was wondering who it could be." Li Yunmu was just as shocked. He calmly replied, "I only knew you as a top disciple of the Man tribe. I never knew you could enter the palace so freely." "Long time no see, brother." The 2 warriors bumped fists. He asked, "What's with this grand welcome? Let's head to my room for a drink and a chat. My wine is the finest." The councilman stopped Zhu Mantian Wang. "Wait, Young master. This man is a prime suspect in the missing persons case. Letting him leave will cause an uproar. He glanced back. Huh? Are you saying my brother is connected to all this? Li Yunmu says he's innocent. Juman Tianwang boomed. Excellent. You all heard him. He said he didn't do it. Now, let's go drink. The councilman roared. What? This is an absolute joke. But Uncle Liu's expression turned grim. He said, Young master, this is a grave matter. If you interfere, this old man must take you in as well. Juman Tianwang retorted. Uncle Liu, does becoming governor mean you can disrespect everyone now? Don't forget, I am the young master of the Zhongman tribe, its future leader. If you want to touch me, just you try. The councilman placed a hand on his shoulder, ready to strike. Some consider him the culprit. He'll surely become a great figure. With his status, he wouldn't stoop to this. He slammed the table. You found no clues yourselves, so you arrest him based on a letter. Yunmu chuckled softly. What an idiot. Li Yunmu cut in. All right, that's enough. I came here today. This is more than just chaos. You want a lead, don't you? He smirked. I've got one, and it's a game changer. Just then, Wei Xinran opened the room's door. The vice cult leader sneered. Ah, little Xinran has arrived? I want my price. And you've brought it. She approached his desk and revealed the item. This is the holy weapon Li Yunmu stole. He lifted it, his expression surprised. Humph, it's become whole again. What an unexpected prize. Wei Xinran only asked, Where is my family? The vice cult leader replied, Rest assured, I will definitely return your family to you. However, they might be a little different than before. Wei Xinran roared in anger. What is that supposed to mean? He stared at Xinran. I assume you've seen the blood corpse army I created? Fear finally struck her. Blood corpses? The specimens in those vials? He continued. Now there's just one slight problem. I can't recall which vial they are in. Why don't you try and find them yourself? If you can even tell them apart. Panic seized her, her eyes wide with dread. She collapsed to the floor. The vice cult leader laughed. Such a fascinating reaction. So this is a mind on the brink of collapse. Wei Xinran gasped for air, struggling to breathe. She clutched her chest, letting out a terrible scream. The vice cult leader continued. Let me tell you something amusing. Even from inside those vials, they never stopped begging me to spare you. He whispered right into her ear. Especially that little brat. How old was he? 7? 8? His screams were the sweetest music I have ever heard. You are free now. I promised them I wouldn't do anything to you. After all, your family gave me quite a show. You should thank them properly. She choked on ragged breaths, tears streaming down her face. Through her anguish, she sobbed, I betrayed my friends and even attacked my master, but I couldn't even save my own family. Living like this. I would rather be dead. Her resolve hardened, and she screamed, Ni Ye Sun. She lunged forward to attack him. The giant barbarian king slammed his fist on the table. Are you saying the Holy Saint cult is behind all of this? The number of victims is far more than we imagined. Li Yunmu replied, That's right. That pit of bodies held more than just a few dozen people. The giant barbarian king gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it all. It's the Holy Saint cult again. How dare they do this to my people? He roared. Make the declaration. I declare the Human clan is at all-out war with the Holy Saint cult. Uncle Liu rose to intervene. Young master, wait. Do you realize what war with the top power of the Holy Saint continent truly means? Please, think this through. A single pit of bodies isn't enough proof that the Holy Saint cult is responsible. Declaring war so rashly could lead to absolute disaster. Even if Li Yunmu is a star general, his word alone cannot be taken as proof. Suddenly, a group burst in, shouting, We believe him! Uncle Liu was stunned. The sages of the Man clan? An elder motioned for his granddaughter. The crowd encouraged her. Don't be afraid. We are here with you. She spoke up. Governor General, I can bear witness. All the missing were taken by the Holy Saint cult. Uncle Liu questioned her. You can testify to this? She answered with conviction. That's right. Liu Nuoji recognized her then. It's the girl we saved from the pit. The girl began her story. While hunting in the forest, I was captured by the Holy Saint cult. On their transport vehicle, I watched many of my own people die horrible deaths. I also overheard them discussing many of the Holy Saint cult's internal secrets. They are using our people for experiments. Hearing this, the others erupted in fury. They shouted, Young master, governor, declare war. The Man clan has no cowards. Avenge our people. To treat the Man clan this way, they must pay the ultimate price. Li Yunmu then asked, Governor, do you still wish to stop us? The old man roared back, You brat. Do you take me for a coward? If this evidence is true, I declare the Hongman clan is officially at war with the Holy Saint cult. The entire crowd's fighting spirit ignited, roaring in unison their vow to fight the Holy Saint cult until the very end. But Uncle Liu reminded them, don't celebrate too soon. We don't even know where the cult's secret lab in Manhong province is located. Yunmu suddenly spoke up. Don't worry, I do. His words stunned everyone into silence. He said, your daughter pinpointed their location at the Imperial Palace's guest quarters, and Liu also stepped forward. Senior, we are going too. If we leave now, we might find Shinran. Yunmu replied, let the Hongman clan handle the Holy Saint cult. After I return you all to the Jifeng compound, I will pay their headquarters a little visit. And Liu waved her hand, disagreeing. No way, we want to go too. Suddenly, a sharp knock came from the door. Shen Chen called out, who is it? He froze, shocked to see Wei Shinran standing there. Yunmu asked him, Shen Chen, who's at the door? He stammered, it's Wei Shinran. Yunmu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Shinran is back? Suddenly, she collapsed. A large bloodstain was spreading across her back. Yunmu cried out in alarm, Shinran. The others all rushed to her side. Shinran. Shinran, what's wrong? She looked up weakly at Xiaomu. Senior, I'm sorry. I got the golden poison I promised. But I broke my promise to return safely. The light was already fading from her eyes. Seeing her like this, a storm of rage built inside him. He clenched his fists, struggling to contain his absolute fury. The others watched Shinran with worried eyes, saying urgently, no, don't give up. There might still be a way. Shinran then turned, whispering to Captain Wei Shinran, can I rejoin the team? Hearing this, tears welled up in everyone's eyes. Streams of tears fell from his face. He choked out, of course you can. At his words, she felt a wave of peace. She thought, if not for that evil blade, things might have been different. Her eyelids slowly fluttered closed. She collapsed amidst the stunned silence of everyone in the cursed forest. At that moment, a brutal battle was raging between the Hongman tribe and the divine holy cult. The tribe's warriors roared, avenge our clansmen! On the side of the divine holy cult, a man yelled, brothers, we must hold the entrance to the forbidden grounds. Once the plan succeeds, our divine holy cult will be unstoppable. The two armies clashed violently, with countless lives lost. One of them wondered, how much longer until it's complete? Below, an army of the Hongman tribe's blood puppets stood ready. A priest reported, Vice Sect Master, the tribe's attack is too strong. Our followers can't hold them back. The Vice Sect Master simply sneered. The timing is perfect. When I get the cursed blade, it will be the day those ants die. The priest asked, Vice Sect Master, is this single blade worth offending all of Hongmanzhou? Of course, he answered. This blade is a divine weapon. A dark aura pulsed from it. The priest gasped. A divine weapon? Correct. The ancient texts record it, he began. The curse god used this blade to slay the old god and seize his divinity. But after his victory, the curse god unexpectedly cursed his own blade and cast it away here. A god's weapon retains their will. To even glimpse its power is the highest honor imaginable. He raised the holy artifact and commanded, the ritual is ready. I will now tame this blade, guard the entrance, and let no one disturb me. Though this blade can absorb profound energy, it also unleashes the power of its curse. But by using the holy artifact as a bridge, I can channel the blood fiend's energy to myself and redirect the curse into the fiend. Even as a divine weapon, you will not escape my grasp. The blood fiend's power enveloped the blade. The curse and the profane energy clashed violently, creating a horrifying scene. He marveled. As expected of a divine weapon, abandoned for 1,000 years, yet its power is still this savage. But you cannot escape your fate of being controlled by me. He extended his hand, manipulating the fiend's energy. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted from behind him. He began to rush the process. The blood fiend is failing against the curse. It's about to explode. I must speed this up, he roared. Now, submit to me. He was just an instant away when the door to the chamber blew apart. From the smoke, a familiar voice echoed. Sorry for the intrusion. Li Yunmu walked in, completely unfazed. I'm here to retrieve something, he stated. The Vice Sect Master demanded. You are Li Yunmu? That's right, he replied. And you must be that Vice Sect Master. I have you to thank for taking care of my student. The man sneered. Here for revenge for that girl? You are far too late. Li Yunmu simply smiled. No, not late at all. There's something you don't seem to know. I gave that holy artifact to Wei Shinran, with a special surprise inside just for you. He then called out, Emerge, Shadow Queen. At his command, she materialized from within the holy artifact. The moment she appeared, she swiftly eliminated the blood fiends that were surrounding the cursed blade. With the fiends destroyed, his energy supply was cut. The Vice Sect Master started to panic. This is bad. The curse's power. It's flowing backward. Instantly, the backlash from the curse slammed into him, sending him flying across the room. His body was now a mangled ruin of flesh, with blood streaming from his eyes. The violent backlash finally overwhelmed and killed him. Seizing the opportunity, Lee Yunmu calmly approached the divine blade. "You sacrificed countless lives for this weapon," he said. "It's clear how much you wanted it. That's why I will not let you have it." He gripped the hilt of the blade. The curse's immense power surged forth, invading his body relentlessly. He was taken aback. Interesting. The Holy Sect drained so much of its power, yet it's still this ferocious. The system warned. A powerful energy is invading the host's body. In 1 minute, the host will perish. It suggested the host utilize the stellar world to share the invasive power. He followed its advice. Right. I still have the stellar world. Stellar world power. Activate. The realm's energy radiated outwards. Inside, it split into 2 halves. One side, a calm, blue force. The other side was a red power. One force below, the other above. He gathered both energies into the palm of his hand. The cosmic powers converged, fusing together into a single, small orb. He then channeled all of this energy into the blade. The blade began to frantically absorb the 2 energies. After some time, the process finally came to a stop. He was shocked to see that this was the weapon's true form. Yunmu lifted the transformed blade, examining it closely. He couldn't believe his eyes. Did I really succeed this easily? Suddenly, a burst of purple energy shot out from the blade. It flew straight into his eye. He panicked. Damn it! A sneak attack! In that moment, Yunmu closed his eyes to feel the energy. He gasped. This. What is this? He felt as if he were floating in the vastness of space, surrounded by purple streams of light. Back at the altar, Liu Nuoje and the others rushed toward his location anxiously. She cried out, "Li Yunmu!" They finally reached his side. Seeing him grasping the divine blade, Liu Nuoji called out again in concern, "Li Yunmu!" The other students were confused. "What's wrong with him?" Nuoje guessed. "He must be taming the blade. Don't touch him." The Vice Sect Master was not yet dead. He awoke with a terrifying scream. "No, impossible." Liu Nuoji and the others stared in shock. The man trembled as he stared down at his own body. He wondered, "My body, what has happened to it? The curse's power. It's eating away at me." His entire form began to twist into a monstrous creature as he roared in fury. "Li Yunmu, I'll kill you. I'll kill you." The monster charged straight for him, while the others quickly gathered together. A shield formed before him, protecting Li Yunmu. Floating in the void, he raised a hand against the blinding light. Before him hovered a radiant sword. In the distance, a massive planet was enveloped in a blue-violet aura. He narrowed his eyes, his brows furrowed. A man's silhouette then appeared before him, suspended in space. His upper body was bare, with long, silver hair. The face was a blur. Li Yunmu grimaced, gritting his teeth. What level of existence was this? It made him want to kneel. The pressure was absolutely terrifying. The mysterious man spoke. "The evil god was not so simple. If not for my mastery of origin star power, I fear I would not have lasted this long. Forget it. This half-dead existence is meaningless. It is time to start anew." He gazed at the blade pulsing with power and roared, "My world-slaying Jiao Yao, await my return." Tendrils of purple and blue energy flooded the space. Though 10,000 years may pass, everything will have changed. But when the star realm's power returns, so shall I. The light containing his power grew larger and more intense. It completely enveloped the planet. Li Yunmu shielded his eyes. Is this the evil blade's aura? This power feels familiar. He opened his eyes to the chaos. The star realm's power itself was on the verge of being consumed. The light surrounded him, leaving only his orange eyes. He cursed. Damn it! The power had already consumed everything. He crushed someone under his monstrous foot. "You think mere insects, like you could possibly dream of stopping me?" The old man glared, gritting his teeth in fury. "Umph. With a monstrous arm and legs, you truly don't know your own limits." Below him, the old man, his grandfather, and Nuo Jie glared. He gritted his teeth, eyes burning with rage. "Damned Li Yunmu, how dare you ruin my plans and steal my blade?" Nuo Jie watched the villain approach him. His voice trembled. "No, don't." But it was already too late. "You die." He reached for Li Yunmu's back. "The blade is mine." Seeing this, Nuo Jie screamed his name, Li Yunmu. But before the hand could land, it was stopped by another blade. Both the villain and Nuo gasped in shock. What? Holding the blade, he smirked. My apologies. He gripped the sword, his face stern. This blade belongs to me now. The villain was stunned. A mere super profound realm user blocked him? Could he have deciphered the god's message in the artifact? He thought frantically, lunging forward. I can't let him grow any stronger. He dies now. Li Yunmu swung his blade as the monster charged in a rage. He thrust the pommel of the blade forward, piercing the villain's gut. The monster howled in agony. His eyes shot blood red, his mouth hanging open. Li Yunmu channeled his energy, and a violet aura erupted from the sword. A phantom blade pierced straight through his chest. Blood flew everywhere as he let out a soul-shattering scream. Pain contorted his face into a terrifying mask. A swift kick sent him crashing to the ground below. Li Yunmu dove after him, blade outstretched for another strike. The monster flinched in terror as the sword swung down. The blade cut across into his torso, sending him flying. Netherworld annihilation. At last, the monster collapsed. Seeing this, someone asked, "Is it over? Did we win?" Suddenly, Li Yunmu coughed up blood, his face blank. A girl screamed in terror. Li Yunmu! The villain lay on the ground, laughing sinisterly. You fell right into my trap. Meanwhile, Asamila had collapsed, facing the man tribe. Yunmu observed the blood he coughed up from the hit. He frowned, realizing it was tainted with poison. Behind him, his enemy staggered to his feet, sneering. He knew Yunmu's left side was already going numb, and to think Yunmu believed the divine cult's vice lord was weak. Asamila boasted he'd mastered poisons his whole life, using himself as the perfect test subject. He held out his regenerated arm as proof. He grabbed the cursed blade Yunmu was holding and clenched it tight, securing his grip. Then he kicked Yunmu away, roaring, "Get lost!" Yunmu slammed into the cliff, blood pouring from his mouth, as the cursed blade fell into Asamila's hands. He believed an impure person and a cursed blade were the world's most perfect combination. Yunmu struggled to warn him, "If I were you, I'd throw that blade away." He then reminded him, "Have you forgotten how you became a monster?" Suddenly, Yunmu chanted the curse-releasing incantation. Dark smoke erupted from the blade, ensnaring Asamila. He screamed in agony, hastily dropping the weapon. Claws from within tore through Asamila's flesh, trying to burst out. He gritted his teeth, his body on the verge of collapse. He needed more flesh and blood to sustain this form. Asamila desperately sought out more flesh, devouring it greedily. The more he ate, the more grotesque his body became. Just then, Liu Xiaonuo brought Li Yunmu a pill, telling him it would stop the poison's spread. He took it quickly, managing a word of thanks. With the poison neutralized, Yunmu's strength returned. He decided it was time to end this. Looking at the creature, he wondered why Asamila clung to this wretched life. Wouldn't death be a better fate? His foe sneered mockingly. He claimed Yunmu's greatest mistake was not finishing him off earlier. But now, with his body consumed by flesh, Asamila was confident that Yunmu no longer stood a chance. Seeing his current form, Yunmu exclaimed, "You're getting more disgusting." Enraged, he struck at Yunmu, roaring, "Then taste the power of this perfect body." Li Yunmu dodged the blow with agility, completely startled. He never imagined such a massive form could move so fast. Before he could recover, Asamila appeared behind him, taunting, "Where are you looking?" Their clash was apocalyptic, kicking up clouds of dust. Yunmu was thrown back, shocked to see Asamila already regenerating. He stood up, scornfully reminding him that this body was the perfect vessel for rebirth. Asamila explained every corpse he modified achieved 100% synchronization with his body. They were all his endless source of energy. He reached for the cursed blade, claiming Yunmu was not worthy to fight him. Asamila sent him flying with a single punch. The power was too immense. Yunmu knew he couldn't counter it. He decided to summon his Shadow Legion to charge forward. Asamila sneered, swatting the shadow soldiers away and laughing at their weakness. While he was distracted, Yunmu crept up from behind with the cursed blade. He swung the blade, slashing Asamila. The impact sent them both flying backward. Wiping away blood, Yunmu thought, "Is this the power of a saint?" He struggled up, knowing this wasn't sustainable, even with the blade. Before he could finish his thought, Asamila had already recovered. Calming himself, he realized the cursed blade's power was still dormant. If only he had the astral power to awaken it, just like in his memories. Meanwhile, his foe rushed in, attacking relentlessly. Parrying, Li Yunmu knew he just needed to buy enough time to activate it. Asimila's assault was endless, and Yunmu's evasion was constant. Focusing, he saw the blade's faint glow and knew he had to move faster. His enemy realized he was stalling for time, but he couldn't figure out Yunmu's plan. With the cursed blade in Yunmu's hand, Asamilla knew he couldn't drag this out. Whatever the plan, he had to end this now. He unleashed his guardian-shattering spear technique, piercing straight through Yunmu as blood sprayed everywhere. Asamilla smirked triumphantly. Yunmu's comrades were frozen in shock. Liu Xiaonuo screamed his name in despair, tears streaming down her face. Her cry reminded him of the others. Asamilla lunged toward her with a sneer. "You'll all be joining him soon." Just then, the cursed blade erupted in a blinding light, its brilliant rays wrapping around his body. Yunmu threw Asamilla back. The monster was stunned to see him still alive. He smirked. "My luck is better than yours," he challenged. "Are you ready to die?" Asamilla shot back. "What are you talking about?" But seeing the look in Li Yunmu's eyes, he flinched. His hand trembled as an immense pressure bore down on him. Asamilla panicked. Could it be the cursed blade? Li Yunmu now stood protectively in front of the girl. He stared, thinking, has he fully mastered the blade's power? He resolved, no, whatever the reason, I must take it back. Lost in thought, he saw Yunmu's figure flash by. He heard his voice, "This is for you," and gasped in utter shock. In a flash, his shadow blurred past the enemy. His foe's body was riddled with slashes. He struggled up, sneering. "So this is the cursed blade's power? It's useless. My body regenerates infinitely. I'll wait for you to tire." He simply smirked back. "Infinite regeneration? Why don't you take a closer look at yourself?" The villain gazed down at his mangled flesh, confused. "The wounds. They're not healing? But my body is perfect. How? Is this also the blade's power?" Then, a voice whispered in his ear, "Give me back my life. My sister didn't want to die. I want revenge." He advanced with the blade. The villain collapsed, covering his ears and screaming, "Who are you?" "Ah, stop it, don't say another word." The voices relentlessly tormented him. "I don't want to die. Mother, where are you? Just die, just die." He curled into a ball as the words, "just die," echoed in his mind. He realized, the blood phi cells in my body. They're resisting me. In agony and fury, he screamed, "Why do you resist me? I am your god." Hearing this, he raised the blade with contempt. "A god? You think you're worthy?" A powerful human-like figure materialized behind him. He declared, "You're nothing but a filthy piece of trash. Go to hell and atone for your sins." A blinding ray of power shot towards the villain. All he could do was scream, "No." His body crumpled to the ground, blood spilling from his lips as he weakly stared. "I lost. It's impossible," he replied coldly. "Nothing is impossible." With a final swing of the sword, the villain's body vanished, leaving only a faint purple glow. He said, "It is finally over." The power receded, leaving him utterly exhausted. In the distance, his friends rushed towards him. He weakly gazed at the blade, his own face reflected in it. He spoke to it. "I never expected borrowing your power would have such a strong side effect." He stared weakly at his reflection, continuing, "Or, am I just too weak?" Before him was only darkness, but he could hear familiar voices calling, "Li Yunmu, Senior," and slowly, the darkness before his eyes gave way to light. An excited voice cried out, "He's awake! He's awake!" And Lu, seeing him stir, said joyfully, "I knew you would be all right, Senior." He opened his eyes and saw everyone looking at him. He mumbled, "Everyone." He was wrapped up like a mummy, so tightly that only his eyes were showing. He replied helplessly, "Are you trying to turn me into an actual mummy?" And Lu just grinned. "You're awake, Senior. We had to give you a proper welcome." Zhao Jiajia cheered from the side. "Senior!" Lu Nuoji yelled at them angrily. "You're all too loud. Get out. He needs quiet." She shoved the four of them out of the room. "All of you, out. He needs to recuperate now. I can take care of him." One of them sighed. She remained in the room and said cheerfully, "Finally, some peace and quiet. So, how are you feeling now?" He struggled against the wrappings around his body, saying, "Damn it. Why did you have to wrap me so tightly? I feel great. Don't worry." He looked at the blade and touched it, thinking, I guess my body can't handle the immense power of the Shashi. He had a sudden thought. Why can't I feel the cursed blade's immense power anymore? What is happening? Suddenly, a man kicked the door open, yelling, "Brother!" She covered her face in exasperation. He slapped him on the back with a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha. You're finally awake. You're the great savior of our Hongman tribe. It would have been a huge loss if you died." He looked at the man and asked, "Is the matter with the divine heavenly cult settled?" The man replied cheerfully, "Of course." He continued, recalling the events. "We completely crushed the divine heavenly cult. All of their people in the cursed lands have been completely wiped out. The other cult members stationed on the Hongman continent have been driven out as well." He asked curiously, what was their ultimate goal? Was it really for this blade? The man confirmed, Yes. According to one of the hostages. He continued. The origin of this blade is quite the story. Hearing this, she also asked, the god's curse? He replied, that's a weird name. Sounds like an evil god that only causes trouble from the shadows. Her expression suddenly turned serious as she called his name, Lee Yunmu. She looked at him sternly. I'm afraid your current situation is very dangerous. Yunmu turned to Nuoji for clarification. My situation is dangerous? She confirmed with a solemn nod. Yes, that's right. Nuoji added, any artifact from a god, even a single word or a trace, is enough to grant mortals immense power, let alone a weapon they actually used. If other factions learn about this, your life will be in constant danger. Hearing this, he fell silent, turning to look at the sword beside him, his expression tense. Juman Tianwang understood his worry and spoke up to encourage him. Don't worry, brother. Only a few leaders in our Hongman continent know about this. You are our great benefactor. We would never reveal this secret. He was only worried. But we can't be sure about the divine heavenly cult. What should we do? Just when they thought Yunmu was worried, he suddenly spoke up. It's fine. If anyone wants it, let them come and try to take it. His usual confidence quickly returned. If I can't even protect my own blade, then I don't deserve to have it. Hearing him say that, Juman Tianwang and Nuoje felt a sense of relief. That's the spirit. Spoken like my true brother. Don't worry. Anyone who messes with you will have to face us. He paused, suddenly remembering. Right. I need to ask you for a favor. Later, black umbrellas cut through the pouring rain at a gravesite. Yunmu and the Gale Squad had come to visit Shinran. They stood before her tombstone, their grief unconcealed. He gently placed her memento on it, saying, I found this in the Divine Sex lab. For you. This was important to you, wasn't it? You've been through a lot, Shinran. Even though she was a spy before, she was still a member of our squad. And Lu was perhaps the most heartbroken. As the only other girl on the team, they had been close. Shinran. This medal is for the victims of the incident. The senior officer saved a spot for you on the memorial. This way, you can be reunited with your family. Hearing in Lu's words, the others tensed, holding back their sorrow. Ugh, a somber day for a somber mood. It seemed even the heavens were weeping for them today. But it was time for them to go. They could only say their farewells here. Rest well, Shinran. We'll be back to visit. Miraculously, just as the squad departed, the sky stopped crying. The rain has stopped. That's right. No one said a word, but they all understood. This was Shinran's way of saying goodbye. She could finally reunite with her family. Shinran wanted to say one last thank you. The next day, in Mantian City, a ticket agent cheerfully greeted them. Welcome, sir. How can I help you? But she froze, seeing the customer's face. Yunmu quietly warned Wu Jie, don't say we know them. He knew the clerk recognized them, signaling her to keep her voice down. 6 intercontinental transfer tickets. We're in a hurry. Please make it quick. The clerk naturally rushed to fulfill his request. Ah, yes. Right away. Just a few seconds later, the system sent a notification. Total cost, 60 million. Here are your tickets, sir. The clerk handed them to Yunmu politely. Seeing the much lower price, he couldn't help but ask, only 60 million? Wasn't it 600 million? She explained that he held a super VIP status. You have a 90% lifetime discount. Because you are the savior of our Hongmanzhou. At this, she suddenly shouted his name, Sir Yunmu. The sudden cry made him jump in shock. Her actions left him speechless with rage. You. The clerk just kept smiling. You're welcome. The citizens of Hongmanzhou, hearing his name, instantly swarmed their position in a massive crowd. Yunmu. From women to men, old to young, they rushed him like crazed fans seeing their idol. Little Mumu, I love you. Our hero, don't go. Ah, help me. Seeing the crowd closing in without an escape, Nakie suggested to the others, let's go. We'll wait for him at the portal. The senior is really popular. Yeah, very popular indeed. By now, the team was already at the portal, just waiting for him to escape the mob. Nakie urged him from the other side. Yunmu, hurry, the portal is starting. If you don't come now, we're leaving. Yunmu ran for his life, gasping for breath. Wait for me. Ah, damn it. Watch this. He then unleashed a massive leap. He crossed the distance in a single bound. The squad had to admit his artistic performance was quite impressive. 100 points. 100 points. But he was completely out of breath. Would it kill you to wait a second? The Gale Squad stood in the portal, waving to the people of Hongmanzhou. Everyone, goodbye. But they watched with deep regret as he left. Idle, don't leave, Yunmu. And just like that, the portal flared to life. It carried the Gale Squad away from this place. Goodbye, Hongmanzhou. The portal quickly brought the squad to their destination. After such an exhausting mission in a foreign land, they were tired and missed the comforts of home. We're finally back. Finally home. Barbecue, hot pot, roasted chicken. Their return, especially Yunmu's, was quickly noticed. Damn, it's Yunmu, he's back too. Quick, inform the sect. Yunmu has returned from Hongmanzhou. As the crowd watched him, he also watched them. Yunmu led the squad, giving a serious warning. Something feels wrong. Everyone, be careful. The others didn't quite understand, but they immediately obeyed. Huh? Okay. The moment he finished speaking, Yunmu saw someone blocking their path ahead, a massive blade in hand. His worries were not unfounded. The opponent challenged him directly. Yunmu, I've finally been waiting for you. I heard you killed a Saint Xuan practitioner with a divine weapon. Let's see it for myself. It wasn't a stranger, but the challenger was Hu Toubang. Are you as tough as the rumors say? He asked arrogantly. Yunmu turned his back to him. Na Chie shouted, fight me instead. But Yunmu completely ignored him. He walked right past his face. Excuse me, please let me through. This act was a greater provocation than any words, making him flush with rage. He demanded a proper duel, even using his gang's name as leverage. Li Yunmu, refusing my challenge is disrespecting the Tigerhead gang. But this empty threat had no effect on Yunmu. He calmly replied, so what? You want to challenge me? Get in line. At this, the gang leader finally snapped. He lunged forward, roaring with rage. Li Yunmu, stand still. I'll cut you down. But his junior brothers grabbed him, saving him from his own foolishness. Senior brother, don't. This is Cloud Heaven Fortress. Fighting is forbidden. We were only supposed to test Li Yunmu's power. We'll just follow him. The sky above was peaceful, but Yunmu's presence had stirred a storm on the ground. The crowd surged, one after another shouting challenges. Li Yunmu, accept my duel. It wasn't just men. Women also stepped forward. Yunmu, please, just one match with me. His squad had to force a path through the throng, but the situation wasn't getting any better. Many even hurled insults. Fight, Yunmu, you coward, leaving Anlu and Jiajia completely helpless. There are too many people following us. They're keeping their distance, so we can't shake them. This couldn't continue. Once inside, he was surprised to hear Ruo Chen agreeing with the mob. He said, yes, if I were you, I'd have already fought someone. This made Yunmu wonder why he'd suggest such a thing. Ruo Chen calmly explained. Right now, everyone is dying to know your true strength, but their pride prevents them from stepping up, so they send others to test you. Instead of refusing them all, just fight one. Hearing Ruo Chen's words, Yunmu had to admit it made sense. He decided to make an example out of him. Aren't you curious about my true power too? Ruo Chen's eyes froze for a moment, then a grin spread across his face as he replied. Of course. So, he accepted the challenge. To show off your strength, you need to find someone who dares to face it. Exactly. We need a worthy opponent. With Ruo Chen's agreement, he tossed an item into the air. Let's go. To the virtual arena. And just like that, the two of them instantly appeared in the virtual arena. Both sides were fully equipped, taking this duel seriously. And of course, the match was being broadcast live for everyone to see. Azure Dragon General Li Yunmu is about to fight Tong Ruo Chen, one of Cloud Heaven's 10 prodigies. That Yunmu guy is a legend. I heard he nearly destroyed the entire Sacred Heaven cult. They say he got a divine weapon and used it to defeat a saint-level expert. No way. Is that for real? As Yunmu drew his wicked blade, Ruo Chen's eyes widened. Oh, so that's the divine weapon from the rumors. But a second later, he shrugged indifferently. It's nothing special. This annoyed Yunmu. Then, let's test that theory. In an instant, his form shifted, energy crackling in both hands as he said confidently, I am not the same man I was back then. He then launched the first assault. Taste my new ultimate move. Seeing the attack, Yunmu instantly activated his wind wings. The wings flared, allowing him to evade the strike. But Yunmu was shocked to find that Ruo Chen's ultimate move wasn't over. It was homing in on him. He had truly underestimated his opponent's power. He had to admit, Ruo Chen had grown much stronger. From his stance, Ruo Chen was preparing another attack. Li Yunmu now faced both him and a golden beam of light. Below, the crowd screamed. Gripping his blade, he thought, you have gotten much stronger. But I'm even stronger. He swung his blade down, forcing Ruo Chen to dodge. He landed and stammered, What kind of technique is this? Yunmu smirked and replied, That's no technique. It's just pure power. Ruo Chen channeled energy to his feet. Impossible. I'm a transcendent. How could one strike shatter my move? A massive dragon made of pure energy formed behind him. It lunged as he screamed in fury. I don't believe it! He watched it come, thinking. He can give his mystic energy form. And with such terrifying power, he soared into the air, poising his blade. I didn't intend to use this sword's full power, but it seems you've earned the right to see it. They faced each other, their auras clashing violently. A dark power coiled around the dragon's neck, causing it to thrash wildly. The dark energy engulfed the dragon's entire body. He commanded, Power of the curse, shatter it for me. Ruo Chen shielded his eyes from the blinding light as the two energies tore each other apart in the sky. He watched his dragon vanish, sweat pouring down his face. How? A blade touched his neck. It's over. He knew he was defeated. The onlookers stood gawking. What kind of demonic power is that? That sword. It's horrifying. That Li Yunmu, he's a complete monster, the loser screamed. I refuse to accept this. One more time. Black dragon flame. Li Yunmu watched, expressionless. He was calling to his withered dragon on the ground. He hugged it, crying, My precious black dragon. Li Yunmu slowly approached him. Don't worry. Once the curse's power fades, you can use your ultimate technique. He replied, That's good to hear. What was that you said? About a curse? That sounds incredibly dark. Li Yunmu looked at the blade, touching it. This sword was once under a divine curse. Whoever dares covet this blade will be cursed by the gods themselves. Elsewhere, his image appeared on a screen. 4 mysterious figures were seated in a dark room. The one in the head seat spoke. A curse? Perhaps it had to be cursed, to cause the defeat of the Holy Divine Sect's elders. Is another sect involved? Another asked. Relay this to all factions. No sect is to make a move on the divine artifact. Simply dispatching men to monitor it will suffice. The figures below answered in unison, Yes, Sect Master. Meanwhile, at the Profound Guild, in the president's office, Duda leaned back, feet on his desk. Ha ha. That brat is smarter than he looks, using a god's name as a threat. Still, it's for the best, as long as the artifact doesn't fall into the hands of a major power. The old man chuckled and spoke his name, Li Yunmu. Let's see just how many surprises you have in store for me. Elsewhere, Li Yunmu suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose as Zhang Daxiong called out from a tree. His name, Li Yunmu. Why meet at such a remote cliff? He asked. Zhang Daxiong looked at him. To take you somewhere, of course. The poison saint. As they walked, he stated, The ultimate dark power is needed to prevent his revival. We successfully killed him, but I was in a coma for days. Then he appeared, forcing us into a canyon. Is that how you truly obtained the divine weapon? Sweating, he answered. Yes. Why the curiosity about the sword? He followed him into the canyon. Dajiang replied, Little Moo, though your foes are many, all from major sects, like the Zhaoyang sect or the divine holy cult, their combined strength doesn't compare to the danger of this sword. His face paled. Are you talking about the curse? My words at the arena were just for those cunning foxes. To hear, just to keep them away. He looked at him. I don't mean that. I mean this sword of yours. Obtaining it was too easy, as if it were waiting for you. The god of curses has descended, but he surely left himself. An escape. His target, he pointed at Yunmu, is very likely you. Yunmu turned toward Da Xiong, puzzled. What do you mean? Does the god of curses want to possess my body to return to this world? To this, he could only answer, who can say? It's not impossible. Or perhaps there's another reason. At that, Da Xiong stopped short. His unreadable eyes gazed at him. You yourself are the god of curses. Yunmu was utterly confused. Huh? What does that mean? I don't understand anything you're saying. Da Xiong chose not to reveal the truth. It's nothing. I was just kidding. Let's keep moving. After walking a short distance, they spotted a large frog in a jar. In fact, it wasn't just one. There were many. Yunmu's first impression was how cold and dark the place felt. The poison saint is a true eccentric. Da Xiong walked on calmly, saying, Anyone who masters a skill to its absolute limit is bound to be an eccentric. Further on, a loud explosion erupted, making him jump. He thought, an explosion, could it be an ambush? But a voice then cried out, Ah, that hurts like hell. Looking closer, he saw Mu Jin, covered in soot with tattered clothes. Failed again. The ratio must still be wrong. As she regained her senses and looked up, the two figures startled her. Ugh, ghosts. Why are people here? You've come to kill me, haven't you? Dajiang quickly explained. The Weaver War. Saint sent us here. Is the poison saint here? Hearing this, she calmed down. Ah, you're Xiao Na's disciple? Xiao Na is the Weaver War saint you refer to. She then slowly stood up to speak. With them. I've often heard her speak of you. She's very proud. She then introduced herself. I am the one Dajiong was looking for. Poison Saint Mu Jin. Finding the right person. He got straight to the point. That's great. We've obtained the poison needle you spoke of. Please prepare the antidote quickly. But Yun Mu, standing beside him, was filled with doubt. This is the poison saint? She seems completely unreliable. He thought Mu Jin would start at once, but she said, apologies, but I cannot prepare it right now. The antidote for them confused him. The reason, she said, is that I just concocted a new poison. I tested it on myself without making an antidote. I only have half an hour to live. I must experience this. A new antidote must be made. Mu Jin was rushing frantically, while he just thought she was a hopeless fool. She snatched a quill and hurried back to the board, needing to recalculate the ratios immediately. 8 grams of toxic salamander waste. Ah, I'm getting dizzy. He stood behind her, worrying. Is she really okay? As Yunmu and Daxiong waited, a strange voice suddenly echoed from behind, grabbing their attention. Poison Saint, I've finally found you. A man appeared from thin air, wielding a menacing sword. You're surprised, aren't you? I am the sole survivor of the sect you poisoned all those years ago. After all my suffering, I finally found you. This time, you will die. He was clearly here for revenge. He shoved Daxiong and Yunmu aside, charging straight for Mu Jin. Get out of my way. His speed even startled Daxiong. So fast. This man was at least a supreme-level practitioner. Mu Jin, however, was still deep in concentration, completely unaware of the threat. He let out a roar. Die! Despite the danger, she was still lost in her calculations. 4 grams of hypertoxic leech urine. Just as he thought he'd killed Mu Jin, a venomous phantom with a terrifying face suddenly burst from her, lunging toward him. What is that? In just a few short seconds, it completely devoured his body. He was utterly consumed by the poison. In the end, only a skeleton was left. The sight left Yunmu and Daxiong petrified. He was corroded to the bone. This is just too gruesome. Is this the kind of poison that only the poison saint can create? After this, he began to see her differently. The woman seemed clueless, but she was actually completely reliable. It seems she was just pretending to be foolish. Yunmu cautiously approached Mu Jin. Hey, Master Poison Saint. Who knew his call would startle her, causing an entire vial of her mixture to splash right in his face. Seeing Yunmu collapse, Mu Jin frantically explained, I'm so sorry. Don't sneak up on me when I'm working. I'm easily startled. Daxiong could only watch from the side, thinking what a complete idiot this guy was. Mu Jin then led them into her supply and alchemy room. This girl was truly one of a kind, already preparing to put herself in danger again. Is that the fatal pin, one of the top 10 poisons on the list? Seeing her about to take such a risk, Yunmu desperately tried to stop her. Master Poison Saint, you just detoxed. Don't push yourself so hard. Mu Jin gave him a confident look and said, Relax. I'll be fine. Just keep watch for me. Don't let anyone disturb me. But he didn't believe a single word. Really fine? Not a chance. As if on cue, she took a few steps and collapsed face first, making Yunmu scream in terror. Poison Saint. After a period of intense focus, she finally finished. She turned to Daxiong and Yunmu and asked, Who wants to test the cure? Naturally, they both scrambled away in terror. No thanks. But their blunt refusal couldn't discourage Mu Jin. She immediately shifted her gaze to a pig in the corner. Raised for days, used in an instant. It's time for my baby to make a contribution. The unlucky piglet heard her call and almost fainted on the spot. Please no, mother, even you can't use that poison casually, let alone me. If something happens, all my siblings will starve to death. Mu Jin was already picturing her success, laughing with glee. Fatal pin, today I will finally neutralize you. Meanwhile, Daxiong and Yunmu could only feel pity for the poor pig, silently bidding it farewell. And just like that, the potion was fed to the piglet. The next second, its squeals stopped, replaced by the sound of Mu Jin crying. The little pig was gone. She mourned over it, her voice cracking. It was a failure. My little piggy number 337. Rest easy, my love. Mother will avenge you. After your 7-day rite, I'll make your favorite dish. After the failed test, Mu Jin decided, it seems using a substitute for the 6-soul poison really won't work. I have no other choice now. She turned to Daxiong and Yunmu. You two are coming with me on a trip. Hearing this, they asked in confusion, Go where? She intended to gather the one essential ingredient for the antidote. Soon, the 3 of them were in a forest, carefully hiding behind a tree. Before making a move, Mu Jin gave them a warning. You two will be responsible for drawing the enemy's attention. Use any skills you want. There's only one thing you need to be careful of. Hearing that, Da Xiong had to clarify. Wait a minute, who is our enemy? But before she could finish explaining, she kicked both of them out into the open. It has a certain trait. And so, they were unwillingly launched. From their side, they could only see Mu Jin waving a branch. We'll split up. This side is all yours. Oh, that's right. Absolutely do not fly into the sky. Her vague warning only made them more confused. Not allowed to fly into the sky? The moment he heard it, Yunmu sensed danger and shouted a warning. Get back. Just then, something landed between them. He stared at the long, slender body on the ground, puzzled. What the hell is this? Da Xiong, however, looked closer and recognized it. That pattern, and that bone-chilling aura. Could it be? He finally realized it was the six-souled python, baring its wide mouth and fangs at them. Da Xiong quickly warned him, Yunmu, be careful. That thing's venom is a powerful cold-type poison. In half an hour, your blood will freeze, and you'll die. Hearing this, he thought it was quite the coincidence. A cold-type poison? My great flame art counters cold. Without hesitation, he unleashed his power to confront it. The six-souled python was momentarily suppressed, but its immense power allowed it to quickly break free. It lunged toward him again. But this was Yunmu's plan. This next part was up to him. Da Xiong. Da Xiong was already prepared and moved on command. His gun was loaded, and he fired straight at the python. The bullet struck its heart and eyes, causing it to writhe in pain. Now it was Yunmu's turn to finish it. A snake like this needed to be diced. In a flash, he had sliced the creature into pieces. At last, they could celebrate. A good fight. Or so it seemed. But the battle wasn't truly over. Their faces hardened. A strange sound echoed nearby. There were more? Suddenly, Da Xiong shouted, Ah, I remember now. The six-souled pythons. They hunt in packs. Just like that, after killing one python, they were surrounded by the rest. A blur of motion shot towards Yunmu. Though caught off guard, he blocked it with his sword. The sheer force of the blow sent Yunmu staggering backward. He strained against the force, sweat forming on his brow. The effort was draining him. Damn it, what is this? Yunmu cursed. Countless massive snakes stared him down, their eyes filled with hunger. Overwhelmed by their numbers, he grew cautious. Where did all these snakes come from? One hissed, bearing sharp fangs and spitting venom. With a shriek, it lunged straight for him. In an instant, a pair of brilliant blue wings erupted from Yunmu's back. He leaped into the air, dodging the attack. The snake slammed into the earth below. Yunmu raised his hand, his gaze burning with killing intent. Just a mere beast. Don't look down on humans. With those words, he dove in, slashing down upon the serpent's body. Meanwhile, Da Xiong found himself facing multiple pythons at once. Guns blazing in both hands, he fought them off. He then shouted, Little Moo Moo. Da Xiong yelled over to Yunmu, Didn't the poison saint tell us never to take to the skies here? While relentlessly attacking the snakes, Yunmu shot back, Forget her. You can't trust a single word that airhead says. This whole mess is her fault. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted from the ground, striking Yunmu from the sky. He fell like a stone. Da Xiong whipped around, crying out, Little Moo Moo. Yunmu collapsed, kneeling in agony. It hurts like hell, he seethed. These damn beasts fight dirty with sneak attacks. His hand trembled as he touched the wound. Kill one, and another shows up. So damn annoying. I'll end this all at once. Fueled by rage, he shot back into the sky. Crimson lightning sparked from his eyes as he roared, God mode! Da Xiong panicked, trying to stop him. Hey, wait! The scene cuts to a hand holding a phone, showing an image of Yunmu in the air. Aerial surveillance detected an intruder, a voice says. The speaker is Qing Shang. Staring at the screen, he grumbles. Someone dares to invade my forest? How annoying. He immediately shot to his feet, grabbing his jacket to deal with the problem. Let's go. Elsewhere, in a dark and damp cave, Mujin approached the six-souled python king with a smirk. Satisfied, she mused, Huh, I've finally found you. So, sending those two as decoys wasn't a waste after all. Facing the colossal python and its blood-red gaze, she declared, Six-souled python king, I'm here to borrow something. In response, it opened its massive jaw, bearing venom-filled fangs at her. A low growl was its only answer. It thrashed violently, using its massive body to corner Mu Jin. She just smirked, her tone dripping with mockery. Ha, you're quite a lively one. As she spoke, she drew back a leg, clapping her hands to manifest her power. A pinkish-purple energy began swirling around her hands. But now, it's time for you to sleep, or Mother will get very angry. Her cold gaze focused on the power gathering in her hands, her expression resolute. Mujin leaped into the air to teach the arrogant serpent a lesson. Now, die. The python was struck by her poison. It writhed and moaned in agony. Still spreading her venom, Mujin laughed. As the king of poison beasts, you've never felt this before. That numbing sensation. It's poison, isn't it? Too bad when it comes to toxins. You're merely a king of serpents. As for me, she said, darting away with blinding speed, avoiding the poisoned python while finishing her sentence. I am the queen of this entire world. But her joy was fleeting. Mujin carelessly twisted her ankle with a loud snap. She instantly face-planted, landing beside the dazed python, completely bewildered. Mujin was an absolute wreck. She wailed dramatically. It hurts so much, my ankle is sprained, and I smashed my face. I want to go home. The Shadow Warrior focused all its power into its fist. It unleashed a relentless barrage of blows on the python, its body caving in with each impact. The pressure was so immense, every punch seemed to burn. A voice rang out as, unsurprisingly, the python exploded from the assault. Dust and blood mingled in a gruesome display. Suddenly, a glowing, dark purple hand shot out, swiping the smoke aside. It revealed its true form, Yunmu's second shadow. Its entire body was a deep, dark purple, its eyes blazing with that same intense light as it let out a low growl. The Shadow Warrior charged toward another python, drawing its sword and preparing to slash at the creature's head. Zhang Daxiong watched from below, remarking, "Wow, these Shadow Warriors are unbelievably powerful. A destructive type summon?" Zhang Daxiong observed them, wondering, "But why can't I sense any flow of mystical power from them?" He looked up at Xiao Mu again and mused, "No matter. The master of these summons is clearly no ordinary person." High above, Xiao Mu hovered in midair, his gaze fixed in one direction, sharp as a blade. Zhang Daxiong spoke of him. Xiao Mu has completely mastered soul possession. Just then, Xiao Mu's eyes darted backward. A python lunged from behind, but he showed no trace of panic. The beast opened its maw, drool dripping from its fangs. It let out a vicious hiss. Xiao Mu beat his wings and with a single fluid motion, sliced the python. He said, "Get out of my way." Then Xiao Mu glanced at his current form, thinking to himself, "God possession looks incredible, but the strain on my body is immense. Without the support of the Fuxi pill, I would never dare use this skill." As he mused, another python appeared behind him. It opened its massive jaws, intending to swallow him whole. Xiao Mu's eyes blazed like fire as he glanced back and let out a sigh. "Humph," he thought. "Then let's finish this quickly." With that, Xiao Mu unleashed a devastating horizontal slash. A trail of fire erupted from his sword. Xiao Mu tore through the pythons with his flaming blade. Their bodies were instantly severed. Xiao Mu then roared at them. "Now, turn to ash for me. Burn to nothing." Witnessing Xiao Mu's performance, Zhang Daxiong could only watch in awe. He stood with arms crossed and said, "Xiao Mu, wow. This spectacle is truly magnificent." Suddenly, a figure teleported directly in front of Xiao Mu. Before he could react, a voice shouted, "Well, look at the little brat." The man instantly lunged forward, swinging his massive sword at Xiao Mu. He reacted in a flash, dodging the fatal blow. The man sneered, "What do you think you're doing to my pets?" Having just dodged, Xiao Mu could only exclaim, "Whoa!" He backflipped to create some distance, muttering, "That was too close." Though he moved fast, a light scratch still appeared on his face. He wiped away the flowing blood. His attacker stood nearby, a massive sword resting on his shoulder as he watched Xiao Mu. He asked the man, "Hey, who are you? Swinging that monstrous blade around so carelessly is extremely dangerous." Li Qingchang kept the huge sword on his shoulder and retorted, "You dare act like you own this place? This is my territory. You should be the one stating your name first." From the ground, Zhang Daxiong watched the entire confrontation unfold in the sky. Xiao Mu challenged the man. "Your territory? Does that mean this swarm of snakes belongs to you too?" The master replied bluntly, "That's right." Hearing the answer, he continued, "Well, your snakes have terrible manners. You know." Growing irritated, Yunmu vented, "We were abandoned here by that foolish poison saint. Before we could do anything, your snakes attacked us." At that, Qing Chang's expression tensed. He questioned, "The poison saint? Is her name Mu Jin?" Yunmu's hair fell across his face as he calmly replied, "That's right, you know her? Well, that should make things easier." The moment he finished speaking, his opponent unexpectedly swung his greatsword at him, attacking once again. The master declared, "If you two have any connection to that woman, then neither of you are leaving here alive today." A deafening explosion shook the sky, and a huge cloud of dust appeared. Below, Daxiong couldn't see anything and could only shout, "Xiao Mu." Suddenly, from within the swirling dust, Xiao Mu shot backward dozens of feet, landing right beside Da Xiong. Xiao Mu quickly answered to calm his friend. I'm all right. However, Yun Mu's expression had turned completely indignant. He demanded, what was that for? Why the sudden attack? I thought you were a reasonable person. His furious gaze, filled with fire, locked onto his foe. As Ching Chang emerged from the fading smoke, he snarled, Minions of the poisoned saint. His face was a mask of pure fury. He continued, Give me back my daughter. Yun Mu instantly recalled meeting her, chilled by the memory of her inhuman smile. The old man has that look in his eyes, Xiao Mu thought. What did the poisoned saint do to his daughter? Suddenly, the man lunged at him. He wielded a massive sword. Driven by pure hatred, he roared, Die! And charged forward with killing intent. Xiao Mu parried the blow, gritting his teeth. This guy. He swung his sword, knocking the man back. He yelled at the old man. Your daughter's vengeance has nothing to do with me. If you want revenge, go find the poisoned saint. The man skidded across the ground. Nothing to do with me? He snarled, his rage growing as he raised his massive blade again. You're the poisoned saint's lackey. He hurled the enormous sword directly at Xiao Mu, unleashing immense power. It flew towards him, crackling with lightning. The old man screamed, You all deserve to die. The blade flew at him with impossible speed. Xiao Mu had no time to dodge. He could only raise his sword to defend. It's too fast, he thought. No time to evade. I can only block. The sword made impact. He blocked it, but was shocked. He never expected it to be so easy, he thought to himself. Huh? Xiao Mu stared in disbelief. Was it really that easy to block? Then, from the ground below, Zhang Daxiong's voice roared. Xiao Mu! Xiao Mu, that was just a decoy. Look up. Hearing the warning, Xiao Mu glanced up. Fear crept into his eyes at the sight above him. Countless swords were hovering over his head. They emerged from the old man's magic formation. He raised a hand before him. With a surge of magic, a blue flame flickered on his fingertip. He cast his spell. 10,000 sword formation. Activate. Countless blades materialized, all aimed at Xiao Mu. The old man's voice echoed, Unleash. The swords rocketed toward Xiao Mu. He had no choice but to stand his ground, deflecting blade after blade. Waves of massive swords, commanded by the formation's master, relentlessly stormed toward Xiao Mu. They moved at blinding speed, glowing with a brilliant golden aura. One blade broke through, closing in on Xiao Mu. It pulsed with a strange blue energy. Inches from his face, his expression hardened. Tension gripped his features. Xiao Mu thought, This is it. I can't escape. A massive explosion of light and steel erupted, kicking up a cloud of dust right in front of Li Qingkong. He stood casually, hands in his pockets. Then, he slowly lit a cigarette, savoring the moment. Just as he lit it, one of his own swords zipped past his ear. He didn't even flinch. Qing Kang barely tilted his head. So you've finally arrived, he said calmly, a beautiful face framed by pink hair. Mu Jin had appeared just as Qing Kang was attacked. He finished his thought aloud. So you've come? She held a small vial of strange purple poison. Hey, you wicked old geezer, she sighed. Why is there so little toxin? Qing Kang took a drag from his cigarette. A precaution against any wicked women who might come stealing. I come for a dose every 10 days. Shielding Xiao Mu. Mu Jin calmly faced Qing Kong. Do you really hate me that much? He repeated her words. Hate you? Of course. I despise you. His face contorted, eyes wide and pupils shrinking. Veins pulsed on his forehead as he lost all control. I will hate you for the rest of my life. If not for you, my little angel Tian Tian would never have left me. She was so bright, so precious, so innocent. He drifted into a memory of his little girl, so small and lovely in her pink dress. Her hair flowed down her back. Daddy, do I look pretty? Then, a birthday scene, the girl before her cake. The candles flickered as she clasped her hands to wish. I hope Daddy stays healthy forever. The memories flooded back. Then, he saw Mu Jin injecting a strange substance into Tian Tian as she lay sick in bed. Qing Kang watched from the doorway, his heart aching. But then one day, Tian Tian contracted a rare, fatal poison. I called you for a cure. But the inevitable happened. Tian Tian lay motionless, gone from the world. He approached her bed, crying her name in anguish. The pain was unbearable. And just like that, Tian Tian was gone. Qing Kang's eyes burned with hatred. It was all your fault. Tian Tian died. With a roar, he commanded the giant blades. Shrouded in a mysterious blue power, they shot toward Mu Jin. You will be buried alongside my daughter. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu stood with Da Xiong, far from the battle. The air crackled with dust and the light of clashing swords. Da Xiong said, This is bad. The poison saint is losing. We have to help her. But Xiao Mu just gave a mysterious smile. In his hand was a blue jar, covered in ancient characters. Don't be hasty, he said. I have a plan. Li Qingkang grew frustrated with Mu Jin's constant dodging. He wanted a real battle, not this one-sided assault. After all these years, he sneered, you're still an expert at running away. Prepare to die. But in the next instant, Mu Jin struck from behind with the 100 centipede, followed by the toad's cry poison. But Qing Kong detected the attack. To counter her combo, he unleashed the soul-damaging slash. His single slash shattered both of her techniques, forcing her back. He was impossible to approach. He knew she was holding back. Are you still not going to use your trump card? From a corner, Yunmu and Da Xiong watched. This is getting dull, Yunmu sighed. The poison saint is fighting too passively. The one beside him added, she brought it on herself. She always insists on holding back. Da Xiong heard this and was puzzled. Holding back? Yunmu, ever the calm observer, explained. Correct. That woman only uses enough poison to paralyze. She never dares to take a life. But unlike Mu Jin, that old man is fighting to kill. At this rate, things are going to get ugly. It's time to end this chaos. But Qing Kang, lost in his rage, couldn't see this truth about her. He even mocked her from above. Hey, Mu Jin, why so sluggish? Sword in hand, he looked down on her imperiously as she knelt below. You're not even putting up a serious fight, he said with arrogance. You think acting weak will make me spare you? How naive, he roared, raising his blade for the final strike. Just then, a voice called out from behind. Hey, old man. Kan Thuong was forced to pause. He turned to see Van Mook descending, who said, let me show you something interesting. The old man was confused. What? Then he saw Van Mook raise a hand, calmly uttering 2 words, Void Dreamscape. In the next instant, the Void Dreamscape erupted, trapping the old man completely, sending Kan Thuong into a panic. Is this a barrier? Impossible. He never imagined this would happen, and he screamed wildly from within. The Void Wheel is a sacred artifact. How do you have it? Let me out. Van Mook landed calmly behind Mok Kan. He smiled and said, see? Problem solved. I didn't hurt him, just sealed away his movements. Hearing this, she knew he understood the situation. She could only say, thank you for your help. Still, Van Mook had to admit, but who is this guy? He's actually pretty strong. She explained that he was one of the top alchemists on the continent, none other than the master of Pharmacy Villa, Lai Kan Thuong. Trapped inside, he was furious, screaming, let me out of here. But Van Mook only provoked him from the outside. This just fueled his rage even more as he growled, kid, I'll find a way out, and then I'll kill you. Van Mook just laughed, completely unfazed by his threats. No need to search. The only way is to break through with more power. But do you know how? Do you? This taunt pushed Kan Thuong to use his final trump card. He took out a vial of poison. All I need is enough power, right? Watch closely, Mok Kan. I prepared this especially for you. The moment Mok Kan saw the vial, her face filled with horror as she tried to stop him. The sacred spirit water. Are you insane? She turned to Van Mook, open the barrier and stop him. But Van Mook had no idea what was happening. Huh? Sadly, it was too late. Kan Thuong had already downed the entire vial of poison. Outside, Mok Kan could only watch helplessly. Am I too late? After drinking it, his power instantly surged tenfold. Kan Thuong let out a triumphant, arrogant smirk. The next second, he let out a roar and shattered Van Mook's Void Dreamscape. It was the first time Van Mook had ever seen anything like it. Holy crap. What kind of elixir did that old man drink? How could his power just explode like that? This is insane. Mok Kan quickly answered his question, explaining that it wasn't an elixir at all. On the contrary, he drank a poison I created years ago. After taking it, even his appearance changed drastically. Van Mook was stunned by her words and wondered, why would he drink poison for no reason? Mok Kan felt the same way. That stubborn old man was truly mad. The poison could stimulate a person's latent potential. It rapidly boosts mystic power for a short time, but at a terrible price. That's how he shattered the space Van Mook created. It means that when his mystic power is completely burned away, he will die. Of course, Kan Thuong knew this well. The moment he was free, he launched an attack straight at Mok Kan. Before they could react, the powerful slash he unleashed sent both Van Mook and Da Xiong flying backward. But she stood her ground, calmly waiting for Kan Thuong. He rushed forward like a rocket, screaming, Poison Saint. His goal from the very beginning was her. He would even sacrifice his own life just to kill her out of sheer stubbornness. His words pushed Mok Kun to the edge. This man, Kan Thuong. She finally lost her patience. She would teach him a lesson he'd never forget. With a mighty roar, she summoned her inner beast. The creature instantly shattered Kan Thrung's sword strike, forcing him to cough up blood from the impact. Utterly defeated, Kan Thrung collapsed in shame. Moktun had never wanted to take it this far. He was the one who forced her hand. This stubborn old man. She stalked over and yanked him up by his collar. "Get up!" Full of resentment, she screamed in his face. "Did you really think I couldn't fight back? I only held back because you're Dian's father." Just saying her name made Mokkun's eyes water. You knew Dian had the 9 Emperor's poison. A poison that has no cure. And after, one that tortures its victim endlessly. Mokkun recalled the day she left with the medicine. She told the girl, Dian, wait a moment while I prepare this." Dian's eyes shimmered as she looked up. Her body was frail, and she spoke with great effort. "Sister Mokkun, if my father saw me now, he would be devastated." Those words stopped Mokkun in her tracks. She tried to stay strong for her. Dian, don't worry, just rest and be good. You will definitely get better." But Dian understood her own condition better than anyone. She spoke calmly, her voice laced with sorrow. "Sister Mokchun, you don't need to lie. I know I can't get better." Mokthun could only watch her in silence. At some point, the girl had begun to cry. "Finally, I have a favor to ask." Dian gave a bright smile, trying to hide her immense pain. She looked at her and said, "Please, help release me. I don't want him to see me like this." And now, Mokun understood. Dian's passing would have crushed your will to live, but your hatred for me, that flame of vengeance, would give you a reason to survive. But now you're throwing your life away for that revenge. Kanthung, however, was still trapped in his delusion. "No, it can't be," he snarled. "You must have lied to get the 6 souls poison." His stubbornness forced her to shout. She had to make him see the truth. "Stop deceiving yourself. Haven't you ever wondered why I never fought back? The sorcerer snake's 6 souls poison exists in the Star River forest. Why would I bother coming to you every few years, just to let you beat me, time after time?" Hearing this, his eyes flew open in utter shock. The truth finally crashed down on him. Kanthung collapsed in despair, sobbing uncontrollably like a child. So it was all true. Dian, my dear Dian, I'm a worthless father. Moktun then told him one last thing about her. Dian told me her biggest regret was not seeing the world's sights with her family and tasting the food from every region. If you still love her. Saying this, she took out a vial of antidote. She gently placed it before Kanthung and turned to leave. She wanted him to drink the antidote and help Dian fulfill her final wish. He stared at the vial in his hand, his heart a storm of conflict. Meanwhile, at the Poison Saint's base, Van Mook and Dai Hung returned with the poison, and a 6 souls python tangled in his hair. It wouldn't let go. "Here's the sorcerer snake's 6 souls poison. Those beasts in the Star River forest are no joke. I nearly became its dinner." Mokon was grateful. "Thank you for your hard work." But thinking back, she was still furious. If I'd known, I'd never have gone to the medicine manor. Not only did I fail, but I was forced to reveal my secret. Von Mook had to ask, will that stubborn old fool really drink the antidote? Truthfully, she would have preferred he died. But he adored his daughter. He's probably somewhere else by now. Indeed, Kanthung was already carrying Dian's ashes. He was taking his daughter to see the world. Von Mook let out a huge yawn, his face a mask of boredom. He mocked them with a pout. "It feels like nothing ever happens around here. We got the antidote, but how do we enter the Nuwa realm? We still have absolutely no clues." Seeing his gloom, Ihung casually tossed him a drink and spoke slowly. "What's with the long face? We have time to think of a plan. Here, catch." But Von Mook couldn't afford to take his time, because taking our time meant waiting until the next Universal War starts, in 3 years. Who knows if Sister Chang can even last that long? The moment he heard that, Daihung realized something. He thought to himself, the Universal War? He quickly asked Von Mook if Little Mok knew about the Freedom Collective, but he had no idea what that was. Daihung then explained they were a group made of wanderers and sages exiled from their sects, forming a gray market organization. They rule the lawless zones on continents with their own code. Some of their leaders are even at the Battle Saint level, known as Underground Emperors. Not even the Sages Guild can touch them. He wasn't exaggerating. So, in other words, they're like a mafia? Von Mook was confused. So what was his point? Think about it. If they were expelled from their sects, then they have no way to enter the Universal War. The Masters in the Freedom Union also want to reach the War Saint stage. To ascend further, the Freedom Union likely knows the way to the Nuwa realm. Hearing this, his eyes lit up as if he discovered his purpose. Without a second thought, he jumped up, urging, "What are we waiting for? Let's move out." Seeing his urgency, Da Xiong simply asked, "Move out? To where? Let me ask you, do you know anyone in the Freedom Union?" His answer, of course, was no. How would I possibly know them? It was the same for his friend. I don't know them either. So, this was all for nothing? The frustration was infuriating. All that talk led absolutely nowhere. Just then, Mr. Zhang arrived home. Seeing his son, he asked, "Oh, you're home from school? Got a break from your classes?" Hearing his dad, Da Xiong quickly greeted him. "Dad, you're back?" The man walked over and immediately recognized his guest. "You must be Li Yunmu." Yunmu nodded. "Yes, sir. I'm sorry for the trouble with my parents." Mr. Zhang calmly poured some wine and replied, "It was a small matter. Da Xiong mentions you all the time. If I can help, just say the word." At that, he shot up and asked, "Sir, do you know the Freedom Union?" The question made Da Xiong nearly choke behind him. He didn't hesitate to scold. "Yunmu, you idiot. We're a legitimate business family. How would we know the Freedom Union?" Yunmu wanted to hide. It was just a random question. But Mr. Zhang's answer shocked them both. "I do." Hearing that, Da Xiong was baffled. "Dad, how do you know the Freedom Union?" His father explained simply that, in business, one needs connections in both the light and the dark. But you two are still young, don't associate with them needlessly. If you must meet, you could try the water abode. Seeing Yunmu's confused look, Da Xiong explained, "The water abode is the Sea Tribe's auction house. Besides the normal events, there's a superclass auction held once a year. All the major powers appear at this annual superclass auction, including the Freedom Union." Mr. Zhang added, "That's right. And the auction is in just a few days. This is the very reason I returned. Whether you want to connect with light or shadow, the auction is the best place. But it only provides an opportunity. What you can achieve, that will be entirely up to you two." Mr. Zhang was tense, but for Yunmu, he felt a surge of excitement. He let out a laugh. A chance was all he needed. Looking up with a determined gaze, he declared, "Leave it to us." His gaze, his tone, and his words made even a man like Mr. Zhang pause for a few seconds. Composing himself, he continued, "I'm starting to understand why my foolish son admires you so much. As it happens, tomorrow I need to visit the Central Continent branch of the Water Abode for business. You two should come along and apply for auction eligibility." Time passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Yunmu was in constant awe of Da Xiong's family wealth. "I thought I was ready to meet rich people, but seeing these luxury cars sends a chill down my spine." Playing the part of a rich young master, Da Xiong advised him, "I suggest you ditch that country bumpkin look for now. You need to act like you have money." But Yunmu wondered, "Why do you rich guys like wearing such stuffy clothes? The hairstyles are weird too." Watching him ramble, his friend calmly replied, "Suck it up and look ahead." Yunmu followed his gaze. Before them stood an absolutely massive building. You could tell it was an exclusive place. "This must be it. Let's go, Da Xiong." Yunmu's expression was full of excitement for the mission. "Let's go meet these underground emperors." Standing before the auction house, Da Xiong whispered, "Little Mu, have you figured out how to find the Freedom Union?" Yunmu looked at him with total confidence. "Don't worry. I thought about it all night. I have a foolproof plan." As they moved to enter, an arm suddenly blocked their way. "Excuse me, sirs." It was the doorman. He had stopped them because their account balances were under 1 billion, failing to meet the entry requirements. This sudden, awkward situation made Yunmu and Da Xiong want to die of shame. "Da Xiong, aren't you supposed to be loaded?" he replied, sweating profusely. "My dad cut off my allowance ages ago." Onlookers started to scoff at their plight. Where did these two broke guys come from? No billion, and you dare show up at 2EQ? Get out of the way. You poor devils. But in seconds, their scorn morphed into pure, unadulterated shock. "Huh?" They saw a man in the distance. "No way. Who is that?" It was Mr. Truong himself. He faced Da Xiong and Van Mook, his voice low. "Not going in? Are you waiting for me?" His mere presence froze the crowd. Those who had mocked them didn't dare to even breathe. One look at their faces revealed the sheer weight of Mr. Truong's influence here. Seeing him, Da Xiong finally relaxed and quickly explained, "We lack the funds for Tuiku." The doorman bowed his head. Mr. Truong. Clearly, he was the only solution. Mr. Truong smiled gently. "Impossible, my friend. Our system must have a minor glitch. This is the Azure Dragon Major General, a member of the Lee sect. How could he lack 1 billion? Van Mook's face was grim from the insult. He almost spoke up to correct the man, but stopped. "What?" As his identity was revealed, the onlooker's eyes widened in utter disbelief. "What? The Azure Dragon Major General is that young? The Lee sect. Their power is legendary. A true prodigy. The doorman, now terrified, quickly changed his tone to avoid any trouble. Ah, a friend of Mr. Trong, my deepest apologies. The system must be faulty. Please, enter. And so, the three of them calmly walked inside. Uncle, Van Mook said. Thank you. For Mr. Trong, it was nothing. Besides, I've prepared a few things for you. He then presented them with 2 items, saying, these are 2 masks and a black card. You must conceal your identities. This place is dangerous. He then handed them the items. With that, he left the 2 on their own. Van Mook's first stop, the 3Q VIP room. Whatever he showed them made the staff gasp in horror. This is... You want to auction this? Van Mook casually admired a flower. Certainly. Arrange it quickly for the upcoming auction. These flowers are lovely. While he was calm, the manager was sweating, hoping he wouldn't break any. Ah, Mr. L. Each of those flowers costs 10 million. The owner of Tuiku was stunned by what lay before her. This was no ordinary treasure. It was a fuxi fruit. Realizing its value, she began to negotiate. Mr. L, how about this? We will buy the fuxi fruit from you. Just name your price. The offer was tempting, but it wasn't why he had come here in the first place. Tuiku is indeed generous. But I don't need money. I want information. She led Van Mook to a private room. Mr. L, please sit. What information do you seek? Van Mook cut straight to the point. It's simple. I need a way into the Nuwa realm. Her brow furrowed instantly. The Nuwa realm? He then added another condition. And participating in the Quanvu War doesn't count. The aura he radiated made her extremely cautious. So young, yet so powerful. It seems we are not fated to possess this fuxi fruit. She calmly lit a cigarette and smiled. The path to the Nuwa realm is held by the Mystic Guild. We know of no other way. But I will make this tomorrow's most dazzling auction item. You will get what you desire. After their talk, news spread like wildfire across the continents. On the Holy Spirit continent, a subordinate rushed in. Boss, Tui Q sent the auction list. At first, he was confused. Hadn't the list already arrived a week ago? He wondered. But one look at the new list made his jaw drop. He could only mutter, "What is this?" On the North Ocean continent, the leader frantically gave orders to his second-in-command. Gather all our guild's funds and sacred artifacts. I must have the fuxi fruit. And on the High Dimension continent, things were much the same. A man calmly lit his cigarette. I must attend this auction, he said calmly. On the Central continent, a voice called out as Vito tended his plants. You seem to be enjoying your elegant hobby. Curious. The old man turned slowly and recognized the visitor. It's you? It has been a while. It was none other than Guild President Duke. He offered a polite greeting. I wish I could visit more often, but now you are a free man. It's not convenient for us to come by. He was here today because of that list. Have you seen the latest list from the water residents? He had, of course, already seen it, and remarked, very interesting. The old man spoke with the wisdom of his age. As they say, if you live long enough, you'll eventually see everything. I can't believe they're auctioning the fuxi fruit. Who is the seller? What could they possibly want? I fear the world is in for a big change. But Doduk simply found this kind of thing exciting, his eyes full of unfathomable depth. Time passed slowly. 5 days later, the day of the auction finally arrived. The auctioneer stood on stage and announced loudly, Everyone, please take your seats. Our auction is about to begin. Hearing this, Da Xiong nudged a sleeping Van Mook awake. Hey, the auction's starting. Wake up. The auctioneer's voice rang out again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the water residence. I am your auctioneer for today, and I trust you are all waiting eagerly. Tonight's banquet is your chance to witness some truly priceless artifacts. Down below, all the attendees wore masks to conceal their true identities. After a long speech, he finally announced, Tonight's auction will now officially begin. And now for our first auction item, the 4-limbed beast's blood. Down below, Von Muck grew impatient. This MC talks too much. So noisy, it's impossible to get any sleep. Just like that, the first item was sold, and the auction continued on. Next up is the second auction item. To him, these were all just trivial and tasteless things. When are they getting to the fuxi fruit? The host on stage continued working at a brisk pace. Very well. The third item is the spirit tablet, starting at 10 million. As soon as he announced it, people below began to complain. Are they crazy? A wooden tablet is worth 10 million? That's right. It doesn't even have a hint of mystic power. But just then, the system sent a signal to Von Mook. Ping. High-grade treasure detected. recommended that the host acquire it. He was surprised to hear that. Huh? You mean that busted tablet? But since the system said so, he had to participate. He didn't know its secret, but the system could never be wrong, right? He immediately raised his number and shouted, "I'll bid 10 million. Just as Van Mook spoke, a girl suddenly appeared. She offered a staggering figure, 100 million. Dio's appearance made everyone wonder. Where did this person come from? A few people were starting to hesitate. Boss, it's the spirit tablet. We should. The man next to him understood but had to remind him. Calm down. This is a trap to eliminate competitors. The Fuxi fruit. Tycoons from all over have gathered here. They all know of this item, yet no one is speaking up. This proves everyone's real goal is the Fuxi fruit, which also happened to be his final objective. Since Dio offered that number, Van Mook had to grit his teeth and raise the price higher, 110 million. But she immediately raised it to 150 million, her voice remaining perfectly calm. Her constant price hikes were making him furious. Damn it, this woman is just inflating the price. But Van Mook wouldn't give in. He would, of course, play to the very end, bidding 200 million. The people there saw their high bids and thought, 200 million? Are these two insane? After seeing his number, Du spoke to her grandfather through an earpiece, the man behind her recent bids. Grandpa, should we continue? Vito calmly replied, I see it. He sat among the masked figures, his hood concealing his true face. Not wanting to show his face, Vito had her act for him. The original plan was to bait the other old-timers. I never expected someone so young would know the value of this spirit tablet. I haven't been out in a long time. The world really has changed so much. Finding Van Mook interesting, he decided to play along and keep raising the price. Hearing his order, Dio raised the price. I'll pay 300 million. With that bid, people felt the spirit tablet was hers. Holy crap, 300 million. A jump of 100 million. 300 million. It can't go any higher. They even sized up Van Mook. That kid doesn't look rich. 200 million must have been his limit. If she wanted to play this game, he would give her and everyone here a dazzling show. Well, that's it. I'm out of patience. Haggling is a waste of time. I prefer to dominate the situation. I bid. Van Mook turned to face her directly, shouting a number. 600 million. He then challenged her. Your move, miss. Dio was momentarily stunned by his aura. This kid. Vito witnessed the whole scene. Seeing his strength, finally ordered Ruo Miao to let him go. Just then, a man whispered into the troubled auctioneer's ear. He frowned and shot back. Huh? What is it? After hearing the news, the auctioneer faced Yun Mu. Sir, it seems your account has insufficient funds for the bid. You'd better explain. At his words, the crowd erupted in insults. Not enough money? What a fraud. But Yun Mu remained perfectly calm, replying, Insufficient funds? Ah, I forgot about a donation I made last week. He then flicked a card at the auctioneer, who stared with his jaw dropped in shock. What he had thrown wasn't an ordinary card. It was a black card. With the card revealed, Yun Mu's presence grew stronger. This should be enough, shouldn't it? Seeing Yun Mu fight Ruo Miao to the end for the spirit tablet, Da Xiong couldn't help but ask, why spend so much money on this? He couldn't explain, only giving a vague answer. As a protective charm, I guess. Yun Mu asked the system the same question. System, what on earth does this thing do? It cost me 600 million. It explained the item was a high-grade treasure, a body-double talisman. Upon activation, the user is teleported 100 miles away, while a double continues acting in their place. The double can copy the user's abilities and appearance, lasting for 3 minutes. Hearing this, Yun Mu almost leaped from his chair. What? Does this mean I have a way to escape death? This is a true treasure. Knowing its worth, he hugged it tightly, cooing, My precious life-saving charm, I love you so much. Da Xiong watched, a bit disturbed by the scene. So, little Moo Moo likes talismans? I'll have to gift him a few truckloads. At that moment, the auctioneer's voice boomed again. And now, we've arrived at the final item of tonight's auction. I believe this is the item everyone has been waiting for. The most sought-after treasure is finally here. This is the most dazzling auction item in the last 10 auctions. Without a doubt, the final auction item is the Fuxi fruit. As it appeared, the entire hall exploded, with everyone wanting to own it. Is that the Fuxi fruit? It's finally appeared. I have to get it. MC. Name the price. The auctioneer calmly explained. All right, everyone, be patient. This treasure is very special. The seller doesn't want money, but wishes to trade. Anyone who can provide a way into the Nuwa realm can take it. Let me be clear. Joining the universal war does not count. As soon as he stated the seller's terms, someone smashed a chair in rage. What the hell are you talking about? Because as far as they knew, besides the universal war, there was no other way to enter the Nuwa realm. But a familiar voice cut through the commotion, drawing everyone's attention. I'll take that Fuxi fruit. And that person was, once again, Ruo Miao. She declared with confidence. The method you're looking for, I have it. Some listeners were doubtful. This girl knows how to enter the Nuwa realm? Is this a scam? This is Shueju. Spreading false news here will get your identity exposed, and a bounty on your head. Vito, watching from below, spoke to his companion. My friend, I originally planned to take the way into the Nuwa realm to my grave, but this unexpected hope leaves me no choice but to reveal it, and the person sitting beside him was none other than Dude. Hearing his decision, the old man offered a word of advice. Are you really doing this? Don't forget, the Xuan Cultivators Guild has forbidden using spatial rifts. If you're caught using a spatial rift without permission, the punishment will be severe. But he let Vito do as he wished. You should be careful. I don't have many friends left after all. Just like that, Yunmu, Vito, and Ruo Miao were led by Shueju's staff to a private room to talk. A servant introduced him to her. This is the owner of the Fuxi fruit. You two can talk before finalizing the deal. Yunmu recognized her at a glance. It's you? What a fateful encounter. Ruo Miao was just as shocked to see him there. I never expected the seller of the Fuxi fruit to be you. The next second, Yunmu walked past her, exposing the truth. But you aren't the real buyer, are you? Her face showed pure shock at being seen through so easily. Yunmu knew perfectly well the man sitting in the chair was the one behind this deal. He turned to the man and asked bluntly, Sir, you're the one pulling the strings, aren't you? I have something to ask you. Vito had lived almost a full life. He could guess what the young man would ask next without a word. He spoke first. You want to ask why I need to buy the Fuxi fruit, when I already know how to enter the Nuwa realm, correct? The newcomer replied frankly. That's right. The reason is that the spatial rift is completely unstable. Those who enter can barely escape. They're torn to shreds. Only someone with a desperate need for power would risk it, and I happen to not be a risk taker. If you think it's too dangerous, it's not too late to regret it. Across from him, Van Mook sat down and replied, You don't need to worry about that. Just get me into the spatial rift. This Fuxi fruit will be yours. Hearing his confidence, the man guessed, It seems you have a way to resist the spatial tearing? In that case, I won't ask any more questions. The two of them quickly reached a final agreement. Then the deal is sealed. Afterward, Vito handed him a jade tablet, explaining, This half of the tablet is a token. When you get there, my people will take you to the spatial rift. As for the location, I think you're probably very familiar with it. Van Mook wondered why he would say that. I'm very familiar with it? Then he was told, That's right. The spatial rift is in the astral realm of the Mystic Guild's headquarters. After revealing the entrance to the Nuwa realm, Vito also gave him a warning. Young man, just consider this an old man's ramblings. What I mean is, no matter how capable you think you are, never try to seek answers about the mystic ancestor. Some things are best left untouched. For this warning, Yunmu was grateful. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Rest assured, I have no interest in such matters. Good. If you ever need my help, come to Black Street. With that, he placed his hat on the table. He revealed his true face. As a bonus, he told the young man to just ask for Vito, the Emperor of the Central Continent and leader of the Bailandu clan. Vito. Seeing him unmasked, Yunmu politely removed his own. It's an honor for a junior like myself to meet you. I am Li Yunmu. A pleasure. The next day, Yunmu arrived early at the Central Continent's Mystic Guild, eager to enter the Nuwa realm. He grew impatient, waiting for Vito's contact. So slow. Is this how these gangsters keep time? Just then, a hand suddenly slapped his shoulder, making him jump in surprise. He turned to see Yaoju. She smiled. Been waiting long? Let's go. Yunmu didn't recognize her without her mask and fumbled for the token. Are you the contact from Bailandu? Let me see the token. But before he could finish, she cut him off. Let's skip the formalities. Seeing his confusion, she put on the mask from before as proof. We've met already, haven't we? Recognize me now? It finally clicked for him. So it was you. If you were coming, why did the elder give me a token? Before she answered, she pushed him forward. Come on, don't sweat the small stuff. Let's hurry. Just as they left, the subordinate Vito sent to meet Yunmu arrived, searching frantically but finding no one. Strange. I can't find the person the boss told us to pick up. This is the right place. Let's keep looking. Meanwhile, Yao Jiu had personally led him to their destination. This is it. Yunmu was stunned by the sight. I never expected such a desolate place in this magnificent star realm. She explained, it was the least developed area. Few people come here, but we should still be careful. Alerting the Guardian would be a huge problem. She then lightly pressed a red button on the control panel. He still looked at it with indifference. You mean this? He immediately spotted what he was looking for right before his eyes. The dimensional rift. Turning back, he noticed Yao Ju holding something. Wait, why are you taking out a weapon? Caught in the act, she calmly replied. What for? To prepare for the adventure. Of course. Who knows what's in there? Yunmu completely disagreed with her proposal, refusing with a frown. You brought me here. I can go in by myself. Her words struck her like a bolt from the blue. Huh? You're not taking me? Please take me with you. She grabbed onto him, pleading. I really wanted an adventure, so I snuck out here. Please, just take me. Her plea revealed the truth. What? You snuck out? No way. It's too dangerous. I have to call the elder to come get you. As he tried to pry her off, something unexpected made him freeze. Huh, what's happening? Yunmu stared at the glowing sword in his hand. The Luosha sword was practically screaming. What is going on? Suddenly, the sword pointed at the rift, endlessly absorbing its power. The pressure was so immense, his own body was nearly pulled along with it. When Yunmu realized what was happening, panic flashed across his face. This sword, it's draining the Star Realm's power. Seeing this, Diao Diao urgently warned him. Hey, what are you doing? You'll bring the guards down on us. But Yunmu was helpless. I don't know what's happening. I can't stop. Unfortunately, the guards had already arrived. Who's causing a disturbance here? She grew anxious as they approached. Look, the guards are here. This is all your fault. The Night's Watch quickly noticed. Is he mobilizing astral realm energy? Impossible. Besides the ancestor, no one should control this energy. Worse, a spatial rift was behind them. Using a spatial rift is a capital offense. Seize them. With that, they charged at Yunmu and Diao Diao. He still couldn't control the cursed blade. Damn it, I can't move. Stop, you wretched sword. For now, Diao Diao had to block the Night's Watch's attack on her own. A single swing of her arm sent them flying. She gave him his orders. You, stop that foolish sword of yours. I'll handle these two. Even the Night's Watch had to admit, she was dangerous. Then they heard her cold voice call out, Hey, you two. Her fiery gaze locked onto them, and her next words made her intentions perfectly clear. Interrupting a lady's adventure comes with a very high price. Diao Diao slowly stalked towards them. She mused aloud. A simple outing turns into a fight. Just my luck. A perfect chance to test my new gear. As she spoke, a set of wolf-like claws materialized on her hands, gleaming with a cold light. She then lunged forward, slashing wildly. The Mage's Guild Night's Watch raised a protective barrier. One of them growled to Lai Ying, This girl is tough. Use alpha tactics. Finish her fast. He nodded in agreement. Understood. With his partner's assurance, the man swung his massive axe toward Diao Diao. He roared, Heavenly War Axe. Instantly, countless green wind blades shot from his weapon toward her. She could only raise her arms to defend. Blown back, Diao Diao quickly regained her footing. She smirked sarcastically. Your dumb bear's power is impressive. I won't face you head on. Just then, the guard whispered, Lai Ying, 12 o'clock, 50 meters. Diao Diao realized he was watching her through a scope. He replied, Roger. While Diao Diao was distracted, he fired at her. In that hair-raising moment, Diao Diao perfectly dodged the bullet's path, but the other guard used the opening to attack. He shouted with glee, Got you now! They immediately clashed. Dust and debris exploded, hiding them from view. Seeing her strong resistance, the guard said excitedly, You can't escape this time. He then turned and ordered, Lai Ying, give her the final blow. Lai Ying grinned with savage delight. He sang back, Coming right up. I love a stationary target. He immediately fired a shot. The bullet, wrapped in a brilliant golden light, sped along its designated path. But contrary to their plan, a sharp blade sliced the bullet in two before it reached her. His eyes widened in shock. What? Suddenly, a young man appeared behind him, sword raised high. He called out coldly, Hey! A single flash cut through the darkness. Lai Ying stared blankly at the sword at his throat. In front of him, his gun lay in shattered pieces. The newcomer was none other than Yunmu. He frowned in thought. After absorbing the astral realm's power, all my abilities have grown stronger. But why? He grimaced, gripping his sword arm. This blade is getting more and more out of my control. Those last two strikes nearly killed this man. Good thing I pulled back, or killing a guard would mean endless trouble. On the other side, the guard saw this and lost focus. What? Lai Ying was taken down by him? He didn't finish, instead changing direction and muttering, "No, I have to end this quickly and go help." Hearing the guard comment on the other fight, Diao Diao's expression darkened. She gritted her teeth. "Damn it, he stole my prey." Then, she let out a small, chilling laugh. "All right, old man, today's been fun." She then swung her sharp claws at the guard. "It's time to end this." She smiled, sending a barrage of blades flying toward the guard. As she threw them, she added a taunt. "Try this on for size, old man." The guard, already pushed back, now faced countless blades. He screamed in shock. "What?" But it was already too late. He could only grit his teeth, raising his axe to block the furious storm of blades. But blades still slipped through, piercing his flesh. Overwhelmed, the guard collapsed in agony, coughing up blood. Just then, Meow Meow slowly approached the fallen guard, her voice dripping with sarcasm, as expected of a watchdog. "Not dead yet? So, old man." She crouched before him with a sly grin, asking, "Wanna keep going?" Meow Meow glanced at the guard and murmured, "Bingo." An easy win for the first trial. As she muttered to herself, Yunmu appeared beside her. He calmly opened his system menu and spoke. "More night watchers are on their way. We need to leave. Now. What's your senior's contact ID?" Hearing this, she pouted back. "Huh? You still want him to drag me back? I thought we were comrades. You're so heartless." But while they were busy arguing, the night watchers had already surrounded the entire area. One of them roared, "Neither of you is getting away." Yunmu frowned, glancing up at the mob. The night watchers got here so fast, and there are so many of them. Unlike his concern, Meow Meow just smiled calmly and said, "All right, the next round's starting already." Just then, a guard snapped his fingers, shouting, "Flame burst!" In the next instant, a massive explosion erupted, throwing them both back. Yunmu quickly shielded Meow Meow, yelling, "Watch out!" Trapped in his arms, she cursed, "You bastard! How dare you handle a lady like this? Let me go. I have to kill them." Seeing her stubbornness, he gritted his teeth, trying to snap her out of it. "You fool. These guys are far stronger than the last ones. Are you trying to get killed?" He quickly dragged her into a newly formed fissure, yelling, "There's no other way out. We has to risk it." On a nearby rooftop, the guards turned to a mysterious red-haired woman. "Captain, they've entered the fissure," she replied coldly. "I saw them. Report this to the higher-ups immediately." Her icy voice echoed through the desolate space. "Issue a full wanted notice for the Azure Dragon Youngstar General, Lee Yunmu." Meanwhile, the two were falling through the fissure's purple vortex. He cursed through his teeth. "Damn it. This fissure is even more unstable than the last one. We won't last long at this rate. Our bodies will be torn apart." Remembering he wasn't alone, he quickly turned, "Meow Meow. Hey, are you okay?" "Hey!" When she didn't respond, he roared in panic. "System, create 2 regeneration bodies for us. Now." But before the system could reply, his consciousness began to blur. He floated dizzily beside Meow Meow inside the chaotic fissure. Before passing out, his last thought was, "No, my consciousness." Only then did the system respond, confirming his request. "Understood. Regenerating bodies for both subjects." Much later, he was woken by Meow Meow, poking him repeatedly with a stick. As she poked him, she called out, "Hey, hey, Lee Yunmu, wake up." He shot up, startled, scanning his surroundings. "Where is this place?" Seeing him awake, Meow Meow calmly explained, "We passed through the fissure. It seems we're in a house in some city." Her words were like a shot of adrenaline to Yunmu. He leaped up and ran forward, shouting, "A city? Did we land right in the capital? This is great luck." "Hey!" Meow Meow yelled. "Don't just run off." Startled, she watched him go, screaming, "Hey, wait up for me." Without waiting, he shoved open the large door in front of him. But the sight before him made his eyes widen in utter shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, muttering to himself. The street before him was a scene of total devastation. Yunmu stood there frozen, whispering, "What is this?" Just then, Meow Meow finally caught up. She stepped outside and asked, "Is everyone all right?" But when she saw the carnage, she gasped, "My God, what a disaster. Was there a war here?" Her words struck Yunmu's heart like daggers, leaving him stunned and speechless. As if remembering something crucial, he suddenly shouted, "That's right!" He sprinted forward again, leaving an infuriated Meow Meow yelling behind him, "Hey, why do you keep running off and leaving me behind?" A few minutes later, Yunmu stared, hollow-eyed, at a withered tree before him. He mumbled, "Why is even the—" Looking at the dead branches, his spirit broke. He whispered, "The Fuxi tree and Sister Shui. They're not here." Li Yunmu collapsed to the ground in despair, muttering, "Hua Huan, Ye Ting, Sister Shui, Where in the world are you? Someone, anyone, please tell me what happened. Meow Meow, exhausted and out of breath, scolded, Hey, if you run off and leave me alone again, I'm going to be seriously mad. I'm so tired. Huff. Huff. Only then did she notice the withered tree she was touching. She observed it, muttering, This tree is completely dried up. It's beyond saving, isn't it? The moment she finished speaking, purple tentacles shot out, wrapping tightly around her arm as she screamed in shock. Ah, there's smoke from the tree grabbing me. Yunmu reacted instantly, pulling her behind him. He gritted his teeth and yelled, You troublesome fool, thunder art, solitary light. But even with his spell, the tendrils were unfazed. They continued their assault. He scowled, tisk, annoyingly persistent. Yunmu threw out both hands, chanting, Thunder art, judgment. Countless golden lightning bolts erupted from his palms, blasting away the purple tentacles. Farther away, Yaoju was thrown back by the intense surge of power. It couldn't hold for long. Yunmu had to leap backward. He frowned, whispering, It seems whenever I get close to Fuxi, that strange black smoke attacks. Biting his lip, he wiped the sweat from his brow. What in the world is going on? Damn it. One confusing thing after another. This is so annoying. At that moment, a world-shaking explosion erupted from the top of a nearby mountain. The deafening blast caught Yunmu's attention. He stared in that direction, stammering. An explosion? Could someone be fighting over there? On the other side of the explosion, it was just as Yunmu had guessed. A bloody, chaotic battle was raging. A group was frantically slaughtering the black monsters. Captain Nyo frowned, shielding Zilo. Zilo, hold on. Reinforcements are coming. She quickly replied, Don't worry, Captain No. I can manage. But before they could finish, the dark creature lunged wildly, its claws reaching for them. It let out one last scream before being sliced in two. Captain Nyo stared at the scene, her jaw dropping. So strong. Zello was just as stunned. She watched as the monster's halves collapsed, revealing Yunmu's group standing in the distance. Captain Nyo stared in shock as Meow Meow complained, Hey, why do you always steal the monsters I target? He could only say, All right, all right. He pointed behind her, negotiating. All those monsters are yours, okay? Meow Meow huffed. I guess that's acceptable. Seeing the monsters, she couldn't possibly beat. Now easily dispatched by these two, Captain No was speechless. Who in the world are they? A clear blue sky signaled a peaceful day, as Meow Meow chased after the fleeing monsters. She shouted, Don't run, I'm not done fighting yet. He just stood by, watching her hunt the poor beasts. Just then, Captain Nyo approached them. She smiled gratefully. Thank you for helping us defeat the monsters, Yunmu replied, but his eyes were fixated on the two massive mountains right in front of him. You're the captain? He asked. What exactly happened here? Why were you attacked by those things? Captain Nyo glanced at the dead creatures and answered grimly. I don't really know what they are. We've never seen them before. Meow Meow returned, asking, Huh? How'd you know she's the captain? Do you two know each other? Yunmu explained calmly. In this place, the bigger the chest, the stronger the fighter. And by the way, he added, you're probably just a civilian here. Hearing this, Captain Nyo's face darkened. She thought, watching them bicker. Wait a minute, that guy couldn't possibly. Then, Captain Nyo suddenly grabbed Yunmu's chest, freezing him solid. She frowned. How can you be so strong with no chest? Where is it? Are you binding it? He was stunned, stammering. I'm a man. Of course my chest is flat. As if she heard something utterly alien, she shrieked in disbelief. What? A man? Behind her, Zello looked equally dumbfounded. Captain Nyo muttered, How can the Nuwa realm have men? Are you from another world? The scene shifts to a royal encampment. A powerful voice announced, Report! An outsider claiming to be the Queen's male friend has arrived. He requests an audience with Her Majesty. The guards asked suspiciously, A friend of the Queen? Yunmu quickly introduced himself. That's right, I'm Li Yunmu. You don't know who I am? After his introduction, the guards immediately aimed their spears at them and roared, Insolence! The Queen has no male friends. Speak! Who are you? And what is your purpose? Falsely accused, Yunmu shouted back, I am the royal consort, appointed by the Queen herself. If you don't know me, find someone who does. Then he yelled her name. Hey, Hua Quan, get out here. If you don't, your husband is about to die at the hands of your own subordinates. The guards muttered amongst themselves. Hua Quan? Did you just mention Lady Hua Quan? Hua Quan's husband. Instantly, guards screamed, pointing spears right at his throat. Capture them! Seeing the danger, Meow Meow frowned and asked Li Yunmu, What did you do to make these women hate you so much? But honestly, he had no idea what was happening. His face darkened as he snarled, What is the meaning of this? I am your royal consort. But before he could finish, a woman's sharp laughter cut him off. Ha! The woman suddenly smashed through the wall, stunning her subordinates. Arrogantly, she declared, well, this is unexpected. Before Yunmu stood a towering, muscular woman with hair as vibrant and red as blood. She stared him down and mused, it seems the heavens favor me after all. The surrounding soldiers cheered in unison. Her Majesty, Queen Mantu. Hearing their cry, Yunmu frowned and repeated, Queen Mantu? Hearing her name, Mantu gave a wicked smile. Unbelievable. My mortal enemy, Huaquan's husband, has fallen right into my hands. Then she leaned down, lifting his chin with a mocking tone. But doesn't Huaquan's man recognize his own nation? Her taste in men is awful. As she taunted him, Yunmu thought, so this isn't the Nuwa nation. While he was lost in thought, she commanded the soldiers behind her, captains, throw these two in the dungeon. Hearing this, Yunmu quickly began casting a spell, murmuring under his breath, that won't be necessary. If this isn't the Nuwa nation. An instant later, an explosion rocked the spot where they stood. He swiftly grabbed Meow Meow and bolted, leaving a parting shot. Then I have no reason to stay as your guest. But just as Yunmu felt a flash of triumph, Mantu caught up. His eyes widened in disbelief. Her speed is insane. She furiously kicked them backward, roaring, did I say you could leave? Sent flying, Yunmu scrambled to his feet. He scowled, wiping the blood from his lip, and cursing under his breath. Damn it, he silently assessed her strength. This queen of the Nuwa world is absurdly powerful. Giving them no time to recover, Mantu shot towards Yunmu like an arrow. She roared in fury. Don't think you can escape. He glanced at her and sneered. Humph. Shadow system. Activate. As he spoke, a shadow lunged fiercely at Mantu. It forced her to halt and raise her arms to block. As she spun to evade the attack, she thought, something is attacking me, but I can't see it. Yunmu grit his teeth, chanting the incantation for lightning law. A shimmering golden sphere materialized in his palm. He roared, Judgment! He immediately fired the golden orb at Mantu, causing an explosion where she stood. She tilted her head back, smugly declaring, I can dodge that in an instant. Seeing her contempt, Yunmu's lips curled into a smirk. Mantu seemed to notice his unusual reaction. She frowned, whipping her head around. There's something behind me. No sooner had she spoken than a powerful blow from the shadows struck her. Mantu bit her lip, struggling to parry each attack. She stubbornly spat. An invisible attack style. This is certainly a nuisance. But at that moment, Yunmu summoned Linglong. He shouted, Go, Li Linglong. Seeing the figure flying toward her, Mantu took a defensive stance. This one I can see, she declared confidently. And what I can see, I can dodge. Mantu's face paled as she glanced back, muttering, Something else is rushing from behind. No, that's not right. The words barely left her mouth when explosions erupted overhead. Her face darkened as she shielded her head. That thing. It's everywhere. A massive explosion sent debris flying. Seeing the terrifying scene, her soldiers cried out in alarm. Your Majesty, what in the world was that attack? On the sidelines, Meow Meow was just as stunned, staring intently at Li Yunmu. She wondered, could Li Yunmu be a summoner? Just then, Yunmu, flanked by his shadows, spoke with arrogance. Hey now, Queen, whatever your name is. Compared to my wife, you're pathetic. Enraged by the insult, Mantu burst from the smoke. She spoke slowly. Is that right? It seemed her rage had finally reached its boiling point. She growled menacingly. Then I absolutely cannot let you two meet. I've changed my mind. With that, she let out a crazed laugh. She lunged at him, fist raised, bellowing, better to be safe. I'll just kill you right here and now. Watching her approach at a terrifying speed, he thought, so fast. Is this her true power? But she gave him no time to think, clamping a hand around his neck and violently dragging him backward. The powerful impact made Yunmu cough up blood. He cried out in agony. Under her crazed, satisfied gaze, he screamed in torment. Mantu didn't stop, smashing him into the ground until it cracked. Yunmu clutched his head, roaring in pain. Damn it, this hurts like hell. Li Linglong, destroy her. He roared in fury. I'm about to be killed. Just then, Mantu. She sensed Linglong's presence behind her, just as a powerful kick flew at her head. As if hearing the impossible, Meow Meow's eyes widened. Huh? This guy is married? But no one heard her. Linglong's kick slammed into Mantu, who gritted her teeth in pain. Suddenly, a voice called out, distracting Linglong. Her eyes widened as she answered. Ah. Mantu furiously grabbed her leg, growling through clenched teeth. This little brat. Seriously. Enraged, she threw Ling Lung into the air before kicking her straight in the chest, sending her flying. Meow Meow stood frozen on the sidelines, still muttering, "This is way too troublesome." Seeing Ling Lung defeated so quickly, Yunmu grabbed Meow Meow's arm to pull her away, shouting, "We have to go, now." But she was still confused, stammering, "But, what about that girl?" He quickly reassured her. "Don't worry, she won't die. My shadow core is covering her." Under her amazed gaze, he continued, "The most urgent thing right now," Yunmu paused, then gritted his teeth, "is to find Huaquan immediately. If it's the two of us, we can definitely defeat her." Mantou strained, struggling to fend off the Shadow Army's assault, but her gaze was locked on Van Muk's retreating figures. She gritted her teeth, cursing. Damn it! Refusing to let them escape unharmed, she roared an order to her soldiers. "Don't let them escape. Soldiers, capture them for me." Hearing the command, they aimed their spears. "Yes, ma'am." But Van Mook just smirked, rushing forward to meet them head-on. With his hand ablaze in fire, he muttered, "I guess I have no choice." Grand sunflare. But just as the chaotic battle was about to begin, a deafening roar echoed from the distance. Everyone froze, staring at the forest as birds scattered in panic. He frowned in suspicion. What in the world was that? The soldiers across from them began to panic. "More monsters are coming." Seeing her soldiers' morale waver, Manthau frowned. "Do not fear. Every soldier, face the enemy with me. A monster wave is upon us," she declared. "Forget about those two for now." The soldiers roared in agreement. "Yes, ma'am. With our queen, we have nothing to fear." And with that, Manthau led her soldiers away. Before leaving, she left him with a final warning. "Consider yourself lucky. The monsters saved your life. You're heading to the Nuwa Nation, aren't you? We'll be seeing each other again soon." She turned to face Van Mook. Her eyes filled with killing intent, she warned coldly. "And when we do, both you and your wife will die by my hand." Watching Manthau's forces disappear, Dudio turned happily. "Lucky. No one's stopping us now. Let's go." But Van Mook just stood there, his head lowered in silence. Confused, she poked his cheek, trying to get his attention. What are you thinking about? Shouldn't we get going?" When he didn't answer, she kept calling out, "Hey, hey." Just then, a wicked smile spread across Van Mook's face. He muttered darkly, "I've got it." That smile sent a chill down Dudu's spine. She backed away, crying out, "Why are you smiling like that?" The scene cuts to Manthau's battle with the monsters. With a roar, she slammed her fist into a monster's gut. A single punch sent the beast flying. It crashed through the trees behind it, leveling the forest. Sublo, fighting nearby, glanced over in awe. "The queen is incredible. She's taking on so many by herself." Hearing her cry, Captain No snapped, "Stay focused, Sublo. There's a breach in the defense wall." She watched in hatred as monsters devoured her comrades, then gave a sharp command. "We have to plug that hole now, or the villagers will be slaughtered." Just then, Manthau issued her own command. "Bo Dao, take your squad and evacuate the villagers. I'll use my ultimate technique to stop this horde." Captain Yo started at her words, turning back to protest. "But the side effects of that technique are devastating to your body." But Manthau's mind was set. "So what if it's harmful? I am their queen." Her power suddenly erupted with immense force. A brilliant golden aura exploded from her body. The shockwave sent debris and surrounding monsters flying. Manthau declared with a growl, "Protecting my people is my duty." With that, she slammed a powerful punch into a nearby monster. Blood splattered everywhere. "You filthy insects!" she roared, unleashing a furious barrage of punches. Decimating the surrounding monsters, she raged, "Don't you dare touch my people." After the brutal fight, panting heavily, Mantou stood over a field of monster corpses. But the rest was short-lived, as a new horde charged forward. She gritted her teeth, thinking, "Bring on all you've got." Mantou glared at the frenzied horde. In a cold voice, she declared, "None of you shall pass today." Some time later, an exhausted Mantou knelt on the ground, surrounded by monsters buried beneath rock and earth. Just then, Captain Yo rushed to report, "Your Majesty, the monsters have been repelled. The villagers are all safe." Seeing her condition, he asked with concern, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" She managed a smile. "I'm fine. It's just a side effect of my burst art. I can't move for now." But in that exact moment, two golden arrows shot toward them. Instantly, the arrows pierced the arms of Sublo and Captain Hyo. Pain shot through her as she growled, "Damn it, who's there?" Hearing her roar, Yunmu emerged with a bow, sneering, "What's the matter?" "Don't recognize me," the soldiers immediately shouted. "Seize him! Protect the queen!" They grabbed their weapons, rushing the tree where he stood. But this was the opening he needed. With all eyes on Yunmu, Meow Meow closed in on Mantu, calling out with a smirk, "Hey, you." A wicked smile spread across her face as sharp claws pressed against Mantu's throat. She warned softly, "I suggest you don't move. Your precious queen is now my hostage." The weakened queen, trapped, glared at the landing Yunmu. "You cowards, fight me when I've recovered." He burst out laughing. "Do you think we're idiots? Why would we ever wait for you to recover?" A malicious grin spread across his face as he declared, "I'm going to kill you while you're weak." Panting, Mantu muttered, "You're despicable." Yunmu just laughed. Despicable? Winning is all that matters. But then she looked past him, smirking. "Humph. Don't celebrate just yet. Let's see you survive that monster first." Just then, a creature materialized right behind him. It lunged forward, its giant hand reaching for his head. In a flash, the spot where Yunmu stood was a cloud of dust and debris. Meow Meow watched in horror, screaming, "Hey, Li Yunmu!" But unlike the fearful Meow Meow, Mantu just frowned and muttered, "A second wave already? The attacks are getting faster." As she spoke, the monster burst from the smoke. It raised its sharp claws towards them, but never made contact. A cold voice suddenly rang out. "Frenzy Blade!" The monster's arm was instantly sliced in two. As the monster collapsed in pain, he slowly approached. "You ugly thing. How rude." Yunmu emerged from the smoke, sword in hand. He smirked. "Interrupting my chat with the lady? Just die already." Then, he stood before the massive horde. He clicked his tongue. "Well, aren't you a big crowd? Let's see. 1, 2, 14, 15. Whoa, 42 of you?" He paused. Of the 36 stratagems, retreating is best. And just like that, Yunmu turned and fled. He even waved, shouting, "Bye-bye." Mantu and Meow Meow were completely stunned. Meow Meow snapped out of it, yelling, "Hey, you're just running away?" He yelled back, "Duh, there are over 40 of them. Run." But he didn't get far before monsters leaped to block his path. Mantu quickly shouted, "Watch out in front!" Yunmu looked up as sharp claws descended on him, exclaiming, "What the?" Before he could react, a mysterious force struck the monster's neck. It shrieked as blood sprayed like a fountain. Yunmu frowned at the sight, muttering to himself, "A one-hit instant kill? Who was that?" Just then, a stunning woman appeared in the bright sunlight. She gave the order, "Let's go, sisters. Wipe out this scum." He looked up in confusion. "Huh? What now?" In an instant, the newcomers annihilated the monster horde. Yunmu watched, thinking, where did these warrior women come from? They even took down the beast pack's leader in a heartbeat. Watching them handle the monsters so easily, he was impressed. He thought, every one of them is a powerhouse, as he watched them clean up. Just then, a small explosion erupted right in front of Yunmu, catching him completely off guard. He frowned, muttering in a daze. "Wait a minute, that technique." A voice cut through his thoughts. "Hey, I'm talking to you. How long are you going to stand there gawking?" Seeing the person before him, Yunmu broke into a brilliant smile. "Aha." He looked at the beautiful young woman with her arms crossed and called out happily, "Ye Ting, it's really you guys. Have you gotten taller again?" Hearing this, Ye Ting frowned in annoyance. "Because I'm at my growing age, that's why." After confirming it was them, he turned his head with a joyful look. "Great. As long as you're all safe, I can rest easy." His eyes then fell on the flower coil queen, who was staring at him with a massive blade on her shoulder. She smiled. "I never thought I'd see you again, my truest love." Hearing her words, Yunmu chuckled. "Hey, since you're here, let's show this trash what it really means." He paused for a moment before continuing. "When two hearts work as one, even the ocean runs dry." Just as he finished speaking, the horde of monsters charged. He watched them, thrilled, and yelled, "Oh? You're all rushing me at once?" A monster swung its arm violently at Yunmu's head, but he swiftly ducked, dodging the attack. Flower coil seamlessly coordinated, landing a powerful kick on the monster that sent it flying far away. Looking at the monsters rushing madly towards her, she smiled faintly. This is fine too. Gripping her sword tightly, she rushed toward the horde and declared, "I'll just round you all up at once." With that, she spun like a whirlwind, pulling all the monsters toward her. A shimmering golden wire suddenly appeared before them. Within seconds, the monsters' heads were sliced clean off. Yunmu calmly stepped on their corpses and sighed. Whew, finally dealt with them all. After cleaning up the mess, he glanced to the side and asked, "Ye Ting, is Sister Shui okay now?" Ye Ting, examining a monster's body, replied, "Don't worry, Sister Shui's condition is very stable." Midway through, she suddenly asked, "But why are you in the Kuafu nation?" At this question, Yunmu sighed in frustration. Don't even ask. He frowned and muttered in resignation. I wanted to go to the Nuwa nation, but a spatial rift brought me here instead. At first, I actually thought this was the Nuwa nation. I was worried to death. Seeing Ting still focused on dissecting the monster, he asked quietly, Do you have any idea what these creatures really are? She answered softly while working, I don't know either. But then, her gaze suddenly landed on something incredibly strange. Ting studied the purple crystal shard in her hand and muttered with a frown, This is a scale. The scene then shifts back to the Kwafu Queen's tent. A powerful voice suddenly rang out. We are eternally grateful to you. Captain Yo bowed deeply in respect. Thank you. Without your help, our entire army would have been annihilated. Thank you for coming to our aid. Chi Shi looked at Flower Coil, leisurely sipping tea, then turned to nudge Mantu, who was sitting silently beside her. Hey, Your Majesty, hurry up and thank her. Mantu blushed, looking away. After a long moment, she mumbled, Thanks. Her words immediately caused Flower Coil to spit out the mouthful of tea she had just taken. Seeing this, the other queen gritted her teeth in embarrassment and snapped. Look at that arrogant expression of yours. After calming down, she slowly inquired, Why did you help me? You and I are clearly enemies. Flower Coil stood up and clicked her tongue. If the lips are gone, the teeth get cold. You get it? Once these things breach your defenses, the Nuwa nation is next. Then, she leaned down to observe Mantu and said, Instead of sitting around waiting to die, it's better to strike first. Let's unite the forces of our two nations and fight these monsters together. Hearing this, the queen looked at her with suspicion and muttered, Since when did you start using your brain? In her heart, she thought, This is someone who used to solve everything with brute force. Flower Coil heard her and proudly put her hands on her hips. Hee, this is all stuff my precious strategist taught me. What do you think? Impressive, right? Mantu could only stare at her silently, thinking, I knew it. As they were talking, two people approached to report. Your Majesty, I've completed the investigation. Flower Coil saw the two entering and stood up happily to wave. She didn't forget her introduction. Look, this is my adorable strategist, and that's my spirit beast. Then, she got serious. So, what are those monsters? Ting heard the question and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, I need to know the specific details of how the Kwafu nation was attacked to make a proper judgment. Hearing her nation's name, Mantu's eyes darted over, startled. Then she slowly began her story. It started 5 days ago. The western city-state was suddenly overrun by a massive number of monsters. She recalled the terrifying time and continued grimly. Those things are incredibly strong. Our cities were severely damaged. We had no choice but to abandon the city and flee to the western forest. After we established a temporary base there, we prepared to counterattack. Mantu remembered the scene of monsters slaughtering her comrades and said through gritted teeth, But those beasts attacked again, forcing us back. It's only been a day, and they're back. We've stopped countless waves, but they just keep coming. Diep Din, having heard the summary, nodded. Yes, I understand now. She then held up a scale fragment for all to see. Your Majesty, I found this on one of the beasts. These beasts are made of mud and corpses. This scale is the source of their power. My analysis suggests this scale is very likely. She concluded slowly. A legendary demon dragon scale. Captain Yo's eyes widened in horror. A demon dragon? Van Mook frowned. What the hell is a demon dragon? Hoa Kuan asked worriedly. Wasn't that thing sealed 300 years ago? Why would it reappear now? Could someone be using the dragon scale to control these monsters? Hearing such a foolish question, Manthao cut in. Only the demon dragon itself can control its scales. It must have broken the seal. Just then, Ruru popped up to tease Diep Din. Hey, little sis, what's a demon dragon? She nuzzled Diep Din's cheek as the girl explained. The demon dragon is a terrifying magical beast of immense power. Years ago, it appeared in the Nuwa realm. Masters from everywhere paid a terrible price just to seal it away. To keep her from bothering Yiting, Yunmu swiftly lifted Ruru away, ignoring her struggles. Hua Huan also spoke up. With the demon dragon here, we must focus everything on finding a way to destroy it. Yiting replied seriously. Your Majesty, the key is to understand what the demon dragon truly wants. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. Its goal must be more than just killing, or it would have simply wiped us all out. What is the demon dragon's real objective? As they were all stumped, Yunmu suddenly spoke. I think I know what it's after. Hearing him, someone shouted in disbelief. You know? Yunmu frowned, recalling the scene he had witnessed. He said grimly, If I'm not mistaken, Its true purpose is. He paused, before raising his voice. The Fuxi tree, in Kwafu City. Mantu stood silently before the great tree. Yunmu stared at the Fuxi tree for a long moment. There's a powerful, tainted aura beneath it. Ruru added, that tree attacked me before. Hearing this, Hua Huan and Mantu could only lower their heads in thought. Seeing no reaction, Hua Huan urged her, Mantu, let's check if the roots have been destroyed. Her words made Mantu mutter in deep thought. The roots? Then, as if realizing something, she yelled, yes, the roots. With that, she ran and began digging at the tree's base with her bare hands, whispering, as long as the roots are okay. She stopped mid-sentence, her eyes widening in horror as she stared at the empty space before her. Before her now were the withered roots of the Fuxi tree. It seemed the tree was already dead. She let out a cry of pure agony, her mind consumed by a single thought. The Fuxi withers, the waters of ruin. Mantu roared in fury, Demon Dragon, I will kill you. Seeing her lose control, soldiers rushed to hold her back. Captain Ru stepped in front of her, pleading, Your Majesty the Queen, please don't be reckless. But at this moment, Mantu heard nothing. She violently threw the soldiers aside, screaming, Get away from me. Despite the danger, Captain Ru cried out in concern, Your Majesty. As Mantu struggled wildly against her own comrades, a hand suddenly appeared over her head, and a voice called out, This woman. Hua Huan furiously grabbed Manto's hair, slamming her to the ground. Do you even resemble a queen right now? She shouted. She glared and scolded her loudly. Are you insane? Do you even know where the demon dragon is? Pinned to the ground, Mantu snarled back through gritted teeth. It doesn't matter. I'll tear up the earth to find him. Her foolish words only made Hua Huan angrier. Her eyes went wide as she tightened her grip on her neck and yelled, Your nation may be gone, but you still have people to care for, and a duty to the soldiers who followed you. Have you forgotten all of that? Faced with such fury, Mantu could only stammer in a daze. I'm sorry. As the two fought, Yeting rushed over with a worried tone. This is bad. Your Majesty the Queen. She spoke urgently, laying out her suspicions. The demon dragon just broke its seal. It's weak, and needs the Fuxi tree's energy to recover, but it hasn't shown up yet, which means one Fuxi tree isn't enough to restore its full power. Could its next target be the one in Nuwa City? The group, led by Hua Huan, rushed back immediately. As soon as the guards saw her, they raised their hands in greeting. Your Majesty the Queen, you've returned. Hua Huan asked anxiously. How is the Fuxi tree? Is there anything unusual? The soldier smiled brightly at her question. The reports came back. All clear. Hearing this, Yunmu secretly rejoiced. That's great. That means Sister Shui is safe too. But while everyone else relaxed, Yeting's brow furrowed in protest. No, that fiend is too cunning. He might have already. Suddenly, she stopped and hurled her sword at the tree. But before the blade could strike, a surge of dark energy erupted, flinging it far away. Yeting's eyes widened in fury. Damn it! The Fuxi tree. It's been corrupted. At her words, monsters clawed their way from the soil. A man screamed in terror. They're erupting from the ground. In that same moment, all color drained from Yunmu's face. He thought in horror, the Fuxi tree is taken. And, if that's true, then? Through the swirling black mist, his mind's eye saw Ling Shui, unconscious. He roared her name in desperation. Sister Shui. Fury exploding within him, Yunmu drew his sword and charged. Trampling over the dark skeletons, he cursed, Damn you, Shadow Legion. As if summoned, the Legion itself materialized. The two forces clashed instantly. His shadows surged forward, tearing through the monsters one by one. But Yunmu's gaze was fixed on what lay ahead. His eyes wide, he whispered, Sister Shui. Just then, a beast with 3 serpentine necks lunged at him. Its massive jaws opened wide, poised and ready to devour him whole. Just as the beast lunged, a figure flashed into view, delivering a powerful kick to its jaw. Move it, Linglong yelled. Yunmu shot past her. Thanks, kid. He gripped his sword and plunged into the eerie black mist. He growled with pure menace, Get off her. With a roar, he slammed his blade against the tree trunk. Sister Shui, hurry. After clearing the dark corruption, he caught his breath, looking toward Ling Shui. Phew, Sister Shui should be all right, but the sight that met his eyes made him freeze in absolute shock. Ling Shui was looking right at him with a twisted, unnatural smile. All he could think was, Sister Shui, what happened? Then, countless tendrils of black smoke swirled around Ling Shui, cocooning her. Yunmu frowned in confusion. He stammered her name, El Ling. Sister Ling? His only answer was her wild, blood-chilling laughter. At that moment, Ling Shui's eyes glowed a demonic, crimson red. Without a word, she lunged straight for Yunmu. "Danger!" he cried out, dropping to the ground and narrowly dodging her vicious strike. Pushing himself up, he muttered in disbelief. "This demonic aura. It's the same as the demon dragons." Yunmu stared at the possessed Ling Shui. "This aura is identical to the demon dragons, Sister Ling. Please don't blame me." A determined glint flashed in his eyes. He whispered, "Looks like I have no choice but to force you awake." Without hesitation, he leaped high above Ling Shui. Bringing his sword down, he roared, "Berserk blade!" But to his utter shock, she effortlessly blocked the strike. In the next instant, she countered. Ling Shui shot towards him, a cruel smirk on her face. Seeing her close the distance, he cried out, "It's over!" He immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, but she dodged it with contemptuous ease. He didn't stop, swinging his sword once more, but his blade only struck stone. But he saw Ling Shui's sleeve was torn. Yunmu's brow furrowed. "Wait, my blade never even touched her." But the clothes made of demonic energy shattered. A realization began to dawn on him as he pieced it together. Whenever my cursed blade gets close, she dodges. Could it be? The demonic energy itself is avoiding my blade? In that case. But just then, Ling Shua appeared right behind him. He froze. A powerful kick slammed squarely into his back. The force sent him flying, crashing so hard into the ground that he left a crater. Lying in the crater, Yunmu looked up at the floating Ling Shui and started to laugh. Heh, still as wild as ever. But, no matter what, just seeing you up and moving is enough to make me happy, he murmured, lowering his head. We used to spar like this all the time, didn't we? Always trying to prove who was stronger. He trailed off as a memory struck him. Hey, Sister Ling, do you even remember how long it's been since we last met? He looked up, his voice turning grim. During all that time, I haven't rested for a single moment. And yet, the gap between us is still this wide. And in that instant, Yunmu vanished, appearing directly behind Ling Shui. He whispered, "Cursed, berserk blade." Ling Shui flinched, whipping her head around in disbelief. Then, there was a deafening crack. He had slammed her into the cliffside with enough force to shatter it. Yunmu watched the dark aura fade, revealing Ling Shui. He said quietly to himself, "It seems my theory was correct. The power of the curse can absorb energy from any source. And this demonic energy." He took an unmarked vial and murmured, "This medicine needs time to work. You must rest here quietly." Then, Van Mook gently poured the potion into Ling Shui's mouth. "Drink," Van Mook said, plunging his sword into the earth. "This blade will guard you, in case the demonic energy attacks again." He turned to Ling Lung. "Stay here and watch Sister Shui. Tell me immediately if anything happens." She gave him a cool glance and said softly, "Understood." Satisfied, he muttered with a scowl, "That bastard. He dares to use even Sister Shui." He whispered, "This time, I'm truly enraged." He then reached out his hand, calling, "Ming Ya, come and aid me." Van Mook's face was a cold mask. "Brother, god of destruction." As he spoke, a colossal figure appeared right behind him. The being pouted. "Insolent child, I thought you'd forgotten me." Van Mook calmly replied, "Haven't I been gathering void essence to break your seal? I'm in a bit of trouble now." Ming Ya cut him off with a smug smile. "Don't say it. My power is indeed growing stronger. If that's the case," he paused, a confident smirk spreading on his face. "I'll lend you a hand." Van Mook smiled back. "Thank you." Back in the heat of battle, Manthao cut down monster after monster, cursing all the while. "Damn it. Why do these things keep crawling out of the ground? That demon dragon wants to exhaust us to death." On the other side, Van Mook was felling monsters with his bow, with Ming Ya right behind him. He chanted an incantation. "The night is about to fall. 1955, with the undying realm, create the darkest shadow. Obey my blood oath. I summon you now to this mortal world." A strange black sigil appeared before him, and he roared, "Descend." A flock of highly trained birds swarmed the sky, stunning both Manthao and Hoa Quan. He thought, "Let the hunt begin." Instantly, the armored birds dove, attacking the surrounding monsters. Their bodies seemed wrapped in a sharp aura, swiftly decapitating the beasts. Manthao watched in awe and shouted, "Hoa Quan, your husband is so strong." She smiled happily. "Oh, it's nothing." Only Diep Din was still calmly calculating. "The number of beasts is dwindling. Theoretically, the demon dragon should have appeared by now." As if remembering something, she suddenly stepped back as the other two watched. Manthao suddenly pointed forward and yelled, "Look at the fuxi tree." The fuxi tree was now enveloped in a dark, purple light. Van Mook saw this and gave a sarcastic laugh. Finally decided to show yourself? He looked at the imposing dragon and yelled, "You cowardly turtle!" But the unexpected always happens. Manthao suddenly leaped forward, while Hoa Quan watched with a frown. She charged madly, throwing a punch at the demon dragon, roaring, "Demon dragon, I will kill you and avenge my people," a voice cried out, chasing after her. Manthao, however, instead of hitting the demon dragon, she passed right through it. Her eyes widened in a daze. What? What just happened? Manthao recalled the moment she phased through its body. She thought, I went right through him, like he wasn't even there. Just then, the demon dragon opened its mouth, forming a giant sphere from which countless purple droplets rained down. The force of the falling drops sent the soldiers flying. Van Mook struggled to withstand the fierce attack. Elsewhere, Hoa Quan swung her sword to protect Diep Din from the droplets, but her eyes were drawn to the vines slowly rising from the ground beneath them. Diep Din screamed as the vines shot up from the ground. "Your Majesty!" Behind them, Hoa Quan slashed through a vine, but her blade passed right through it. She stared in shock, crying out, "My sword can't cut it?" And then, the tree's vines wrapped them up tightly. Seeing the two beauties suspended in the air, Diu cursed, "You bastard, I won't allow it." Then, both she and Van Mook rushed in to save them. She declared loudly, "You dare touch my precious darlings." Within seconds, the two had successfully rescued Diep Din and Hoa Quan. Hoa Quan frowned and asked, "How did you hit it? I couldn't touch it at all." Diu held her close and smiled. "Maybe it's because I used the connection of my mystic power." At this point, Van Mook finally spoke up. "It seems dealing with this guy is up to the two of us." "If that's the case," he said, immediately summoning countless shadows. "Come forth, my shadows," he commanded them. "Now, shadows, restrain the demon dragon." After everything was settled, he made his soft request. "The rest, I'll leave to Senior Minya." Hearing this, he just gave a confident smirk. "Relax, kid. This is just a warm-up." As the demon dragon finally revealed itself, Minya scoffed. "Well, look what crawled out of the woodwork. You ugly beast." The beast roared in fury, rejecting his taunt. But Minya gave it no quarter. He instantly crouched, gathering his strength. "In that case," Minya whispered with a smile, "this just got easier." He then unleashed a powerful blow straight to its chest. The single punch sent the demon dragon sprawling to the ground. Minya looked down on it with disdain. "A mere magical beast dares to challenge me? If this were my golden age, a creature like you couldn't even touch me." With that, he delivered another crushing blow. The strike slammed the beast deep into the opposing cliff. Minya flew up, closing in to observe his handiwork. After a moment, he raised his hand and whispered, "Sundown." A blinding golden light erupted from his palm. Instantly, a heavenly pillar of light descended, crashing down upon the demon dragon. From the sidelines, Van Mook watched. Witnessing it all, he gasped in awe. To think unlocking just one seal could grant this much power. The void essence was worth it. Is it already over? But just then, something appeared before his very eyes. It made his eyes widen in disbelief. Black, bony wisps tore through the smoke as Van Mook yelled out in alarm. "Hey, Great Destruction King, watch out," he screamed in warning. "That thing's turning into a mist." But it was too late. The demon dragon's mist completely enveloped Minya, who was still frozen, unaware of the danger. The creature's deep voice commanded, "Ensnare." In a flash, the demon dragon solidified, its body crushing Minya. He met its gaze, then let out an excited laugh. "You bastard, that's a damn tight grip. If a normal person were caught like this, they'd already be dead." At this, Minya gave a regretful smile and murmured, "What a shame." He then roared, "That the one you're facing is me." In that instant, his body swelled with a brilliant golden light. The radiance instantly vaporized the demon dragon's dark aura. Van Mook's face went pale as he uttered, "An instantaneous explosion. So that's his true power. I'd better not get on his bad side." Meanwhile, the black wisps quickly converged in one spot. Minya watched grimly as the demon dragon began to reform. He muttered to himself, "It's pulling itself together again? Looks like it's just a being of pure energy." Having no physical body makes this tricky, but it gave him no more time to think. With a furious roar, the beast lunged forward, trying to devour him whole. Minya quickly clamped its jaws shut before it could even touch him. Holding it fast, he mocked it with a grin. "Oh? Did I make you mad? Its power and speed have definitely increased." As he pried its jaws open wider, he taunted, "But, in a test of pure strength, I still..." But before he could finish, the demon dragon exploited the opening, lashing out with its tail. The blow struck true, enraging Minya. He gritted his teeth and let out a curse. Rubbing his head in pain, he snarled, "Damn you, fighting dirty like that. That one wasn't just a normal hit." Behind him, the demon dragon's tail continued its chaotic rampage. Just then, it lashed its tail out again. But Minya seemed to realize something, exclaiming, "This is bad." As the demon dragon focused solely on Minya, Dieu charged in, slashing deep into its flank. She yelled, "Stay down." Her sudden appearance drew Minya's gaze. He frowned, glancing in her direction. He thought to himself, "Huh." He watched the girl with an excited grin and realized, it's the one who was with that little brat. Not giving him another moment, Dieu leaped into the air, slashing at the furiously growling demon dragon. She deftly dodged its strike, landing a clean cut on its body. But the beast still managed to land a painful blow, right across her back. The impact was so powerful, it slammed her into the cliff, leaving her in a pile of rubble. She panted heavily. Seeing the demon dragon approach, she clicked her tongue. "This is bad. As much as I love a good fight, I'm not invincible." She narrowed her eyes, laughing at herself. "Have to admit, I might have gone overboard this time." At that moment, a strange black cloud formed above the demon dragon. A voice echoed through the air, "Thunder art." The words had barely faded when countless lightning bolts crashed down from the cloud, illuminating the entire area. Dieu stared wide-eyed at the shocking scene. She stammered in disbelief, "This technique, that's not the Sorcerer King's." Just then, the caster of the spell slowly approached. He spoke sarcastically, "I'll never understand why you all just rush in, one after the other." Van Mook flexed his hand, then looked at Dieu with a smirk. "Can't you people think for a second? King Minna and the demon dragon are on equal footing. If we support him together, it's a guaranteed victory." With that, he glanced over at the demon dragon. It was still trapped in the lightning, howling in agony. Yunmu glanced back. "That ugly thing is paralyzed by my attack. Let's use this time to regroup." Helping Yujiu to her feet, he turned and asked, "Big brother Mingya, can you still move?" Hearing this, Mingya clicked his tongue. "You brat!" Drop the tone. He then swiftly moved to stand behind him. In a low voice, he said, "Kid, its power is nothing special. The real trouble is its massive attack range." Yunmu raised an eyebrow in response. "In that case, Bailan's girl and I will act as decoys to drain its stamina. You deliver the final blow." As soon as he finished speaking, he took his battle stance. He didn't forget to ask Yuju, "Are you ready?" She scowled at him, annoyed. "So irritating. I have a name you know," she yelled. "Call me Yujiu. Let's go." And with that, she charged forward. With the demon dragon restrained, Yujiu moved swiftly, slashing repeatedly at its massive body. A sudden wave of pain made the demon dragon roar in fury, lunging wildly as if to devour her whole. But Yunmu wouldn't let it. While Yujiu held its attention, he quickly scrambled onto its head. Holding on tight, he muttered, "Zhaoyang Great Flame." Within seconds, smoke began to rise from the demon dragon's head. As if being roasted alive, the searing pain made it roar, shaking the very heavens. Seeing this, Yunmu quickly leaped off, shouting a warning to the others, "Everyone, be careful! This thing has gone berserk and is attacking randomly." Behind him, the crazed dragon thrashed its tail, making the ground tremble. As Yunmu retreated, Mingya surged forward. He flew in, striking the demon dragon and warning in a low voice, "You still want to run rampant?" It roared in pain, as if answering his challenge. Seeing it wouldn't back down, Mingya dug his hand into its tail and threatened coldly, "Looks like I'll have to tear off your scales." Wounded by the attack, the demon dragon writhed in agony, its mouth gaping as it let out a series of pained cries. Xuan Li appeared, his eyes blazing and golden hair flowing. He grabbed the demon dragon's whiskers and spoke with manic energy. "Want to fight me? Go train for a few more years." Using its whiskers, he took control of the beast. It lost control, plummeting straight toward the ground. The impact shook the very air around them. With a deafening crash, dust and debris flew everywhere. Just then, from the swirling chaos, Xuan Li somersaulted away. He leaped backward from the destruction, landing near Yun Mu in a three-point stance. One hand on the ground, Yun Mu said, "Well done, you really are my boss." Xuan Li looked up. "It's not over yet." A golden aura surrounded him as he faced the demon dragon, which had regenerated as if nothing had happened. Xuan Li said, "Look, it's piecing itself back together." Yunmu's reply made even Yujiu turn her head. Truly untrainable. All three of them, Xuan Li, Yunmu, and Yujiu, fixed their gazes on the restored demon dragon. Facing the colossal beast, Xiao Yun declared, "Hey, ugly, it doesn't matter how many times you try. The three of us will fight until you submit." Hearing this, It hissed in anger before turning to flee. As it kicked up rocks in its chaotic retreat, Xuanli watched from behind and said, "This thing is trying to run. It's trying to burrow underground again." A voice from behind made him turn. It was Yun Mu. Standing behind him, he said urgently, "Push it into the spirit realm if it can't be destroyed normally." As he spoke, Xiao Yun pointed a thumb at himself. "Then it belongs to me." Hearing this, Xuanli channeled his internal energy. As he prepared to attack, he said, "You're one greedy kid." At that moment, the demon dragon lunged at Xuanli. The two sides clashed with unbelievable speed. The battle raged once more, with no clear winner in sight. The demon dragon roared with hatred, wanting to tear him to shreds. But Xuanli seemed to have the upper hand. He laughed coldly. "Be a good boy for me." With a shout, he created a strange barrier and hurled it at the demon dragon. It was charging straight ahead, but dodged to the side. Unable to stop, it flew right into the barrier. Xuanli commanded, "Get in." Realizing it was trapped, the demon dragon struggled violently, letting out a sharp cry. Xiao Mu took aim perfectly. "Still struggling? Give up. You belong to me now, so behave." As if signaling the end, the demon dragon could no longer resist and was swallowed by the endless blue barrier. "Now, stay put for me in there." In its final moments, it let out one last, tragic roar. A brilliant light flashed across the sky. Everyone below looked up, witnessing the incredible spectacle. The people erupted in joyous celebration, knowing the nightmare was over. They cheered, "We won! Our nation has been saved! It's safe." A minor god reported sorrowfully to the queen, whose face had darkened as she froze in place. "Your Majesty." Elsewhere, the curly-haired queen waved joyfully at Yunmu's return. She ran while calling his name, much to Yunmu's dismay, as he stood before a helpless Miao Miao and Ye Ting. Hua Huan was still praising Yunmu to the skies. "You're amazing. You saved us once again." Yunmu gestured awkwardly. "Put me down. People are watching." Hua Huan slung an arm over his shoulder and announced, "Let's celebrate. We're not going home sober." Miao Miao walked beside them, incredibly excited. Tucked beside her was the smaller Miao Miao, fuming about her own height. Suddenly, Man Tu stood blocking their path and said, "Wait, this isn't over yet." The queen spoke with tension. "Hua Huan, do you dare face me in a duel? The winner takes the Fuxi fruit tree." Ye Ting was outraged by this. "Are you an idiot? This Fuxi tree belongs to our country. Why should we fight you for it?" The queen's eyes hardened as she retorted, "You who possess a Fuxi tree could never understand my position." She thought of her people enjoying the Fuxi fruit, living healthy lives because of the tree, and continued speaking. "Without the fruit of the Fuxi tree, this world cannot reproduce. No reproduction means no future generations." Amidst a ruined future, Manthao's resolve hardened. "My nation, my people, they are all marching towards the abyss. I cannot just stand by and watch." Hua Quan met her gaze, annoyed. "Manthao," she warned, "don't be reckless. We can find a solution together." But Manthao didn't listen. She lunged at Hua Quan, her eyes burning with rage. Her fist flew towards Hua Quan. "The Fuxi tree bears one fruit in 1,000 years, she screamed. "How can you fix that?" Seeing Manthao wouldn't stop her attack, Hua Quan was forced to leap back, narrowly dodging the powerful blow. Manthao's fist slammed into the earth. The ground shattered from the sheer force, sending rock and debris flying everywhere. Her punch missed. Manthao glared fiercely at Hua Quan. "Hua Huan," she declared, "you may have dodged this time, but can your people dodge what's coming? Today, you and I must have a duel to the death. I will lead the undead to attack. Don't blame me for the deaths." Hearing this threat, Hua Quan's eyes blazed with fury. With an icy stare, she hissed, "Are you threatening me?" A battle was imminent. From a distance, Xiao Mu tried to intervene. "Hua Huan, just agree to it. Otherwise, she'll never stop." Hearing Xiao Mu's desperate plea, Hua Quan knew she had no choice. She spoke, a cold smirk on her face. "Fine, darling. If you want to fight this badly, I'll indulge you." Seeing her decision, Manthao grinned. "That's more like it." In an instant, they clashed. The battle between them had finally begun. Their bodies blurred in a flurry of kicks and solid blocks. One attacked relentlessly, while the other expertly parried. The fight was fierce. Hua Quan caught Mantao's strike with one hand. With her other, she prepared a devastating counterpunch aimed right for her. "Manthao," she commanded, "give up." Hua Quan's fist slammed mercilessly into her face, sending a shockwave of pain through her. "You cannot possibly defeat me," she taunted. But Manthao refused to surrender, pushing through the pain to strike again. They exchanged a rapid flurry of blows. "I refuse to believe it," Manthao shot back. Seeing her stubbornness, Hua Quan sneered. Then I will just have to beat reality into you. With that, Hua Quan leaped high, unleashing a brilliant flash of light from her kick. The light morphed into a purple arrow hurtling towards Manthao. Caught by surprise, she was frozen, gritting her teeth as it approached. The arrow closed in. It struck Manthao and detonated. The massive explosion sent dust and debris billowing across the battlefield. Manthao collapsed to the ground, lying at the bottom of a new crater. Hua Quan slowly walked towards her defeated foe. "You have lost, Manthao," she declared coldly. Lying on the ground, her face contorted in pain, Manthao spat. "Damn you. I haven't lost. I can still fight." Manthao struggled to her feet, but her battered body gave out with a pained grunt. She lay there, defeated. Tears streamed down her face. "I can give up my nation, but I cannot let my people die with it. But I really have lost." Sobbing, Manthao pleaded with Hua Quan. "Hua Huan, I'm begging you, please, take my people in. They are innocent." Hearing this plea, Hua Quan was stunned into silence, completely taken aback. She could only whisper her name, stunned. Manthao. From afar, Xiao Mu folded his arms. The victor was clear. He sighed deeply. "Hua Quan, you too. I never thought I would see someone so stubborn pushed to this point. Do not worry, I have a solution." Hearing this, Hua Quan turned to him. "Darling, what do you have in mind?" Xiao Mu chided them both gently. "You know, you all should really try thinking things through for once." Then, Xiao Mu smiled, raising a hand. "Have either of you ever heard of taking a simple cutting from a plant?" Watching the sapling slowly grow, the curly-haired queen was skeptical. "You mean this is all we had to do? Are you certain?" Li Yunmu just sat there, looking bored. "Right, just water it properly, and it'll grow huge. I have experience with this." Hua Quan clung to him, overjoyed but stunned. "How did Yunmu know something so amazing? I love you so much." Without a word, Yunmu replied in kind. We learned this stuff back in 8th grade. It's nothing special." She touched a tiny leaf on the Mantu tree. "I never thought we'd own a Fuxi tree again. It's truly unbelievable. How can we ever possibly repay you for this?" Facing Mantu, Yunmu made his proposal. "If you want to thank me, just give me that dead tree." The queen was puzzled. "Huh? I can give it to you, but what do you want with a dead tree?" Resting his chin on his hand, Yunmu replied coolly, "I haven't thought of a use yet, but it'll come in handy." Nearby, Ye Ting eyed him suspiciously. That kid must be planning something outrageous again. Mantou stood with her staff. "Fine, it's yours. But how will you even move such a huge tree?" At that moment, Yunmu stood up. "Thanks, I have my ways." From a high branch of the dead tree, Xiao Yun called down to the queen, "Hey honey, give me a hand." Below, Hua Quan was still confused. Yunmu finished his request. "Help me cut this tree down." Instantly, Hua Quan drew her sword, and with immense power, sliced the tree clean in two. Her sword bent from the sheer force of the impact. His face grim, Xiao Yun activated Hell-Slaying Blade, opening the Star Realm. A massive, bottomless vortex of dark purple energy appeared. The severed tree trunk was pulled right inside. It vanished without a trace. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in amazement. The dead Fu Shi tree disappeared into that mysterious dimension. Witnessing this, the queen clapped in awe. "Oh, wow. Mysterious men are the most handsome. I love you." Yi Ting just crossed her arms, utterly speechless. Miao Miao had a similar expression, but she voiced her thoughts. "What's this kid's deal? His techniques are completely unheard of." Suddenly, something impossibly long and purple erupted from the ground. Rocks shattered and dust filled the air. Standing on the broken ground, he looked up at the demon dragon. "Well," he called out, "that certainly made an entrance. You've made a real mess of this place. You deserve to die." At this, the demon dragon opened its jaws, ready to strike. A furious storm of lightning erupted before Yunmu. Its violet energy dominated the entire space. It was impossible to see what was happening inside. Only occasional flashes of gold sparked from the chaotic clash. When the chaos subsided, the demon dragon lay motionless on the broken earth. Xiao Yun approached it and spoke. "That's right. This world is my creation. Can you feel that immense power pinning you to the ground?" His face was grim. He continued, "Here, I am a god." The demon dragon trembled, breaking into a cold sweat. Yunmu walked to the fallen creature, gently placing a hand on the massive dragon. He said, "I don't know where you came from, but I can tell you're fond of the Fu Shi tree, aren't you? Let me tell you, I have one myself. I can give you the energy you need. I will let you grow strong. In return," his voice dropped, full of persuasion, "become my familiar. What do you say?" Yunmu gazed at the demon dragon with affection. The demon dragon looked at Yunmu, sensing it could trust him. Suddenly, a plume of white smoke erupted, obscuring everything. Yunmu was taken aback, looking around in confusion. Cough, cough. I'm choking. What did you do? Huh? He looked for a moment, then saw the demon dragon, asking in disbelief. Huh? You turned into a dog? The creature had become a mystical black canine. The fur on its head was so long it covered its eyes. Yunmu knelt, holding out a hand to the creature. He said, That makes sense. You're just an energy being without a true form. Your dragon shape was just temporary, right? The creature approached Yunmu, running circles around him. Seeing this, he continued, Without a true form, you could theoretically become anything. How convenient. So, this dog form means you agree to my offer, right? The demon dragon let out a bark. Pleased, Yunmu smiled. Good boy. Then he stepped out of that dimension and back into reality. The moment Yunmu emerged, Huaquan rushed to him. You're finally back. Something big happened. Seeing her panic, he asked, What's wrong? What's all the commotion? In the crowd, Huaquan reported on a figure. While you were gone, that girl woke up. The girl looked frail, with messy, unkempt hair. Yunmu looked toward the girl, freezing as he called out, Sister. Sister Yang. Hearing his voice, she replied, It's been a while. Overjoyed to see her safe, Yunmu ran and embraced her tightly. This is great. You're really okay, he cried. He had been so worried. She gently returned his hug, her voice soft. You've gotten taller. At the palace of the Nuwa kingdom, the group walked together down a long corridor that connected the grand palaces. Ling Chang, now in a different outfit, gently patted Yunmu's shoulder. You handled things well while I was gone. You have really matured. He accepted the praise easily. It was nothing. Then he grew serious. Sister Chang, more importantly, we need to find a way back home. Hearing this, Ling Chang's expression soured. Wait. Did you two not have a plan for getting back when you arrived? Though he was trembling, Yunmu forced a confident smile. What are you talking about? She immediately yelled. I take back my compliment about you maturing. Huaquan, walking up ahead, turned back to him. Darling, must you leave so soon? I cannot bear for you to go. The spatial tear will not open for another 2 years, she urged. You two should just stay here. Yunmu simply nodded. Still, I would rather go home sooner. What if Sister Chang's poison is not completely gone? With the poison saint nearby, we would have a safety net. He looked up suddenly. Oh, that's right, you're Roru Bailandu. But she was nowhere to be seen. Yunmu looked around, confused. Huh? Where did Roru go? Elsewhere, a cheerful Roro pulled a massive fish from the water. Seeing this, Yeting instantly became furious and stormed over. Hey, you Roru Bailandu, you are a king of the mortal realm. So you must have some kind of post-sale support, right? Roru hugged the giant fish, a wicked grin on her face. This is a century-old shark, she explained. It is not for eating. She quickly put the fish on the fire to roast. Just as Yeting was about to explode, Roru blocked him with one hand. You always need an escape plan when you're out, so I've already prepared everything. Soon, the large fish was cooked. Yunmu eyed her skeptically. What conditions? Roru began to list them. First condition. Next time you go out, you have to take me with you. Convince my grandpa for me. He really likes you now. If you ask, he'll definitely agree. Yunmu casually replied. All right. As long as it's not too dangerous, I can take you with me. Roru suddenly bowed with clasped hands. Second condition. On behalf of the Bailandu clan, I invite you to be our esteemed guest. Our Bailandu clan will always treat you with respect. Yunmu grew serious. Why this sudden formality? What are you planning? She patted his shoulder, explaining, Don't underestimate the insight of the Bailandu clan. That thing you used to subdue the magic dragon. Roru suddenly leaned in and whispered, I know what it is. Yunmu was stunned, watching her walk away with the grilled fish. Did she recognize his celestial world? Will she expose his secret? His gaze sharpened with certainty. No, her invitation was an act of goodwill. She has no reason to reveal that he possesses a celestial world. Yunmu accepted. Fine, I accept the Bailandu clan's invitation. Roru smiled in return. In the Fuxi kingdom, a red-haired girl asked, Do you really have to go? If something happens to the Fuxi sapling, who would we turn to? Yunmu waved dismissively. Didn't I write down all the important notes on that paper for you? Stop scaring yourselves. He continued walking forward. Yunmu glanced at Hua Huan wiping her tears, with Ye Ting beside her. He made a promise. Once I find a stable spatial rift, I'll visit everyone often. Ye Ting smiled. All right, that's a promise. He then called out, Hey, it's time to go, Roru. She accepted a box containing a fuxi fruit. Her face lit up. I got a fuxi fruit too. Hey, Grandpa will have nothing to say this time. Hearing his call, she replied, Yeah, I know. The three stood together, as Yunmu and Ling Chang watched Roru create a black orb and toss it into the air. Let's go. Behold, this is our Bailan Du's treasure. The Rift teleportation sphere. The sphere flew up, but nothing happened. Ling Chang gave Roru a doubtful look. Hey, is this thing of yours even reliable? She stammered, probably. Just then, a spatial rift tore open in the sky, and a fierce wind began to swirl. Roru jumped gleefully. Of course it's reliable. Yunmu unfurled his wings, lifting both of them into the air. Roro urged him on. Yunmu, fly up quickly. We don't know when it'll close. He was in disbelief. What? Heavy? Everyone in the nation of women watched them disappear. Yunmu's voice echoed. Roru, you should go on a diet. I can barely fly anymore. My dear Ling Chang is definitely lighter. Roru fumed. What? You think I'm heavy? You jerk! Suddenly, he yelped. Why did you bite me? A moment later, all three emerged from the spatial gate. Roru rubbed her temples, annoyed. Every time I travel through a rift, my head kills me. I'm never coming back to play again. Yunmu stared at her, speechless. If I hadn't regenerated your bodies, you both would have already died in there. As the three walked forward, he noticed something strange in the air. The colorful streetlights ahead seemed lifeless. He continued, There's not a single person on the street. From atop a building, a voice called out, You've been gone for quite a while. Yunmu looked up. His guard raised instantly. Duday was squatting on the roof with his men. Seeing him here pains my heart. The old man called out, My little celestial general. Yunmu's expression hardened. It seems things aren't so simple. A large group in black approached. He spoke a warning. The Night's Watch. On this rooftop, there were at least 70 of them. Yunmu saw a somewhat familiar face among them. Not only were the guild branch leaders here, but even the Grand Guild Master had appeared in person. Duday rested his chin on his hand. Since you've appeared here, it seems your guilt is sealed. Yunmu smiled coolly. I never expected a humble commoner like me to bother the Grand Guild Master himself. My crime must be quite serious. The old man nodded. Indeed. To be honest, I don't want to capture you. He looked straight at Duday. So you'll let me go this once? The old man's tone turned cold. Cut the nonsense. Impossible. Azure Dragon Major General Li Yunmu activated a spatial rift. The crime is unforgivable. He stood, one hand in his pocket, the other raised to declare the sentence, death. The black-robed Night's Watch immediately rushed forward. Duday narrowed his eyes, ordering, Carry it out immediately. Yunmu heard the sentence and asked in shock, Death penalty? He watched the figures converge, cursing in disbelief. Damn, I knew my crime was severe, but this is too much. Ling Xue ran to shield him, quickly explaining, Grand Master, Li Yunmu didn't use the spatial rift for evil. Everything he did was for, but the Night's Watch didn't stop for a moment. Before she could finish, they unleashed their binding chains. Yunmu grabbed her arm, pulling her behind him. Watch out! The steel wires tore his own clothes to shreds. Yunmu threw Ling Xue towards Juju. Words are useless against them. Juju, protect her. Her bones are still weak. He then spun around, continuing to evade the next wave of attacks. Yunmu was thrown back, forced to brace himself on the ground. Unable to stand, he cursed, Damn it! They're not giving me a chance to breathe. These people were all likely above the super-strong class. The Night's Watch leaped down. Fugitive Li Yunmu, stop resisting. You can't escape. He looked up in surprise as a female member of the Night's Watch swung her sword at him. Yunmu immediately leaned back to dodge. He blocked another attack from the side. Who would just surrender? Getting caught means death. A voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Resisting won't change anything. Yunmu's eyes widened as the man gathered fire in his hand, yelling, Die! A massive flame shot from his hand toward Yunmu. The space instantly lit up with a burning red glow. Juju, fighting another enemy, turned back worriedly. Li Yunmu, are you all right? He leaped out moments later, commenting coolly, A fire user with such a pretty flame? You'll be a disgrace if word gets out. The man scoffed, Kid, don't celebrate too soon. Arrogance will get you killed. Just then, a blonde head emerged from the ground, attacking Yunmu from behind. Even he was startled. One was hiding underground? His speed flared as he spun his leg around. Before the attacker could even touch Yunmu, he took a kick straight to the face. The man retreated. Damn it, the sneak attack failed. Juju shouted a warning from her position. Be careful. He went back underground. The man could see everything, even from below the earth. His body seemed separated from the dirt and dust. He looked up with a smug grin. My family's Earth Dragon technique excels at underground ambushes. As long as I stay down, I'll find my chance. Just then, an orange-red flame erupted from the ground as Yunmu's voice echoed. Mad Blade, a white mask clattered to the ground. The man was forced to the surface from the very earth Yunmu had just upheaved. He stared at Yunmu hovering in the air, cursing in shock. Damn, he tore up this much ground just to get me? The North Han City branch president, Han Ling-fei, was stunned by the battle below. Even the underground Night's Watch members were defeated. As expected of the man you chose. Duda smirked. He's quite something, isn't he? He urged the other Night's Watch members, don't waste any more time. That kid won't go down easily. He added, all of you, attack at once. Instantly, the entire group swarmed the three in the center. They unleashed lightning and fire, attacking Yunmu in unison. He yelled, Shadow Spirit Ward! A vortex formed immediately, shielding his body from the attacks. The group on the rooftop was puzzled. What was that thing that just flashed by? It doesn't seem like mystical power. Another person replied, the devil knows what it is. Dude's eyes narrowed. There are countless secrets to be uncovered from that kid. Yunmu soared into the air and slashed down. Thunderous mad blade. The ground cracked and erupted with a massive fire. In an instant, more than half of them were injured. Seeing the move was effective, Yunmu decided to use it again. Thunderous. But before he could swing, his sword began to vibrate. A fierce power surged, beyond Yunmu's control. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Not again. What is happening? This broken sword is acting up at the worst possible time. The sword emitted a demonic, crimson light. Yunmu's body, suspended in midair, began to absorb the red glow. The branch guild masters were shocked. Is he frantically absorbing the celestial world's Xuan power? Another refuted. How is that possible? How can he command the celestial world's Xuan power? Duda frowned at the discussion. Only the Xuan ancestor should be able to command it here. The old man immediately ordered the person beside him, Xiao Zhao, block all external news related to Li Yunmu. This was Zhao Xin, the Huachong City branch guildmaster. He replied instantly. Understood. A night watchman launched a lightning bolt. Surrender quietly. There's no escape for you now. Yunmu was still struggling with his rogue sword, but Miao Miao leaped in, knocking the attacker away. Spirit-devouring claw, the man screamed in agony. She turned to Yunmu, utterly annoyed. I'm impressed. Can't you just throw that broken sword away? Yunmu frowned and shot back. I wish I could, but it's completely stuck. I'm still fighting the sword for control. My hand is fused to it. Plus, I feel something crawling up my arm, trying to get inside. The crimson veins spread from his hand, crawling up his face. Yunmu cried out in alarm. No, my body. It's about to overflow. He screamed in agony. No, I can't hold it back. Fire blazed in Yunmu's eyes as he forced out the words. Raging blade. Below, the night watchers stared up in bewildered terror. The spiritual pressure. It's overwhelming. Yunmu roared the final word. Slash. Instantly, a sword arc sliced down, cleaving a building in two. The crowd stared at the unbelievable destruction he had just caused. He split an entire building. Is this kid some kind of monster? As Yunmu returned to normal, he looked on in shock, thinking, Did I do that? But he immediately denied it. No, that's impossible. I'm not that strong. Yunmu glanced at the people below, deciding to keep this to himself. With this power, he might just win. He moved through the crowd in a blur. Each time Yunmu passed, a man cried out in agony. A hand landed on a girl's shoulder. Go now. The girl hesitated, her voice trembling. My grandfather. The other person cut her off sharply. Do not let your feelings get in the way. It was Liu Nuaji's grandfather. He spoke sternly. Today, you have no other choice. You are my granddaughter. Do not bring shame upon our family. Liu Nuoji lowered her head in sorrow, whispering, Yes, grandfather. The night watchers charged toward Xiao Mu. In response, he channeled his energy, a circle of red and blue swirling around him. Lightning arts, fire arts, fusion. Xiao Mu's technique erupted in a massive blast. Red and blue energy sent the night watchers flying back. Perched on a high rooftop, Duda watched as smoke and dust filled the sky from the explosive technique. He mused. He truly is growing at a monstrous rate. I so desperately want to uncover all his secrets. Given enough time, that kid might even surpass me. Stroking his beard, he smirked. But first, you have to survive the night. As Xiao Mu fought the watchers, a figure suddenly dashed toward him. Xiao Mu turned just in time to see a fist hurtling toward his face. Ice fist. He quickly leaned away, dodging the attack. Xiao Mu's eyes widened for a split second. He thought, that technique. It's so familiar. He looked closer, and his shock was undeniable. Liu Nuoje? Why are you? Before he could finish, Nuoje cut him off. Have you already forgotten? My grandfather is the branch master of Gaifeng City. The Grand Master can mobilize any member from any branch. Nuoje's expression filled with sorrow as she turned away from Xiao Mu and continued speaking. When I received this mission, I prayed it was just a nightmare. You idiot. Why did you have to make an enemy of the guild? What am I supposed to do now? Her words left Xiao Mu stunned. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a nearby building. Jier, kill him. Speaking with him will only cloud your judgment. Nuoji looked up, her voice faltering. Grandfather, I. Seeing her hesitate, Zhao Xian's voice was like steel. The man before you is a criminal on death row. Do not get entangled with the likes of him. Xiao Mu stepped up behind Liu Nuoje. He called her name softly, Nuoje. She turned. Huh? And he gently placed his hands on her cheeks. He teased her. Come on, give me a smile. Why the long face? Startled, Nuoji could only manage a confused, eh? Xiao Mu gave her a warm smile. Just do what you have to do, he said. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Zhao Xian's voice boomed again. Jer, what are you waiting for? Roro landed gracefully before them. She said, Hey Yunmu, you owe me ice cream when this is all over. Hey, who just said that? Without a word, Roro leaped high, putting all her force into a devastating kick aimed at Nuoji's chest. Caught off guard, Nuoji could only throw her arms up to block the attack. Roro yelled, Take this! Her first move. Yunmu began to say a name, but Roro cut him off with confidence. Leave her to me. You can count on it. Hearing this, Yunmu darted away. As the two girls clashed, he called back, Thanks. A group of sinister, masked figures rushed him. Yunmu thought, Every single one of them is powerful. There are even branch masters among them. An image of a hard-to-place old man with a dark face flashed in his mind. Yunmu's thoughts sharpened. Ah, that's right. There's also that old fox. In reality, golden streaks of light slashed through the air. He realized he only had one option. He had to rely on his speed. Yunmu weaved through the attacks, countering with his own blade. Dazzling slashes of light crisscrossed the battlefield. Watching the chaos of smoke and dust unfold below, a subordinate spoke. Grand Master, it seems Li Yunmu is about to break our encirclement. The Grand Master replied, Yes, it's about time. He handed his cloak to his subordinate. He continued, I should thank Yunmu for helping me clean out some of the trash from the branch guilds. Taking the coat, his subordinate stammered, Guildmaster, you intend to. Before he finished, Duday plunged from the upper floor, landing right before Yunmu. The old man cut him off. Of course. I want to give him a proper thank you. Below, the encirclement had loosened, creating some distance, but crisscrossing beams of light still filled the air. Yunmu yelled, Insect, step! He focused, about to break through. Before he could finish, a fist smashed into his right cheek. The last word left his lips as the attack landed. Encircle. Duday unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. The pressure was so immense, Yunmu was sent flying dozens of feet back. A huge explosion sent debris flying everywhere. Massive flames engulfed the entire area. The skyscraper, hit by an incredible force, began to show cracks. It looked ready to collapse at any moment. A blinding light pierced through the building as Yunmu sat among the rubble. Flames and dust created a scene of utter devastation. He lowered his head, a cold smile on his face. Damn it, this is bad. This old fox's power level. He gazed at the ruined city before him, filled with smoke, fire, and collapsed buildings. Amid the wreckage, Yunmu continued. He's already surpassed the battle saint. Duda watched as Yunmu struggled to rise from the debris. Using a feigned tone of regret, he approached him. I originally wanted you to work for me, but you had to make such a grave mistake. Such a shame. Yunmu wiped the blood from his lips and scoffed. Me? Work for you? Ignoring his attitude, Duday continued. Truthfully, the first time I met you, you utterly disgusted me. The moment he finished speaking, streams of multicolored light shot towards him. These were the shadows. The group stood united, their focus sharpened. They glared at the old man, swords drawn, ready to strike. Duduk stared them down in silence, then sneered. You lot would be perfect for a haunted house exhibit. What do you say, Li Yunmu? Need me to make an introduction? He casually put his hands in his pockets, walking right through them. Unfazed by the shadow's attacks, Yunmu smirked. That won't be necessary. As he spoke, He and Ling Long behind him launched a combined sword attack. A cloud of dust exploded outwards as rocks rained down. The clash of battle rang out ceaselessly. The three of them became a blur, completely hidden from sight. Finally, the fighting stopped as the dust began to settle. The figures of Yunmu and Ling Long emerged, shocked by the sight before them. Yunmu unconsciously uttered, "What?" Duda stood with one hand in his pocket. The other aimed right at them as he unleashed his technique. Swirling vortexes of blue energy appeared. With a single shout, the vortexes all merged into one. It then shot directly towards the two of them. The blast sent Yunmu flying backward, his body crashing hard against a massive boulder. System alerts chimed continuously. Warning, Golden Bell shield has been destroyed. Warning, the demon dragon's spine has shattered. Critical damage sustained. Host is temporarily immobilized. Activating body regeneration function. Seeing him stir, Duda gave a sinister grin. "You're a stubborn one, kid. But this is where it ends." Suddenly, a bark from out of nowhere caught his attention. Duda looked down at his feet to see a small black dog. Its entire body glowed with a purple light. The demon dragon opened its jaws wide and spewed a cloud of dark purple gas from its body, right at the old man. Having used all its strength, the pup looked exhausted. Meanwhile, Yunmu still could not move his body, but he managed to lift his head and praise it. "Good boy. Double rations when we get home." The demon dragon barked, seemingly confused, as if asking for clarification. But its attack was useless. Duday was completely unharmed. The old man let out a shout. With a whoosh, his entire body was sent flying. The old man now stood before him, a sinister look on his face, ignoring Yunmu's hostile gaze, staring back at him. In a voice only they could hear, he spoke to him. "Criminal Lee Yunmu, Fluxer ID 930664. You have been dealt with." With that, the old man crouched down, reaching for his head. But before he could act, he sensed a beam. A laser shot past his head. Old dude quickly jumped back to dodge. He chuckled with curiosity. And who might this be? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, little Moo, you still alive?" Though one eye was bleeding, he forced the other open to see who had arrived. It was Ruochen Qingyu and Da Xiong. They smiled at him. "Sorry about that. We're late." Another voice called out. "Hey, Da Xiong." He looked down to see someone waving at him, and his face lit up. "It's Sister Kang." She looked at everyone present and thought to herself, "Yunmu, you really did it." Yunmu's body was completely immobilized, pinned flat on the ground. He trembled with rage and roared loudly. "What took you so long? A little later and you'd be at my funeral." Seeing he still had the energy to shout, they weren't too worried, and decided to tease him. "Let's just go home. Forget saving that idiot." Seeing them pretend to leave, Yunmu panicked. He shouted, Hey, I was just kidding, come back." Dude looked at the group above, calling them out one by one as a warning. The Tang clan of Tianlong City, the Chu clan of Tianyun City, the Zhang clan of Gaifeng City. "You all want to oppose the guild too?" Da Xiong stared back at the old man without a trace of fear, slowly enunciating each word. "So what if we do? To you people, he may be a criminal. But to us, this kid is our hero." Remembering the sight of Yunmu's defiant back, they vowed not to let him stand alone. Dude scoffed mockingly. "Heroes. You're all just a bunch of kids. I'll stop their attacks. Ming Che, you continue with the execution." Hearing this, he agreed. He put his hands in his pockets, a sly smile spreading across his face. He pulled out a pistol and aimed it at Yunmu. It was satisfying to see him pinned to the ground. "Watch closely. Your hero is about to die." With those words, he pulled the trigger. A bullet shot from the barrel, flying straight at him. It was aimed to pierce Yunmu's forehead and end his life. A shadow suddenly flashed by. The hand holding the gun was instantly severed from Ming Che's arm, flying through the air. It happened so fast that no one could react. A blood-curdling scream echoed as Ming Che finally realized he had lost his hand. Da Xiong, Dude, and Yunmu all frowned, staring intently at the newcomer. He glanced at Dude, then spoke with a clear warning. "Trying to touch someone from our War God Hall without permission is a bit rude, don't you think?" This man was the genius of the War God Hall, John Wu Yai. The old man sighed. He brought a hand to his forehead, his voice laced with sarcasm. "The War God Hall. Their people are the most troublesome. A junior like you thinks you can represent them to protect Li Yunmu?" Suddenly, from a nearby rooftop, a familiar voice rang out. It startled the old man. "Then I wonder, am I qualified to represent the War God Hall?" The one who spoke was none other than the War God Hall's battle general, Qin Feng. Upon seeing who it was, Dude unconsciously called out, "Old Qin." Dude and the night watchman below all looked up. He asked mockingly, "Old man, You're not dead yet? The uncle didn't mind. He played along. How could I die before you do? The two stared at each other, their eyes full of meaning. The old man's voice was a clear warning. So, the War God Hall plans to officially turn against the Fluxer Guild today? Qin Feng didn't back down. He simply smiled. That all depends on how you handle this. Then, one above and one below, neither gave an inch. And just like that, they stared each other down. Neither side moved, only observing their opponent. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the side, echoing with a cheerful tone. To see the two of you together at the same time, it truly brings back memories. After all, there are not many of us old-timers left. What do you say? How about a drink to catch up? The crowd was stunned, exclaiming, Wei Su. The man before them was none other than Emperor Wei Su Bai Lan Du, and behind him were Du Day's subordinates frowned, whispering, He came here as well? Before they could finish, Bai Lan Du replied with a laugh. What if I told you I am just here to pick up my granddaughter? Would you believe me? The sound of hurried footsteps stopped right in front of Yun Mu. Different voices called out one by one. Zhang Clan, Zhang Daxiong, Chu Clan, Chu Qingyu, Tang Clan, Tang Ruo Chen, War God Hall, Zhan Weiai, the Bailandu clan. As Bailandu finished, they all cupped their fists in a formal gesture. They shouted in unison, Here, we swear an alliance with the Li clan. They ignored how wretched he looked on the ground. All that mattered to them now was standing by his side. Yunmu's eyes flew wide open in complete shock. Everyone. He wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come. Just then, Nuojie ran over, calling his name as she helped him up. Seeing this, her grandfather frowned and called out, Jier. But she simply bit her finger, her eyes full of resolve. I'm sorry, grandfather, grandma. My decision is final. I must stand with Li Yunmu. With that, she grabbed his hand with her bleeding one. Red energy suddenly swirled around their clasped hands. Duday's subordinate gasped, That's a poison oath. The masked man beside him added, Once sworn, a poison oath cannot be broken. Betrayal means death. Duda frowned, his mind racing. These people were no pushovers, and now they had formed an alliance. They could even challenge the entire Mystics Guild now. It seemed his original plan had to change. Acting on this thought, he strode toward Dasyong's group. They tensed up, asking, What do you want? He pulled out a flask, offering it to Lu Nuoji. Relax. Don't act like I'm the villain. Give this to Li Yunmu. She stared at the bottle in his hand, stunned. This can't be. Is this holy life water? As Yunmu drank the water, he cursed the old fox internally, unable to grasp his true intentions. Duday acted as if nothing had happened between them. Of course I'm saving you. I've always seen your value. I don't want you to die. Yunmu exploded, pointing at himself as he roared, Cut the nonsense. A minute ago, you wanted me dead. Duda feigned a pitiful look, turning away. A dog chewed up the dragon bone. So I suppose I'll be leaving. As Duda put on his coat, he paused. Oh, right. My rising star. Remember to visit my office tomorrow afternoon. Behind his back, Yunmu stuck out his tongue and flipped him off. He scoffed at the man's words. Huh? Why? Are you planning to kill me in your office? You think I'll go just because you told me to? Unfazed, Duday said meaningfully, You will come. Because this is your only chance. Yunmu asked, confused. A chance? The old man replied, Your current situation. I think you understand it better than anyone. The chance I speak of can help you reclaim your glory. After speaking, he shot a glance toward him. Coincidentally, the dawn was breaking right behind them. Its first light shone like a halo, just like the chance the man had described. The dark night had passed, finally giving way to the sun. Yunmu watched as they walked away. When they were far enough away, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At last, that troublesome group was gone. As if remembering something, he turned and asked, Right. How did all of you end up together? Xiao Yu clapped his friend on the shoulder and explained, Do you even have to ask? It was all thanks to our strategist, Da Xiong. He saw your wanted poster and immediately came up with this alliance idea. Da Xiong proudly slung an arm around him. After I presented the idea, everyone agreed on the spot. No objections. Looking at the group, Da Xiong sighed. Mumu, you have some truly good friends. Yunmu watched them silently, then cupped his hands with conviction and shouted, I, Li Yunmu of the Li family and all of you, my friends, will form an alliance. We shall never betray each other. At his words, they all smiled back at him. They believed in him and in what he could achieve. All right, that's enough emotion for now. Time for practical matters. Da Xiong took the lead. Come on, let's find a place to regroup. I know a pretty decent restaurant. Let's go there. Yunmu suddenly stopped, turning to Lu Nuoji with concern. What's wrong? She looked down, stammering, I'm not going. I should probably head back now. Before she could say more, he pulled her close from behind. He whined playfully, let's go. I'm starving to death. She looked up, and his smiling face filled her vision. He teased her, and you have to treat me later. At that moment, Nuo only wanted to say his name. She could not help but utter 3 words, Lee Yun-moo. She was truly happy today. Her tears were not of sorrow, but of fulfillment. She had finally achieved her goal. She let him put his arm on her shoulder, nodding. My treat. Duday had told him to meet in the afternoon, but Yun-moo deliberately made him wait until the evening to show up. There was no need to rush. He quietly sized up the Mystics Guild headquarters. At night, it looked impossibly vast and extravagant. Opening the office door, he peeked from behind it and shouted, Old Fox, I am here. So, what are you scheming this time? Duday looked at his steel helmet and bulletproof shield, feeling helpless. He tried to defend himself. You really should not think of me that way. That was just official business before. The hero scoffed. As if I'd ever trust you. If you don't get to the point, I'm leaving. Seeing him turn to go, the old man got serious. Do me one favor. Succeed, and the Mystic Guild will clear your bounty. He weighed his options. What's the mission? If the risk is low, it might be worth a shot. Besides, constantly fighting the Mystic Guild would only endanger Daihung and the others, the model. At this, Duda snapped his fingers. A red object appeared. It looked like an iron heart. Yunmu eyed it with suspicion. Yunmu took off his helmet with one hand, picking it up to observe. This energy, a holy artifact? Duday just watched him. Sitting calmly on the desk, he finally spoke. Your mission is to destroy a spatial rift with this. The old man's thoughts drifted to a darker time. His voice was laced with bitterness. Since the Dark Age began, humanity became nothing more than prey for mystical beasts. We were hunted to near extinction. Then, the mystics appeared. Centuries passed as we slowly built our safe zones, but people started to forget the threat. The Mystic Association, however, can never forget. Society has indeed advanced recently. Human life has improved greatly. The horrors of the past have long since been forgotten, swept away by time, but whenever he closes his eyes, he still sees them. The rifts, small, blood-red circles. In the darkness of space, they grew more eerie, more bloodthirsty. He continued, not waiting for a reply. Most rifts lead to unknown beast worlds. This time, the rift you must destroy is one, with the most dangerous potential. And you. A hand suddenly pointed right at his face. The old man paused, then continued. You can enter these rifts freely, ignoring their instability. That is why only you can take on this mission. Dudi called this a favor, but his attitude felt more like he was giving an order. Yunmu wasn't interested. He handed the item back to the old man, then promptly turned to leave. Yeah, no thanks. Sounds a bit dangerous. I'm heading home. His actions were so swift the old man was left stunned. He just stood there, dumbfounded. Seeing Yunmu about to leave, Duda snapped out of it, grabbing him. You are not going anywhere. Yunmu struggled against the grip. Let me go. This feels like you're just trying to get me killed. Ignoring the yelling, Dude held him with one hand, the other in his pocket. He sighed, trying to defend his actions. Kill you? Please. They would hunt me down to settle the score. There is a blue gem on that core device. It has a special function, but you started a riot before I could finish. I know you're worried about your life. So the old man explained clearly. Besides, it's completely safe. There is a jade talisman on the core. When the time comes, you can toss the holy weapon into the rift first, then activate it from the outside. But Yunmu wasn't buying it. He yelled, Safe my ass, let go or I'll scream. But the old man was just as stubborn, shouting even louder. This whole building is full of my people. I'll let go when you agree. After a chaotic struggle, Yunmu finally gave in. You old fox. Fine. Fine. I agree. Even with the soundproof door, the commotion was loud. The staff outside had heard the entire argument. Finally free from the Mystic Association headquarters, Yunmu stood outside fuming. Damn old man. You just wait. Meanwhile, the old man was in an elevator with another person. The man was silent for a moment before speaking. I don't understand you. Why make Lee Yunmu do this? We could have recruited him and his alliance to our side. Aren't you just pushing them toward the enemy? The branch president of Fengcheng couldn't figure it out. What exactly was Duda planning? The old man gave a calculating smile, confident in his victory. Don't worry, I've planned for everything. My future grandson-in-law won't escape. Xiao Nuo was shocked to hear of the Divine Holy Continent, thinking it too dangerous. That's the Divine Holy Sect's territory. If Yunmu goes there, it's practically a suicide mission. Daxiang also tried to reason. The Divine Holy Sect's main force may be broken, but a wounded lion is still a lion. Yunmu was exhausted. He never wanted to agree, but hearing about the Divine Holy Sect made him realize he had to go. Seeing his resolve, Xiao Nuo grabbed his hand to go with him. Daxiang also insisted, worried about the danger. Yunmu was glad they were coming along. Their bags were already packed. Seeing this, Daxiang grumbled in frustration. We should just let the Divine Holy Sect kill this idiot. She agreed with him. He deserves it. Arriving at the Divine Holy Continent, they only saw a simple space gate. They couldn't believe it was this easy. They were suspicious. The heart of the Divine Holy Sect's territory, yet not a single enemy was in sight. Could they have been that badly suppressed by the Mystic Association recently? Meanwhile, shadows darted across the sky above, completely unnoticed, while Yunmu thought the mission might be easier than he'd imagined. Then, a black shadow plummeted from above, diving straight for him. Yunmu dodged and warned the others to be careful. The shadow, with blood-red eyes, chased Xiao Nuo. Daxiang quickly moved to help, stunned by its incredible speed. Even using the Eye of Alexia, he only managed to graze it. Looking at the beast, Yunmu's group had no idea what it was. It let out a piercing shriek as its body warped, splitting from 1 into 3. Yunmu grew worried. What kind of mystical beast was this? Xiao Nuo's brow furrowed as she recalled seeing this beast in the Mystical Beast Compendium. The beast unleashed a sonic roar, stunning everyone. As it shrieked, it lunged straight for them. Planting its hands, it spun its legs in a vicious circle, the sweeping kick striking all 3 of them. Big Bear saw it cock the shotgun and screamed in disbelief. Wait a second. Are you trying to? Before he could finish, it aimed the barrel right at him. Big Bear barely dodged the deadly blast. He couldn't believe his eyes, a mystical beast that knew how to use a gun. It then turned its sights on Luo Ti. They were locked in a fierce, hand-to-hand stalemate. Neither gave an inch, neither would back down. Luo Tie exploited an opening and attacked, sending the beast flying. It landed, digging its claws into the ground. It stared her down with murderous intent, then leaped towards her in just a few silent bounds. A devastating blow sent her staggering back in pain. Yunmu rushed to catch her. Are you all right? Luo Tie wiped her mouth, still in shock. I'm fine. I can't believe it learned human combat techniques. Suddenly, it opened its massive maw and began to shriek again. Big Bear yelled, Damn it! That loudmouth is starting up again. Yunmu calmly reassured them. Don't worry, I have a plan. And that's all for this video's recap of the story. If you have any thoughts, please leave them in the comments section. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit the bell. Follow us for more exciting videos. For now, thank you for watching, and we'll see you again. Bye-bye.